WoundedWarriorProject.org.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You are listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, good morning, everybody. Welcome to it. It is quiet right now here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, but in just a few hours, it'll be loud with the sounds of pads popping. Yeah, first day in pads today. We are glad to be out here with you. Brandon Stokley is here. How you doing?
Doing great. Yeah, good day today. Be able to, I think, gather a lot of info on this football team, and it's different. You know, when you put the pads on, it just is. You start off, you just got helmets, and that's not real football, right? You can run around and look great without pads. You put the pads on, football becomes a different game. So can't wait to see what it looks like today.
So the last week and what people were saying, what we were seeing, what was that? Was that real? Was there anything to really be gained from what we saw last week?
Yeah, I mean, of course there is. I mean, it's still football, but it's a different football. So, you know, you can watch receivers run routes. How do they get in and out of their breaks? You can watch the quarterback make throws and be able to evaluate those things. But now can you do it when you put the pads on? Can you continue to do those things that you saw them do without the pads when you get the pads on? So that will be interesting to see. I mean, how can you evaluate a running back when they're not breaking tackles? I mean, that's how the running back makes his money. Is can they get those extra couple yards? Well, you're not doing that without pads on. So for guys like that, for offensive linemen, for defensive linemen, it's kind of hard to evaluate them. Receivers, the skill position guys, you can get some kind of evaluation without the pads on. But, man, here we go. You put the pads on, now you see who can really play real football.
So the news of the weekend, boy, this kid can't catch a break, can he? Drew Sanders, who missed most of last season with an Achilles tendon injury, came back late and was really expected to have a chance to have a breakout year, you know, albeit probably backing up Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw, but still had a good offseason. But he suffered a significant injury over the weekend, another tendon injury in the foot. Sean Payton immediately ruled out another Achilles tendon, but did say that it was a significant enough injury. They're deciding whether or not to have surgery or not. That will determine how long he'll be out, but he is going to miss some time, and you just feel bad. I know that dealing with injuries is part of the game. I know you dealt with a host of injuries. So did Mark, but it just seems to sting a little bit more for a young guy who's, you know, desperately trying to get a foothold in the league.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer when you watch a player. I mean, I went through it, but you watch a player like Drew Sanders go through it, where he just had the Achilles last year, missed majority of the season last year, came back, played in a few games, and then you're hoping to see him be able to stay healthy, right, to see the type of player he is. We really haven't seen who he can be. You know, as early in his career, he's a rookie. He's a young guy. And then you're expecting to see the best of him when he gets around year 3. And now all of a sudden it's 2 years in a row where you had these injuries. We'll see what it looks like, I guess. But anytime they come out right away and they say extended period of time, that's usually –
do you know what that's code for?
A long time.
Do you know what a
Long
long time?
time.
What's a long time code for?
Probably not weeks, more like months.
Yeah,
That's what I would
That's
think.
kind of what I thought. Yeah.
But you never know. You never know. Probably something that he's going to have surgery on at some point, and he might be getting second opinions on it to see what the best way to proceed is. But, yeah, it stinks for Drew Sanders. That's a bummer. It is. That's why that's a tough thing about sports, especially football, when you do have so many injuries. Sometimes you just get bad luck, and you can't stay healthy, and that could cost him his career.
Some other news, Damani Leach, the team president, spoke over the weekend and said that they have not yet settled on one site for a new stadium. So your dream of the Rock, Lone Tree, still alive.
My dream of it not being there is still alive.
That's true.
I don't want it there.
That's in play as well.
Right.
Apparently. So also from Damani Leach, we heard about the new uniforms last year were a success, and they're going to be more uniform combinations.
More.
That must excite you. You must like that, don't you?
I'm not a uniform guy.
You're not a uniform guy?
No.
Our Andrew Mason's a big uniform guy.
Yeah.
He loves the uniform. He loves uniform.
I'm not a uniform guy.
You're not a uniform.
Nah, it doesn't
whatever
really
it
matter to
is,
me.
but you're going to look good in it. You're going to make sure you look good. All the you're going to have all the little accoutrements, right? You're going to have
who?
Yeah, you're going to have
Accoutre-
everything. You're going to have everything little going on. That's a little French word. That's almost like a little French Cajun word.
Oh,
there for you.
really?
Yeah, a little accoutrement. You're going to have all the drip with it.
No, that wasn't me. No, that wasn't me, Mike. But the uniforms last year were cool. They did a good job. They look good. So, hey, when the Broncos do something these days, they're going to do it right. So I'm sure they're going to be great. And the stadium thing, is interesting to see where this thing ends up. I mean, it's one of those things where all of a sudden it could happen out of the blue. It's like, bam, this is what we're going to do. I mean, it could be at any time, right?
Still seems like the front runners over there on I-25, just east of 6th and 8th Ave, over by there. That seems to be the front runner. I think
Can you do the odds?
I think you're. Well, I would say probably I would put that place at 4-1.
Okay. All right.
And I'd put Lone Tree, which would totally disrupt Brandon Stokley's life,
My commute.
at
More traffic.
10-1. How about that?
Okay, is that the only?
So
don't
you're
we have
telling
another
me
spot
there's a
somewhere?
chance.
Or is that it? Down to 2.
I think those are the two leading
Okay.
spots, but there could be there could be one that pops out of nowhere.
Of course.
You never know.
Of course,
You
there
never
could.
know.
No, but that's great. I mean, you could always. I mean, there's no chance they're going to just redo Empower.
That seems to be unlikely, doesn't it?
It does.
It does.
Right.
I think they want to go big. Let me just look at what they have going on out here. Big. They're going big with the new offices and everything like that. By the way, saw an interview with Sean Payton on NFL Network over the weekend in which he said that, okay, so this building here to our right, this is
old facility.
This is the old facility. This is where Mark Schlereth toiled and John Elway worked and Brandon Stokley and Peyton Manning hung out and did Brandon Stokley and Peyton Manning type stuff. This is going to be torn down. They're going to build a new hill.
Yeah.
New hill.
Berm.
Excuse me.
Berm.
New berm. But like they're going to make it really fan friendly. Have like almost like a soccer awning over it, so that people can be protected from the heat a little bit more. So they're going to make it really fan friendly. So
awesome.
that's going in here. So these temporary stands that people are seeing in 800 for today. Those will be gone, and we'll have a nice new berm up here that will be capable of holding thousands.
Yeah, no,
Nice.
they're gonna. It's gonna be spectacular when they're done with it. So I can't wait to see it. They're rocking and rolling on the new facility, and but yeah. So when you look, to your point, Mike, you look at the changes that are happening. You think new stadium probably, right?
Yeah.
Which is great. I'm not the type of person that says, okay, it's been downtown since the '60s or whatever. I want to keep it downtown, but. If it ends up downtown, I'm fine with that. If it ends up somewhere else, that would be okay.
As
also,
long
just stay out of the Rock. Stay out of Lone Tree.
stay at a Lone Tree because that impacts the Rock.
That impacts the commute.
Yep.
It's already bad enough.
Wasn't bad this morning. Wasn't bad this morning.
No.
Easy,
Beautiful
morning. Beautiful morning out
Gosh,
here.
it's been beautiful. Yep, and it's now the daylight's waking up, and like you said, Mike. I mean, we're about to get rocking and rolling
Yeah.
here. First day of pads should be a fun, good day. Defensive guys will be fired up. They love putting the pads on.
All right, got some other stories we'll get to as well. Ryan McMahon dealt by the Rockies. Longtime Rocky fan favorite. He gets dealt to the New York Yankees. Further in the the idea out there that the Rockies are simply another farm league team for the Cardinals, the Yankees.
That's
no,
perfect.
it was a good trade. It was a good trade.
Get anything you can for him. He obviously didn't live up to the expectations that we all hoped. He signed a big contract, so time to move on. Get some young prospects.
And I'm sure that you and Dick Monfort celebrated over the weekend because by unloading his contract, saved about $30 million for Dick Monfort. So, Dick Monfort just keeps winning. He just keeps winning, doesn't he? Just keeps winning.
Stacking W's.
Just stacking up W's. Okay. We are off and rolling. Of course, want to hear from you. RumbleSlot.com. Text line 303-713-1043. Bo Nix and Sean Payton talking over the weekend. Is it important that this team belongs to Bo? That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Man, look at that Return of the Old King, man. Oh, wow. Emotional.
King of the Hill is back.
They got a Bob's in the airport now. Oh, that's Boba.
World has changed, Dad.
Bobby wants to bring that new girl over for dinner.
The Vegas? What the hell am I supposed to feed her?
Can't we just put some grass in a bowl?
From Mike Judge and Greg Daniels.
Ready to make some memories, Dad?
Let's freaking go.
A Hulu original series, King of the Hill. Season premiere August 4th. Streaming on Hulu.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Comcast. Well, spring has sprung, and you know what that means. It's officially moving season. A time filled with hours of packing, unpacking, and so much bubble wrap. But the first thing you should do when moving is make sure the Wi-Fi is booming with Xfinity. It's super quick and easy to set up. Then, boom, you'll have your new home hooked up with the ultimate Wi-Fi experience faster than the time it takes to parallel park a moving truck. Then you'll be back online with the most reliable Wi-Fi and the best in-class equipment from Xfinity. So you can just kick back, relax, and stream your favorite movies and TV shows while someone else deals with all those boxes. Because with Xfinity, the only thing you'll have to worry about is remembering where you pack the remote. Make it right, make it easy, and move with Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com/move. Restrictions apply, not available in all areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi claim based on Open Signal Awards, USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Stoke here from my friends at Roller Auction, leader in Colorado auctions for over 40 years, and they got some great upcoming auctions. All you got to do is go to rollerauction.com to get logged in, to get signed up. It's free. It's easy. It's open to the public. The best part about it is you're going to get some great deals on great items. Who doesn't love auctions? Roller Auction always delivers. August 6th, and then at 9 o'clock in the morning, got a government fleet vehicle and equipment auction. It's always one of my favorites. Got SUVs, sedans, you got pickup trucks, you got vans, you got utility trucks, dump trucks, police vehicles, trailers. This thing is unbelievable, packed full of some great items that you're going to get great deals on. Also going down on Wednesday, August 6th is a City of Aurora impound vehicle auction. It's got SUVs, cars, trucks, 4x4s, a little bit of everything in that one. And then a really cool auction. If you're in the market for a school bus, guess what? Roller Auction has you covered. Ending Wednesday, August 6th at 3 o'clock, Cherry Creek School Bus Auction will be going down. This is what I love about Roller Auction. They always got cool, unique items you're going to get great deals on. Go see it all at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. Are you looking to replace your roof or have hail damage? Call your local trusted contractor at 5280 Exteriors. They've been around for nearly 20 years, servicing your roofing, siding, or window needs throughout Colorado. 5280exteriors.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Alongside a rugged, scruffy Brandon Stokley. Look at you.
Look at me. What do you mean?
What do you got? Training camp beard going on?
Why? This is my look.
I didn't realize you could grow facial hair like that.
Really? I always have.
You got that those boyish good looks of yours.
No,
very boyish. You got a very boyish face.
No, I just get lazy and I just don't shave. So, yeah, I mean that's. I kind of like the rough look every now and then.
You look rough. You look tough. Maybe because it's the first day in pads. Maybe you wanted to set a tone.
Set the tone. That's what you do.
Right.
That's what you do. That's how you walk in the locker room the first day of pads.
Set the tone. We got the first day of pads.
Believe in it.
Out here today, and we'll get a chance to watch Bo Nix continue on with this training camp in which he's been getting rave reviews for how calm he's looked, how confident he's looked, how in charge he has looked. And he spoke over the weekend. We got a lot of Bo sound, by the way, that we're going to share with you today. But shared over the weekend, the idea that maybe this is quickly becoming his team.
Well, I think most of it is the position, and then, I guess it's what is done after you get the position. So for me, I just want to continue to show these guys that I'm willing to work and find every which way we can to find wins, find every which way for me to get better. I know I got a lot of growth left, a lot to be done, but these guys are going to help me get there. And so we're just out here kind of sharpening each other, going best on best, and just finding ways to make each other better. And it's fun. Just being the quarterback of a team like this, it's what you live for. It's what you practice for, work for your whole time. And literally when I started lifting and training and getting ready for this football journey back in 6th, 7th grade.
There you go.
That was Maverick requesting a flyby. Wanted to buzz the tower. Is it important that your quarterback, that it be his team? Do you buy into that as a
I mean, it's nice
actual
when you have
football
it.
player? Do you buy into that idea?
I mean, I don't have to have that, but it's nice when you have it. That means you got something. That means, like Bo said, I mean, you got to play well, and all the other guys have to, respect you and follow you and listen to you. And so I think you have to be a good quarterback, obviously, and then you also have to be a good leader, and you have to, check all those other boxes. So, which it seems like Bo does. Do you have to have it? No, I don't want to say you have to have that coming from your quarterback, but is it nice to have it? That means, especially when you got a young guy like Bo, and you hear what these guys and how they respected him last year, and now you have another full off season to continue to work and build that up. So yeah, I think you have a chance every single year when that quarterback is that type of player.
Look, we make a big deal of it. Of course, we, fans, media, we make a big deal about the quarterback and who he is and what he is and how he plays and how he goes about his business. I guess I was just curious, you as a player that's out there trying to just take care of your business, are you constantly looking to see how your quarterback is handling this and handling that? And
no.
Are you taking your cues from him and that kind of thing? Because that's what I think of when I hear this talk about, well, okay, it's Bo's team now. I want to know how that translates to the players.
No, I mean, look, I'm worried about myself.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, I'm trying to do my job. But when you have a quarterback that's, I don't know, you say it's his team. What does that mean? It's like, okay, what's your game face? And what does that even mean? Do you have a game face? I mean, was your quarterback
no playoffs, no gift.
The face of your team? I just okay. I mean, what does that mean? I mean, is he the leader of your team, which is great, right? You definitely would like that to be the case, where he's a leader and the guys that look to lead them and those types of things. But eventually, I mean, you got to do your own thing. I'm out here, and I've had a wide range of quarterbacks. You go from the tippity top and Peyton Manning and how he went about his business and led the football team, and then you go to other guys that maybe just weren't quite as involved in that. But at the end of the day, man, I got a job to do, and I need to do my job. So I think it's just when you look at Peyton and just how he went about his business in the offseason and during the season, his work ethic, his attention to detail, those types of things, right? You don't even have to say anything. You just watch how he's going about his business, and you have to raise your game up. So I think, obviously when you have someone like that, it impacts the rest of the football team.
Sean Payton talking to the NFL Network on Saturday as far as Bo and how he reacts and the respect that he has gained from his teammate. Yeah, Sean definitely sees it.
The leadership skill set, I think, comes at that position, and he's comfortable with that. And when you're a young player, then it's just about proving yourself. But, in other words, the locker room is waiting for you to lead, waiting for you to excel. And when you prove that you can play, they latch on to that. And I think it happened for him last year.
So Sean's saying that you guys are looking and watching and testing and reacting and judging to see if this guy's doing what's necessary to take over a team.
Well, I mean, look, a quarterback is a tough position to play. The guy's got a lot of stuff going on. But you got to go out there and do it on the field. And Bo was able to do that last year. So, he's the guy calling the plays. He's the guy making the decisions. He's the guy that has to decide where to throw the football. So, again, I mean, Look, I got my own business to take care of, right? So, like, yeah, I mean, does quarterback, does that mean he's a rah-rah guy? I mean, what is he doing? How is he leading us on the football field? I really don't need anyone to lead me on the football field when I'm out there playing in a game. You know, it's all the other stuff. It's how you handle your meetings and your workouts and practices and those types of things for me where you can really see an impact like that. Now, hey, when things are going bad during game, do you need guys to, quarterback to try to rally guys and get them going? Sure. But look, like I said, I got enough to worry about and trying to do my job at a high level.
First day of pads out here later on today. We'll have another 800 fans, lucky fans. Hopefully you're one of them coming out to watch practice later today. We'll have you covered throughout the course of the day, of course, with Dover and Cecil out here right after we are done. Coming up next, I felt like Bo was talking directly to my guy, Brandon Stokley.
To me.
Trying to ease some of the concerns you had about something that developed last week. We'll hear that. And also, Deion Sanders.
You talking about Tom?
Talk about Tom.
You talking about Tom?
We're taking it to the house. And Deion Sanders today will be talking to the media with his medical team. What does that mean? What's in store from Coach Prime?
That's not good.
Well, I'm going to tell you not to worry about it.
Okay.
And I'll tell you why next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Well, guys, if those little blue pills just aren't working, if erectile dysfunction is messing with your confidence and putting way too much stress on your relationship, time to make the jump to the big leagues and schedule a consult with my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. It's almost a given that better medical practice generally leads to better outcomes for patients. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic practices better medicine, which is why they are the leader in treating men's sexual issues here in Colorado. I've been helped for low testosterone by the people at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can tell you firsthand, not only are they experts, boy, they know their stuff, but they're incredibly caring and compassionate, knowing, hey, that this is a sensitive issue you're dealing with and a big step that you're taking. He has not put it off any longer. It's amazing to me, but on average, men wait over a year or more before doing something about their ED. Let's get it started today. Perfect thing to kick off your week. Schedule a consult, just $99, includes a blood, T, and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose does not work in the office, your visit is free. 5 locations around Denver to better serve you, including Fort Collins and Colorado Springs. Call them again today, 720-440-7900 and at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with AutoPay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 in monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Buying an investment property should be simple, right? Find a place that cash flows, make your down payment. But then comes the part every investor dreads, getting a loan. You know what happens next. You hand over your tax returns loaded with write-offs and smart CPA magic, but the bank looks at you like, oh, you're one of those people. Traditional lenders don't get you, but we do. At Cake, we specialize in DSCR loans. DSCR means debt service coverage ratio. Simply said, if rent covers or almost covers the mortgage, we can probably get you funded and you won't need to explain yourself to a loan officer who's never filed a Schedule C. Start building your real estate legacy today. Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE right now. Or visit cakehome.com to learn why life's better with Cake.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
First day in pads coming up later on this morning, and we'll have you covered throughout the course of the morning. Mark will be here right at 8 o'clock. Look forward to that as we settle in for our second week here at training camp.
Full week this week. Yep. We just got the tail end last week. So, looking forward to watching and evaluating full week of practice. I couldn't help but notice I was pulling up this morning that you were here. And I
beat you here, yeah.
You did.
Rare.
And I was getting kind of nervous that, I'm like, are we out here today? You know how your mind starts playing tricks on you. And I'm like, I thought I saw we were, but am I 100% sure? No, I'm not. And I was looking at the clock, and I said, you know what? I mean, if I go park and walk here, and we're not here, I'm late. There's no way I'm be able to make it to the studio. So I was nervous about that. Then I saw you walking. I was like, oh, there's Evans. But, like, you walk, you take the long route, all on concrete. Do you not want to get your shoes dirty? Are you still scared of, like, is it the snake?
Snake Alley. So where we parked last year, where we were set up last year across the street outside here, and Richie Carney did a great job of setting up our fan zone over there, and he, cut it all down, mowed it all down.
Look good.
But it's all grown back up again.
It has.
Except for about a 40-foot long and maybe 15 feet wide mowed swath of grass that runs right along the building, our friends over there at Ting. And it would be much quicker for me to just go that way. Point A to point B, shortest distance, right? But it was getting light, but it wasn't totally light yet.
Right.
And I know it's a short walk across that grass, but Snake Alley, Man, I told you before during our daily top 5 during the summer, I don't like snakes. One of my 2 biggest fears. And so I go the roundabout way. I had like at least another 6-7 minutes to my walk.
You do.
Just going around the sidewalk. Nope, don't like the snake. You of course, Louisiana born and bred. Man, I mean, you eat those things for lunch, so literally. So you just walk right through there.
Plow straight through.
Go
there.
ahead, snakes. Give me your best shot.
Whatever. I got it. Yeah, I don't know, but sometimes as long as you have time, it's actually when it's a nice morning, it's kind of good to wake up, take the stroll around, couple extra steps to get going in the morning. So, but I thought that was curious. You don't just go straight ahead; that you actually go around. And I didn't realize that you were. Are you that scared of snakes?
I don't
or are
like
you
snakes,
just,
Stoke. I don't like snakes.
If you can avoid it, risk reward, right?
And you should respect that.
I do. I was just curious.
You're a big risk-reward guy.
Absolutely.
The key will be there will be a morning here. I guarantee you that I'll be running a little bit late.
Yep.
And I'll have to just judge. I either suck it up and plow through Snake Alley, or I'm late for about 2 minutes and you start the show.
Yeah, what? No, you can't do that.
If that's the case, I guarantee you he'll say, call me if that's happening. I'll piggyback you across Snake Alley.
Yes, right.
I'll carry you through.
Get on my back.
Hop on my back.
It's
Brandon Stokley.
I think you're gonna have to go straight through it. I think you have to. I hope it happens.
Oh, see, you would. You want me to.
I want to see.
You
what
want me
you're
to
gonna
face
do.
my fears.
And because guess what? If you do it once, now you're gonna be like, I can do it.
Right. Right.
Actually, it's not that bad.
Yeah. Well, you know what? That's what people say about jumping out of airplanes, Stoke. Once you do it once, it's great. You want to do it again.
No.
You want to take you want to follow my lead? You want to follow my lead on that one? Huh?
No.
Let's do that. Huh?
No.
We'll jump tandem.
Tandem?
Yeah.
You're my instructor?
Then I really will be on your back.
Yeah.
All the way down.
We'll be going straight head
Straight
first. Head first.
Bo Nix yesterday, or Saturday, excuse me, I think he was talking directly to my man Stoke here. Stoke was all worried when Sean Payton said that Bo's worked out with Tom House, noted throwing guru to the NFL quarterbacks. And Stoke was worried about, you're messing with too much. Don't worry. Okay. Bo Nix says it's all okay, Stoke.
Well, we go back every offseason. We look at what we can get better at, and so we just want to tighten a few things up and get even more efficient and whatever we can do. At this point, it's tough to make big strides, so we want to find all the little things that we can that may make a difference.
See?
Perfect. Okay.
What did I tell you?
Okay.
Just a tweak here,
right.
a polish there. You're worried. Too much worry.
I was a little bit concerned there that you'd start tinkering too much here, but it sounds like he has worked with him before. Also, so this wasn't just all of a sudden, hey, let me go see Tom House after my rookie year because all these other NFL quarterbacks see him. So I like that they built up a relationship there. They've worked together in the past. Perfect. Clean up a couple things. No major changes here. All right, I feel much better.
You're good?
I'm good. Whoop. I'm good. All good.
Crisis averted?
Yes.
All right. Very good. Speaking of possible crisis. Later on today, Deion Sanders is going to speak with the media as the Buffs kick off fall practice with his medical team. We got that announcement over the weekend that Deion would be speaking today with his medical team. And we know that Deion's had some issues with his health this offseason. And I will not lie to you, my first thought was, is he going to come out and say he needs to step down because of medical issues? Or he's going to have to, cut back on his schedule because of medical issues. Then I thought about it some more. You know what I think this is? I think this is all part of the Deion show. Literally. So in 2026, Netflix is dropping a 3-part series on Deion Sanders. It's going to be called Primetime. And it's already being filmed now, being put together now, and it's going to be what you'd expect, an inside look at Deion Sanders' life and how he went from Deion Sanders to Prime Time to Coach Prime and all the things in between. And I think what you're going to see today is this is going to be part of that docuseries. And so this is not only to give us an update, which we've all been, I think, curious about, but I think it's also part of the show.
So it's all about the brand. This is all about the TV show.
I think that's what this is.
For content.
Yes.
Really?
That's what I think it is.
Wow. Okay. Well, I hope you're right, because I originally thought, just like you, that when he said that he's going to be doing a press conference with his medical team, that he might be stepping down.
You don't believe?
And I mean, that's where my mind went right away.
Yeah.
So I hope that's not the case, obviously, and hopefully everything is okay and he doesn't have to take a leave of absence or step down or anything like that. Evans, you're telling me you think it's for content. Okay, I hope you're right, but I'm still concerned. I'm still concerned that he might have to either step down or maybe take a step back when it comes to the amount of time that he puts in.
Well, those Netflix cameras, I think, will be rolling. I think it'll become pretty apparent that this is what it is. It will serve two purposes. I'm not trying to be critical here of Dion, saying that this is all about PR. I think he's going to give us some information. I think his medical team's going to give us some information about what's been going on, because there has been sort of that veil of secrecy, or what exactly is going on. And
why now?
I suspect, because it's the start of fall camp.
I know, but why didn't he do it during the big 12 media day? When he was asked about it, he's like, he didn't want to talk about it then, but now he wants to talk about it now.
It's a fair point. Yeah, maybe he just wanted to do
it for the cameras. That's what I'm asking
you could have the cameras down there at Big 12 Media Days. I'm sure they were there at Big 12 Media Days. Maybe this was just with the idea that maybe it's more symbolic. Hey, it's the start of camp. It's the start of the season, really, and I'm here, and I'm going to be here. But let me tell you what's going on.
Okay.
I
hope you're right.
I hope I'm right, too. I think I'm going to be right. Coming up next, Sean Payton talks about what the key to this Broncos season is going to be. He actually put a distinctive, this is it. This is what we have to be able to do. You'll hear that. Plus, Aaron Rodgers responding to Terry Bradshaw, saying that Rodgers, quote, needs to eat bark. Rodgers' response to Terry coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Well, plumbing problems are never fun, but I find them extra aggravating in the summer. I was away this weekend with the family, came home, but everything was nice and quiet and, most importantly, dry. Oh, I went through a water leak when I was away, and that caused a lot of headaches, a lot of damage, a lot of money, but never any more, which is because I am backed up by Copperhead Plumbing. I have been made safe by Copperhead Plumbing. They've been serving Colorado since 2007. And I highly recommend the Mow and Flow Smart Water Shutoff System. Monitors your entire home's water usage in real time right from your phone. So whether you're on vacation or at work, you'll get notified of leaks the moment they happen. Trust me when I tell you, it was in Grand Lake this weekend. Have that valuable peace of mind that everything at home is safe and dry. That loud bang when your sprinkler switches zones, it's more than annoying. It could be damaging your pipes. Copperhead Plumbing specializes in diagnosing and solving water hammer issues. So whatever your needs are, commercial or residential, emergency services or routine maintenance, reach out to my friends at Copperhead Plumbing. Avoid the fall scheduling crunch. Call now, 303-552-3491 and at CopperheadPlumbingInc.com. They plumb different. They plumb custom.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
If you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatments or in-center care. It's never been easier to get started on TRT right now. The T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com and make an appointment today.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, it's Zach By here. I want to make sure you know about Step Denver, a residential peer recovery program right here in the ballpark neighborhood. Step Denver helps men recover, learn how to stay sober, and put the pieces of their lives back together. There is no cost. They don't bill insurance or Medicaid, so men can get into the program the same day. I'm talking to the men out there, or maybe a friend or family member who is struggling with addiction. Step residents work full-time jobs and put the tools they're learning into play daily, building a solid foundation and savings before leaving the program. I've met men who've been through Step Denver, and I can tell you it works. Step Denver's program of sobriety, work, accountability, and community is a proven formula that leads to long-term outcomes that double the national average. Their staff have walked the same hard road to recovery. They've been there. They know what it's like, and they know what it takes. Are you ready for help? Visit stepdenver.org for more info. You want to help? Step takes no government funding and relies on private donations. You can be part of the solution at stepdenver.org. The door to a better life is open.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
First day of pads out here today as the acclimation ramp-up process is done with. It's time to start getting closer to real football, and we'll be witnessing that out here today. Sean Payton over the weekend. I always love, Stoke, when Sean does national media, especially TV. I feel like we get more real, honest Sean than we do at his press conferences, where he tends to be a little bit more businesslike
Play better.
and a little bit snarky, as you'll hear coming up a little bit as well. But when he gets on, especially when he's doing TV, maybe it's the TV guy in him. He did the 1 year with Fox while he was taking the year off, that he maybe feels like he has to give a little bit more content, a little bit more stuff, a little bit more transparency when he's talking to the TV guys. So he was talking to the NFL Network, and he was asked what he thinks this season's all about, the optimism surrounding this season, and really what he feels will be the key to this Broncos season.
We're going to have tough games, and the season's too long, and those teams that kind of can survive those stretches and tune out some of the potential distractions, and that's harder to do today. We're covered so well, and there's so many people that enjoy our product, and yet having that mental fortitude and toughness to put it behind you, and sometimes that's easier said than done.
He played on a lot of good teams. Is his handling those bumps as maybe infrequent as they are? Is that how you know that you're transitioning into a winning program, where you don't let the inevitable speed bumps linger to the point where they really become a problem and can really lead to slumps and really destroy a season?
Yeah, I think so. I think that's obviously a big deal. How do you handle adversity? How do you handle the down moments? Are you able to bounce back and kind of put it behind you and move on? But also the good ones too. Like, you get on a little bit of a streak. How do you handle those? And that's what we saw last year with the Broncos. They handled those situations at a high level, and they were able to overcome the 0-2 start and going 2 games on the road, and they beat the Bucs and beat the Jets. So and then everybody's patting them on the back, telling them how good they were, and they showed that they could handle that also. So I think Sean does a good job of that. You never want to, that's what you say. It's always like coach speak. You don't want to get too high. You don't want to get too low. You want to just stay the course. I'm just focused on this next week, right? And I think if you have that approach, that's the best approach to have, because you're going to have times throughout the course of the season where it's not good. Something happens, you have a 2-game, 3-game losing streak. Are you able to put that behind you and move on from it and overcome those mistakes that were made and figure them out and not all of a sudden think that you are a bad football team?
The big thing for me is it's funny because I think this team has shown over the last 2 years, they've shown an ability to handle slow starts. 0-3 2 years ago, bottoming out with that 70-20 loss to Miami. They rally and end up going 8-6 the rest of the season. We know about last year. They lose the first 2 games of the season, and they of course come back on to win 10 games and go to the playoffs. So, boy, just get off to a fast start this season. I know you guys mock me because I talk about opening week as being a must-win, but come on. When you're playing the Tennessee Titans at home with a rookie quarterback, and you've got Sean talking about the importance of getting off to a fast start, will you at least give that to me? You got to win that game. If I, you, and everybody out there in Broncos country wants to really believe that this team is ready to go to the next level, you got to win week 1, right? Come on, give it to me, Stoke.
No, I'm not. I can't go there, Mike, right now. We can't do that in week 1, even though I know what you're talking about. Titans are a bad football team. You're playing them at home. That's one that you got to get, but you can still figure it out if you're the Broncos, and they've shown that they have that capability. So, you can't go 0-2 this year. You just can't start 0-2. You got the Titans at home, then you go to Indy to play the Colts. They don't project to be a great football team. So you need to get off to a fast start this year. You're absolutely right, and you can tell they've talked about it. I mean, Sean has talked about it, getting off to a fast start this year, and then the way the schedule's lined up. Yeah, I mean, but I'm not going to say, hey, if you don't win this game, you're not going to be able to bounce back.
No,
from it.
I know, but for all the good vibes that are out here, and it is just like Camp Good Vibe out here, you got to pay that off with immediate results right away. You really do.
Yeah, okay, what happens if you lose the first one, you win the next 2?
Well, no, if you lose the first one, I'm going to start to panic.
Okay.
I will panic, and you will panic too. I know you will. You will panic. He won't panic because he's always cool as ice. Coming up next, we'll reset what's going on out here, including, the tough luck Drew Sanders. Just cannot catch a break. And as promised, Aaron Rodgers, as only Aaron Rodgers can be, answering criticism from another former Steeler great in Terry Bradshaw. You'll hear all of that. An emotional Nikola Jokic. Why was he crying this weekend? We'll tell you all about it next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my legs give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Okay, for my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Fellas, summer, it's here. This is the time you should feel your best, rested, sharp, full of energy. But if you feel like you're missing a gear lately, low testosterone might be to blame. That's where my friends over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic can come in and help you out. Most men wait a year or longer to get help. Fellas, stop procrastinating. Jeff and his team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they'll get you taken care of. Life's too short to not feel great, not have energy. And fellas, did you know early to your mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every year, and it happens gradually. And before you know it, you just don't feel like the same person you did in your 20s or early 30s. Like I said, start taking your health seriously. Pick up the phone and call my friends at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, 720-440-7900. They've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade, and they successfully have treated tens of thousands of men. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or you can find them online at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Will you ever really love your bank as much as, say, warm chocolate chip cookies fresh out of the oven with a cold glass of milk? Maybe not. But that won't stop us from trying. At First Bank, we want stepping into a branch to feel the same way, with easy solutions that fit your needs from people who actually care. We're calling it as good as chocolate chip cookies fresh out of the oven with a cold glass of milk banking. Or maybe just feel good banking. Experience it today at efirstbank.com. First Bank, banking for good. Member FDIC.
This Saturday, August 2nd, downtown Littleton hosts Colorado's coolest bike race, the Audi Denver Littleton Twilight Criterium and Arts Festival. Watch top pros and amateurs race through the streets or sign up to ride, whether you're a seasoned racer or brand new to the sport. There are family cruiser rides, kids activities, and fun for all ages. Plus live music, great food, and a local arts and crafts fair. It's free to attend in just minutes from Denver. Go to littletoncrit.com for details and registration.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Done right, did right by me. We've heard those words before. Hi, Dan Cicchini. For kitchens done right, our forte is custom kitchens. But also, ever since we started back in '85, kitchen cabinet refacing and custom countertops. With our unique refacing process, you'll get a brand new looking kitchen without the mess, hassle, time, and expense of total kitchen replacement. How's it done, Todd?
Folks, we'll install custom hand-rubbed cabinet doors and drawer fronts and resurface your existing cabinet boxes with a 1/4-inch thick overlay to match, not veneer. We offer additional cabinets, cabinet changes, sliding shelves, and new drawers. Countertops in quartz, granite, solid surface, or the stunning new laminate. Dad, the folks should call now. Why?
Well, Todd, great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details. Kitchens, baths, counters, and floors, finished basements, and windows and doors. Done right. You have our word. We'll treat you right at Done Right. DRHI.com, 303-722-2295, or 800-362-8370.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
At Progressive, we understand the bond you have with your boat. It's why people name theirs.
I named my boat Sure Don't. Get it? The other day when my friend said, "Hey Larry, you want to head back in? It looks like it might rain." I said, "Sure don't." I guess they didn't get it because they didn't laugh.
Whatever you call your boat, protect it by insuring it with Progressive, America's #1 boat insurer. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. #1 rating based on boat market share data from refilings.com.
Whether you're building a single roof or a successful roofing business, roofing contractors like you need the right tools for the job, and software is no exception. Service Titan is on a mission to be the most powerful software platform for the trades, with purpose-built technology proven to maximize revenue, streamline operations, and deliver 5-star customer experiences. We are taking roofing companies like yours to the next level and beyond. Service Titan. We are built for this. See what we can do for roofers at servicetitan.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan's brought to you by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest equipment.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, good Monday morning to you as we are live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Full week number 2 of training camp coming up, and this one's going to be a big one today. Always look forward to it. First day in pads. That ramp-up acclimation period is over. It is into pads today, so we start to get some real football evaluation. Not that we couldn't get any real evaluation last week, because I know that because I was standing next to Brandon Stokley during one of the practices last week, and I was making idle chit-chat with another reporter to the left of me, and Stoke was getting very annoyed because I wasn't taking my football viewing seriously. So apparently what was going on last week was serious enough that you got snippy with me.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to focus and, do my job, and, you're playing, tug-a-man over there with another reporter. It was very distracting. Very distracting.
Okay.
So, no, I do. I think obviously you can get some good information without the pads on. It's fine. But now this is real football. I mean, this is where you can start seeing a little bit more from the running backs. This is where you can start seeing a little bit more from the offensive and defensive line also. Guys that are hitting every single play. So, usually the intensity on a day like this just takes gets taken up a notch.
Hey, quick note, want to pass along. One of our great listeners out there just sharing for all you other commuters. Apparently, northbound I-25 is a parking lot right now over by I-25 and 76, the 270 area. Apparently, a car was flipped over upside down on fire over the guardrail, and 2 right lanes were shut down. People just sitting there in traffic. So if you're heading northbound on I-25, maybe try to look for a different route if you can. So thank you very much for that heads up from one of our great listeners. Appreciate that. Something we've seen now, and we just watched it take place here. We saw it last week as well. One of the first player out here is Brandon Jones, the starting safety. And he is what he's done the last couple of practices. He's out here just in shorts and a T-shirt and barefoot, and he's just going around the field barefoot. Light jog, walking,
doing some stretching, some calisthenics,
but doing it barefoot.
Yeah.
Kind of like, I guess, just trying to kind of get a little zen, getting one with the field as he gets ready to head out there later today.
Yeah, I've never seen anything like that. I don't know, because they don't practice here until 10 o'clock. That right around 10 o'clock. So you're looking at 7 o'clock and getting I don't know what you want to call it, a little routine that he does, and with no shoes on, like you said, Mike. And hey, to each their own. However you need to get ready and try to keep your body, I guess, healthy, and maybe that's something that makes him feel better if he gets a little light sweat in before you start your meetings for the day.
Well, it makes a lot more sense here in late July on what will be a 95-degree day walking around barefoot on the grass than when Mac Hollins does it for the Buffalo Bills, walking in barefoot in the middle of January to a game. So he's not with Buffalo anymore, but, we saw those pictures of him walking barefoot into the Bills Stadium.
Yeah, that's definitely true. I don't think Brandon Jones is going to be doing that.
I don't think so either. But doing it today, so just sharing a little bit of what's going on here early in the morning. Otherwise, it's just birds just kind of walking across the field, but a little bit of activity out here. But it will be popping here later with pads. Drew Sanders will not be part of practice today. Tough break again for the former third-round pick. This was supposed to be, potentially a real breakout season, slotted as a backup to Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw. But, we know Vance Joseph well enough that, he can find different ways to use you if you're ready to go out and contribute. It looked like Sanders was set to do that. Instead, after having the Achilles tendon injury last year, he suffers another foot injury on Saturday. He's going to be out for, quote, a significant amount of time, think months, not weeks. And, just another tough break for a guy that when you're drafted in the third round, Stoke, it's with the idea that at some point they think you're going to be a starter for this football team. And his timeline has been delayed yet again.
Yeah, that's a bummer. You feel bad for him. Can't catch a break. Trying to bounce back from that Achilles injury last year, and already in training camp, he's going to be out extended period of time. And like you say, when I hear extended period of time, I'm thinking, well, that's going to be months, not weeks. And I mean, I'm kind of expecting the next news we hear about him is he had surgery.
Yeah.
And he's out 3 to 4 months or maybe for the year, But yeah, it's a shame. I mean, that's a guy that's a good special teams player. You got to remember that. And provides you a lot of depth at the inside linebacker position. And oh, by the way, both inside linebackers have been banged up. Alex Singleton last year with ACL. Dre Greenlaw still trying to recover from that Achilles injury that he had a couple years ago. So we can't forget those guys haven't been the most healthy the last 2 years. So you lose a good depth piece and a guy that you were really hoping to pop this year. Like you said, he's the third-round pick. He's going into his third year. You were hoping that he would provide something for you. And, we'll see what the timeline will be. Hopefully we get good news on him at some point, but I'm really not expecting that.
Tough break. I think after having watched the Gabe Landeskog documentary, and you just got, as a regular fan, we got a real glimpse into what it's like behind the scenes when you're dealing with these injuries and, the setbacks and those days where it just feels real dark and you just wonder whether or not you're going to be able to come back. That physical and mental toll that trying to come back from injuries, what it does for a person. And for Drew Sanders, who has to go through it again, feel bad for the kid. So wish him the best. Did you see over the weekend Nikola Jokic crying?
I did. I saw that.
That was awesome. So we know how he feels about his horses, and one of his horses won a race in Serbia, and it was awesome. As the race was going on, Jokic couldn't watch. And then when his horse won, he was just covering his face in tears. He ran out onto the track and, started hugging the jockey and patting the horse. And I'm thinking to myself, winning a horse race in Serbia is more emotional for our guy than winning the NBA championship. It just is.
Yeah, he was fired up. He even popped open a big bottle of champagne and started pouring it over I don't know, everyone's heads.
Yeah.
And then he poured it on himself.
Yep.
So, yeah, you could tell he was emotional. Certainly he loves his horses. And that was really cool to see, though. He was fired up, It's because we don't see that emotion from him a lot on the basketball court. We just don't see it. But getting a chance to see it with his horse winning that race was really cool.
I immediately heard some people, this just proves he doesn't really care about basketball that much, and don't be surprised if he walks away early. Enough. All right, stop it, okay? There's one thing is his job, which he definitely puts a lot of pride into and takes very seriously, and we've seen his emotion connected to the Nuggets and basketball ramp up both positively and negatively over the last couple of years. So I don't question his commitment to the Nuggets and to basketball, but we all have passions in life, and you can tell this is a passion for him, and it's something he takes real seriously, cares a lot about. So I say good for him. Good for him.
Yeah, no, I think that's awesome. I mean, you can't compare something that you do outside of your job and the emotions of that to what you do during your job, for your job. So I'm not reading anything into that, but except that he loves his horses, and he was fired up to get that win.
He was fired up. And finally, some good audio this weekend. Aaron Rodgers, the guy who could have been a Bronco, according to Mark Schlereth and his sources that I'll never give up. I'll take it to my grave. But I don't know if you remember when he signed with the Steelers.
Bad source.
Terry Bradshaw, who's really starting to get more and more like your crazy.
You think it's a good source? It was a bad source.
It was a great source. He's starting to act more and more like your crazy uncle. When Bradshaw said that saw that Aaron Rodgers was going to Pittsburgh, he said, quote, "Stay in California, chew on bark, and whisper to the gods." Ty, do we have time to play that? No? Oh, I just got a very emphatic no from Ty. All right, well, I'll tell you what. We'll play it coming right up. Okay, here's what Rodgers had to say to Terry Bradshaw, saying, "Stay in California, chew on bark, whisper to the gods." We'll have that for you. And early return, Stoke, on the guy that I think is going to be the Broncos' breakout star this year. Already I'm hearing positive things. I'm feeling good about it. Tell you who that is and what people are saying about him next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
If hip or knee pain is slowing you down, turn to Colorado Joint Replacement, home to some of the state's top trained surgeons. With 4 convenient locations in Denver, Lone Tree, Littleton, and Cheyenne, Wyoming, they specialize exclusively in joint replacements, using the latest technology and highest performing implants to deliver better outcomes and faster recovery. You'll receive expert, compassionate care and a personalized surgical plan to get you moving again. Visit coloradojoint.org to schedule your appointment today. That's coloradojoint.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Hey, Stoke here for my friends at Trajan Wealth. Let's be honest, retirement planning isn't one size fits all, right? Your goals, your lifestyle, your risk tolerance, they're unique to you. That's why Trajan Wealth takes a personalized approach. Their fiduciary advisors have the hearts of teachers and decades of experience in financial services. They'll help you understand your options and build a strategy that's tailored to your future. Whether you're looking to protect your wealth, grow it, or just make sense of your old 401k. Trajan Wealth is here to help. And with complimentary consultations, there's no reason to wait. Offices in Broomfield, Greenwood Village, and Loveland make it easy to meet in person, or you can schedule a virtual appointment. Call my friends at Trajan Wealth today. 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300. Or you can find them online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor, paid advertisement.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
We're definitely going to be late for kickoff. We should be at the game by now.
I'm just taking a little detour. I've got to fill up my gas tank, and I know this place a couple of towns over where the gas is cheaper.
Are you serious? We missed tailgating because you're driving out of the way for cheaper gas. Just use Upside.
What's Upside?
Upside is the free cashback app that gets you real cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait, I can get cash back just for buying the gas I need anyway?
Yes, I use it all the time, and I made around $200. Now pull over so you can download the Upside app before we miss the whole first quarter.
Football fans, download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code SEASON25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or as a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code SEASON25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus. That's code SEASON25.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
In the clubhouse for the lead text of the day, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. Commenting on how Broncos safety Brandon Jones, the first player out here, was just walking barefoot around the field. It's called grounding, Stoke. It's called grounding. You know, you become one with the earth. It's supposed to help center you, I guess, something like that.
To each their own.
Something very Zen-like. But somebody
I can promise you I never did that.
I don't think that you don't strike me as somebody who would walk barefoot around the field grounding. But somebody sent in a text saying, Stoke, it's not surprising that Evans is fascinated by Brandon Jones walking around bare feet. After all, he loves to brag about how beautiful his feet are.
That is true.
Good point.
That is very true.
You know, those of us who have Beautiful feet, very soft, very supple skin, very almost like a baby skin. My feet, and so game recognizes game.
Please stop.
Let's talk about Terry Bradshaw.
I just love making you uncomfortable. Speaking of uncomfortable, Terry Bradshaw has become more and more uncomfortable as he gets a little bit older and kookier, and very much like your crazy Uncle Terry type thing. Anyway, when Terry Bradshaw, the former Steeler great, 4-time Super Bowl champion, when Aaron Rodgers became a Steeler, Bradshaw was not impressed. He said of Aaron Rodgers, quote, "Stay in California, chew on bark, and whisper to the gods." Well, Aaron Rodgers, talking to the NFL Network's Kyle Brandt, had a response to the Steeler legend.
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, then we'd have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s and Bart Starr in the 60s and Lombardi and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady, we're standing on the backs of those guys, and it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
That was good. That was really good.
The only problem with that, he did not mention Payton, but that's okay. That's okay. Left him out.
Yeah, all good. But I thought that was a really good answer by Aaron Rodgers. Obviously, you're going to Pittsburgh. You're probably going to be there a year, maybe 2. And Terry Bradshaw's a legend. So what do? You take a step back and say, hey, and you try to take the high road, which that's what he did. And I thought he nailed it. I think that's the right approach if you're Aaron Rodgers. You don't want to get in a back and forth with Terry Bradshaw in Pittsburgh, right? I mean, and I think you kind of framed it perfectly, Mike, when you say he's like your crazy uncle.
Yeah.
I mean, that's who Terry is. I mean, at a certain point, Terry probably should just keep his mouth shut and kind of be supportive. And if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything at all.
He's an idiot and a fool.
Have you heard that saying before?
I have heard that. I've heard that said to me many times.
Yes, exactly. So that's the way I view it. I mean, come on, Terry, what are you doing? But I thought it was a great response from Aaron Rodgers.
All right. And further proof that had Aaron come here that night when Mark Schlereth had the impeccable source.
Stunk.
It would have worked out well.
I can't believe you set him up like that.
I have no doubt it would have worked out very, very well.
I can't believe you set him up like that.
Set him up like how?
You set him up because you're the one that told him to go with it.
Yes.
And it backfired in a major way.
Thanks a lot,
And
Mike.
it didn't work out. And he didn't want to do that. He didn't want to go out and say that.
Yeah, he did.
No, he didn't. And you
pushed
pushed him.
Why would he have called me?
He called you just to give you the info because he's a good friend. And then you said you pushed him to put the news out there.
He calls me.
Maybe Mike Evans isn't that nice of a guy.
He calls me
I agree,
during
Richie.
our draft night coverage to tell me what he's hearing. And I'm supposed to just take that as, hey, gee, thanks, Mark.
Yes.
And then go
We'll see if it happens.
Sit by myself with it? He's telling me that a trade between the Broncos and Packers for Aaron Rodgers is imminent, and I'm supposed to just tell him to sit on it? No.
Imminent.
It was imminent.
Yeah, well.
It was going to happen. Hey,
no,
when the Broncos
apparently it wasn't.
until the Packers right at that last minute got cold feet.
Well,
Anyway,
exactly.
all
So
right.
it wasn't that imminent. But
I
I'm
mean-
just saying now I'm very guarded. If I have anything and you tell me to do something a certain way, I'm going to be very guarded,
Very
and I will
guarded.
probably go the opposite of what you say.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Well, then are you going to go the opposite when I say that I believe Troy Franklin in year 2 could be the biggest Bronco improved player this season. I know that the first season was rocky. Heck, a year ago at this time, he was in the early stages of a camp where we all agreed if he had not been a fourth-round pick, he probably would have been cut. It was that bad of a camp. But I think that Troy Franklin could be the breakout player for the Broncos this year. Their MOP, most improved player this year could be Troy Franklin, and Bo Nix actually might agree with me because he likes what he's seen in the early going from his former Oregon teammate.
I think he's confident. I think he's, along with a lot of those guys, we got a lot of younger receivers that are in their first, second, third year, and they look good this year. They look confident. A couple of them have had a few years now in the system. For a guy like Troy, he's not thinking as much anymore. He's like me. I mean, when you go through the first year, you just get kind of drowned in install and new technique and new fundamentals, new coaches telling you different things. It can be really hard and it can be challenging. It's not as easy as just go out there and getting open most of the time, which is what his natural gift is. But now I feel like he can take what he knows and he can go out there and naturally get open. And I'm getting a little bit more of, hey, I'm open, throw me the ball, and that's usually a good thing from guys like that who don't usually do that. So I know he's confident right now and he's practiced really well so far, and I'm just excited to see him back doing what he does. I think the transition from 11 from 16 is good for him. It looks better. I think he's just more natural and he feels more comfortable. He's a lot more confident. That's just what usually happens from year 1 to year 2.
All right. I mean, I know it's early.
Yeah.
But that's the kind of endorsement I needed just to feel good about my my pick.
I like that. Hopefully he ends up being that guy. I mean, that would be a big boost for him. Obviously, if you have a fourth-round pick going into his second year, really pop. And to go back to train, you're right. He had a bad camp last year, but I thought there was a lot of positives during the season. The bar for me, expectations for me were really low for Troy Franklin after the camp that we saw him have. And then you saw him get out on the football field, and was it perfect? No. Did he have a couple drops there? Yeah, he did. But he also made some plays, and I think you could build off of that. And to Bo's point, you're going into year 2, you should be more comfortable. The game will slow down for you a lot. I mean, the offense. You're not worrying about learning the playbook and all those things. So he should be in a much better spot this training camp than what he was in last year. People acted like he was a first-round pick. I mean, they acted like it was Jerry Jeudy. Like we took him in the first round. I mean, that seemed like it was an expectation surrounding Troy Franklin. So I thought the expectations were unfair to start with. And overall, if you take a step back and realize fourth-round draft pick, the impact that he had last year, clean up a couple things, and he could be that guy. And if he is, Mike, I mean, that would be huge for this offense.
Well, that is good to hear, and we'll hear a lot more from Bo and Sean Payton. Sean with I thought a revealing comment over the weekend about the sharing some of the optimism that he's feeling about this year's team. You'll hear about that from Sean coming up. How is Bo Nix going to avoid the dreaded sophomore slump? He took that topic on directly on Saturday. You'll hear from Bo, and we'll get into what's trending, including Deion Sanders and his medical team talking to the media today as the Bucs kick off their fall camp, ramp up to the season. What's the significance of Deion bringing his doctors with him to talk to the media later today? We have some theories on that. We'll share that with you coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Back east last week, oh my guys, Burnsy, Mole, Hef, the hair guys, not good, not going well. You need to reach out to Dr. Tanya Pauls and my friends at Advanced Hair Restoration because they will take care of that hair that you're losing, just like they helped me 20 years ago as part of Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. It's on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation today. Get all the exciting details today and find out what I did 20 years ago, that their simple one-day FUE treatment, it's my hair, my own hair, started to grow the very next day, came in exactly as Dr. Tanya Pauls told me it would, and continues to grow today 20 years later. It isn't magic. It's not some gimmick. This really could be a game changer for you, and all you have to do is commit to a free consultation. The summer sales event on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation today. Call 720-459-HAIR and at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Penn Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Penn Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
If you've been hurt in a car crash or on the job, don't just hope for help, demand results. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective representation fighting to get you more. Call 844-POSTMAN for a free case evaluation. It's free to get started. You pay nothing unless we win for you. Others promise. Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems. Listen carefully. If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, U.S. Tax Shield can help you take back control. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Our team of tax attorneys can stop collections and get you protected. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the BBB, so call 800-494-6139. U.S. Tax Shield, 800-494-6139.
You've probably heard of speed dating, but what if there was something similar for hiring, especially if you're running a growing business? There is Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. You can post your job today and talk to interested qualified candidates tomorrow. Simply select a time, and Zip Intro finds and schedules qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you'd like to connect with and meet and greet people through back-to-back video calls starting as soon as the next day. Try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/USL. That's ZipRecruiter.com/USL.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
All right, it is warming up here. Going to be a hot one today, as it'll be the first day in pads for the Broncos after last week's ramp-up acclimation period. They're ready to start playing some real football coming up later today, or as close as you can get to real football in 2025 when it comes to NFL training camps, but we look forward to watching all of it today. And Bo Nix talking at length on Saturday and talking a lot about what he got out of his meeting with Drew Brees. And when you're meeting with a great quarterback like that, what exactly are you guys talking about? And Bo talked about that, but he also went into depth about the idea of dealing with the dreaded sophomore slump. You know, we make a big deal about the idea of rookie quarterbacks. How do they handle that second year after they've had success in the first year? Bo took that question on head on.
Honestly, I think it'll be the same challenges. It's still going to be defenses. It's still going to be coordinators. It's still going to be wins and losses. It's still going to be health of your team. It's still going to be new installs. Now I just think I'm in a better place to handle those things, which is good. And I think I was actually talking about this earlier with quarterbacks. Sometimes, we talk about down years and why do guys have down years. And sometimes I think we're so focused in rhythm in college, so just work year round. And then we get to the first year of the NFL and you go through the draft and you get here and you're drowning, you work. And then all of a sudden you get time off. It's like, how do I handle this time off? And for me, I think it's more of the fear of not being ready, not being enough for the team. So that's what continues to drive me and what's not going to give me an off year. But at the same time, it was nice to catch up and kind of get back to where I want to be physically, get back to where I want to be mentally, and make strides. And so I don't think the challenges will change. I think I'm just different. So I think that's a good part of this year. I don't want to take it for granted that I am a year ahead, because most guys are a lot of years ahead of me. So I know I got a long way to go, but I'm excited to go there.
It's pretty mature answer right there, acknowledging, what the potential pitfalls are. It makes a lot of sense, doesn't it, from year one to year two? Just that off season that you have a chance to finally exhale after being on that treadmill nonstop. You have a chance to relax, exhale for the first time in over a year. Maybe some young players lose their focus in that time off.
Yeah, I mean, that could be the case. And I think maybe sometimes you might start overthinking things, and you try to do too much, where as a rookie, you just go out there and you just want to be a piece of it, right? You're not going to try to do too many things. You're going to just, hey, let's be safe with the football. Let's take care of the football. If the big play's not there, throw the check down. And then you go to year two. Now you want to take a step forward. And so what do you try to do? You start forcing the ball. You try to make too many plays instead of playing within the system and the offense. Maybe you start trying to do too much. So I think that could happen to quarterbacks. You look at your first year and it's so good. How do you live up to that if you play good? You look at C.J. Stroud, who took a little step back. Well, now all of a sudden you're going into year two. You had such a great rookie year. You're trying to do more. And you're trying to have your stats back it up. And so we'll see about Jaden Daniels, because obviously he had a great year. We'll see about Bo, and if you can continue to progress, or do you start trying to do too much?
I just like the fact that this kid seems to really get it and understand. He thinks he's totally immersed in this job, right? He's not just somebody who, hey, wow, I had a really good rookie year and everyone's saying nice things about me. Oh, this is great. I've arrived. He's doing the things necessary. He's asking the right questions. He's going to meet with a guy like Drew Brees. Hey, how do you handle being a leader? How do you handle all the things that go on outside the playing field during the course of the week as a quarterback? How do you deal with that? How do you deal with the possibility of a letdown, a sophomore slump? He's aware of all these things, either things that people tell him or out of his own curiosity, but he's intent, Stoke, on going out and addressing them right away. He wants to learn. He wants to be better. I don't sense any kind of complacency at all, and I don't know. I mean, maybe I'm just caught up. I'm out here and it's all Camp Good vibe right now, and maybe I'm getting caught up in that. But these are the kind of things that you look for in hoping that you got that dude at quarterback. And I don't know, check another box for me.
Yeah, no, I think you're spot on, Mike. I mean, certainly that's what you want to hear. And Bo, look, we've known this. I mean, Bo checks all the boxes. He's going to work hard. He's going to put the time in. He's going to do the little things, and so that's not anything that surprises, I don't think, any of us. And so he's going to continue to be that guy and do those things. And he's going to put the extra time in the offseason to try to take that next step and continue to progress and get better and better, because, like he said, he hasn't done anything yet. I mean, he's played one good year in the NFL. That's it, right? Yeah, I mean, you haven't accomplished anything, and so I don't think that anybody has to worry about Bo thinking that he's arrived. But the approach and doing the little things and trying to take those next steps and meeting with Drew Brees and doing all the other stuff that he's done this offseason.
That's good.
Exactly. That's good.
More evidence that this is Camp Good vibe coming from the perpetual grouch at times himself, Sean Payton, who was talking to the NFL Network and shared what he feels, his optimism, and how good this Broncos offseason was, creating momentum to go into this camp.
The excitement, I guess, for us is around the offseason, is not only the team coming back, but the additions that are coming to this team. That's the thing that I can see as a head coach. And you don't really know about your rookie class. We're in pads on Monday, but we've seen some really good things from these guys. And so getting them up to speed, in all earnest, Monday when we put the pads on, you get a different evaluation. But these guys are excited. The locker room, the culture, all that.
You get a different evaluation.
You can feel it, though. You can feel it coming from Sean that year three, the pieces have been put into place. The people that he wanted to move out have been moved out. you can guess who that person was, and you can feel from him the feeling that, hey, the building blocks have been put into place. The demolition that needed to be done has been done. Now we are in the process, just like we're looking out over at this big construction project going on to our left. You could feel that he feels it's ready to take off.
We're going to be a problem.
Yeah. No,
you share it? Do you feel that? I mean,
yeah.
I know you're a little bit more guarded with these kind of things. And I'm probably maybe guilty of runaway, rampant optimism. Do you want to reel me in, or do you want to let me go?
No, I like it. I like this football team. I think they got a really good football team.
I like them a lot.
It doesn't mean it's going to translate to 12 wins. You know, it doesn't always work that way. So
doesn't need to be 12. 11.
Okay, 11.
Could even be 10.
Could be 10.
10 could win the division.
Absolutely,
I'm actually going to go with the Chargers.
Well, we got to work on him.
Yeah, that guy.
Lone holdout.
Yep. We'll break him. We'll break him. Don't worry about it.
We will.
No, but you can tell Sean likes his team. He liked his team last year. And so I think they've done a good job, and they've added some good pieces to this team. And you look, there's not many holes, especially defensively, and you're expecting some of these offensive guys to take the next step. So, yeah. I mean, it should be optimistic. I'm not trying to reel you in, Mike. I'm just a little bit more guarded than you are, but I still think this is going to be a really good football team.
Well, year 3, it definitely the work has been done. The pieces have been put into place, and now we'll see if year 3 is the takeoff year. But Sean acknowledging to the NFL Network over the weekend how they've gone about really trying to build a different culture here with the Denver Broncos.
It starts with the procurement of talent and what you're looking for, and maybe what you have to pass up on. So it's going to be present. Sometimes it takes a year, but it's going to happen. And that's finding players that love playing, finding smart players, and then putting them in those positions to have success.
Okay. I mean, obviously you're trying to find the right players, but you got to find good players too. So, that I think that's the tricky point. Tricky part is you want to find guys that love ball, they love to compete, but also, they got to be able to go out on the football field and get it done. So that's the hard part. But they've done a great job, and to me, that's who it starts with. It starts with Sean Payton, right? I mean, it starts at the top when you're looking to change a culture, and that's what you hired him to do. And we're in year 3, and I don't think it could have gone any better after 2 years. You tell me. Could have gone any better after 2 years to look back and see the first 2 years that what Sean has accomplished here and how he's flipped this roster over. And now you're looking at going into year 2 with Bo, coming off of playoffs and a winning record. I mean, after 2 years? Are you kidding me? Remember where we were? I mean, just take a step back and think about it.
Believe it.
James Marilat.
Yeah. Well, we'll have James on an hour from now.
Perfect.
Texter on the RobMillsLive.com text line 303-713-1043. Hey, Evans, can you share some of that Kool-Aid you're drinking with me? Sounds tasty. Hey, look, have fun with
delicious.
Have fun with it if you want, but let me tell you the source of my optimism. Okay, is you could have a lot of coaches could be out here. Vic Fangio, Nathaniel Hackett, VJ. You could have any number of coaches out here, and they could be saying the same thing about how they're feeling optimistic and they feel good about things. But the reason why I pay more attention to this is you've got a guy who's done it before. And that's why it was so important for me to get a coach who had a successful track record. Because when he has that record to fall back on, and he's up there saying these things and acting as optimistic as he is into year 3, well, he's got to be drawing from something, right, Stoke? He's got to be drawing from some past experience, something that was real, something that happened to him. And it did happen to him. And by the way, it happened to him more than once in New Orleans. He didn't only build that thing up once to become a Super Bowl winner. They went through 3 straight years with Drew Brees in which they were 7-9. And then they rebuilt from that and built it back up to being a perennial contender again. So when you have a guy who over the course of 15 years has had that kind of success and knows from firsthand experience what it looks and feels like, so when he's then sharing these positive vibes with me out here, yes, I'm going to buy into it. Yes, I'm going to drink the Kool-Aid. So, yes, guilty as charged.
Yeah, I think the other thing is, I would say, did anyone watch last year? Did you see what they did last year? with a young quarterback, I saw it. They won 10 games, and with a young quarterback. So, like, I watch that, I look at that, and I say, okay, that's what I'm going off of, and Sean Payton's history and what he's been able to accomplish. So you have that. We already saw it happen. It happened last year. So I don't know about drinking the Kool-Aid or not. All I know is I saw a team win 10 games last year. I saw a team that made some great additions this offseason. And so why would I not be optimistic about the Denver Broncos? There's a lot to be optimistic about. I mean, we've seen some bad football around here, but you're talking about a team that won 10 games and went to the playoffs with a quarterback that's going to be going into his second year. Shouldn't be optimistic? No, this is when you should be drinking the Kool-Aid.
All right, time now for what's trending.
From sports and news to entertainment and downright debauchery, Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth presents What's Trending Right Now.
So while the Broncos are in the early stages of their training camp, college football and our college football teams ready to ramp things up to get ready for their season. That includes the CU Buffs. Their first day today, and Deion Sanders back in Colorado after spending most of the summer down at his ranch in Texas, is going to meet with the media along with his medical team. And Stoke, that has created some discussion, some speculation about what exactly is Deion going to share with us today. The fact that he's had some medical issues and that he's going to be up there with his medical team, that make you nervous at all?
Yeah. Well, I mean, when I first heard it, I'm like, uh-oh. Is he stepping down? Is he taking time away? Why are you up there? You didn't want to talk about it a month ago at the Big 12 Media Day, your health at all. And then now you're going to have a press conference with your doctor. So, yeah, it concerns me because, no Deion, no playoffs. Right? I mean, right? You think about life without Deion, what it would look like at CU. Life before Deion, what it looked like. Yeah. Yes, it makes me nervous.
I'm not nearly as nervous, and I'll tell you why. For one, he has given us a couple of short answers about his health, and he's insisted that he's going to be fine. I do think that there is two things in play here today. One, he just wants to be transparent and share some information with Buff fans, Buff Nation, about what's going on with him. And having his medical team there to perhaps back it all up will help us all, have a better understanding of what he's going through and how he's dealing with it. Secondly, Deion's always about the brand. He's always about building the brand, right?
Yeah.
He always likes to have the spotlight and the cameras on him, and I don't think it's a coincidence that he's going to be doing this with his medical team alongside, knowing that coming up in 2026 there's going to be a 3-part Netflix documentary series called Primetime that's going to be all things Deion, his life. He's going to reportedly share a lot of things about his upbringing, some of the trials and tribulations he's gone through, as well as the moments that made him Deion Sanders. And I can't help but think it would not surprise me in the least, Stoke, that part of this press conference today, with his doctors by his side, will show up in this documentary.
Okay, I love it. I hope that's the case. I hope everything is good. And there's no issues, there's no setbacks or anything like that, and everything's fine.
We shall see, and we'll have coverage of that throughout the day here on The Fan. Next up in what's trending, the Rockies over the weekend traded Ryan McMahon to the New York Yankees, and already McMahon making some good plays in the field, had a couple RBI yesterday, but Ryan McMahon, after 8 years with the Rockies, moving on. How'd you feel about the trade when you heard about it?
Well, you're disappointed it didn't work out. I mean, you talk about a guy that looked like he was going to be a superstar and just never could take that next step, and he was really struggling at the plate this year. And if you can get out of that contract and get something in return, then make the move. So good job making the move now. I mean, he's not helping them win a lot of baseball games. So, look, now it's all about the future. It's about trying to find talent and young talent and to build around. And Ryan McMahon wasn't going to be one of those guys.
Stoke, I could not agree with you more. This was actually a deal that made complete sense, and I give the Rockies high grades for it. You got a guy in McMahon who just is not part of your future. You drafted Charlie Condon last year with the idea that he's going to be your third baseman of the future. McMahon just hasn't lived up to a contract that he signed 6 years, $70 million. He's making about $11 million per year. That's not chump change. And yet for a guy who this year for the Rockies hit .217, a career .241 hitter with the Rockies, some pop, but, playing at Coors Field, he was basically a low 20s home run guy, RBI in the mid-60s, a good third baseman. But in this case, you move a guy on that was only blocking one of your prospects coming up. You get rid of the contract, give him a chance to go play somewhere else. And, I know that you and Dick Monfort toasted each other with a champagne toast with the news that also by making this trade, Rockies saved $30 million.
Popping bottles, baby.
$30 million.
Making it rain.
You can really make some improvements to a party deck with $30 million.
Yep. Certainly can. You can do a lot with it.
You can do a lot with it.
You can do a lot.
But in this case,
this
one actually made sense.
Yeah, you talk about one of the prettiest swings you've ever seen.
I know.
Golly.
I know.
I remember being down there watching them hit batting practice, and you just watch him and his swing. It was a sight to be seen. It was a pretty swing. It just didn't work when it had to work, when it needed to work during games.
Right. Boy, you want to talk, by the way, a sight to be seen. Did you see the For the Record book night that A's rookie Nick Kurtz had on Friday?
Oh, my goodness.
Did you see this?
Yes, I did.
This was crazy. He went 6 for 6. Well, we'll let you hear how his night unfolded. An amazing night, a historic night for this kid. Here you go.
0-1. Driven the other way and down for a hit. Hummel moves over to get it, and it'll be a long single for Kurtz. That extends his hitting streak to 12 games. Now he goes inside out, deep to left. Forget about that baseball. His 20th of the year, make that 39 extra base hits for Kurtz on the year, and that is a screamer to left. 1-2, high in the air, deep left center field. Traveling back is Hummel, and it is off the wall. Cortez coming around to score, and Kurtz has a double to the deepest part of the ballpark.
Churn it up, Big Amish.
0-1, in the air to deep left. Houston, you do have a problem. His name is the Big Amish. First pitch. Oh, my!
Oh, my goodness. It's unbelievable. This kid is on another planet.
Swing and a drive, deep to left. He's done it 4 times.
Incredible. Simply incredible.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God is right.
Nick Kurtz, cheesy A's announcer notwithstanding, 6 for 6, 4 home runs, 8 runs batted in, 6 runs scored. Have yourself a night. Never been done in Major League Baseball history, a rookie hitting 4 dingers in a game like that.
I mean, remarkable. Obviously, 4 home runs, a double, and a single. Would you trade one of those home runs for a triple?
No.
To hit for
I know
the
what
cycle,
you're saying.
Hit for the cycle.
3 home runs and a cycle?
And a cycle.
Ooh, that's a great. Actually, you know what? My immediate reaction was no, but now I think about it.
I know you screamed it really loud right in my ear.
You winced.
Right in my ear.
You recoiled.
Like,
but now that I think about
Thanks a lot, Mike.
3 home runs instead of 4 and a cycle. Yes. Yeah, you're right.
No, I just asked a question.
No, you're right.
I don't know. I'm trying to think if I would or not.
I'd have given up a home run. I'd have given up the
4
4
home runs.
But you also made history by doing the 4 home runs as a rookie.
That's right.
So
that's a tough one.
That is a tough one. What a night, though.
Remarkable.
And by the way, from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, home of the Amish, the Big
Great
Amish.
young man.
That's why he got the Big Amish.
I don't know if he's Amish, but Nick Kurtz, keep an eye on this guy. Also, as we roll on with what is trending, Nikola Jokic, an emotional Nikola Jokic, crying in Serbia this weekend. Why? Because one of his horses won a big race, and Nikola, overcome by emotion, at the accomplishment was seen crying, hands in his face, and then running out onto the track and hugging the horse and hugging the jockey and pouring champagne on everybody and pouring it over himself, and immediately had some, skeptics out there like, man, further proof. He just doesn't care about the NBA as much as he cares about his horses.
Yeah, that's not the way I view it. I just think that, that's he has a passion for horse racing, and obviously he loves it. And when I think when you have a hobby, or however you want to frame it, like that, and you're successful at it, it's out of your hands. You show different emotion than you do at something that is your job. But I'm not going to look at one and say, oh yeah, that. Now look at him crying over there with the horses, and he doesn't show that emotion on the basketball court, and think that, oh, he doesn't care about basketball. Well, we know he does. He puts a lot into it, and so people that say that, I think they're just wrong.
I guess is there also something to the idea that when you're playing your sport or you're doing your job, you got a say in it, right? I mean, you can kind of feel like you could control what's happening out there, but when you're, in this case, a horse owner, and you're kind of powerless, right? You're just forced to sit there and watch, and you can't do anything about it. Does that maybe ratchet up the emotion in all of it?
I think it might be like watching your kids play.
Right.
Good
point.
Watch. You're darn right. It's a good point.
Great
and
point.
like Mark, watching his son compete at the highest of levels. How cool is that? And like the nerves that you feel, and then when he has success, like that's the emotions, right?
Yeah, fair point.
You look at horses. I mean, that's like a family member,
right?
And so you have those emotions because it is out of your control, and you want them to be so successful and to win. It's a different feeling.
Finally, this story: a small group of scientists have announced findings of a study that indicates that a mysterious intergalactic object could potentially be a hostile alien spacecraft that's slated to attack our planet in November.
What are we doing?
According to this group of scientists, they say the consequences, should the hypothesis turn out to be correct, could potentially be dire for humanity, the researchers wrote in the inflammatory report. Okay, so many questions.
Well, I have one question for you. We're doing a sports talk radio show, and you're talking about
what's trending.
Astronomy.
I'm talking about what's trending. This is trending.
We couldn't find anything else to do with sports, and I don't even know where we're going.
Well,
I don't believe it.
You don't
believe
it?
I think it's cuckoo. And again,
what,
I don't know
you think
why
we're alone?
You're bringing.
You think we're alone in the stars?
I do.
You do.
Yes.
You think that? I mean, when you look up in the sky at night and you see all those stars and planets and Milky Ways and things like that, you think we're alone?
I do. Yes, I think we're absolutely alone. I do.
So you say nothing to this. Well, I'll tell you why I'll tell you why I brought this up.
I'm hoping that you can.
I'll tell you why I brought this up
quickly.
I'll tell you why I brought this up is that because I started looking at the Broncos' schedule in November, and I just want to make sure we're going to be able to see these games. I'm like I've got circled November 16th at home against the Chiefs. Okay? I just want to know, am I going to be able to look forward to dethroning Patrick Mahomes, or do I have to worry about this intergalactic threat?
You might not want to buy tickets right now because you don't know. You don't want to spend the money now, and then all of a sudden you not be able to go to the game.
But again, so many questions that come out of this. Like, for example, you telling me that if there is a force out there that is traveling across the galaxy, traveling across the universe, and has the technology to do so, and presents a quote dire threat to humanity, why would it take that long for them to get here? If they're traveling right now, why would it take several more months for them to get here and wreak havoc? Shouldn't they be able to get here a lot quicker than that? Why November?
Exactly.
Why November? So many questions. I've got so many questions about this.
That's why it doesn't make sense.
But
that's why, you even reading it doesn't make sense.
Well,
us even talking about it right now doesn't make sense.
Just want to pass it along. Yeah. People are trying to make fall plans, right? Holidays, Thanksgiving, November, student
That's very nice of you,
parent
Mike.
weekends, everything like that. I just want people to be aware as they go through their November plans. They might be off, okay? because of an intergalactic threat. That is what is trending. Hey, I don't make up the news. I just report it. Stink joins us coming up next. Maybe you can share a little bit more about why Nikola Jokic was crying, because Mark likes to cry. We'll welcome in the big fella next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. I got some great news for you. Got a golf tournament coming up. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is coming up on Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee time, 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They got so many great giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you also get free Oakleys, polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and you get a $50 Embers gift card. 2-man teams, man, how much fun is this going to be? And you can register at embersgolf.com. Don't forget, August 22nd and August 23rd, go to embersgolf.com to get registered. My friends over at Embers Golf, Trevor and Tate hooked me up with a full fitting of clubs, and I am absolutely loving it. You got to go check out their store. They're not just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts like you and me. Man, I love golf, and I'm fired up about the rest of golf season. So go do what I did and go online to embersgolf.com and set up that custom fitting. Take your golf game to the next level, and don't forget about the golf tournament, August 22nd and 23rd.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with 0 money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Goodness, all these things they ask of us out here. We just want to do a show.
Just want to do radio.
They're worried about camera angles and pivot towards your right. No, that's not your right, Mike. Not my right. Your right. Anyway, we're out here.
I got mine done right away. So
right away.
They said, "Hey, move to the left a little bit." I moved to the left. We said, "Oh, we're good now." Mike was like all
he doesn't know his right to left.
Well, he just is. He's kind of a prima donna.
Speaking of prima donnas,
yeah.
So we're out here early, Mark, right?
Uh-huh.
And so Mike's just kind of looking around in our little tent area. We got
Yeah.
a tent area.
Yeah.
And they provide water for us, the Broncos do. But in the morning when we get here, it's not cold, right? The ice is melted, whatever.
Sure.
It's fine. And then Evan started reminiscing, and he said, we need a cooler back here. He's like, we need a cooler stock full of stuff. He's like, when I was at Greeley, you know, they used to have a radio station that had, you know, an RV there.
Yeah.
We were so jealous of them. And, you know, why don't we have a cooler stock full of drinks back here for us?
Sponsored by Yeti or something. You'd think the sales guys would get on it. Get on it.
I just think that your local friendly fan morning show gets overlooked sometimes.
We need a cooler.
We're out here early, grinding away. Where's the support?
Yeah, maybe some sandwiches.
Yeah, why not?
Well,
sandwich,
or at least
cooler.
some cold water. It's going to be warm. It's going to be 95 out here today.
95?
In pads today. First day of pads. What do you guys?
How long will practice go today?
Yeah.
First day of pads. I mean, they cranked it up already. They had their ramp-up days. Acclimation days. Thank you.
Right. Get it right.
How long do you think it's going to be a good 2 hour, 2:20 mark today?
Yeah,
practice?
right around 2 hours. Right at 155, 205, somewhere in there. Don't you think?
Yeah, I do too. I think they get after it a little bit. You had a day off yesterday. Usually the day after a day off, it's a little bit sluggish because you get in that routine of practice, and you're like, okay, you're in the routine, you're ready to go. Then you have a day off. It's hard to get back going again, Usually that was the case. So we'll see what it looks like because it is the first day of pads. You would think that you would have high energy, but sometimes coming off a day off, you're a little bit rusty, a little bit off.
Is even in this new era of training camp football, which is decidedly less physical than it was. Well, okay, I wasn't going to say it, although I just said it right there. Is there, as players, is there a certain level of, I guess, maybe excitement, Mark, matched with a little bit of anxiety that because all you've done this offseason, I mean, you've been out there shorts and T-shirts and running around against air and, you know, you're getting bumped by people, thumped by people a little bit. But the fact that you're going out and putting the pads on, do you feel that as a player, the emotion's a little bit different?
Oh, yeah, certainly. And the other thing is the stakes are a little bit higher. Like when you're in pads, you know, I mean, when you're in pads, it ratchets up the intensity, especially on the line of scrimmage between you and the defensive lineman. So then it becomes a little bit more real, right? And you want to physically dominate. You know, you want to, like in our meeting room, we'll talk about the fact that, we'll talk. We're worried about the cameras right now. We'll talk about the fact that, hey man, we want to finish every drill. We want to be in charge. You know, we want to be the guys that win the drill. So it doesn't matter what you're doing, like one-on-ones, team periods, anything you're doing with the defensive line. You want to finish and win that drill. So that in and of itself ratchets it up the intensity.
Yeah, I think, you know, look, you're putting pads on. This is football now. It's not two-hand touch. It's not flag football anymore. This is So it doesn't matter what you've done up to this point for, guys that are trying to make this team, young guys that are trying to show themselves. It doesn't matter. Can you still perform and do things that you need to do with pads on? It's totally different. When was the last time you've had pads on? When?
Last season.
Yeah, exactly.
25 years ago.
I mean.
Not you.
Yeah.
I'm
talking about these players. These players, right, at the end of the year.
Smart ass.
Whenever it was. Some of them, it was their college season. So they haven't had pads on in 7-8 months. And now all of a sudden you got to put the pads on. You got to show what you can do with the pads on. All this offseason stuff that you did, that doesn't mean squat. Nothing. OTAs, mini camp, whatever. Forget about it. Can you play football with pads on?
All right, so
we're going to figure that out
all right,
today.
so then what, all the offseason, all the OTAs, the mini camps, even what we saw last week, when it comes to evaluating stuff, what have these coaches then really learned? I can imagine that maybe when you're talking about the receivers and the DBs out there, yes, what we saw last week and what you've seen during the offseason counts. But, Stink, when it comes to the line play, like I'm seeing – breathless reports over the weekend about how, oh, boy, the pass rushers are really looking good. Really? I mean, know, how much can you really gather from what you've seen up until this point?
At this
in
point,
your
you
area of
at this point, you have movement skills, transition skills, right? If you're running you're running high up the football field, and all of a sudden you hit a spin on the inside, that transition, the ability to transition from one pass rush to the next pass rush, all those things. Change of direction for offensive linemen, right? You got a guy locked up. He comes back inside. Can you shuffle your feet? Can you stay in front of the guy? All those things. But as I've said 100 times before, shoulder pads were created by, God created shoulder pads so I could grab your chest plates and steer you like a Cadillac. So, now it's a different game. And now you're going to evaluate the players on a different kind of platform, on a different grading curve because of the fact that now you've got those pads on. It becomes a little bit more real, becomes more realistic. So now we're going to see the guys who transition and can play with leverage and play with strength and play with all the things that you need to play with when the pads come on.
Yeah, I mean, look, in the trenches, you can't learn anything in the off season. You can watch their footwork. How do they move? Okay, that's fine. But can you move someone off of the football? Can you move DJ Jones? Can you block these guys with pads on, right? I mean, you're not going to be trying to block these pass rushers without pads on. It's a lot more difficult to do. And guess what? Most of the time out here in some of these drills, they're not playing the run. They're just pinning their ears back with no pads on. That's set up for those guys to be successful. So show me with the pads on, okay? Your running backs, your offensive line, your linebackers, all those guys, look, your defensive line, you got to play with pads on, and that's what we're going to see today. And so you can't – it's hard to evaluate that group when you're playing – just two-hand touch and flag football out here.
For all the talk about how the Broncos have been really among the league's best when it comes to avoiding injuries the 2 years that Sean's been here, you can forgive Drew Sanders for saying, hey, what about me? Can I catch a break? My goodness, it happened again. Last year it was the Achilles tendon that caused him to miss almost all of the season, but he did come back and he flashed at the end. Couple that with a really good offseason, there was a lot of optimism surrounding the third-year player, the former third-round pick, coming into this season, even though he was projected to be a backup to Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw. He hurts the other foot, tendon injury. All we know, he's going to be out, quote, a significant amount of time, which I guess, Stoke, you said that usually translates to months, not weeks. If it's going to be a significant amount of time, that's shall
the way
see.
I view it.
That's how you view it. I know both you guys had to deal with injuries your entire career, but I would think you got a lot of empathy, and your heart goes out to a kid like this, a young player who all he wants to do is prove, hey, I can play in this league. Give me a shot. And, man, Stoke, his body just won't let him.
Yeah, you can't even get an opportunity to show what you can do, right? I mean – and now it's back-to-back years. How frustrating is that? That stinks. You're going into year 3, and you haven't been able to show much of anything because you just can't stay healthy. And now you're just starting this process this year, and you're excited about getting opportunities. And, you got to – I mean, Drew Sanders is one of our better special teams players. And so you're losing that, and now you're losing a really good backup. to Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw right in the middle of the football field. And those guys haven't been the healthiest. So we'll see, what the outcome of this is and how long it will be. But I'm expecting to hear that, hey, Drew Sanders had surgery today or tomorrow, and he's out for whatever extended amount of time is going to be. But not good news at all for the Denver Broncos, and especially, like you said, Mike, for Drew. You feel bad for him.
Yeah, it's those are devastating things. There are a lot of players that came into this league, and I'm not saying the guy's a Hall of Famer, but a lot of guys that come into this league that have a chance to be special and never realize their potential because of the injury issue thing. And it's unfortunate because the other thing that guy gives you is duality, versatility. Like, that's a dude that can run. I mean, he can flat run. So he's got that body where he's lanky, he's tall, he can run, he can play physical, he can rush the passer. So he's just one of those chess pieces. Sean Payton always talks about, having jokers. He's one of those jokers on defense. And, in my time playing, one of the teams I hated playing, and we always had success against them, was the New England Patriots. But one of the things I hated about them is every guy could play multiple positions on their linebacking core. So whether it was Willie McGinnis, he could play D-end, he could play outside back, or Mike Vrabel, D-end, outside backer, Teddy Bruschi, D-end, outside backer, inside backer. So they had a bunch of dudes that had versatility. And so then when you're naming the defense and you're calling out what they're in, it becomes really hard to quantify. Are they in a three-man front? Are they in a four-man front? Is that guy playing backer, inside, outside? Is he a rush defensive end? So then it creates communication issues. And Drew Sanders is one of those jokers on the defense that can play in big nickel. He can play in nickel. He can play in base. He can do all those different things. And that is a hard thing for us to identify as an offense. So that's another piece to the puzzle that certainly looks like they're going to miss here, with this injury.
Got to hear from Bo Nix on Saturday, and Bo is really good. And I want to set this up because, Ty, I think you have the Sean Snarky comment ready to go. Let me know. Just give me a quick heads up. So we know that Sean came out last week and shared with us, unprovoked, that Bo had gone to visit with Drew Brees. And so some internet YouTube reporter, I use that term very, very loosely, was at practice on Saturday and really stepped into it. And Sean let him hear about it.
Coach, it was reported that quarterback Bo Nix was hanging out with your quarterback.
It wasn't reported. I stated it 3 days ago. Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy. Listen, Bo Nix, if you were here 2 days ago, you would have heard me say he spent some time with Breeze. So it was reported. Keep going.
How's it Mason?
No, just what I said 3 days ago.
I love it. I'm sorry. I know.
Your little internet
I know.
shows.
Some people are turned off by Sean. Oh, he can be so mean. I love it. Stink, that's Sean Payton right there. I mean, sign me up. Sign me up for more.
Dude, absolutely. Sean, if you would have just said, Sean, you said that he met with Drew Brees for several days. What was your biggest takeaway about, Sean would have answered the question, but it's been reported out there. I reported it. Knucklehead.
Just what I said 3 days ago.
I told you.
That's what you love from Sean, right?
I stated it 3 days ago.
I stated it 3 days ago. You little turd. Oh, it's awesome.
And
it
those
is
little
awesome.
internet shows are driving me crazy.
Tune into Orange and Blue with Andrew Mason and Cecil Lammy at DenverSports.com.
Speaking of little internet shows, we'll have to get him on our podcast, Mike.
Shut the hell up.
Yeah,
I love it. Sign me up.
Yeah,
Give
no,
me
this
more.
is what you love about Sean. You never know what you're going to get. We got some good stuff, some gold from him at the end of the last mini camp.
Yep.
When he was asked about his vacation, and now this is what he's going to do. So I love it. I love it. Not only is he a good football coach, he's also entertaining.
Now, as far as Bo meeting with Drew Brees, he of course was asked about it, and I loved this answer. I learned a lot from Bo on what he talked about, and if this is true of all quarterbacks talking with great quarterbacks, or maybe you talking to a great receiver, or you a great offensive lineman, what do you try to learn in these conversations? Here's what Drew said, or here's what Bo said about his visit with Drew.
That's a great question. I go with leadership, how to handle the job, because X's and O's are going to change. They're going to adapt over time. And really, technique could adapt over time because we find different ways, unique ways to do things. And with technique, it goes a lot to your physical capability, so it can be different per person. But how to be a leader and how to handle certain situations, those kind of can carry over. So that's more or less what I'm trying to do with a guy like that is figure out, hey, what are some things that if you were in a bad spot, what would you do here? If you were, going through this, what would you do here? And just seeing how they handle things, seeing how they handle situations and experiences. And that's for our job. We talk about leading and all that kind of stuff. That's the name of the game. They don't really care how. Your job is to go out there and complete passes and to score points. Everybody understands that. It's the off the field. How are you encouraging guys? How are you making sure guys are seen and make sure guys are getting what they need and being put in a position to succeed so that we all can help each other. And we're all good players. We're all talented. We all know we know the object of the football game. Now it's all about those second layer things that are deeper than just what's on the football field. And so to me, that's what makes a good team. That's what makes good leadership and close football team that wins a lot of games.
Yeah, I love it. And I love, the word he didn't use, but the word I'll use is nuance. And one of the things I think that's been lost in today's game because there's so much less practice time. There's so much less time in pads. Really, it becomes the nuance of the game. How much do you know? Global perspective. How deep is your knowledge of defenses? How deep is your knowledge of each individual player? Are you holding guys accountable? Are you holding yourself accountable? Because you can't hold others accountable if you're not accountable. If you're the guy that's making the majority of the mistakes, you can't say to the receivers, hey, you got to be at 12 here or you got to be at that. So you have got to be so dialed in. And I love that. Lean on the guys who have been there. Lean on the guys who have had tons of success. And have the humility to try to learn every part of the game from those guys. And it's just another further example of why it looks like we got the right guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
I think you're spot on. Look, Bo, he's got it figured out, right? You don't have to worry about him thinking he's arrived and he's made it. So he has the right approach. He's trying to get better, trying to learn from, Drew Brees, one of the best to do it. If you have that as a resource, why not take advantage of it? And he did take advantage of it, but it's not just about, doing that and being done. He's always thinking about ways to get better and improve. And not only does he have that stuff figured out off the field, and he put the time and effort into it this offseason, but also you got to be able to go out there on the field and do it, which he certainly did last year.
All right, more from if you're looking just to feel great about Bo and you're looking to feel great about having the right guy. Here was Sean Payton talking to the NFL Network. More feel-good comments about Bo and what he sees in Bo.
What I really like is movement out of the pocket, is off-schedule stuff, and he's just that much more comfortable today than this time last year. You can see it in how he's operating the huddle, and certainly you can see it with his teammates. So I think we're all excited at that position. When you have someone in place, man, your team doesn't have that ceiling sometimes you might think you have if you don't.
So I've nicknamed now this camp is Camp Good Vibe. Okay, it's Camp Good Vibe. That's what this is. Okay. You guys want to reel me in at all? Because I'm not going to lie to you. I'm getting completely swept up in this. I'm feeling the good vibes. Right. I'm feeling the optimism. I'm feeling the idea that Bo is not going to regress. Bo's not going to have a sophomore slump, that Bo's going to continue to build. And when I hear what I'm hearing from Sean, I feel even better about it because this is a guy who's done it before. He's seen what it looks like. This isn't some first-time newbie coach who's coming on and saying, yeah, we're doing good out there. We're getting a lot of good work done. It's coming from a guy who has seen it and lived it, and I don't think he would be putting this vibe out if he didn't authentically believe it.
I've heard your excitement. Driving in, I heard your excitement, and which has got me a little perplexed with the excitement that you have expressed here on the radio program. If you had any change in your coin purse, you'd pick them for 12 games. Like if you had any change at all. But I'm thinking your coin purse has no change in it. You got no jangle. in your coin purse.
Coin purse? What's a coin purse?
Oh, your nethers, your yarbles. If you had any change in your coin purse, you'd have them pick the 12 games, Stoke. But no, Mr. 11, 10 or 11, we're going to win the division.
It's a hard division.
Hey, it's Camp Feel Good.
Hey,
it's Camp. Let's
listen,
go.
Listen, the only thing holding back complete and unadulterated feelings about Camp Good Vibe is your Chargers.
I'm
that's
actually going to go with the Chargers.
Because they're looming out there.
See, I'm not backing
like
down.
Some intergalactic threat that's going to arrive here in November. So that's
Speaking
how
of the intergalactic threat. Speaking of that, I don't think they're coming for total annihilation. I think it's checking your temperature.
Really?
I think they're coming down to check the temperature.
A little research project?
A little research project of just the inhabitants of Earth.
We're referencing, in case you're just joining us, that a small group of scientists have put out a controversial new study that they say indicates that a mysterious intergalactic object could potentially be a hostile alien spacecraft that's slated to attack our planet in November. So, listen. You got anything planned in November, you might want to check it. Thanksgiving.
Open your calendar up.
Thanksgiving, vacations.
No plans.
Parents' weekend.
Wow.
May want to hunker down in November.
Okay. That's good to know. Yeah, I'm sure all our listeners appreciate you bringing that to their attention.
Heads up.
Yeah. I don't know why. I mean, I think we all should be optimistic about what we've seen so far. I mean, and going after 2 years of Sean Payton, this team won 10 games and they went to the playoffs. And now you got a young quarterback going into his second year. So, Mike, I think you should be fired up and optimistic about what we're watching right now and the prospects of what the Broncos could do this year.
I'm taking my cue from Sean, and
We're going to be a problem.
We're going to have James Marillac coming on later this hour, and I'm sure he's going to tell me I shouldn't do that. By the way, little preview. He said he's already seen enough, and he's going with 9-8 this year.
Wow.
He's seen enough?
He's seen enough.
Of a team that's not in pads?
He's already been able
to.
see.
This is he does it every year. He does it every year. After one practice, he says, I've seen enough, and he gives a prediction.
That's his thing.
Yeah, that's his thing.
Oh, is that his thing?
Yeah. We shall see.
What if I give you some change? Would you put it in your coin purse?
Why
and go 12?
are you trying to get me to go full Ferguson? Why are you trying to get me to 12?
Because I just want.
Why is that so important? I go to 12
because you're just so staunch in your belief they're going to win the division. I just need some onions behind it.
Onions? I've got them winning 11 games and winning the division this year. How many more onions do you need?
12. I need
onions,
12.
Double order.
I need 12. I need 12 wins.
I'm not going to 12.
12.
I'm not going to 12.
It just feels like you're not committed.
I am committed.
It feels
I got him winning 11 games and winning the division.
Wishy-washy. He's wishy-washy.
I got him beating your Chargers.
You don't believe.
By the way, good job by Andrew Mason calling out James and his I've seen enough picks. Here was Mace. A brief history of James' I've seen enough predictions. 2019, he predicted, or 2019, he predicted 10-6. They went 7-9. 2020, he predicted 10-6. They went 5-11. 2021, he predicted 6-11. They went 7-10. 2022, he picked 11-6. Remember who the quarterback was? Picked 11-6. They went 5-12. 2023 doubled down with you-know-who. 12-5. They went 8-9. And then 2024, 6-11. Final record was 10-7. So
he's an idiot and a fool.
He's saying 9-8 this year.
Okay.
Do with that what you will. Which means
take the over.
You know what? Go the opposite.
You got to go the over on that.
Go the opposite.
Yeah.
Coming up, we got a lot more to get to, including we'll hear from Sean and Bo, both talking about the idea. Is it important? I'm talking to two football guys here, two guys who played a different position. Is it important that your quarterback, that team be his team? Is it important that this team be Bo's team? We'll discuss that and more coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
Fellas, what is happening? Stoke here from my friends at Embers Living. Guess what? We got a golf tournament. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament. It's Friday, August 22nd, and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee time, 9:45. It's a shotgun start. So many great giveaways. They're giving away a pizza oven, and you get free dinner on Saturday night. You also get free Oakley's, polos, breakfast burritos, golf balls, hats, and you get 2 full days of golf and a $50 Embers gift card. 2-man teams, you're not going to be able to beat it. It's going to be so much fun. You can register today at embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com. And what I love about Embers Living, they're bringing the heat with my friends over at Napoleon Sizzle Zone. That's high heat infrared grilling that gives you restaurant-style results right in your backyard. So if you're serious about outdoor cooking and you want a grill that's built to last, head to embersliving.com and take your grilling to the next level with Napoleon. Embers Living, upgrade your outdoor experience. Don't forget about the golf tournament, August 22nd and August 23rd. Go to embersgolf.com. That's embersgolf.com to register.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
If you're dealing with constant tiredness, you're fighting a losing battle, your job, your relationships, your daily life, it's all affected. But you don't have to live like that. Get your life back with TRT at Low T Center. Regaining your energy is regaining your life. Know your testosterone level in minutes, then choose between at-home treatments or in-center care. It's never been easier to get started on TRT right now. The T-test is free, but time is running out. Don't wait. Go to fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com and make an appointment today.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just 1 pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius, or 2 half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Broncos practice as we get set. First day in pads as the ramp-up period is over. It is time to get down to some real football. And we heard from Bo Nix on Saturday. Bo was great. And just, again, give me another shot of Kool-Aid. I mean, you just listen to this guy, and you just tell. I mean, you just tell. The dude's in control. The dude is confident. Things are slowing down. Wherever he was at this point last year, it is light years ahead this time around. And he was asked the question, and I'm curious to get your perspective, guys. Having played long careers and having to worry about your own jobs, how you feel about the idea. Is it important that this team be Bo's team?
Well, I think most of it is the position, and then, I guess it's what is done after you get the position. So for me, I just want to continue to show these guys that I'm willing to work and find every which way we can to find wins, find every which way for me to get better. I know I got a lot of growth left, a lot to be done, but these guys are going to help me get there. And so we're just out here kind of sharpening each other, going best on best, and just finding ways to make each other better. And it's fun. Just being the quarterback of a team like this, it's what you live for. It's what you practice for, work for your whole time. And literally when I started lifting and training and getting ready for this football journey back in 6th, 7th grade.
Maverick buzzing the tower right there. Stoke, for us in the media, fans, we make a big deal. We think it's important that your quarterback come in here, and part of the idea of having the right guy at that position is the idea that it becomes his team.
I mean, it's always best, right? That it be your quarterback?
But is that, for you as a player, is that something you think about? That, hey, oh, boy, thank goodness that's my quarterback. It's his team, and I'm part of his team now.
Well, I mean, no. I mean, I when I was playing, I mean, I'm just trying to not screw up, right? I mean, it doesn't matter really who the quarterback was. I had the same approach. Now, there was a different standard when it was Peyton Manning compared to maybe, some of the offenses maybe I was on in Baltimore, right? Certainly there was a different approach and a different standard there. But for me individually, I never looked at it as like, oh, okay, this is Peyton Manning's team. I said, no, this is all of our team, right? I mean, we're all in this together. But when your quarterback is the leader, when your quarterback is the guy, yeah, you would like to, is he the face of the team? I don't even know what that means. Again, I look at it as, there's a different standard when your quarterback is a leader of your team, and he has that type of approach. But ultimately, it's on the individual to go out there, and do you need someone else to really motivate you to get your job done? Then this probably isn't the right sport for you.
Yeah, it's everybody's team, but he becomes the face of your team. And you mentioned Maverick. I mean, dude he's like Iceman. Bo kind of looks like Iceman.
Bo's got a little bit of ice in him,
right? Back in the day when Val Kilmer was young with the buzz cut,
little spike,
Iceman,
little spike look there,
right?
Yeah.
Challenge guys. You guys are too like, hey, you're dangerous. Like, hey, you fly on the edge. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, well, thank you for the Top Gun recap.
That was acting. I nailed it. That was balls on right there.
But, okay, you play with face of the team. You play with Elway. He played with Payton. I mean, are you guys literally like standing back and watching your quarterback to know what cue you're supposed to take?
No, I'm not waiting for the quarterback to. If we're not playing well up front, I'm taking control of that right now. Like, hey man, we got to get our crap together. Let's go. So you're not waiting for that, but that's the guy that's, the team captain, and he's the quarterback and all that stuff. But those guys have got to play well. Those guys have got to be in charge. And, it's one of those situations in critical moments you're expecting those guys that play quarterback at a high level to make the critical play in the critical moment and to be correct and to, keep drives alive, convert on big third downs, make the plays that are going to keep you on schedule, keep you moving forward. So, like to Stokes' point, everybody's in charge. Everybody's got a leadership role. But the quarterback, the quarterback is the dude kind of, quote, unquote, in charge.
I would think.
Playoffs, no gift.
I would think, yes. In those pressure moments, sure. You go into the huddle. It's 2 minutes left. You're down 4. You got the ball on your own 20-yard line. Here we go. How your quarterback is acting at that moment, yes, I can understand why you as a wide receiver, you as an offensive lineman, you're going to be in that huddle and you're going to be kind of curious. What kind of vibe is my quarterback giving off right now? And you follow that vibe. Other than that, I don't know. I think we make too much of the idea that, okay, it's his team now. I just think it's overblown.
I mean, everybody has a role to fill. Everybody's got to do their job for your team to be good. So, obviously he's the guy in the huddle calling the plays and all those things. But, I played with one of the greatest that's ever played in John Elway. And John Elway, the only time he ever raised his voice in the huddle is when we got a play in late and we got to get it snapped. He didn't say much other than calling the play and going out, but you always had that confidence that in a critical situation, that guy is going to make a play. And I'm sure for Stoke, with Peyton Manning, I won't speak for Stoke, but him, gyrating and articulating at the line of scrimmage, right? And, and basically telling guys what to do. I mean, there's no question when you broke the huddle, that guy is the guy in charge. You're going to get you in the right play.
Yeah, I think, those guys are just leaders, and their impact is really felt more so not on game day, but more so in the off season, more so in practice. Like, you put the time and the work in and the accountability, the attention to detail, and then all of a sudden you go to Sunday, okay, we're ready to go, right? I mean, you don't really need to lead us. You already led us all off season in your approach and how we go about our business. And now on game days, it's like, okay, let's go play ball. But I think those guys, the way that they go about their business every single day and how they work and the amount of time and attention to detail that they put in during the week and during the off season, now that's where you really see an impact.
So it does matter. We can debate about how much it matters that the team belongs to that quarterback. But like I said, it does matter a lot to the media and to us as fans. So you're going to love what Sean has to say about how Bo has gone out and made it his team.
The leadership skill set, I think, comes at that position, and he's comfortable with that. And when you're a young player, then it's just about proving yourself. In other words, the locker room is waiting for you to lead, waiting for you to excel. And when you prove that you can play, they latch on to that. And I think it happened for him last year.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he can play, and obviously they believe in him. And so, I've played with both. I've played with guys that you knew couldn't play, and I've played with guys who you knew were great players. And so,
So that's what it is. It's
right.
Just, can you play or not? And if you could play, guess what? I believe in you. I'm going to follow you. I'm going to take my cues from you. If you can't play, I don't care how much you try to be a rah-rah guy
right,
and lead.
It doesn't matter how much leadership skill, you could go to Tony Robbins and you get all the information you could get about leading people. But if you can't play, there's nobody that's going to respect you in a leadership role. You've got to be able to make plays. You have got to be able to make plays mostly in critical situations. Yeah. Like, it's not just about, hey, man, we've got an easy dump off and we've got, we're throwing the ball outside the numbers and it's 4 and 5 yard gains and we're turning them into first downs and, everything is orchestrating appropriately. It's when things break down. It's when you're off schedule, when you make mistakes as an offense. Can you bail us out of those mistakes? Can you make the big plays? And when you show that you can do that, then all of a sudden you become the dude, right? You become a guy that you can trust and a guy that people are willing to follow.
Believe in it.
Seems like Bo checks all those boxes, right? I mean, he's got it figured out. I mean, the guy, went to a couple different colleges, played at a high level in college, obviously, and then now you come here with the Broncos, and it's about just putting the work in first and foremost. Yeah, I mean, that's how you get the respect of the veteran guys, and certainly he did that. Love his approach this offseason. And, I'm fired up about camp today.
I think the thing I like the most about is that, let's hold on to that, because to me I had one big question about Bo coming into this season, into this camp, and I think he has answered it emphatically. Tell you what that is next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain, worried about needing surgery. How about taking all those habit-forming medications? Hey, my guys at Spine One specialize in treatments that offer alternatives to major surgery and long-term medication. And here's the best part. You can do exactly what I did. Start your journey toward pain-free today. They're a phone call away. That's right. Same-day appointments. 303-367-2225. 303-367-BACK. Spine One is a complete medical center. They've got exams, MRIs, physical therapy, treatment options, all in one facility. And I'm telling you what, guys, these guys literally changed my life. I suffered with back pain, excruciating low back pain, and you know exactly what that's like. If you're suffering through that, it checks you out of life. Hey, a couple short visits to my guys at Spine One. I was doing things I hadn't done in years. I was back on the golf course with my buddies, back sleeping through the night, back in the gym, getting my lift on. I couldn't have done it without Spine One. They can do it for you as well. Don't live in pain any longer. Get yourself involved back in your life. Call them for a same-day appointment, 303-367-2225, 303-367-BACK, or as always, you can find them online at spine1.com.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
Excel Energy loves that the tree you want to plant is for birding. But before you start identifying warblers or digging up the perfect spot, you need to call 811 to ensure your project doesn't hit any underground utility lines. But while we've all mixed up a brown-headed cowbird and a gray catbird, you don't want to get shovels and utility lines mixed up together. Contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig to ensure your projects avoid any underground utility lines. Learn more at excelergy.com/811.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Injured in an accident? Call Postman Law. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients, fighting and winning nationwide. Others promise, Postman delivers. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you their new bonus Jack combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And we cut to size, because just like taxes and BS, we think metal is better when cut. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Find a store or shop online at metalsupermarkets.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit information kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
And as the Broncos get ready for this morning's practice, first practice in pads, we welcome in for his normal Monday visit with us, James Marilat from DenverSports.com and right here on The Fan. James, you have proclaimed that you've seen enough. The Broncos are going to go 9-8. What have you seen that has led you to that prediction?
Well, and everybody takes this as a negative, Mike, and I've said this over and over and over again. I actually think they're going to be better this year, but their record isn't going to be as good. I mean, they had a lot of green lights last year. They played the AFC South. They played the NFC South. They only beat one playoff team, save for the Chiefs JV team. So they beat the Bucs in Week 3, and then they beat a bunch of bad football teams. So it's a tougher schedule this year. I just think it shapes up to be more of a gauntlet to get to the playoffs or to try to get to double-digit wins. So I don't think they're going to be bad. I don't think it's going to be a negative season. I just don't see this team having as many breaks go their way, and that's going to make it tougher to get to 10 wins.
James, pads go on today. First day of pads.
Yep.
What are you looking forward to watching now that the Broncos are putting the pads on?
Well, you know what I want to see, fellas? And this is good news, bad news. But the bad news is they don't seem to be able to block anybody. The good news is their pass rush looks like it's pretty legit. I mean, when I was down there last week, it was constantly, it didn't matter who the quarterback was, didn't matter who was, which offensive line group it was. They couldn't block anybody. It was, Q Robinson was the guy that just popped off the page that everybody was noticing. So I want to see now that they put on the pads, hey, can they block anybody? Can they protect Bo Nix? Can they do that? So that to me is the number one thing I'll be looking at, Stoke.
A lot of question marks. One was the receiving core. What have you seen so far in the first couple of days of practice from the receiving core, Cortland Sutton, and the rest of the guys there?
Yeah, I mean, Cortland Sutton obviously is the one, but who's going to be the two? To me, it's Marvin Mims and Bo Nix. They seem to have a connection that is going to translate onto the field. So I think Marvin Mims has been the guy that's jumped off for me. But that's been the number one takeaway.
As you watch Bo and listen to Bo, do you sense anything different from what we saw last year, by the end of last year, and what you're seeing right now? Because for me, I've been encouraged, James, that he got a chance to finally get off the treadmill, right? He was just going from the end of his college football season into all the draft prep, then getting drafted, then jumping right into his Broncos rookie season, and he finally got a chance to exhale. And I think we're all kind of curious, how would he come back this year? And I love the fact that this guy shows no signs of being complacent. He goes and meets with Tom House just to, continue to refine his throwing. He meets with Drew Brees so he can pick his brain. He acknowledged that he's had conversations about dealing with the so-called sophomore slump and how to avoid that. It just seems like he's a guy that really has his head on straight when it comes to, all right, what do I have to do to make sure I continue to improve? Do you notice that?
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I thought the best answer from him on, Saturday when he met with the media, was when they asked him about the fact that he was, 64th or 68th or whatever it was in the NFL Top 100. And, he answered it humbly, right? Like, it's an honor to be in there. But also the fact that, hey, well, I want to be higher than that. I want to be the best of the best. It's like, that's a fine line to walk, Mike, where you can be humble about it. You can be appreciative of it. But you can also look at it and say, well, that's not my goal. I'm not trying to be a top 70 player. I want to be a top 10 player. I want to be the best quarterback in the league. I think he's done a great job of walking that line. But, yeah, he just seems like a guy who, he's more on on page this year, and it's definitely something where you look at it and say, all right, I like what I'm hearing from the quarterback. It's sort of does he pass the eye test? Does he pass the ear test when you hear him at the press conferences? And he certainly does.
James, we haven't gotten any news about any contract extensions. When you look at I guess you could say the big three, Bonito, Zach Allen, and Cortland Sutton, how would you approach it? Do you want to see something done with all of them, one of them, none of them? How would you approach the three guys with the possible contract extensions?
Well, to me, Nick Bonito would be number one. For one, he's playing a premium position, right? Pass rusher is just an edge rusher. It's just when you find one, you got to make sure you keep him. So he would be number one. Plus, he hasn't been rewarded by the franchise yet, right? Like, the organization hasn't given him a big deal. They already gave Zach Allen one when he came from Arizona as a free agent. They've already paid Cortland Sutton, and I think it's getting closer to where Cortland Sutton has lived up to his contract. But I think prior to last year, certainly 2 years ago, you could say, man, Cortland Sutton has been overpaid during his career, so he would be third for me. But I think you got to get Nick Bonito done. And then to go back to Mike's original question of why I feel like this may be a 9-8 football team, I do think as this goes on, Stoke, I think it's going to become a distraction. We've already seen a little bit of it with Cortland Sutton. You know, is he holding in? Is he not holding in? It's like, okay, no, he's not. But the conversation's going to continue, so it certainly has me worried. But if you had me rank them, it's Nick Bonito 1, Zach Allen 2, and Cortland Sutton would be third for me, and he'd be a distant third.
Mike has come up with some just ridiculous notion that if you sign one of these guys, there's going to be a huge bump in camaraderie and culture, and confetti will shower the players as they come onto the field.
Not going to let that one go, are you, Mark?
Competition streak. You adhere to that kind of philosophy about signing your players during training camp.
Well, I do think there's something to be said for, hey, you take care of the guys that are in the building, right? And, like, I think there's a good vibe that comes with that. And I think if you're a young player on this team and you look at Nick Bonito and you see, hey, this guy performed, he exceeded expectations, and he got rewarded with a contract, I think there's something to that. Do I think it's going to be a big kumbaya moment? No, I don't. But I think you want to have a reputation as an organization that, hey, we take care of our own, and if you come here and you perform at a high level, we're going to reward you with a big contract. I don't think that's crazy. I'm also looking at this board in the studio here, Mike, and you've changed your name to Mikey Marilat. Is that a knock on you or knock on me or both?
Well, it's
definitely a knock on you.
Yeah, I've
lowered myself to your level.
Well, you turned him to becoming a Rusty for some this whole thing has been kind of bizarro world last week and a half.
Not true.
No, it really has been. James, any concern though? Because you said Cortland's last on your list of guys to pay. Any concern that they looked at his contract last year? There was kind of an understanding, it seemed to me, going into this year that if he played well, did the right things, that his contract would get adjusted because they adjusted it last year. So they got to do something again to it this year. Any concern that if you don't get something done, that you got your best wide receiver, he's our best wide receiver, and it's not even close, that he's not going to be happy, he's not going to be productive, and I just don't want to mess with that in Bo Nix's second year.
Yeah, I mean, I get that, but what's he going to do, right? He's going to show up and collect his $14 million. And, I think they've overpaid Cortland Sutton slightly during his career as a Bronco. I think it would be, it'd be a mistake to give him a long-term deal. I don't think that would age well. And to some extent, the Broncos have all the leverage here, right? Like, he's under contract for this season. You can go year by year franchising him after this if you want to. I just don't think he's the kind of guy where you look at it and say, oh, we got to give him a 3-year, $75 million deal. I just think that would age so poorly. And they haven't given him a contract for a reason, right? And it's because they think that some of these young guys are the future and can be the number one guy, and they know that he's not necessarily a classic number one receiver. So, look, he's like the 25th highest paid receiver in the league right now. He's probably about the 25th best receiver in the league. I think his contract is fitting. I think you just play hardball. I think the Broncos have all the leverage here.
Last one, James. We've got about a minute. I love poking holes in your theories. Here's the problem I have with you saying 9-8 based on the idea that they could still be a good football team, but you're comparing what's coming up this year to what you saw from last year and why you see an adjustment. What about the idea that Bo's going to be better, the players coming back are going to be better, the additions are going to make them better, the coaching staff being in place for 3 years? I don't think you're taking into account what should be an improvement, a bump up from last year, and be able to handle let's say, a tougher schedule this year.
Yeah, but they're in a very tough division, right? They have to play the NFC East. They got to play at Washington. They got to play at Philly. I just think it's not as many green lights. I think everything kind of broke their way last year to get to 10. I'll just believe it when I see it. I'm telling you, I think they're going to be a good football team, but I think getting to 10 wins is going to be a much bigger challenge this year with the schedule. And I all those things you say are true, Mike. They are going to be better. I just don't think it's going to be as easy of a road.
All right, James, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks, fellas.
There he goes, James Marilat. Check him out at DenverSports.com, and, of course, here on The Fan. Coming up next, why is Deion Sanders bringing his medical team along with him to a press conference today? The Rockies say goodbye to Ryan McMahon, and why was Nikola Jokic crying after a horse race? That's next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, the leaders in TRT, Synergenics and Low T Center introduced the Synergenics Health app, guys. If you've been struggling to choose where to go for TRT, look no further than Synergenics and Low T Center. The new Synergenics Health app is superior innovation in healthcare technology. You're not going to find it anywhere else. With the app, you can book appointments online, view the lab results, face-to-face televisits with the medical team over there, receive medication reminders, order supplements, pre-check into your visits, and a whole lot more, guys. They're doing it the right way. And right now, there's never been a better time to start TRT with Synergenics and Low T Center. They're offering the test for free. Other places charge hundreds of bucks, but you can get, for a limited time, the test for free. Treatment is covered by most health insurance. And this isn't some basic standard treatment, guys. This is all based on your test results. So it's a personalized experience exactly for you and what you need. Download the Synergetics Health app or book an appointment online today at fixmylowt.com. That's fixmylowt.com.
Ryan Reynolds here from Mint Mobile. With the price of just about everything going up, we thought we'd bring our prices down. So to help us, we brought in a reverse auctioneer, which is apparently a thing.
Mint Mobile Unlimited Premium Wireless. How to get 30, 30, bit to get 30, bit to get 20, 20, 20, bit to get 20, 20, bit to get 15, 15, 15, 15, just $15 a month? Sold!
Give it a try at mintmobile.com/save.
Upfront payment of $45 for 3-month plan, equivalent to $15 per month required. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Speed slow after 35 gigabytes if network's busy. Taxes and fees extra. See mintmobile.com.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you, which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots on us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of 1 unlimited intro line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. 1 discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Englewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
Heating up here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, as we get set for another week of practices. And today takes on a level of juice as we get into pads. We see the Broncos in pads for the first time this offseason, so we look forward to that. It's a busy Monday, as you'd expect after a busy weekend. A lot of stuff happening. Just kind of recapping, guys, what's going on. More Bronco news to share with you as Damani Leach, the team president, spoke about the new stadium. And despite the fact that the Walton Penner Group purchased some $150 million worth of land over in the Burnham Yard area. That's the area off of the 8th Ave exit east of I-25, which seems to be the leader in the clubhouse for where the new stadium will be built. Leach, not tipping his hand, still said that they haven't settled on anything, that some of these other places that you've heard are still in play, places like Aurora, places like Lone Tree, Stoke, still in play, which, you know, could affect the whole
commute
Castle Rock experience.
Yeah,
you're not worried. I don't get the sense you're worried. I think you still think this other place is the place it'll end up.
I do. I don't know why, but I'm just I'm just optimistic for no good reason. Who knows? I mean, where it ends up. But I mean, it doesn't really matter where it goes. It's going to be nice. They're going to do a great job. I'm not one of the people that say, okay, well, you know, the Broncos have played downtown for the last 40 years. They need to build a stadium downtown. I really don't care where it goes. I just prefer it not near me, not close to me. I don't know. I don't look at that as a convenience. I'd rather drive for my 5 or 6 games that I go to a year, drive downtown, deal with that, and then be able to not have all the other headaches that you have to have when it comes to having a stadium.
Stoke would have to build an in-home studio. I mean, he would have to do it for if it was down during the football season. It was there, like getting to and from the Rock. I mean, it's already hectic enough with that driveway. Now you put a stadium somewhere in the path. Sorry about it.
Every day would be like
the house.
Every day would be like a foot snowstorm. You know,
you cannot relate.
You just be at home. As far as for fans out there, when you can kind of sense that something's going to happen, circle 2030 on your calendar. As Leach said, quote, "We feel like the stadium we have is in really great shape. That being said, in 5 more years, our lease will be up, and it'll be a 30-year-old stadium." So that's certainly something we're thinking about. We're also thinking about this in terms of the next 30 years and what we'll need to serve our football program, but also our fans. So circle 2030. As far as your experience out here, when you come out to watch the Broncos in future years, Sean Payton revealing that this whole old building, the whole building that we're looking at to our right, the original building, this is where Mark Schlereth toiled, sweat, blood, and tears, all those 5:30 therapy sessions with Greek, where Brandon Stokley and Peyton Manning hung out just doing Peyton Manning, Brandon Stokley stuff. This building's going to be torn down, and they're going to build a new hill, a new berm. And it's going to be really fan-friendly, and so the hill that we're used to over there is going to be moved over here. They're going to make it with all the bells and whistles, maybe have a nice overhang over it so that people will be shielded in the shade. So what you're staring at right now, guys, the building that was home to you for so many years, going to be gone and replaced with a fan-friendly hill.
Just a big pile of dirt, huh?
Yep.
How many yards of dirt you suppose it's going to take to build a hill like that? That's a lot of yards of dirt.
Well, Sean Payton said that they're storing all the dirt that has come out of this project here to our left, and they're going to move it all over.
They'll dump truck it over here.
Yeah.
Build a big hill.
Would you like to be part of that process?
Compact it. You got to compact it, right?
You don't want to be part of that?
You don't want sinkage.
You're an expert in berm building, aren't you?
I'm an expert in moving dirt. Like I've moved more 10-yard piles of dirt than you'd like to you can shake a stick at. So yeah, I'm a dirt mover.
Oh, I love it.
Hey man, you never know. I might get fired from another job, and then I need to be hired as a dirt mover.
That's right. This thing could come full circle. You know, you'll just end up moving dirt and taking naps in porta potties.
Yeah,
just like you set it up back in the day.
Exactly.
The guy is drunk.
Some other things going on this weekend. Deion Sanders going to meet today as the Buffs kick off their fall camp, ramping up for the season. And with all the questions surrounding Deion and his health, has not been around the team that much this summer. Has been spending most of his summer down in Texas at his ranch, although he was recently in Tampa to check in on Shiloh, who's trying to hook on with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Anyway, he's going to talk today, and he's bringing his medical team with him. Stoke, does that raise a few alarm bells and red flags for you?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I don't understand why you need your doctors there. So then, it has me concerned that maybe he has a setback and they need to explain what's going on and that he might have to take time away or his hours or his commitment level be a little bit less than what it was before. So, I mean, that's always concerning. I mean, you first and foremost, you wish and hope for the best for his health. And then you look at what CU would be without him and where it was before, and that wasn't fun. So hopefully everything is good. They're just giving us an update on what went down and what's happening to him, and then but everything is moving in the right direction.
Yeah, doctor jargon. You know, they'll be able to explain all the things, the technicalities of being a doctor, all that kind of stuff.
I would think that you almost have like an MD based on all the surgeries and everything you've had.
Oh, I can speak doctor.
Oh, I bet you can.
I can speak doctor. Like when you get into one of them meetings, like Stoke could go up there and meet with Sean Payton, and they'd be talking, about stems and different things in the passing game, right, and high-low reads and what you're trying to do, creating leverage coming off the switch release. They'd be talking, like to the rest of America, they'd be like, "What are you talking about?" Like I can have those kind of conversations with doctors.
Yes.
When we talk about scopes, we talk about different procedures, bilateral release and all that kind of stuff.
C4 versus C3.
Right, exactly,
kind of
exactly.
Yeah.
Herniated S1s and L5s, and we can have that conversation. So he's bringing his doctors in to get into the nitty gritty.
Stoke, I was with you when I first heard. I was like, are we going to hear some kind of announcement that's going to be a bombshell? I think it's something more. I think it is. First of all, I think it's just transparency. Let's get the message out there. Buff fans, everybody wants to know how I'm feeling, what's going on. Let's give them some information. But remember, it's Deion Sanders, and I love Deion, but, Deion, there's always a show going on, There's always a show being done. There's always a brand to be built. And with the understanding that Netflix is putting together, currently working on a 3-part documentary on Deion Sanders' life that's going to air in 2026, I would not be shocked at all if this is part of it, that the TV cameras will be rolling, the Netflix cameras will be rolling, the crew will be rolling, and it would not shock me in the least if part of this press conference doesn't show up in part of this docuseries. So I think there's a couple reasons why the doctors are going to be on hand. Information, but also it's part of the show.
Content?
Part of the show. Content.
Need content.
Need content.
If you're going to have a Netflix show, you got to have content.
Well,
Need content.
It gives me an idea. Netflix, The Building of the Berm.
I like that. Starring Stink.
Document it.
Moving dirt.
Okay.
Moving dirt. I like
Moving
that.
dirt.
You actually would be a good
I don't know.
spokesman for that.
I don't,
narrator.
I don't think that's going to be
like Mike
a
Rowe
hit.
or something.
Yeah.
No?
I don't know.
Building
How
the
can you
berm?
make that like something that's appealing to people to watch?
I don't know.
It's
What
hot.
can you
It's
do
hot.
that separates
you know,
yourself?
First of
you see
all-
just a little bead of sweat running down, and all you see is the forehead. It's a hot day in July, and you're building a berm.
I don't know. I think it'd be kind of cool, first of all, to watch the demolition of this building.
Boom.
All the history inside that
Right.
building.
Oh,
you
yeah.
know, the
you
stories,
walk
first
through,
of all.
you tell the stories,
Exactly.
right? And then you take a sledgehammer to it and you just destroy the memory.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Just take a wrecking ball to it.
Yeah, I don't know
my
about
God.
a sledgehammer.
there'll
But
be-
don't you
there'll
think
be
they're
some
going to do
sledgehammering.
something like that? Don't you think the Broncos might document that?
I think that'd be cool.
The tear down
I
to
think
the
that'd be cool.
I bet they do.
Mark wants to be part of it.
I don't think he's going to be a part of it.
I want to host it.
I don't think they want you to host
I
it.
want to host it. I want to host the first half until they fire me, and then they bring somebody else in to host it. But that would be good.
Finally, Nikola Jokic crying this weekend. Why was Nikola Jokic crying?
What's it?
Because,
Sorry.
hey, that's my MVP. So his horse, another one of his horses won a race, and he was overcome with emotion. He had his head buried in his hands. He ran out onto the track. He was crying. He hugged the jockey. He hugged the horse. He poured champagne over his team. He poured champagne over himself. And I immediately heard from some people like, geez, he wasn't even that happy when they won the championship. What gives with this guy? I mean, you tell me, Mark. You're a great person to tell the story. Just because you were wildly successful as a player and successful winning doesn't match the emotion that comes with watching somebody or something else you care about succeed.
Oh, yeah.
Going through it with your son.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I got the chance to win 3 Super Bowls. They're not even close. That emotion is not even close to watching my son throw his first inning in the big leagues. And I mean, against the Atlanta Braves in Arizona with the Diamondbacks, the 6th inning, scoreless 6th inning, it was probably the most exhilarating sports moment of my life.
You were bawling like a baby.
Oh, I was crying. Oh, you should have seen me. You couldn't console me. I had champagne.
Snot bubbles.
Oh,
snot
my God.
bubbles.
But really before he even threw, like he calls me, goes, "Get down here." And so I got on the field and took and I was bawling. Like, you couldn't console me. And I had people that were just there that had no idea who I was. Like, hey, it's going to be okay, big fella. Like, they had no idea what was going on except that I was crying like a sissy. So I get it.
Yeah, you get it.
I get it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Emotional incontinence.
Yeah,
I'm there. I'm 100%.
absolutely. We talked about Bo Nix showing that maturity in year 2 and leaning into making sure nothing trips him up in year 2. He talked about dealing with the dreaded sophomore slump. How's he got to handle it? You'll hear from Bo next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
At Silterhart Motors, they love the red, white, and blue, and celebrating our freedom is not just for the 4th. They do it all July long at Silterhart Motors as we are in our final days of their Freedom Sales event. Freedom from interest. with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles, freedom from payments for 90 days, freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down, and starting at just $399 a month. Siltar makes it so easy to do all your car shopping at sthmotors.com. There you can check out their entire inventory of Ford, Lincoln, Volvo, and Mazda. Also get an estimate on your monthly payment with their estimate calculator. Get your trade value, apply for credit, even get your new car delivered right to your front door. sthmotors.com, and conveniently located at Highway 36 and Wadsworth. Come see them in person. The Summer of Freedom sales event, free from interest, free from upfront payments. Siltar Motors, get everything you want from a dealership.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their tools, but to protect their professional reputations. Whether it's inside or outside of work vehicles, a WeatherGuard badge means pros can trust that their hard-earned name is in good hands. Since 1968 and every day since, WeatherGuard has been protecting anything it takes to build a professional reputation. WeatherGuard, established in 1968, proven every day. WeatherGuard.com.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here for Xfinity. Now check this out. History, it had the gold rush, then came the oil boom, but right now it's the Wi-Fi boom. And Xfinity Wi-Fi is booming. Xfinity has everything you need to tap into the Wi-Fi boom with seriously powerful and seriously reliable connection. With 99.99% network reliability and incredible low lag, your streams will be smoother than making the decision on what you want to stream. And I haven't even mentioned the ability to connect to hundreds of devices. So you, your kids, your parents, and whoever else is at home can all experience the Wi-Fi boom with Xfinity at the same time. Here's the offer you don't want to miss. Get the most reliable Wi-Fi and Xfinity's best in-class equipment for one consistent price, 5 years guaranteed. It also includes unlimited data with no annual contract, all with 5-year price guarantee from Xfinity. So go to Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store near you today. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. New residential customers only. Select plans only. Xfinity Gateway with XFi complete required for unlimited data except in certain areas. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed broadband experience report August 2024. Actual speeds vary.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan brought to you by Flanagan Law.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
These first few days of Broncos training camp have been awesome. Camp Good Vibe, as I have dubbed it. Just good vibes out here. And a lot of optimism. Got a little reminder of the reality of NFL with the injury to Drew Sanders. That sucks. I mean, just feel bad for him, young guy just trying hard to, make it in the league. And I've always had empathy for you guys having to deal with what you go through. But I have to admit, it really, I think, went to another level watching the Gabe Landeskog documentary about everything, him chronicling, bringing us behind the curtain as to what it took to come back from a serious injury. And I gained a newfound respect for what you guys go through as people. We always tend to, I think as fans, we hear a guy is hurt. Oh, he's going to be out 4 to 6 weeks. Okay, 4 to 6 weeks, I'll see you then. And I don't really think about what's going on during those 4 to 6 weeks. Or, he blew out his Achilles, he's going to be out for the year. All right, I'll see you in a year. I don't really think about what's going on. But watching what Gabe went through, I start thinking about a guy like Drew Sanders and, second time 2 years in a row or 2 times in 3 years that he's gone through something serious like this. Yeah, my heart goes out to him. I feel bad for him. That's got to suck.
It wears on you, man.
Yeah.
It's, not only the physical, right, having to have surgeries or having to have, an extended rehab process, but you also realize that life marches on and the team marches on without you, and you feel like you're not part of it. And that's the mental anguish that comes along with the rehab and trying to get yourself back and then not being a part of it, not feeling a part of it. It's a hard thing, man. It sucks when you're hurt or when you're sick or when you miss time. It really does.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bummer for him, obviously. I mean, you look at it from the Broncos' perspective, they're losing one of their better special teams guys and one of their top backups to Greenlaw and Singleton in the middle of the defense. And Mark brought it up earlier, but he's a guy that you can move all over the football field defensively. I mean, he doesn't only play inside. We've seen him, get over the guard and rush the, blitz, and he's been on the outside. He plays outside linebacker also. So he's a versatile guy that you could do a lot of different things with, so you're losing that. We don't know the timeline, but when they come out right away, they say extended time period. I mean, to me, that's not good news. But, yeah, I think ultimately you feel bad for him. He's going into his third year, and now 2 out of the 3 years he's been hurt, and mentally it wears on you as a football player. All he's trying to do is, show what he can do. And he's not even able to, be able to be healthy enough to go out on the field and prove that, he can be a good NFL player.
Well, we wish Drew Sanders the best. In the meantime, the good vibes surrounding Bo Nix continue. And what really has impressed me is that for somebody coming off a really successful rookie season, you wonder, would there be any sort of complacency? Would he lose any of that edge? But I think it's been great, whether it's meeting with Tom House to continue to polish the throwing mechanics, stay on top of that, meeting with Drew Brees, to also what he shared over the weekend, the idea that, he's heard about the sophomore slump for quarterbacks, and he's determined to do something about it.
Honestly, I think it'll be the same challenges. It's still going to be defenses. It's still going to be coordinators. It's still going to be wins and losses. It's still going to be a healthier team. It's still going to be new installs. Now I just think I'm in a better place to handle those things, which is good. And I think I was actually talking about this earlier with quarterbacks. Sometimes, we talk about down years and why do guys have down years. And sometimes I think we're so focused in rhythm in college, so just work year round. And then we get to the first year of the NFL and you go through the draft and you get here and you're drowning, you work. And then all of a sudden you get time off. It's like, how do I handle this time off? And for me, I think it's more of the fear of not being ready, not being enough for the team. So that's what continues to drive me and what's not going to give me an off year. But at the same time, it was nice to catch up and kind of get back to where I want to be physically, get back to where I want to be mentally and make strides. And so I don't think the challenges will change. I think I'm just different. So I think that's a good part of this year. I don't want to take it for granted that I am a year ahead, because most guys are a lot of years ahead of me. So I know I got a long way to go, but I'm excited to go there.
The fear of not being ready. That's what jumped out to me. And I know I like busting you guys, your chops about it, but there's no reason, there's no doubt that the common thing between the two of you to explain the success, the longevity that you had, was you never took anything for granted. You were always guarding and fighting and being prepared about what could come next. And I think you talked to a lot of great athletes, the greatest of the great. They'll tell you they were motivated by fear. And the fact that this kid gets this going into year 2, the fear of not being ready. I love that.
You know what? It is so offensive lineman of him. And one of the things I like about Stokley is Stokley played receiver, but he had this offensive line mentality. Like I've always said, my career was motivated purely out of fear and paranoia of not getting my job done, the fear of letting people down. That is such, like from a leadership standpoint, that is such a kind of a leader's mentality. If you don't care more about the people you lead than you care about yourself, you're not a good leader. And the fact that I have a fear of letting the team down, I have a fear of not being prepared, I have a fear of them presenting something to me and me not having an answer for it. So I am going to grind, I am going to work, I am going to prepare to make sure I don't let these guys down. I love that mentality, because that's the mentality that I played with my entire career, and most of the guys I know that were great played with that same type of fear and that same type of paranoia.
Yeah, I think that's, you just listen to Drew and Bo, and you know that he just
nice
gets
Freudian slip, by the way. I'm good with that. I'm good with that.
He just gets it, and we were just talking about Drew Sanders, who you thought Drew Brees,
yeah,
Drew Sanders.
That's exactly where I went.
Drew Lock. I mean, there's a lot of Drews it could have been. But I
Drew
mean, he
Bledsoe.
gets it.
Drew, my granddaughter.
I don't know about Bledsoe or the granddaughter.
Drew Henson. Was it Drew Henson?
It was a Drew Henson, Michigan quarterback.
Yeah,
baseball player.
Yeah.
How about that?
Right.
No, but I mean, he gets it. Obviously, I mean, I don't think there's any concern. There was no concern for me going into year 2 that Bo's going to just he thinks he's arrived and he thinks he's good. No, he's going to continue to approach it the right way, do the little things, meeting with Drew Brees and doing that. That's just part of the puzzle. That's just part of the process. And but obviously, I think as an NFL player, you have to figure out your offseason. How do you approach your offseason? How do you handle your offseason? Because it's a lot different in year 2 than what it was your rookie year. Your rookie year, it's so different than any other year. So now going into year 2, you got to figure out how you want to approach the offseason, which it seems like he's kind of figured that out.
Sean Payton was talking to the NFL Network on Saturday. I always love when Sean does national media because you get a little bit more.
When does he
Sean.
do K? When is K?
Oh, that's where you get the really good stuff.
But that's
when he
the
talks
best.
to K when K comes out here. But he was talking to Cynthia Freeland and NFL Network on Saturday, and you get a little bit more from Sean. Maybe it's kind of the show pony in him. A little bit more comes out. You get a little bit more from Sean. But he talked at length about what he took the most from Bo in his rookie season.
One of the things that he does so well, when you look at minus play differential, sacks, interceptions, fumbles, his number is off the charts. He doesn't get sacked, and I think that's more of a quarterback statistic than an offensive line statistic.
Oh, wow. Who said that before?
Yes.
Wow. Interesting, huh? Interesting.
Ahead.
Are
Take
you
your
going to go
victory.
ahead?
Take your
Are
victory
you going to
lap.
go ahead now and apologize to me?
What about?
I've been saying that for years. Now Sean says it, and it like
I've always not. You think I wasn't listening to you? You think I
never really got the credit I feel like I deserve.
I based all my hatred towards Russell Wilson on basically that comment right there. The idea that hey, all these sacks that Russ takes, they're Russ's fault.
Yeah, but you just kind of let it go. You let it just go blow right over without like I don't feel like you've thrown me my proper amount of flowers.
Stoke, he was never this sensitive before he got fired.
Wow. Wow.
Holy
cow.
That's right, man.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
just making
it's
it
one thing if I bring it up, but when you bring it up, it stings a little bit.
Just making an observation, that's all.
Mark, if Sean says it 4 to 5 more times, then maybe Evans will start giving you more credit.
Oh, there it is. Oh, we almost forgot. 9:26. We got it done. Oh, phew, got that out of the way. Day number 235 of the Zach by Sensitivity Smear campaign. The invite's still there to Zach if he wants to come on and admit how wrong he was about obsessing over Bo missing out on those 4 to 5 extra reps. We will stop the smear campaign. He's got an open invitation. Up next, does Stoke feel better now that Bo addressed head on what Stoke was worried about last week? That's next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here, and I was talking to my buddy Troy Hansford about the housing market this new year going on. He told me over the past year the market's gone from one of the hottest it's ever been to prices declining, something that really hasn't happened here in Denver, Colorado for about a decade. So if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell it, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee in 2025. What is it? Well, if you can't sell your house at the price you agree upon, plus the timeline that you agree upon, he's going to cut you a check for $5,000. Come on, who else makes that offer? Nobody I've ever heard of, and he continues to make that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings. Has about 100 families right now, as I speak, approved and ready to buy. And if for any reason
You've got a house to sell. Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. So give him a call, 720-900-4433. That's 720-900-4433. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford, our RE/MAX professionals, Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then do yourself a favor. Pick up the phone and call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877 Cars for Kids.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey, Stoke here. If you need a hip or knee replacement surgery, check out Colorado Joint Replacement. They're home to some of the top trained surgeons in the state using the latest technology. Their expert surgeons offer the most innovative joint replacement care in the Front Range. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Hey guys, feeling exhausted? It could be low testosterone. Get your energy back with TRT from Low T Center right now. Get a free T test and save over $100. Don't wait. This offer ends July 31st. Book your test today at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Imagine yourself in your favorite pair of pajamas. Now imagine that you put them on fresh out of the dryer. We believe that's how banking should feel. Comfortable, easy, soothing. Are we shooting too high? Maybe. But why shouldn't we? At First Bank, we want every visit, call, and tap in our app to feel like those warm PJs with the easy solutions you deserve and real people who stand by you. You can call it warm pajama banking or hot cocoa with whipped cream banking, but we just call it feel-good banking. Experience it today at efirstbank.com. First Bank, banking for good. Member FDIC.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
I got a question.
Yeah, Stokley, you want to take this?
Everything is happening, right? Guys are getting out on the field now. They're starting to stretch, get warmed up. Bo Nix just ran out. The crowd went crazy. And, you know, now the coaches are walking around, and there was this one random coach that walked by, right? And Stink popped up and was like, hey! And the guy looked at Stink as like, don't know who you are.
Blank stare.
Like blank stare. And he's like, and did you notice?
I did. And
you
then
did.
Mark said, hey, it's Stink.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh.
People know me.
You jogged up
I
to
thought
him.
it was a little awkward.
We both looked at
also,
each other.
yeah.
We both looked at each
Yeah.
other and went,
ooh.
Kind of winced a little bit.
Really?
Like, yeah, because you like popped up.
Well,
like,
because normally
and
when
he made
I
a beeline for the guy, and the guy like almost had a little
Yeah.
fear in his eyes. Like, who is this?
Yeah, well, I
behemoth
mean, when you come
storming at me?
you come at him
Didn't
like that, he
didn't
probably got a little nervous.
He didn't recognize you.
No, because
you
it's
even had to say it Stink.
Yeah, because I could tell he didn't recognize me right off the bat. Normally, when I see him, I'm on a football field on Sunday in a suit and tie.
Ah.
Yeah,
we're
he
going with
realized
that, huh?
He was like, is this one of our new players? He instantly saw my physique, and he thought, oh my gosh, this guy, maybe I could use him.
Did we just sign a veteran offensive lineman?
Right. Maybe we could use him as the personal protector on. No, he's one of the great special teams coaches. You know, and then once he processed the information, it's kind of like talking to your wife. You know how your wife just randomly throws, like, you're not in a topic, and then she randomly throws, she throws a name out there like, oh, well, you know, John, and you're like, wait a minute, catalog, where's John? Who are we talking about? Like, how did this come up? And she just expects you to know. Like, I caught him off guard a little bit. That happens. Yeah. It happens.
And who was that?
That's Darren Rizzi, the special teams coach.
All right.
Yeah.
A guy that you've probably seen Didn't you see him last year at a game?
Yeah, I talked to him last year at a game.
So you did a game
in a
last
suit
year.
and tie, at the very beginning of the year.
Uh-huh.
So it's been a year.
So it was the suit and tie, lack of suit and tie that threw him off, huh?
Well,
they totally didn't recognize. He had a blank stare on his face.
Right, until I jogged his memory. That's what you do.
From the guy you saw a year ago?
Well, a lot. I mean, Mark's seen him a lot.
He's
He's
in the NFC South.
He's the Saints.
Yeah.
I just saw him on the field pregame.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Wow. Look at you guys.
I thought it was.
No, it was kind of awkward a little bit. We
bit
felt awkward for you.
We
you
felt
know,
bad.
I didn't feel.
We felt bad for you.
I didn't feel the least bit awkward. I did not feel the least bit.
Good for you, but we felt pity for you.
Why? Why?
Here comes another. Why don't you go run over to him?
It's the same guy.
Oh,
you moron.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
I was just seeing if you were paying attention.
Yeah, that's what you were doing.
Hey, Mark,
And
round 2. Try it again. Maybe he'll recognize you.
Will he recognize me this time?
Yeah, maybe he will.
Hey, small
Well,
point.
you know what? He didn't recognize me because ever since I got fired from television, he hasn't seen me on the network
I know.
anymore. And so he's like, "Who is this guy?"
For a second there, you got to experience the other side of things that I've witnessed so many times being like at Super Bowls with you, where somebody comes up to you like, "Hey, Mark," and you've got no idea who
because
he is.
again, context. I got to process. I get the hamster's got to get off the bed, walk over to the wheel, and start spinning.
I've seen you so many times. You're like, "Hey, guy, how you doing?"
Yeah.
And you reach out, you shake their hand, you put your left hand on their right shoulder. You're like, "How you doing? You feeling good? Looking healthy?"
Yeah.
And then he's constantly, he's furiously trying to figure out who this person is, and then he'll play the game where he'll use me. And he'll say, "Hey, I want to introduce you to my
buddy
radio
Mike.
partner, Mike." And then it's my job to go, "Hey, how you doing, Mike Evans?" And then they say the name.
I
and
know
then
that
Mike's
routine.
Like,
Yeah, you got that. You got that.
Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Again, Camp Good vibe. But I don't know. I just think it says something that, as you get ready for this first practice, that you might think that the first players out on the field would be young players, rookies, undrafted free agents, really hungry. And the fact that the first people out on the field were Jaleel McLaughlin, DJ Jones, Evan Ingram, and Bo Nix. The fact that it was veteran players, the stars of your team, some of the leaders of your team being the first ones out here. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it, but
yeah, it's dumb.
Wow, he's on edge right now.
I got his back up against the wall.
No, it's just dumb.
Kitty's got claws.
It's just
really?
Like, yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Nothing to read into this, huh?
No. The guys come out early. The guys want to get warmed up. DJ Jones probably takes a little bit longer to get warm than everybody else, and there's a bunch of young guys out here too.
I'm saying the first ones that were out here.
I
took notes.
I took notes. I think I got to agree with Mike here.
Thank you.
I think it's like, when your leaders and your best players are the ones that are out here, they're doing things first, and they're not last ones out on the football field. I mean, is it the biggest deal in the world? No, but it's the little things that end up equaling and becoming big things.
Exactly.
And so I think when that precedent is set by especially your quarterback and your other veteran leaders, that, hey, okay, well, that guy's out there. If you're a rookie and you look at it as like, well, that guy's already out on the football field. Let me get out there and let me get going a little bit. So is it the biggest deal in the world? No, I don't think so. But I also think it's certainly not a negative.
No, it's not. It's not a negative. But I mean,
I wasn't making a big deal of it. I'm just saying it's a small thing.
Bo Nix came out first, so why didn't you give the Broncos 12 wins?
God bless Bo Nix.
He won't let the 12 go.
He won't let it go.
I am not going to let it go.
I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do it. 11 wins and win the division. I think that's pretty bold, audacious, bodacious. Bodacious. I'm a believer, so it's all bodacious. Hey,
there's another coach.
There's another coach.
I'm not a believer.
It's the same one.
Same guy.
Same guy again.
Oh, if only another Bronco assistant coach could walk by here and not recognize Stink, it would make my day. It would be great if Sean Payton walked by here and Mark's like, "Hey, Sean, it's me, Stink."
Oh, are you having fun?
I am having fun.
Look at you.
I am having fun.
That's not
I
you.
am having fun. Bo Nix, speaking directly to something that had Brandon Stokley all freaked out last week. The idea of meeting with Tom House. Here was what Bo had to say about it. We'll get here in just a second. But you were all worried about him meeting with noted throwing quarterback guru Tom House and whether or not.
Do
you want to explain yourself?
Just I said, hey, I don't want this guy to go meet with this quarterback guru. And next thing you know, he's changing his mechanics. He's messing with his, doing all kind of different things that we don't need to mess with, right? And so that was my concern when I heard about Tom House. Now let's listen
here's
to
what
the
Bo
audio.
had to say about it.
What we can get better at, and so we just want to tighten a few things up and get even more efficient, and whatever we can do. At this point, it's tough to make big strides, so we want to find all the little things that we can that may make a difference.
See, I tried to tell you that last week. I tried to talk you off the edge. I said, relax. This isn't like a major overhaul. It's a tweak. It's a polish. You feel better now?
Yeah, no,
You're
I feel
good?
much better
Okay.
now.
All right, good.
Because it seems like they've worked together in the past, right? This wasn't just the first year that they started working together. So, I feel much better about it, and I don't have any more concerns about it.
Wow, Vance Joseph just walked by and he immediately put his hand up to the side of his
Oh,
face.
my goodness.
He didn't want to look
don't
over
want to
here.
look over here. Who is that guy?
I
I know him from somewhere, but I
I
can't remember his
I
name.
don't want to draw attention.
We're back.
No, he didn't walk by.
Wow.
But it would have been cool if
Evans
he did.
Evans is on a heater today. Look at you.
Mike, I really don't care.
Oh, come on.
Oh.
It's all
I'm not
in
sure.
love. Come on now.
He's not tall.
Football's back, and it's all good. It's all good. Everyone's in a good mood. Up next, what did Aaron Rodgers have to say about Terry Bradshaw saying he should go eat bark? That's next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey, Stoke here from my friends at Pro Green Denver. You've heard me rave about Pro Green Denver, the best 100% American-made synthetic turf in Colorado. 5 years ago, Pro Green installed my custom putting green, and I spent countless hours perfecting my game. The professional-grade turf gives me a smooth, consistent surface built to last through Colorado's year-round climate. Low maintenance, always ready to play. But it's not just for golf. Pro Green synthetic turf is durable and safe for the whole family. Transform your yard into paradise where kids and pets can play freely. No muddy messes, no grass stains. And let's talk about the savings. No more watering or costly lawn care. With Pro Green, you get a lush, beautiful lawn without breaking the bank. Ready to upgrade your yard? Call 303-479-3967 and you get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer expires July 30th, 2025. That's 303-479-3967, or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver to schedule your free consultation. That's progreen.com/Denver.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Declare your independence from interest, payments, and down payments at the Summer of Freedom sales event at Silterhar Motors. Freedom from interest with 0% interest for up to 48 months on select vehicles. Freedom from payments for 90 days. Freedom from down payments on a new lease with zero money down and starting at just $399 a month. Silterhar Motors, conveniently located at Highway 36 in Wadsworth, or shop their entire inventory at sthmotors.com. Silterhar Motors. Get everything you want out of a dealership.
What's the biggest mistake you could make when selling your home? Settling for less money. Not with Orchard. Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first on your timeline. Then they sell your old home on the market for top dollar. One customer said, "I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." Don't settle for less. Buy before you sell. And get top dollar with Orchard. Get your free home valuation at Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The bonus Jack Combo at Jack in the Box comes with a burger, fries, and a drink starting at just $3.99. Talk about a bonus. Get so much more.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Jacob's Law, 303 Law 4040.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth.
You know, I know that the Broncos kicked off training camp last week, but guys, today feels like the first day of football season. These guys out there in full pads, I mean, they look like football players. This isn't running around in shorts and a T-shirt. I mean, this is football. These guys are fully padded up. The big guys look even bigger, stouter, tougher.
Yeah, I like football. I like football season and all the things that go with it.
Yeah, now this is
real
football.
This is it. This is what we've been waiting for.
They haven't put the pads on in about 6, 7, 8 months.
Right.
So now you got the pads on, and you can really start watching the big guys. You know, all the reports. Oh my gosh, these pass rushers are getting after the quarterback, and you know it's like, okay, whoa. Let's see how they do when the big offensive linemen put the pads on. Right, it becomes a different game then, and so yeah, I mean. You can do whatever you want in shorts and a T-shirt, but the true evaluation happens now, today. It starts today.
That's right. And I tell you, the other thing is when you start getting into team drills, when it's not just, you know, when everything isn't just dictated, like one-on-one pass rush and all those different things, like when you start mixing it up, that's when, as an offense, you can kind of dictate a little bit. Hey, we're running the ball, we're throwing the ball, we're running the play action stuff. Whereas a defense, it's not all of a sudden, hey, just pin your ears back. Now you've got to be, you know, you get ripped for a 20-yard run, like you're going to get chewed on by your coaches. So now it becomes a little bit more of an actual kind of game circumstance. Practice, especially for offensive line, practice is harder than the games, simply because of you're going to do everything in the games. In practice, it's situational. So it's a situational blitz period. Well, you know you're not running the ball in blitz period. So now it's just I don't have any other responsibility but to rush the passer. So this balances it out a little bit.
You know, I'm looking at some of the young receivers that are out here early catching some balls off the jugs machine. Pat Bryant among the receivers out there. And
you worried about leadership because there's no veteran players out here catching balls?
You guys want to see if we can't make a thing here that goes viral?
I'm concerned. I'm concerned.
Where is Courtland
holding?
Sutton? Is this a little mini form of protest? I'm not going to be out there early catching balls off the jugs.
Your own little internet shows are driving me crazy.
Are you serious?
I'm joking.
Okay. Just making sure. I never know when you're joking or being serious, Evans. You can't tell.
No, I am not.
Some of your takes and some of your thoughts.
You
that would have been right there.
You never know.
These little internet show guys. You got some of that in you.
Oh, do we have that one, by the way? I got to play that again. Ty, do we have that? So, yeah, we'll get that here for you in a second. We also have Aaron Rodgers here in a second. But, yeah, so the Broncos are out there. I just kind of wonder, though, for the young players, especially the rookies out there, I would think there's just a little bit more tension and nervousness today because it is real football. And now I'm out there with the veterans. The pads are on. It's a whole different level of evaluation now. Coaches, whatever they've been evaluating up until now, it's a different kind of evaluation starting today because it is. The pads are on.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
And now you're going to find out which guys, like, there are always those guys in shorts and T-shirt that just wow you, and then they get the pads on, and they don't play as fast. So you're going to get to see all that on film today as they kind of study this practice. And this is, like you said earlier, this feels like the beginning of football.
So, yeah, last week, unprovoked, Sean Payton came out and said, yeah, Bo Nix, he spent time with Tom House, and he spent some time with Drew Brees. And it was awesome, right? Little tidbit that Sean shared with us. So, sometimes you see it more and more in sports. You got a lot of people who are covering sports that have no business being here. They get a credential somehow. They're from some website or something, and they get a chance to come out here and, well, let's just say they do things like happened on Saturday.
Coach, it was reported that quarterback Bo Nix was hanging out with your quarterback.
It wasn't reported. I stated it 3 days ago. Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy. Listen, Bo Nix, if you were here 2 days ago, you would have heard me say he spent some time with Brees. So it was reported. Keep going.
How's it makes it different?
No, just what I said 3 days ago.
Sean. Wow. You got to be careful running into that buzzsaw of Sean Payton. I think that's why I'm not asking questions.
Why?
I'm a little bit because
you're intimidated by him.
I think 3 days ago. I think he might try to set an example out of me like he did the two YouTubers there, and I don't want that smoke.
You're not close.
Who records Zach every time he asks a question at a press conference? Have you noticed that? Zach Baai has got his own, does he have his own camera? Does he have his own camera crew? Is that Richie filming Zach asking questions?
He learned from the master.
Wow.
I'll just leave it at that.
Every time I every time I flip through the internet, Zach is asking a question. He's on camera.
Hey. Someone's filming him from the side.
Yeah, someone's filming him from the side.
It's very Dion-esque, Yeah, it's very. It's how you build a brand.
He's got his own camera crew.
Some coaches.
How much does that cost?
I don't know. I don't know. Some coaches, I don't really care. Some coaches, though, they'll if you ask a bad question, they'll just okay, they'll work with you a little bit. They won't put you on full blast. Not Sean Payton. If he's not in the mood,
yeah, he's gonna blast you.
Yeah, I love it. I don't want that smoke.
Disaster averted. Cortland Sutton's out.
He's out here. Yeah.
Is he catching anything?
He's about to.
Okay.
He's about to.
He's in line?
He's in line, ready to go.
Good thing fullback's out there going to catch some balls. That makes me happy. Anytime you got a fullback out there catching balls, it's a good thing.
Yeah,
Brandon
there's
Stokley.
Mike Burton. I lie. Hey, listen, my faith in football is restored every year that I see Michael Burton out there. Just to know that there's still fullbacks out there in the NFL, right?
I mean, he may get 4 plays a game,
right?
But they're going to be an important 4.
Yeah, sort of.
Can we not just put a
short yardage goal line? What do you mean,
all
sort
right,
of?
Mark, wait. Okay, I'm not going to. I can't keep doing this. Can we just put a backup guard? Can we just put Mark Schlereth's backup back there?
No.
Why not? Tell me why not.
Hands. You got your hands all taped up. You're not going to catch the ball out of there. You're no threat. There's no versatility. There's no the defense doesn't have to respect it.
It's a tell.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
It doesn't matter.
Hey, we're not going to throw the ball to him.
You want me out there catching balls?
No, I want you out there blocking.
I know. That's what I'm saying.
I don't want Burton out there.
Wouldn't you like the
catching
threat
balls.
of Stink catching a ball?
Can you imagine
you
what that?
You
can imagine what that would look like?
Look. That's even more of a surprise when you have your backup guard that comes in where the defense says they're definitely not throwing it to him. Then you slip him out in the flat and he's wide open.
Yeah, and then he fumbles it, bounces off his brick hands.
And it's intercepted. Pick six the other way.
Pick six the other way, and then you're like, what's this idiot coach doing throwing it to a guard?
So
you're right.
Former Steelers great, 4-time Super Bowl champion, and Mark Schlereth's childhood idol, Terry Bradshaw, had this to say when Aaron Rodgers signed with the Steelers, quote, "Stay in California, chew on bark, and whisper to the gods." Aaron Rodgers was asked about that this weekend, and here was his response.
I've known Terry for a long time, being a part of Fox. Terry's a legend. He's an absolute legend. He won 4 Super Bowls. He's had a legendary career in the media. But Terry, like a lot of people, doesn't know me. And so he's got an idea of what he thinks about me based on what I've done, the documentary, what I've said, Darkness Retreat, whatever the hell you want to talk about. I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level. And I feel like if he gave me a chance to get to know him, then we'd have a good friendship, because for me, I have nothing but the utmost amount of respect and deference for what the greats have done, because they laid the foundation for us to be able to play in this great game, to be paid like kings, and to carry on the tradition of excellence that guys like the Bradshaws of the world in the 70s and Bart Starr in the 60s and Lombardi and Joe Montana and Steve Young and Troy Aikman and Brett Favre and all the greats that have been over, Tom Brady. You know, we're standing on the backs of those guys, and it's because of how they played and how they carried themselves that we're able to have this opportunity to still play this great game, to get paid really well, to set ourselves up for our future. So I'd love to get to know Terry on a deeper level if he's open to it, and maybe we can go chew some bark or whatever the hell he's talking about together.
That was good.
That is awesome. That is awesome. Good for him. We're watching Cortland Sutton warm up. 10 for 10. Catching balls off the jugs. Come on, tell me, Stoke, break it down. How's he look? Give me the
Cortland
give me
looks
the
great.
technique.
I mean, he looks like he's in great shape. I mean, all you're doing is just catching the ball with your hands, getting your hands ready to go for practice, right? A little warm-up drill. So, yeah. I mean, that's a guy that you want to pay. You want to pay a guy like that. You want to keep him. You want to keep him happy. Got to keep him happy, right?
15 for 15. Didn't drop a ball.
100%.
Should I go with the stats? The breathless stats.
The training camp stat?
The training camp stat that J.J. Watt ripped last week. Shedeur Sanders was 15 of 16 passing today. Joe Flacco was only 7 of 12. Shedeur's a legend. I mean, that's the stuff. I saw it again this weekend. Same thing.
That's what we do.
I know. 15 for 15. Pay the man.
Off the jugs.
Pay the man.
Off the jugs. Incredible.
Pay the man. Hey, join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado coming up on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club in Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Played in this tournament a couple years ago. It's well run. It's an awesome day. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. All right, guys, I know you're excited to go watch some real football. The entire team's out there warming up. We'll have full coverage throughout the course of the morning. We'll hand it over to Dover and Cecil coming your way next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hey guys, your boy Stink here. Summer is in full swing right now. If you mention my name when you call Gravina's Window Center of Littleton to schedule an appointment, you're going to save 25% for the rest of the month of July. Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Style fades, great designs last. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost your curb appeal and your home's resale value. Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, they fail. You'll pay for them time and time again, guys. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is family-owned and operated, trusted by Colorado homeowners since 1973. That's over 50 years, and for good reason, guys. They stand behind their work. They never hire subcontractors to do the work. They're there every step of the way to make sure it's done the right way and that you're completely satisfied. So call them today to schedule a free estimate. 303-794-0490. That's 303-794-0490. Or find them online at windowsforyourhome.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. compliance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey guys, feeling exhausted? It could be low testosterone. Get your energy back with TRT from Low T Center right now. Get a free T test and save over $100. Don't wait. This offer ends July 31st. Book your test today at FixMyLowT.com. That's FixMyLowT.com.
Excel Energy wants to remind you, if you see a downed power line, think of it as a sleeping cat. One that will definitely scratch you if you wake it up. But it's more dangerous than that, so maybe a sleeping tiger. You know what? Just imagine any downed power line you see is a sleeping T-Rex and stay at least 30 feet away. Or, well, maybe more than 30 feet. It's a T-Rex. Always stay 30 feet or more away from downed power lines. Learn more at excelenergy.com/safety.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
The Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth podcast is sponsored by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hello, beautiful people. Welcome to it. It is a Monday edition of Dover and Cecil, rocking with you 10 to 2. It's what we do, and we appreciate you being a part of the show. However it is you consume the product, listening live on 104.3 The Fan. I don't know if you heard, Cecil, but the nation's best sports station, or perhaps you're streaming at DenverSports.com, watching live on YouTube, or finding our podcast, listening on demand after your workday is over. Kevin Kistner does a great job getting that up and available for you guys. Always want to hear from you guys. 303-713-1043 is the RamosLaw.com text line. Hit us up there. It's Pad Day down here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We're looking at football players and football pads, Cecil, and they're going to do football stuff a little later on today, so we're fired up about that. We always want to start the show this way. Tribe, roll call. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? Let us give you a shout-out on the show. Send that information to the RamosLaw.com text line, and we'll take a couple minutes at the beginning of the show here to make time for you guys, but make this thing go. So, again, RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck today? And we'll give you a shout-out on the show. All right, Cease, it's a big day down here. You heard Evans just talking about it. It feels like real football for the first time.
Right.
There was the whole acclimation period, and then we were out here on Saturday watching the guys do a little bit of extra work. But today, it is on.
Today is a pad day, and Mike McGlinchey is out here in full pads. So
He's here.
I think we're done with that conversation. He's out here. He's going to participate, going to perform. And the first day of pads, this is the biggest day possible for one Audric Estime.
Oh, yeah.
You going to make this team or not? I mean, I hate to be as blunt as that, but this isn't forever, man. Football's not love. It's not forever.
Love's not even forever.
Depends. Depends on who you talk to and how much they drink.
I'm from America, so about 50% of the people I know.
Right. Yeah, it's about 50%. So it's 50% for Audric Estime. Right now, you are clearly on the bubble. 1,000% on the bubble. We might have seen more because the topic of debate, the conversation is Cortland Sutton, he's not out there. Oh, okay. I personally think that is that's a nonsensical conversation right now. He's going to get his deal. He's going to play, like, whatever.
I mean, we've been saying that for months now.
We're watching the reps, right? We're watching the reps. He's not getting anything. I think he gets more than Audric Estime does. And Estime's working with, like, the fourth team.
Yeah.
So Cortland Sutton's officially doing nothing out here during team drills. Estime's doing less. He's clearly on the bubble. Today's the day with pads on. You can show pop, you can show power, and you can show the fact that you belong on this roster because you are the most powerful runner on paper on this roster. So first day of pads, it feels now, and we're going to get that sound of the pads clashing.
Yes.
It feels now that camp is starting. This is day 3. The acclimation days don't count. This is the third day of Broncos training camp, and the pads are on.
Yep, we're going to learn a lot today. You talk about the running back room. We'll learn there. We saw some physicality from R.J. Harvey. You talked about it on our video we posted on social media. Saw him lower that shoulder a little bit without pads and find the end zone. I'd imagine it's a big day for all of those guys in the running back room. I think it's going to be a big day for the defensive line. Things we've talked about of, no, that was a sack, dude. I totally would have got you.
Right.
Well, we're fixing to find out today. Not that anybody's going to hit Bo because that'll lead to a full-on brawl. I might even jump out there if someone hits Bo. But you know what I mean? You're going to know what this defensive line is about, and can they repeat a performance from a year ago? We're going to start to find that out today.
Yeah, we're going to find that out today. And the thing with Harvey, I really wanted to emphasize, because it was a Saturday video, went a little mini viral on YouTube. Thanks for everyone for checking us out on YouTube.
Thanks, guys.
The thing with Harvey is this. I've seen a lot of football. It's the benefit of being old, the wisdom, right? I've seen a ton of college running backs. They call it the corner store, right, where all they want to do is take it to the corner store. They want to bounce outside because in college that works. I've got the speed. I can out-athlete everyone to the corner. In the NFL, that does not work, and I've seen it a million times. I could go over the players if you'd like. The players that come out of college, and they still try to do that.
Yeah.
And that has to get coached out of them that, no, you have to plug it up inside, then bounce outside at the linebacker level, at the second level of defense. With Harvey, and again, no pads were on Saturday, so I'm fully aware of what's going on here. But without pads, he was showing the intent to go inside and then cut it outside. Almost 80% of his carries went outside the tackles at UCF. That's a huge number. I wanted to see him have the willingness to go inside. He's got the capability. He certainly has the quads to do it. You're not going to knock that guy off track. So he's already shown that in a couple of days of training camp. Now that the pads are on, I imagine he'll do that as well, because sometimes, Dover, it's merely this. They've blocked it really well. The defense played it really well. You got to shove your head out. You got to lower your head and shove your nose in there.
Yeah.
You got to get that 1-2 yards. All right. This one didn't work. But, damn it, don't lose yardage because you're dancing. You're trying to bounce outside. You fumble because you're doing a little bit too much. No, plug it up in there. R.J. Harvey, again, no pads, but on Saturday was showing that intent that most guys have to get coached out of them.
Yeah. And then, of course, Saturday's practice came with a bit of bad news as well, that linebacker Drew Sanders was carted off the field. Something that I don't know if any of us really saw what went down. We just saw him now.
He was on the other field,
on a cart, and a few media folks said, I saw him getting stretched out over there. Then they put him on the cart and comes in. Ian Rappaport had it this morning that Broncos linebacker Drew Sanders, as he calls him, an up-and-coming defender, suffered a tendon injury in his foot in practice that's going to keep him out an extended period of time. Sources say post-MRI, Sanders is not expected back before the season begins, and further testing will determine what's next. AKA, can he come back in time to make the roster?
Yeah, or start now the season on IR. You know, you're looking at roster gymnastics, and they've got a lot of tough decisions. Well, that's an easier decision. Hey, you're hurt. I'm ready week 1. No, you're hurt. Because now you're able to keep someone else, maybe a Lavelle Bailey, something like that. Up and coming, that's a question mark. He's got to stay healthy. And then our buddy Mike Kliss, who had the chain crew going on Saturday.
Yeah.
Check out your Twitter
What's
for
up,
that.
Klissy?
What's up, Kliss? Kliss had tweeted out, like, they've got a really, full and talented – no, inside linebacker is really thin. In fact, it might be the thinnest part on this entire roster.
The three most important pieces, two are coming off of major injuries, and the other just got one.
The other one just got one. So now you're looking at Lavelle Bailey, Justin Sternad. What can you do? Now, Sternad's got the experience for being out there as a starter on defense.
I'm actually a little intrigued by Bailey, too.
Bailey's made some plays out here. You see him always around the football, making some plays on the ball in coverage there as well. So it's bad news for the Broncos. The good news is a guy like Bailey might be able to step up in that spot.
Okay. Broncos country, as we always do when we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirits. You in the bleachers, hit us up, tell us what you're seeing. You're not, and you want our eyeballs to be yours, hit us up and tell us what you want us to keep our eyes on for you. We will do that and report back.
And Tribe
today.
Roll Call. I've had people on Orange and Blue Today on our Denver Sports YouTube channel check in as like proud Tribe member Jason. Like, thank you guys for being part of the Tribe. Got the chant going this morning. And they're like, 1043 The Fan. I'm like, yes, thank you. We love you guys. Thanks for your support.
Derek in Greeley says he's flipping and selling guitars today.
Whoa.
Like that. Nice work, Derek.
I need a BC Rich.
All right. I've always wanted to smash a wooden guitar over someone's face. I've always wanted that. Maybe you got an
Okay, we can arrange that out here. There's a few people that deserve a smash guitar in their face.
Agreed. Our boy Will from Westminster checking in. He's delivering the first aid packets. We always love Will. He's up in Central City and Blackhawk today. So, Will, keep doing great work. I'm running my sprinkler business, fixing stuff for people and getting muddy, but it beats working in the office all day. So, nice work right there. Zandra is waiting forever at the United Airlines dock to deliver some wine. Zandra, nice work. Parker Richards, Colorado boat detailing? What a freaking gig that is.
Whoa.
That's sweet, Parker. He's working up in Fort Collins today. Dylan, fixing AC, keeping people cool today. Dylan writes, go Broncos. Cecil, name the top 5 best AC fixtures in the country. Dylon, and Dylon. Crushing it right there today, Dylan.
Maybe Dylan could come out here to our tent.
Yeah,
oh, my God, we're going to roast today. We're going to roast today.
Alex from Frederick says, I just got a job after being 7 months of unemployed.
Nice.
I've been running an eBay business to make cash on the side. You got to be careful. Steve Carell might fall in love with you. Y'all help me stay positive while things seem bad. Alex, congratulations. Always keep your head up, man. What's that saying? Tough times don't last, tough people do.
Yes.
And Alex, you sound like one of those tough people.
Good job, Alex.
So keep it going, man. Keep grinding. All right, keep the text coming in. We'll have some fun continuing to give you guys a shout out. We even got a guy, Mike in Tempe. He's streaming at DenverSports.com, getting his Broncos fix while helping heart failure patients. Man, people do real work out there. Not just sit here and watch football practice and talk about it all day. We're grateful we get to do it. More grateful you guys are out there doing those jobs and making a difference every single day in people's lives. So we're off and rolling here. We'll continue to check in on the text line, but you said it, Cecil. It was you, me. Kevin came out. We were all out here at Broncos camp on Saturday. We took some camp notes. We're going to share what we learned on Saturday coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding. They upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com. The altitude of quality.
Rediscover Ameristar Casino Resort in Blackhawk and find that you. Enjoy all your favorites at our buffet. Chill and revive at our spa. Then take in a great view from our rooftop pool. Plus, join Pen Play Rewards and get your chance at up to $2,000 in Pen Cash. Find that you. Only at Ameristar Blackhawk. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
When you're hurt in a car crash or on the job, Postman Law delivers. Don't just hope for help, demand results. Others promise. Postman delivers with ease, speed, and results. Call 844-POSTMAN today. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX rocks heating and air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX rocks heating and air. Catch a ride with Evie and Auto. Catch a ride.
Hi, it's Evie. This July, Foundation Chevrolet is bringing the fireworks and the savings.
Boom! And Otto wants you to save $500 on all new and certified pre-owned cars.
Celebrate freedom and big, big deals all month long.
Just mention this ad and save 500 smackers.
Together, let's drive that Foundation Chevrolet in Wheat Ridge. Come catch a ride.
Evie and Auto always know where to go.
Coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. We've got a huge variety of metals in stock, and we cut to size fast. Bottom line, we get it done fast, so you get it done fast. Doesn't get easier than that. Metal Supermarkets, the convenience stores for metal. Find a store or buy online at metalsupermarkets.com.
DQ presents how to make a Blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a Blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each Blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ, happy tastes good.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, they're underway here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We should get a great practice today. We should learn a lot as they are out here in full pads. And
Yes.
again, you guys hit us up. Tell us what you want to see today. We'll keep our eyes on the stories, the players that you want to talk about, and we'll report back all day long. So we do got a little bit of team drill action going on right here.
Yep.
A little ones versus twos action. It's what this looks like. We're looking at ones as the starters. And twos, no, maybe not. Maybe it's twos just with Bo Nix out there. So they're mixing it up, getting some work done. We were out here on Saturday, Cecil. You already said it. Mike McGlinchey is back, so it's almost like, hey, no harm, no foul.
Right.
Missed a couple of days. We saw him out here Saturday with a sleeve on his right leg, not doing anything. And Coach said it. Hey, he's going to be back out here on Monday. Coach was right. I'm watching Mike McGlinchey far field right now, fully padded with his helmet on, just waiting for his turn to take a rep.
Yeah, just waiting to get out there, and you see him going through. It's 75% speed.
Yeah.
Right? Not going full speed right now, but it is teams. And you get a chance to see, hey, shocked if you haven't heard this before, Evan Ingram's not playing tight end. Like, he's all over the place.
Yeah.
He is technically the tight end, but you see him catch a pass right there. Just an amazing weapon. So the things that we've seen from, well, even OTAs and mandatory minicamp, are they continuing on today? A guy like Q Robinson, yes. A guy like Evan Ingram, yes. So you want to continue to check those boxes. Pat Bryant out there. You and I have eyes on Pat Bryant quite a bit. He just caught a pass right there. He is a player Not as large as you would think, but certainly not a small player by any means, and he's a player that can continue to impress. And again, pads are on, so everyone looks a little bit larger. A guy like Pat Bryant, who is clutch. The other day, was it Friday or Saturday, he had one down here, and the defender knocked it out of his hands. Remember that Saturday? Yeah. So he catches a touchdown. It's 2 feet inbounds. Like I've said, he's clutch. He's got great body control. But as a rookie, instead of keeping the ball up here, and that's not a flex. Some guys see that as like, oh, he's just flexing, showing he's got the ball. Instead of keeping the ball where he had clasped it above his head, there's Cortland Sutton with a catch. He brings the ball down, and the defender, I think it was Chris Abrams-Drain, knocked it out. So no touchdown.
It was KD.
So you want the Pat Bryant to kind of learn those things. All right, Rook, you caught it. You got your 2 feet down. Don't dare bring it to your body because your defender's right there. He's going to knock it out, and there's no touchdown.
And you know what? Maybe the best thing I saw on Saturday was after that moment, Bo goes to the sideline, or excuse me, Pat goes to the sideline. Bo's already over there, and Bo walks right to Pat, and I see them doing exactly what you just – here's where you caught the ball. That's where you keep the ball.
Yes.
And then he's talking about ball placement and separation of just like leverage that we've talked about a bunch.
Yeah.
Seeing Bo do that with the young guys, like taking that, by the bull by the horns a little bit, was such a pleasant surprise. And it's, I guess I shouldn't say surprise, but nice to see him fitting in and falling in with that duty that is Bo Nix.
That's the progress that you want to see from Bo Nix. So the team, again, it's not at full speed, but you can see different formations. You can see different usage for guys. Evan Ingram with another catch. I'm going to have to come off the 69.
Dude, I think I might have been close to what, well, maybe not yardage-wise, but like impact-wise.
Yeah, impact-wise, this guy is the floor is 69 catches. I think he might be pushing for 80. I mean, my God, he's everywhere.
If it's any indication of what we've seen in the first few days of us being out here, yeah, we're going to have to change our projections a little bit for one Evan Ingram. So really like what we saw on Saturday. How about JK? He continues to get the first-team reps. I mean, man, Sean's not going to say it, and then he's going to poo-poo the first depth chart that comes out.
Right, of course.
But JK's going to be the starter on that depth chart, and he's going to be the starter when they go play Tennessee in week number 1, too. It's going to take some time for RJ. Barring him shining and just performing like we haven't seen at all in some of those preseason games or joint practices, this feels like it's – I could already put it in pen. JK1, RJ2.
Yeah, JK1, RJ1A eventually. And
eventually, yeah.
I'm going to give him till week 6. So kind of like Bo Nix last year, we said struggle, improve, excel. And others were losing their minds and quoting Todd McShay when Bo Nix was struggling in those first 4 games. With RJ Harvey, I'm going to give him 5 weeks. He's got 5 weeks to get up to speed, and I don't even think it'll take that long. But I use the number 5 because Clinton Portis, as a rookie, now he had 1,500 yards, but he didn't start until week 6.
Yeah.
So it's and Mike Shanahan.
And it was Mike Shanahan.
Yes,
player. Yeah.
Mike Shanahan, God love him, he made sure that Clinton Portis could pass block. That's the main thing with R.J. Harvey, and I've asked Sean Payton about that directly about Harvey, when he can trust him. And he says he can be a 3-down back. So I'm going to trust that he can be a 3-down back, and I trust my eyes. He can definitely be a 3-down back in this offense.
You already mentioned it, basically, Audric Estime. It's getting late early for a guy like Audric Estime. I saw him like twice doing stuff with third-string reps on Saturday, and he's just been absent. Otherwise, I think Audric Estime is it's really crap to get off the pot like right now, starting today for the 5th-round pick.
Yeah, and as we're going through this teamwork and these team drills, and we're going through some of the backups now, don't see Audric Estime.
Nope.
You see about the same amount of Blake Watson as you do Audric Estime, and Blake Watson is going to be hard pressed to make this team. I think Audric Estime is too.
I've seen more of Blake because he's better as a pass catcher.
Yes, and also special teams. We saw that on Saturday. Blake Watson was out there returning kicks. Audric Estime does not do that. So I know the sentiment is you don't give up on your draft picks. Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
You don't give up on the first 3 rounds of your
draft. Right. Yeah. 5th-round pick, you give up on him. You know who's been shining at Bengals camp?
Who?
Taj Brooks.
Damn it.
The guy that I was screaming for. You just had a bee land on your crotch.
Get out of here. What's going on?
We have to have rock and roll Brian. Where's your fly swatter, Brian?
Thank you for the heads up.
You had a bee land right directly, in the nether region.
Some would say I'm sweet.
Okay. Be careful out there, everybody.
Yeah, we need one of those. What are those assault guns? We need
Oh,
that
yeah,
out
yeah,
here.
there we
Brian,
go.
You just kill all bugs that come in our general direction. How about Rowan as
There's
well?
a little leprechaun we might want to shoot at, too. But
Kyrie's Rowan? Am I saying that properly?
Yeah. Mhm.
Now, look, is he going to be a guy you're like, damn it, they got to find a way to put this dude on the field? I'm not going to go that far. But I've seen now Friday and Saturday of being out here, that dude make a couple of big-time catches. He did get on Saturday.
Yeah.
Dove for a ball right over here to the left of us, probably out of bounds, but like the effort was there.
Yeah.
And then a second one that was in bounds, catch, beats the defender, catch, toe tap, touchdown, and that's coming from Sam Ehlinger too. So the kid he's showing a little bit of, hey, you're going to probably have a chance to earn a spot as a practice squad player and then just continue to be developed.
Well, two of those receivers, Joaquin Davis and Kyrie's Rowan, now you're going to look at your programs. He was Kyrie's Davis.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, his legal name was Rowan, and they just at Utah State used Davis. Like, if you look up his scouting report, it's Davis. Everyone says Davis. So
we actually talked with the Broncos about that on Saturday.
Yeah, like, why did he change his name? And they're like, well, I don't know. His legal name, every driver's license, everything, it's Rowan.
They said college got it wrong.
Yeah, so college just had it wrong for 4 years or whatever. So the Utah State kid definitely making some plays, and you can tell, just look at the hair.
Yeah.
He's got great hair.
He's Phillip Lindsay. When you walk out here and you're like, holy cow, is Phil back?
I don't know if he's Afro Thunder because that was Phil's nickname for himself.
Nobody can be Afro Thunder.
Nobody can be Afro Thunder. But he's got great hair, and he's making great plays out here. And that's the thing. You've got to make that name. And here's the thing with Kyrie's Rowan. You can't stop. You can't stop. Like, making a name on day or two of practice, making a name on acclimation day, that base is loud.
Yes, it is.
It doesn't matter. You've got to continue to do that if you're Rowan, and we look forward to him doing that.
See, they turn the music up and the bass up just a little bit when they're stretching. A little extra juice for the guys.
Okay.
But we're off and rolling here. There's plenty more that we need to talk about that Cecil and I took notes on, observed coming up on Saturday. A few things with the wide receiver room that we want to continue to talk about. But before we get back to our observations, let's hear from Bo. Bo Nix met the media Saturday for the first time during training camp, and Bo said something that's going to get Broncos country more fired up than they already are about our second-year quarterback. Find out what it was coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
If you've been injured in Colorado, you want Wilhite. After an accident, you want Colorado's accident experts on your side, the Wilhite Law Firm. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Adam Schefter here for Vivid Seats, your ultimate destination for all your sports and concert needs this summer. With a game-changing rewards program and an unbeatable selection of tickets, they make it easy for every fan to watch their favorite teams and players in action. Catch every home run and thrilling comeback in person from your favorite seat. Plus, every ticket is backed by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Visit VividSeats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where did I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're live at Broncos Park. It is day 3 of real camp and day 1 of football. Pads could hear them pop in here real soon as the guys got a little bit of work done. As he said, like 70-75% kind of walk-through work, and now they're stretching to get ready to do it for real. We're going to hear from Bo Nix in a couple moments. Still want to hear from you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043. I will say this. They just blared the music. I don't know if you guys can hear that or feel it in the background the way Cecil and I have. I'm officially in my 40s now for real, but I'm actually officially in my 40s. I just told you, oh, that's too much bass.
Yeah.
It's too loud.
It's too loud. There you go. Their trunks rattling. The trunks rattling here. The stand's got to be rattling.
Yeah.
People getting excited for Broncos practice as they're stretching now and the pads are on. We'll see how much physicality is today. Are we going to see a fight today?
I mean, I always love seeing fights, so I'm hoping we see fights.
Okay.
If you told me I had to pick, I would say no, not today.
Not today?
It comes the next time they put pads on.
Okay.
Something
Or
bruise up today.
A little bit later in the week, they
Yeah.
get a little hot. The emotion stirs here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. But today is the day. It's day 3 of training camp, but it feels like the first day with pads on.
And it looks like they're about to get it on. Offense to the right, defense to the left. Vance Joseph talking to the defenders. Sean and his crew talking to the offense. So things are about to ramp up, and we'll report what we can as it is happening. In the meantime, let's hear from QB1. Let's hear from Bo Nix. Sophomore slump, yeah, right. More like sophomore jump for our guy. Bo was asked about being 64th on the top 100 ranking at the NFL Network.
Well, I'm kind of on both sides with it. I think it's obviously a cool honor because that's your peers thing. That's guys you play. But at the same time, just the way I think, the way I am motivated, I want to continue to get higher, and not even for the ranking. It doesn't really matter what you're ranked. It's just an internal standard that I have that I want to be best in the world, and I know there's a lot of guys that I'm competing for that with. I'm not going to stop until I at least give it my best try.
There's that line. It's an internal standard, and I want to be the best in the world.
Yep.
Kevin, I think I just came up with your first tattoo. Portrait of Bo Nix, that quote right next to it. Dude, Cecil, this is a second-year guy, and I know he's 27 years old or whatever, and he's the old guy from the draft class. But, man, that internal pressure, that's what that is. And pressure's a privilege for these guys. I think it's a privilege for everybody that we get that pressure. But this is a second-year quarterback that understands, hey, it's not about your standard. And in a weird way, it's not even about yours, Sean Payton. It's about this internal standard that I have for myself and the way I carry myself as a professional football player. Not a lot of second-year quarterbacks have that in them.
No, we could go through the list if you wanted, because it's about internal motivation. It always is. And every single day in all of our lives, it doesn't have to do with football. It has to do with you. It's always you.
You, yeah.
Because Bo Nix, Caleb Williams has at least some blame that he could put on the former Chicago coaching staff, but it's not my fault. It's their fault. Well, at the end of the day, it's you. It's you. It comes back to you. And Bo Nix knows that, and the people around Bo are making sure that he stays grounded. I mean, this guy's not getting over his skis. You hear the answers about how he's happy to be a year into this thing, but also at the same time he understands others are further ahead of him. So he's not going to lack for motivation. He's not going to lack for the will to win and the drive. When you answer the phone in your first call from an NFL team and it's, do you want to win a Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Not hi, not how you doing, not oh my God, Sean Payton, I love you. It's, you want to win a Super Bowl? We know what the direction is for Bo Nix.
Bo was also asked about his progression as a player from year one to where he feels like he is right now.
Yeah, I feel pretty good, and I like the spot that I'm in. We work really hard for my training. We work really hard in scheduling what the season's going to look like. And even right now, I'm not what I would say at peaking yet. I want to peak in the playoffs and close to the end of the season. So right now you're at a build-up and you're at a slow and steady rise and pace, kind of like a mountain. You want to start early, you get at the season, and then once you get to playoff championship time, you're peaking, and then after the season you can take your time off. But feel good. We've trained really hard for this moment, and we're going to train throughout the season to get us where we want to go.
And see, it's that constant work, that constant pro. We always talk about Sean being addicted to football and the work that's put in. That's why the dirty word fit is so perfect for the duo there, because they're both football addicts. They're both perfectionists, like almost OCD of the football world. They're like, nope, got to do this, then that, then that. That's the pegging order, the way that it goes. And Bo takes that same approach with not just the football work, but his body work and mental preparation, and that's more of what I think he was talking about right there.
Yeah, and these guys, they're getting mentally prepared. You see him out there running through a little equipment with the arms on it.
Yeah,
right?
Was that like a pool noodle?
Yeah, something. Well, they're a lot stronger than pool noodles. Have you ever ran one through those?
I haven't.
If they stiffen them up, the springs, it's like running into a wall.
Oh, really?
So I watched Audric Estime go through there. It's a big day for Audric Estime.
He actually fell over. No,
no. But when he ran through, that football was covered up because those springs will snap and they'll knock at that football. So it's good to see out there, and it's good to see the direction coming from their quarterback, Bo Nix. He's got that mindset everyone else is going to follow.
Bo asked about the different challenges now that, of course, there's some film on him and everything that comes with that. Different challenges from year number 2.
Honestly, I think it'll be the same challenges. It's still going to be defenses. It's still going to be coordinators. It's still going to be wins and losses. It's still going to be health of your team. It's still going to be new installs. Now I just think I'm in a better place to handle those things, which is good. And I think I was actually talking about this earlier with quarterbacks. Sometimes, we talk about down years and why do guys have down years. And sometimes I think we're so focused in rhythm in college, so just work year round. And then we get to the first year of the NFL and you go through the draft and you get here and you're drowning, you work. And then all of a sudden you get time off. It's like, how do I handle this time off? And for me, I think it's more of the fear of not being ready, not being enough for the team. So that's what continues to drive me and what's not going to give me an off year. But at the same time, it was nice to catch up and kind of get back to where I want to be physically, get back to where I want to be mentally and make strides. And so I don't think the challenges will change. I think I'm just different. So I think that's a good part of this year. I don't want to take it for granted that I am a year ahead, because most guys are a lot of years ahead of me. So I know I got a long way to go, but I'm excited to go there.
Again, just smart information and words that he's talking about. I love the fact that he said, there's a fear in me
right.
that I won't perform for my team or to the level that I need to perform.
Yeah, and the thing Stinks talks about all the time in the morning, in addition to his bathroom breaks, he talks about, my motivation was I was afraid I was going to get cut. Now, Bo Nix isn't going to get cut.
Probably not.
But it's that internal fear, and that's our most powerful kind of motivator in life, is just fear. He's afraid of not being good enough because he knows what's expected of him. It's always been that way. And again, Auburn Bo. Thank you, Auburn Bo. It had to be hell for that young man to go to college where his dad was a legend and then fail. But thank you, Auburn Bo, because that creates this one.
Without Auburn Bo, we don't get Bronco Bo the way he is right now.
Yeah, and Bronco Bo about ready to set the world on fire.
You know what? I'll pull the curtain back. Usually you're the guy getting crunchy. That operating in fear,
yeah,
that's how I operate.
Okay.
I don't want to let you down.
Right.
I don't want to let Richie down. I don't want Amanda to fire me. I'm not even joking. I literally operate of I can't let the people around me down, or else, one, I'm going to get fired, but then who knows what the trickle effect of me not performing means to my other people.
I just don't want Spivak to yell at me. By the way, if I could yell for a bit, Audric Estime just ran it out. And maybe it's just me, old school, right?
Run it out, you mean to the end zone.
You got to run to the end zone. You got to run in the end zone. Saturday wasn't running to the end zone. They would do a drill, he'd run, and then he'd jog back.
You said it on Saturday.
You see now, I saw it on Saturday, and now, look, everyone's running it out. And even Audric Estime running it out. That's the thing you have to do. It's maybe it's a little bit of show pony stuff or whatever, but no, you have to run it. See, not run it out. You got to run it out. Run all the way to the end zone and then run back there. So, that was Bidet. I think Bidet's okay. You're a Sean Payton guy. But we're watching the guys, the running backs, catch passes right now. You run it out.
RJ ran it out. Blake just ran it out.
Blake Watson ran it out. So it's good to see Estime have that sort of change, because if there are, as Phillip Lindsay has reported, if there are maturity issues with Estime, that's the way that you prove that, no, not anymore. That was in the past. Why are we bringing up old stuff, right?
Michael Burton didn't run it out. Cut him. Cut him today. He's gone.
You're a Sean Payton guy. You kind of, you're okay if you're a Sean Payton guy.
Yeah, you're going to be safe in that moment. I also want to say, give a shout out to Stoke. I heard him talking about, and this is something I wouldn't even consider, not hearing it from Stoke. No, it's difficult to plan your off season. Because when I hear that, I'm like, oh, yeah, whatever. Rich, spoiled NFL
Come on,
guy.
rich guy.
You can't figure it out. But then he started to break down, when do you spend time with family? When do you get back to your workout regime? When do you ask teammates to come and start to work? And we're talking about a 5-week period where you got to do 8 different things in a 5-week period. So, yeah, those are things every rookie has to do it. Of course, we're talking about Bo. He figured that out this offseason so that he can be even better next offseason with his schedule.
The great thing about Bo is he's all about ball.
Yep.
He's all about ball. You don't see any sort of hiccups. You don't see any sort of ramp-up period Bo's got to get back in the swing of things. No, he's here. He's ready. He's right now.
All right, we're going to take a quick timeout, come back, go inside the internet, something we do every day around 10:40. We got to tell you the latest on the Broncos and their decision, or I should say lack thereof, about the new stadium location. That is coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the moon comes up, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment. With Fitness Gallery, it's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
1-877 Cars for Kids.
KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated, because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
From conspiracy theories to cat videos, the World Wide Web can be a terrifying and beautiful place. So strap in and follow Dover and Cecil down the wormhole as they take you inside the Internet.
This, Jen, is the Internet.
All right, what's happening inside the Internet that has caught our attention? A segment we do every day at 10:45. Sometimes it's weird worm rabbit holes, whatever the guy said, and sometimes it's based off sports stories we need to talk about, and that's what we start with at DenverSports.com, where I'm reading an article written by our buddy Will Peterson, based off something he heard down here on Saturday. See, Damani Leach met the media on Saturday, really before things got ramped up here, and anytime the team president speaks, there's really only two questions. Where are they going to play and what are they going to be in while they play? Uniform and stadium questions, all towards Damani Leach. And, of course, the stadium questions were first, and he answered those with, quote, "We have not made any decisions about preferred sites. What you've heard from us is really at a city level, so city conversations, city viewing, Denver, Aurora, A-Town, stand up, Lone Tree. Beyond that, the levels and details there, no decisions have been made." End quote. That is from Damani Leach. So, Cecil, everybody knows about the property and the land that was bought up at the Burnham Yard rail yard. Now he's saying, not so fast, let's pump the brakes. So is this just leverage play, something that the Broncos have to do because, well, they don't know exactly where this is going to land yet?
Yeah, they don't know exactly where it's going to land, and they don't know what it's going to be, although behind the scenes they might. He's saying it because he has to.
Well, they spent $150 million.
Right.
We got a pretty good idea where they want it to be.
Right. We got an idea, but they're trying to be coy or whatever. We're going to know pretty soon, and then Damani's going to get up and talk about it again. But, like, anytime he talks and they're all kind of secretive about it, it's like, yeah, because they have to be. You don't want anyone, if there's any sort of territory or land left to buy up, that's all of a sudden, oh, the Broncos want it. Stadium's going to be here? my price just quadrupled.
Yeah, exactly.
Because that's what would happen. So, yeah, that's what they're saying, and that's what they have to say.
And I think some of that probably already started to happen, right? If you're the landowner that sold the first piece of property to Greg Penner in his, one of his 10 LLCs, or the last landowner that did it, I bet you it was a pretty penny of a difference between those two purchases. So Damani's saying the right stuff. He's got to say the right stuff. I mean, there's 5 years. That's something else he said. There's 5 years on this lease. And that point, this stadium will be 30 years old. They're going to do something with the stadium. They're going to build something new and put a Walton Penner stamp on this stadium and this city. And where it's going to be, my money's still on that rail yard, but we'll see what it ultimately ends up.
Yeah, we'll see where it ends up, and then we'll have more discussions about it. But right now, we know where it could be, but they're not going to say. They're not going to say it all.
The other thing everybody wants to hear from Damani about is how the players will look. What uniform combos will they be rocking? Well, he talked about the helmets, those white helmets with the D on them. Remember that? Everybody loved those from a year ago. Damani talking about what those will be used as this year.
We'll be releasing our uniform schedule here shortly, and what you guys will see, what the fans will see, is greater combination. Certainly, use of our throwbacks will have opportunity to wear that one more time if we want to, and then mixing and matching, particularly the helmets and the jerseys, that flexibility I'm excited to see.
All right, so they can wear the throwbacks one more time. Why they wouldn't wear those to the maximum amount of times they can wear them is just absolutely beyond me. Sounds like they're going to fix that. If you can wear them 4 times, wear them 4 freaking times. That's how it should look. And then that white helmet, they can wear them with their primary jerseys now per the NFL's bylaw change regarding uniforms. So we should see that white helmet a little bit more, which fans were certainly fired up for.
Yeah, fans fired up for that, and you see it online. Like, everyone's like, we need this for Bo Nix. Just win. I know that there's a lot of uniform combinations, and they can't wear the orange socks anymore, or whatever it is. It's like, baby, just play the game. Play the game. You're going to look clean. You got those white helmets. Everyone seems to like it. We love the throwbacks as well, as much as possible. But, yeah, get out there and win. That's all that matters to me. Doesn't matter if they're wearing color rush uniforms, throwback uniforms, the regular uniforms. The new jerseys have grown on me. As someone who got a Bo Nix jersey the first day of rookie minicamp.
At first?
I like them. I like the details. You got the mountains on the sides. You got 5280 on the collar. Mm-hmm. Like, I like them. They've grown on me. Are they the throwbacks? No. The throwbacks might be among the best uniforms in NFL history.
Yeah.
But these new looks, the 90s look, even though I'm a fan of the 90s and everything 90s, although nostalgia is a form of depression. We're going to talk about that when we get to Happy Gilmore 2. But, like, these new uniforms, they've grown on me. I don't really care. I'm not the uniform guy. I know our guy Andrew Mason certainly keeps track of all the combinations. Yeah, just go win.
Does Andrew wear jerseys, or he's just obsessed with what other guys are wearing?
He's obsessed with the clothing of other men.
Okay. Strange. Because I was like, I don't know if I've ever seen him in a jersey.
I don't think he would.
I don't think he would either.
Yeah, not a jersey guy, which is fine. Like, you don't.
I'm not
have
a jersey
to be.
guy anymore either.
Yeah, I think you kind of grow out of it. At least, maybe if I was going to something as a fan, maybe then I would wear a jersey.
I guess that's not true. Well, I don't have any jerseys anymore. But when I go to Broncos games as a fan, it's been a while. But I'll wear Broncos something. Like, I'm going to rep orange something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just maybe not necessarily the jersey there. So new, the white helmets that we all love. They're not new, but they're going to see more of those coming up this year. Cecil, are you familiar with the 999 challenge in baseball?
No.
9 innings, 9 beers, 9 hot dogs. So you have to, complete that within the 9 innings. And we've talked about it before in the past. I think Stoke and Kevin and Drew and I were mixing up, like, who could do it on the station. Richie had talked about maybe going and trying at some point. I don't know if you ever did it. Well, J.J. Watt. This is going to shock you. J.J. Watt did something on camera and then put it on the internet for people to consume. He did the 999 challenge, and now J.J. Watt's a different kind of human being. He's different than you. He's different than me. He's a world-class athlete, so his body's a little bit different. He showed up at the Brewers game over the weekend. He threw out the first pitch, and then after throwing out the first pitch, he said, I'm going to complete this 999 challenge. And, dude, he was a third of the way through it after the first 3 outs. He went through 3 beers and 3 hot dogs in the first inning. He went through 5 beers and 5 hot dogs in the second inning. He went through 7 beers and 7 hot dogs, and he did it in 3 innings. And after 5.5 innings, I'm sure he had to slow down a little bit.
Right.
And maybe go to the bathroom. But after 5.5 innings, J.J. Watt had completed the 9-9-9 challenge with 4 innings to spare.
With 4 innings to spare.
You think you could do it? 9 hot dogs, dude.
Yeah, that's a little much. It's a bit excessive, but if you do it really quick, right?
Yeah.
You just kind of don't think about it. I'm not saying Joey Chestnut, but, like, you not wet the bun.
Well, I wonder
it's
if
so
he
weird.
ate the bun. Well, yeah, I think he did eat the buns.
You have to eat the bun. 9 hot dogs would be easier without the bun.
I was looking at the photo. He's got a bun in hand there.
Okay. J.J. Watt did it because, of course, J.J. Watt did it.
Of course. He had to be seen on camera.
Of course, yeah.
Wouldn't you be drunk off of 9 beers? That's a lot of beers.
Oh, yeah. I think because I'm a lightweight, I don't drink a whole lot. Yeah, beer and a half. I'd probably be taking my shirt off. You know what I mean? Spin around a head like a helicopter.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Cecil I want to hang out with, specifically at the Rockies game.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Are you sure about that? You didn't go to the last Halloween party at Kathy J's house.
Well, I heard you were a good time, though.
Really?
You told me you had a great time.
Oh, okay. Well, I did have a great time. I just want to make sure everyone else did.
Yeah. You asked a couple of people if KFC was still open. It was fine.
Yeah, that's okay.
Everything was all
Make
good.
that run.
One more quick story. The NCAA and President Charlie Baker said that the decision to expand the NCAA tournament is going to come this fall. That means there won't be changes to the tournament this fall, but could come as soon as 2027. Look, I don't think they need to fix it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But they want more money. They want more revenue. The first 4 games that people think they're real, they're not real unless it's your alma mater. That's just all about television revenue. That's about selling TV ads, not about the actual 2 teams being there. Because I promise you, the 2 teams that are playing in the first 4 will absolutely never in the history of basketball go on to win the college basketball championship. But you want to throw some more crappy games so you get alma maters and folks that went to those universities there and you sell a couple commercials. Well, sell your little heart out, Charlie Baker.
Yeah.
I don't think it's going to help the product by any means.
Yeah, and we look at how do you make sure to help the product? What could they possibly do during the regular season to help their product and to make it look better? Because right now we always focus on the tournament, and that's about it.
Yeah.
Maybe some tournaments, before.
Conference tournaments and
Conference
stuff, yeah.
tournaments, yeah. But, really, it's all about March. And that's kind of sad because you miss out on some good college basketball during the regular season.
Well, I mean, also I wonder, CU stinks at hoops. They tend to stink all the time at hoops. CSU figured it out with a guy like Nico Medved. Can they keep that momentum going? Because CSU's basketball program's better than CU's is right now.
Yeah.
And it's just, I mean, you have any of your buddies asking you about CU basketball?
No.
Me neither.
No, not at all. By the way, we need to go up to Moby. If you're talking about a good time, no alcohol needed. You go up to Moby to watch a Rams game, basketball game.
I've never done that.
It's, as the kids would say, it's lit.
All right, that's it. Field trip coming up this fall. All right, there we go. Hour 1 in the books. Quarter 1 done just like that. Let's go into quarter number 2 as it looks like defense is coming over. We're going to get some team drills going on here for us to observe and report as to what we're seeing. We're also going to hear a little bit about Sean Payton. He talked on Saturday about the running back room and watching Bo Nix grow as a leader. We're going to hear what he had to say about both coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
So, how'd you manage to buy that investment property? If you're anything like me, your CPA made most of your taxable income magically disappear.
Yeah, legally, of course. But yeah, like you, I run everything through my business.
Right? I know you have the cash for the down payment, and your credit's solid, but no W-2?
Look, I went with CakeHome.com's Business Purpose DSCR loan. DSCR stands for Debt Service Coverage Ratio, which means they got me approved based on the property's cash flow, not my tax return.
CakeHome.com, and they didn't need income docs?
Nope, not a single one. They just looked at the rental income. And get this, in my case, it didn't even need to cover the whole mortgage.
Okay, Cake was definitely built for investors like us. I need that number.
Call 1-800-EAT-CAKE. That's 1-800-EAT-CAKE. 1-800-EAT-CAKE. Or visit CakeHome.com for details and 5-star reviews.
Upgrade your learning experience during Dell Technologies Back to School event with AI PCs like the Dell 14 Plus featuring an Intel Core Ultra processor starting at $749.99. Supercharge your studies with features like real-time notes transcription, AI accelerated hardware to run multiple apps without slowing down, extended battery life, and more. That's the power of new AI PCs with Intel inside. Discover a smarter way to learn at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
GNC knows that you're not always feeling it at the gym, but don't get down, get lit, and get more out of every workout. Beyond Raw Lit is a clinically dosed pre-workout that flips the switch and gives you more energy, focus, intensity, and pumps. The perfect combo for a killer workout. Plus, it's got incredible flavors and thousands of 5-star reviews, so you know it's good. Pick it up at GNC stores or go to GNC.com.
Change is always happening. Hey, it's part of life, and when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten, classics are remixed, bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. But no matter how things change in 5 years, there's one thing that'll stay the same: the price of your internet. Xfinity is introducing the 5-year price guarantee. It means you'll get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with their best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years guaranteed. Learn more at Xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report August 2024.
This Saturday, August 2nd, downtown Littleton hosts Colorado's coolest bike race, the Audi Denver Littleton Twilight Criterium and Arts Festival. Watch top pros and amateurs race through the streets or sign up to ride, whether you're a seasoned racer or brand new to the sport. There are family cruiser rides, kids activities, and fun for all ages. Plus live music, great food, and a local arts and crafts fair. It's free to attend in just minutes from Denver. Go to littletoncrit.com for details and registration.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Apprenticeships allow workers to earn while they learn and provide businesses with a pipeline of talented employees. Colorado employers in emerging industries can earn tax credits for apprenticeship programs. Learn more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Welcome to it, quarter number 2, live at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit.
That's right.
Dover and Cecil live here pretty much, I believe, every single day this week as they continue to get ready for preseason game number 1, getting ready for the ultimate regular season game number 1, and we're getting it in front of us here right now, Cecil. Pads are on. Players are, not taking them to the ground, but there's some hitting going on here.
Some thudding,
as
for
we're
sure.
seeing offense versus defense.
Yeah, Caleb Lohner with a nice catch there as well. So a guy like Lohner, a large man that's made play after play after play, not on a daily basis, but it's certainly every stop, rookie minicamp, OTAs, mandatory minicamp, now training camp. Caleb Lohner, 4 catches, 4 touchdowns in college, but Broncos might have gotten a little sleeper tight end here, which is very interesting because when the draft pick was made, and I'm screaming for Luke Lachey, I'm like, wait, the basketball guy?
Yeah.
They got the basketball guy in the 7th round, but here we go. Caleb Lohner, good job, kid.
Watching now a third-string offense as well. Ellinger is out there as the quarterback, but getting a chance to throw to a guy like Devon Vele right there who, by the way, I know you'll keep an eye on these sort of things. Vele just had the ball ripped out of his hands.
Yeah, we'll definitely be monitoring those type of things out here. Also, Troy Franklin, man. The 11 throws me off a little bit.
It does.
But Bo talked about it on Saturday, looks so much better in the 11. Troy himself has talked about it there as well. So number 11 out here making plays on a daily basis, showcasing that speed. Hands have looked good. You like Troy, you don't like his hands. Yeah. Maybe by the end of camp you will like his hands.
I hope so. His legs are just so long. His strides are huge.
Yeah. Eats up a lot of space quickly. And we've got football Thursday, by the way. So we're back to football Hall of Fame game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's such a disappointment of a game.
The Hall of Fame game? Yeah.
I feel like that with Broncos preseason games. I psych myself up into being fired up.
Right.
And then 3 snaps into it, I'm like, oh, my God, this is awful.
But you could open up your certain investing apps.
Hey.
Right?
There you go.
There you go. Have a little fun that way.
Who's playing in the Hall of Fame game?
I don't know.
Okay. See, it doesn't matter that much to you either. Let's hear a little bit from Sean Payton. Payton on Saturday talking about he and his offensive coaches trying to evaluate this crowded running back room.
Well, it's an easy position to evaluate. Some aren't so easy. And once the pads come on and you get into the games and the practices with other teams, I think it's a position you guys will see as quickly as I will. Now, they all have different strengths. I'm anxious to see. We've kind of seen Dobbins on film in the pro game, but a lot of these guys have limited to small resumes, and I'm anxious to see how they perform.
All right, I mean, he's not going to tell you who's on the bubble by any means, but he is telling you there's one guy that we're confident in, and the rest of them we're not so sure. He didn't say it, but I'll add the caveat. Yeah, and one of them's a second-round draft pick, so he's in no trouble at all.
Yeah, no trouble there whatsoever as we continue to look to see who's going to make this team, and that's a great thing about football and training camp at this time of year, the ultimate meritocracy. Outside of your top picks, you know that, hey, you're a Caleb Lohner. You can go out here and win a job. You can be the next Adam Troutman. Right, and Troutman make the team. Nate Atkins will make the team. Evan Ingram will make the team. But maybe a guy like Caleb Lohner does there as well. So no matter the position, no matter the conversation, if you're not a top pick, if you show up and show out here at training camp, they're going to notice. That camera in the sky doesn't lie. So
that's true.
And they'll go through practice, and then they'll go watch practice again.
Yeah. And then yell at a bunch of people
yes.
during that time.
Yes.
Sean Payton also talked about Pat Bryant being a smart football player and the fact that he and Bo Nix seem to be working well together.
I think as he's comfortable within the offense, he might be looking at something and just giving him maybe what I expect coming out of a cut. Pat's pretty sharp, so he's one of those guys you can tell him one time. But this year compared to a year ago, I think there is a confidence level with the quarterback, and if he doesn't see something maybe exactly tweaking it, and he's confident in what he's telling him.
See, that confidence that Sean's talking about, I freaking love. It's what I said. I saw Bo go over and do this.
Yeah.
And it's something that a year ago when they were having that fake quarterback competition, this is what I didn't like about Sean a year ago. You could have started to see some of that. Hey, you're not going to give Bo the job day one, but week one, I think it was pretty clear to everybody that was out here that it was going to be Bo Nix winning this battle. Well, at least if you know what you're looking at.
Right.
It was pretty clear that he was going to win this battle. Now it's just like, how do I polish up the quarterback stuff that he's working on offseason by himself, and then now how do I become a leader in real time? I saw that with Bo on Saturday. I pointed it out to you.
Yeah, and Bo's taking those next steps and those strides, and also it shows that he cares about his teammates. A young guy like Pat Bryant, of course, is going to have confidence because he's clutch. That was the name of his game. That's what he was on film. That's what he was at the Senior Bowl. Pat Bryant's always been that sort of player, so to carry over that confidence and know that your quarterback cares about where you want the ball, where Where do you like things delivered? Now, learn things. Don't bring the ball back to your body when you get that end zone catch, so Chris Abrams-Drain could knock it away like he did Saturday. But you're seeing these things real time. That confidence growing with Bo Nix. Confidence also, as we're watching practice now, R.J. Harvey, runner, receiver out of the backfield. They're using him in space. Again, week 6. Let's look to see if there's any sort of takeover at the position. But right now, J.K. Dobbins 1, R.J. Harvey 2, and confidence growing.
You've always talked about Jaleel beating guys to the edge. And I'll just say to R.J.'s credit right there, it's a little bit more of a burst than I thought you might come out of a guy like R.J. Harvey right there.
Yes.
He was able to get to the edge, what we just saw, a little bit quicker than I maybe thought he could.
Yeah, and diagnosing things as you're running. He's got great vision, the footwork, the jump cuts that he's always loved in college. Those will all come into play, and there's a jump cut from J.K. Dobbins. I just feel so encouraged because the entire playbook is back. We had to watch the plodding of Javonte Williams last year. We had to watch a team that was not going to, kind of make their way on the ground. Now, if you're in a street fight, which you need this asset in football. If you're in a street fight and the chips are down and they're going to score when they get the ball. Defense is having a bad day. You know what you can do? Hey, JK, we're going to give you 7 carries on this drive. Mm-hmm. We need you to wear this team down and to keep that offense off the field because our defense is having an off day. You have the capability now of that with J.K. Dobbins, with R.J. Harvey.
Get back to Sean Payton here. Sean on Saturday talking about one of his faves. It's his guy. It's in his corner. Adam Troutman.
It starts with he's a guy that can inline. You need someone that's effective blocking in the run game. He fits more as a true Y. We're not afraid to throw it to him, but he can block the D gap, and I think that versatility is helpful relative to improving on one of the key things for us that we want to in the run game.
There's something with Adam Troutman that we've talked about, and we have some fun with Adam. Is he going to be that 35-yard bomb that Peterson told us about last week? We're like, wait a minute, that would have been the last guy we guessed as Adam Troutman. But as Sean just said there, he's the Y, he's going to block. That's what he's going to do. But there will be some moments this year where everybody's eyeballs are on 14 and everybody's eyeballs are on 1, and then you get big ol' Adam Troutman, a little chip and release, and be butt naked wide open by himself over there. That's going to result in a pretty big play.
Yeah, that's a big play coming. Nate Atkins can do it as well.
Nate Atkins did it
towards
last year,
the
too.
end zone, right. He's a red zone weapon there for this team. And with Evan Ingram, it just frees things up because it is the declaration of influence. If you have 2 tight ends on the field, what is a defense thinking? Hey, they're going to run the ball. They're heavy. You're not going to run the ball. Not when you have Evan Ingram out there, who is a receiver, basically.
Yeah.
And Adam Troutman being a sneaky receiver, a true Y. So a Y is an all-purpose tight end. Your F is your F tight end, which is just your receiving tight end. So for those of us keeping score at home, Evan Ingram's an F, Adam Troutman's a Y. They're going to use them both, and they're going to influence defenses to think, and because they can run the ball.
Yeah.
We go back to the running game.
Finally.
Because they can run the ball, you'll actually buy it.
Hey, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to enter is head to one of the pro shops at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. You're looking for the cutout of Zach By. Scan that QR code on ZB. That'll get you registered. For more information and to find the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. That is denversports.com/golf. All right, I want to get back to Bo Nix. What did Bo say about his offseason and time spent with Super Bowl winning quarterback Drew Brees? Hear what Bo said about Drew coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
When might you be buzzed? When you suddenly love everything.
You guys, I love this song. I love these nachos. I love our kickball league. Ugh! I love this guy. What's your name? You know what I'd love? A ride when it's time to head out.
If you see a buzzed warning sign, call for a ride when it's time to go home. Buzz driving is drunk driving. A message from NHTSA and the Ad Council.
I love your car. Is this real leather?
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review now. We've been voted best personal injury law firm for the last 3 years in a row. Visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, welcome back. We are live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Dover and Cecil hanging out until 2 o'clock. The drive comes in at 2. They get the air-conditioned studio, but we're out here live during practice. Phillip Lindsay is sitting down, taking some time to join us to talk all things Broncos camp. Phil, first off, how was your birthday weekend?
Oh man, it was great. It was great. I didn't worry about other people showing up. I worried about my family. That was it.
Yeah, that's right.
It was
good.
good.
That's
it was
a good birthday
great
weekend.
Yeah, man. Have the cake. Wife, we don't do presents anymore. I mean,
no,
no, we don't do presents. So just a beautiful cake with my beautiful family, and then we put the kids to bed, watched some movies, and called it a day. Actually,
Nice.
Happy Gilmore It was coming out at midnight that next day, so we stayed up and watched it.
Nice.
Yeah.
We're gonna do a little. We have different views on Happy Gilmore too.
Yeah,
so
I mean, I don't want to burst you guys' bubble. I wasn't a big fan of it.
No,
I
you.
love
You and
Happy
me,
Gilmore.
Phil. You and me,
Yeah, it was
Phil.
just like, come
Yeah.
on, man, what are we doing? But it was good to see a lot of the actors back at it, and it kind of seems like it was kind of placed so that other people can get paid a little bit of money. I didn't say they're taking care of his crew. That's kind of how I thought about it.
That's what he always does in his new movies. Taking care of Audric Estime. Pads come on today. Is today the type of day where a guy like Estime can really show his value because it's more of a power day? No live tackling, but you know, Phil, there's going to be some popping.
See, today is the day. All right, it's the first day in pads, official day in pads, so it's going to be a run-heavy day. Offensive linemen are going to be getting after it. Your running backs are going to be getting after it. And someone like Audric Estime, and his strength is breaking tackles, running hard, moving the chains. He should shine today. Now, it depends on how many opportunities they give him and where they give him the opportunities at. Is it in the red zone? Is it kind of like, hey, it's 2nd and 5, get 3 yards? So you're trying to figure out for Audric Estime where he fits in. So for Audric Estime, this is a big week where you're in pads, picking up the blitzes. All right, blitz packages, that's something that you have to grow with, catching out of the backfield, and, of course, breaking tackles and running hard as possible.
What do you think the timeline looks like for a dude like R.J. Harvey? Because we've talked about J.K.'s in the driver's seat to be the starter. When did you – I mean, you had a different situation, but when did you feel – maybe comfortable is not the right word, but okay with what your job was at the running back position your first year in the league?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I was just happy to make the team. And week 5 came along, and that's when Royce Freeman hurt his ankle.
Okay.
And I was ready to take on the load after that. I was ready to carry the load. But it took a little bit. It was just like, hey, we didn't have a vet. We didn't have a J.K. Dobbins. It was Royce Freeman, it was myself, and it was Devontae Booker. 3 guys that weren't really experienced. Devontae Booker had been in the league for maybe 2 or 3 years, but not enough to be a sure vet. And so we had to grow up fast. We had to learn the offense fast. We had to pick the blitzes up a little bit faster than normal. Someone like R.J. Harvey, he's going to have the opportunity to sit behind a true vet, get his self together, and when he's ready to carry the load, you're going to see it. But he's going to be in a better place than even I was my rookie at the beginning of the season. I was flooded, man. I didn't know what I was doing. R.J. Harvey's going to be a lot better off because he can rely on J.K. Dobbins early. J.K. Dobbins will be able to take the load. He'll be able to pick up the blitzes, and R.J. Harvey will do the rest, right? Coming out of the backfield, they'll have certain run packages for him. So when he's out there, he's not thinking as much.
The magic number is 5. Clinton Portis took over after week 5. Phillip Lindsay took over after week 5.
Woo,
so R.J. Harvey, I'm going to give him those 5 weeks to kind of learn, and then maybe more of a split, and then maybe by the end of the year. That's when it matters most, Phil. Playoff football is all about running the ball.
You have to run the ball. When it gets cold, you have to run the football. In your offensive line, you have to start early. You can't expect to be able to run the football at the end of the year if you don't work on it now. And that's why I said earlier, it's like, what is our identity this year for the Denver Broncos? And it has to be that run mentality of we're going to punch you in the mouth, we're going to move the chains, we're going to be physical, we're going to be aggressive, and we're going to utilize our running backs. Make it easier for Bo Nix. Put him in situations where it's 3rd and 3, 3rd and 5, 3rd and 2, not 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10. It's something you want to stay away from. Well, when you have a vet like J.K. Dobbins, when you have an R.J. Harvey, who I believe, and I feel like a lot of people out there believe can be an explosive running back, you're going to have more opportunities to make big-time plays and stay ahead of the chains.
When it comes to what this team can be and what this version of the Denver Broncos are supposed to be, how do you look at how they start the season? Him and I have circled that Philadelphia game, and, of course, 2 weeks before that's Monday night with Cincinnati. Yeah. I think we're going to really know who this team is, and I feel good about it as soon as week 5 of the NFL season.
We should know kind of who this team is this year by week 1, the mentality part.
Okay.
Of course you're going to grow. All right, you don't want to peak too early. But week 1, your quarterback's not a rookie anymore. All right, Cortland Sutton, hopefully they get something done with him and he's ready to play. Vele, hopefully he takes another jump. Marvin Mims, it's not week 10 we're going to get him involved. Now it's going to be week 1. The defense has shored up even more. Like, they're a sure thing, it seems like. They have players from the past that were there last year when the defense was top 5, and they added a couple vets to help them out. So we're going to be able to see the identity of this team and the way that they're going to play and their mentality week 1 against the Tennessee Titans. You should be able to handle business against a rookie quarterback. But we know this is the NFL and anything can happen.
You bring up Sutton. You and I are as de facto agents in the media, right?
I'm waiting for
love
2%.
Sutton. Now, our guy ZB and I have had some, banter about what's going on with Cortland Sutton. I don't think it's a big deal. I like what I've seen, and I know. And listen, you guys aren't negative in the afternoons, and I know that the text line was like, "Well, Lammy said that Cortland looked fine." I'm talking about body language-wise. Yeah. Cortland is very engaged with his teammates. He's not checked out. He's not kicking footballs like Brandon Marshall. Like he's
not holding out.
Exactly. He's holding in. It's clear that he's holding in. So where do you come down on the Sutton situation now? I thought maybe on the off day we'd get something done. Nothing's done yet. You and I feel confident something will be done.
I definitely feel confident. Maybe it's not this week. Maybe it's next week. Maybe it's before the first game. Something will get done. One, he's your best receiver out there. And when he's not on the football field, you can feel it. You can feel his presence. And when it's not out there, there's no presence felt. Now, also with Cortland Sutton, it comes down to you see his body language is a lot better. Mm-hmm. You see him coaching some of these young players up. He's out there going through drills. So I'm confident that something will be done. I'm not sitting here concerned. Now, I am a little concerned in the sense of, like, this is the time to build chemistry. This is the time to go out there and build more with Bo Nix. Go out there and get yourself calloused for the season. So hopefully this doesn't drag on too long. We get something done with our receiver 1, and we move on from there.
Phillip Lindsay sitting down with us. Phil, I guess last question here.
Yeah.
When you were on the team, Broncos specifically.
No autographs, guys. No autographs.
Well, maybe one for my little nephew. Yeah. Did you hear other guys say, "I'm going to fight that guy today"? Did you?
You know, there's going to be a time during this, not this practice, but this camp, where you're going to get frustrated with each other. And something's going to happen and it's going to boil over to the next day. And in your mind, you're going to say, if this happens again, we're going to fight.
Okay.
And sometimes it's healthy. It's healthy to go through the fights. Now, you don't want anybody throwing punches at a helmet.
Sure.
That's dumb.
Break your hand.
But also, you want to feel the intensity. You want to feel that everybody's out here. They're grinding. It's the dog days. It's hot as hell. Like, you want a little fight. You want a little motion going on. It's all about the emotion and wanting to get better and pushing each other. So I'm okay with it.
All right.
And then super, super quick, Phil, and I know you've been out here at practice. You may not have seen the breaking news, but Deion Sanders' medical team announces he was diagnosed with a cancerous bladder tumor this spring. Sanders had a bladder removal, and his doctor reports that he is cured from bladder cancer. So I guess we could just all say a prayer and thank God Deion's going to be okay.
Yes, and it's very unfortunate, man. It's scary. It's scary because – And you guys all know, like, one day you're happy and you're walking around, the next day you go to a doctor and you have cancer. You have something wrong with you, and it's very scary. And as you guys know, like, for you, for sure, because you have kids, you start thinking of things like that. It's like you want to be around. And for Coach Prime, it's been rough. It's been rough for him health-wise. He's been a breath of fresh air for the university. But it's taken a toll on him, just his body playing football, baseball, and just being around, stress of being a coach. And so it's unfortunate, but I'm happy that he's cured. I'm happy that he's able to be back out there, and hopefully he's able to be back out there week 1. But we all know that when you're dealing with health issues, you never know.
Yeah.
So prayers up to Coach Prime.
Thinking about Deion. Hopefully he can be back there running out with his Buffaloes week 1. Phillip Lindsay, he'll be right back on these airwaves at 2 o'clock, getting you home with Zach By. Phil, thanks for coming by, man.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, guys.
All right, we'll react to a few things Phil had to say. Looks like they're going to get going again, team drills. Plus, we'll hear a little bit from Bo as to what he learned from Drew Brees coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T-test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Lowe's knows hot deals help you get the most out of summer. Get up to 30% off select major appliances and get it delivered as soon as next day. Plus, get up to 30% off select patio furniture, grills, outdoor power equipment, and more. These end-of-season savings won't last long. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Valid on eligible in-stock orders in select locations. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com/delivery for more details.
The bonus Jack Combo at Jack in the Box comes with a burger, fries, and a drink starting at just $3.99. Talk about a bonus. Get so much more.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, we're getting some real football action going on right
Love
in
it.
front of us. There's a giant wall of human men, but we still getting a little look from first team versus first team, now to second team versus second team, and a couple of interesting notes to take away. We're going to get to that in about 2 minutes from right now, but first, let's pay off that tease. Drew Brees talked on Saturday to the media, his first time during training camp talking to the media, and one of the things he talked about, of course, was the time spent with Drew Brees and what he and Drew were talking about.
Yeah, it was fun. Anytime you can spend some time with a guy like that, with that experience and just that mind and the knowledge of the game and just his routine and what he was able to do. And more than anything, it's just sitting down and talking to him. And a lot of guys are like that. You know, Payton and Eli are the same way. It's just anytime you can pick those guys' brains and just kind of stand in their shoes and see what they went through. And just if you can pick up on any one thing, that's a win in the conversation.
All right, so yeah, just being a sponge as much as you can if you're a guy like Bo Nix. Be a sponge and ask the right questions. Not all the questions, Russell Wilson. The right questions. And it sounds like he and Bo had a pretty good 4 or 5 days together.
Well, and I believe it was Troy Rank who asked the question about, like, well, what specifically? Concepts are concepts. We had said it last week. Like, they're not going to talk really about concepts.
No.
They talked about how to deal with Sean
Yeah.
and situations. Like, when they show you this, like, what do you think here? What is your thought here? So it's more of the higher level thinking of football rather than, does this play work against this coverage? He already knows that.
Right.
He already knows what to do and what to look for in these situations. So it's more about personalities. It's more about the time spent together and understanding how to get along in those relationships to get the best out of each other.
We're going to have a Cortland Sutton conversation in just a moment. I mentioned it. We're kind of over here on our side where the radio tents are. They're doing some team drills with the giant wall of players in front of us. But Mike Kliss, at Mike Kliss 9 News, our chain crew member and Broncos insider here on the station, just sent out the tweet that Alex Singleton is walking into the locker room with the trainer.
That's never a good sign, but he's walking.
He is.
At least Drew Sanders had the card out, but now and I understand Kliss had, put it out there with the Drew Sanders report of, like, they've got a really deep insight. No, they don't. No, they don't.
They've lost their best backup on Saturday, and now the starter is dealing with something. Maybe
Lavelle Bailey is unproven, and Justin Sternad is a great special teams player who struggles when he starts. They don't have the depth. And Dre Greenlaw's coming off injury.
Yeah.
They don't have the depth. Now, I know fans will be like, go get Josie Jewell. Josie Jewell and the concussion problems are like, that could cause some complications there.
Well, there was a reason. No, I don't want to be crapping on Josie Jewell. There's a reason they didn't re-up with Josie Jewell.
Right. And if he is having those problems health-wise, like, okay, that's a different conversation. So would you tend to go scour the wire? Perhaps, maybe. I mean, inside linebacker was the one spot where, like, they finally got it. Mm-hmm. They finally got it. As long as Greenlaw and Singleton are healthy, they finally got it. And here we go, Singleton walking in with the trainer. We'll know more after practice if coach is asked about it, and I'm sure he will be.
Yep. So that's just unfortunate. I would imagine here actions always speak louder than words a little bit, Cecil. I'm sure they're going to wait and see, testing all the stuff with Alex Singleton. But, man, they're going to have to address that position at some point sooner rather than later, possibly even before you get to their first preseason game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, and that's where Jordan Dizon, he's got great eye for talent across the league. You're going to be watching everywhere. George Payton got a little bit of Howie Roseman in him, so he's, if he has to pull off a trade, something like that. We don't want to get ahead of ourselves here, but you have opportunities to add talent, and at certain points this summer, I believe the Broncos will be looking at inside linebackers just in case, man. Just in case. Not the news we wanted to hear, especially after the Drew Sanders injury on Saturday.
I guess the best news with bad news behind it is Parker Gabriel also has a tweet about Alex Singleton, says he walked off of a team drill with a member of the training staff and they was looking at his hand. No limp or anything like that, just looking at his hand. Now, it's easy for me to say because it's not my hand that's hurt, but that's better than a lower body injury or re-aggravating the injury from a year ago.
Why are they running sprints?
I'm assuming Sean Payton didn't like what he saw. Don't you assume the same thing?
I'm assuming that as well. It's like 98 degrees, and they're going to run some sprints sideline to sideline in the middle of the practice. They didn't do this Friday or Saturday.
I will say it got, like I said, the wall's in front of us. But there was a play you and I were talking about where it should have been an interception.
Yes.
It wasn't. It was deflected, and Troy Franklin actually came
Troy
up
Franklin
with
got it. Yep.
So it's a credit to Troy. But the very next play, a ball was batted down and players were chasing it as if it was still a live ball. So I don't know if it got batted out of the air or out of someone's hands.
Right.
And that's what led to where we are now with sprints. And look at Kyrie's Rowan.
Yeah, if you're running some gassers in the middle of practice, maybe things could be a little sharper out there, that's for sure. But this Alex Singleton thing, at least he walked off, and it sounds like looking at his hand, whatever. But inside linebacker getting quickly thinner and thinner by the moment for the Denver Broncos. Hopefully we get some good news on Alex Singleton when Coach talks here in half hour or so.
Yeah, that would be something we need to know if they need to go out and ultimately find a real backup inside linebacker now with the news of one.
I mean, Glynchy didn't have to run sprints.
Oh, he must have been just fine then.
Yeah. He didn't have to run sprints.
Well, you can tell. Look at his right leg. He's got the full, they're going
the
full
sleeve,
pads, but
yeah.
you can see he's got a sleeve. It looks like multiple.
And now Coach is bringing them together. We know Chase Daniel is out here. So, Coach maybe putting on a show for his buddies in the media.
Okay.
So he's bringing in the team, rallying. Helmet's not a chair, son. You never know what he's saying in that huddle right now. But Coach Payton definitely wants to see a little something different from his practice today.
Do you think practice is over right here?
No.
No. Oh, it is.
Oh, it is?
Stokes says it is.
Was it a double horn? Okay.
It's over. All
right, wrap it up.
So you wrap it up with some sprints.
With some sprints?
Yell at some people.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Hey, football's all about overweight men and windbreakers yelling at you, so that box is checked.
Weird. That sounds like basketball, too. At least at North Clinton.
Sounds just like coaches, right?
Yeah. Let's go back to Bo Nix and going into more of that conversation with Drew Brees and getting to talk with guys like Drew and talk with guys like Peyton Manning and pick their brains. Oh, we're going to get to number 10 there in just a second from Bo Nix. But, yeah, I guess practice is going to wrap up. We'll get to Sean Payton down there. Yeah, the media's over there circling like some hungry vultures for a quote. We'll get this quote from Bo Nix here again on what he talks about with Peyton and Drew Brees.
That's a great question. I go with leadership, how to handle the job, because X's and O's are going to change. They're going to adapt over time. And really technique could adapt over time because we find different ways, unique ways to do things. And with technique, it goes a lot to your physical capability, so it can be different per person. But how to be a leader and how to handle certain situations, those kind of can carry over. So that's more or less what I'm trying to do with a guy like that is figure out, hey, what are some things that if you were in a bad spot, what would you do here? If you were, going through this, what would you do here? And just seeing how they handle things, seeing how they handle situations and experiences. And that's for our job. We talk about leading and all that kind of stuff. That's the name of the game. They don't really care how your job is to go out there and complete passes and to score points. Everybody understands that. It's the off the field. How are you encouraging guys? How are you making sure guys are seen and make sure guys are getting what they need and being put in a position to succeed so that we all can help each other. And we're all good players. We're all talented. We all know we know the object of the football game. Now it's all about those second layer things that are deeper than just what's on the football field. And so to me, that's what makes a good team. That's what makes good leadership and close football team that wins a lot of games.
I think that's exactly what you were talking about. You don't need to know all right, on Sean's this play, this is where the wide receiver is, and this is where you want to put the football. It's that, as Bo used his terms, the second and third layer things that you talk about with guys like Drew Brees and Peyton Manning.
Yeah, Bo Nix about ready to go to the next level. And how do you do that? You do that with comfort. You do that with confidence. You've watched practice with me. It is the third day of Broncos training camp because the 2 acclimation days don't count. Does Bo Nix look comfortable and confident out there?
He certainly does.
Oh, yes.
He certainly
no
does.
doubt about that. So that's how you can take things to the next level. And remember, this isn't about reading the defense after the snap. It's about reading the defense before the snap, knowing where you're going with the ball and just having to go through the motions to kind of trick defenders with your eye movement. Bo Nix will get adept to that this season. Get ready. You haven't even seen Bo Nix yet.
Yeah. All right, we are going to have a Courtland Sutton conversation coming up right at the top of the hour at noon. We're going to tell you what Courtland did or perhaps did not do today here at practice. In the meantime, we got to check our X. What's on our timeline that you need to know about? Well, from one frustrated Bronco to another, this one just happens to be voicing their frustration on Twitter. Details coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season. Denver Sports 1043 The Fan.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit for just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all three if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in the combo while supplies last.
Coverage varies by plan. View contracts and exclusions at EnduranceWarranty.com. If you have a 2004 or newer vehicle that's out of warranty or about to be, Endurance is urgently notifying U.S. drivers about their low-cost vehicle coverage plan designed to save drivers thousands on rising vehicle repair costs. Those who qualify can pick their plan, coverage, and repair shop. Roadside service, towing, and rental cars included. All covered repairs get paid directly to the repair shop for you. Call now for your free quote. Call 800-298-7906. 800-298-7906.
If you've been injured in an auto accident, Dr. Joseph Ramos is both a doctor and a lawyer, combining legal and medical expertise. He can help. Ramos Law, the official injury law firm partner of the Denver Broncos. RamosLaw.com.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
The new and emerging industries apprenticeship tax credit can save you money and boost your workforce. Take the first step to develop skilled apprentices in IT, healthcare, and more at apprenticeship.colorado.gov. Brought to you by the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment, the Colorado Broadcasters Association, and this station.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that X.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
What's on our timeline? We need to check our X, something that we do every single day.
Yes.
And I got to start with the frustrated Denver Bronco. Not Cortland Sutton. That conversation's coming up in just a few moments. But we'll start with John Franklin Myers, who I just happened to see this on the old timeline today. So somebody at Grassgraze tweeted John Franklin Myers and just said, at J _ Franklin Myers has to be the most underappreciated D lineman in the league. He's had 5 straight seasons of 50-plus pressures, and I'd put my money on him making it 6 straight seasons with 50-plus pressures. Well, John Franklin Myers saw that tweet, quoted that tweet, and wrote, underappreciated and underpaid, but numbers won't lie. I'd bet my money, too, if I were you. Almost time to go be great again. That came yesterday at 3:30 from the Broncos defensive lineman. So he's not holding his feelings in. He knows that he is underpaid, calling himself underappreciated. That's just because he thinks he's underpaid.
Yeah.
But I like the mindset. About to go prove it. And even if it's not the Denver Broncos that give me a big fat bag, somebody will.
Yeah, somebody will. And that's the thing. Like right here and right now in this situation with the Broncos, he's probably 4th of the players that need contract or their contract situations resolved. Cortland Sutton, the priority. We may be hearing about that very, very soon, in fact. You've got, of course, Nick Benito in that situation, Zach Allen behind him, and then JFM would be there, which means, okay, JFM's probably not going to get paid by the Broncos this year, but go out there, don't let it affect or impact your work ethic. Go out there, perform in the way that he can perform on this Broncos defense that could be best in the league. You know what happens to defenses that are best in the league?
They get paid.
Guys get plucked. Remember Malik Jackson?
Yep.
We love Malik Jackson. Guess what happened? He got plucked.
Jacksonville paid him.
Exactly. So that's good. That could happen with JFM. Just going to take a year.
And real fast, an interesting little moment right now that just happened in front of us. Who's number 87 over there? We're working at the Jugs machine. That guy has an 87 jersey on. Oh, is that A.T. Perry?
Yeah.
That's A.T. Perry. Who's injured.
Who's on the pup. He's just doing some Jugs machine work.
Cortland's kind of just like roving around now, like a lost soul almost. He went over there. I don't know that he was going to talk to AT or he wanted to run the Jugs machine, was told no, and walked away.
Yeah. Well, hey, you got to get your work in, right? So, in Cortland Sutton, let's break into that conversation because it sounds like a contract situation. Both are on the same page. It's close. Doesn't happen.
Sean's talking now.
Yeah.
We'll get that in our noon hour.
Right.
But it sounds like from Sean, Jordan Schultz has the same report.
Yes.
That they are very, very close to getting a deal done. And maybe this was just I'm tired of being close day from Cortland Sutton because he didn't do anything for team stuff with the ones. He sat and had his helmet in his hand, but was just kind of kicking it. You and I kept an eye on that, and maybe this is Cortland. Hey, I'm done playing this game. Let's either get a deal done or I'm going to do this the rest of the time.
And I understand Phil was talking about this is the time to build chemistry, which it is, but you also have a whole year last year with Bo Nix, and your chemistry was strong, so it wouldn't take a while to get things back up to speed together. Hopefully, hopefully some Cortland Sutton news breaks in the next 2 hours. Yeah. So we get the story first.
That would be nice.
The fan.
That would be very nice. I get the chemistry and that conversation that Phil brought up because he's right about that. That does matter. But I also see so I can still – it's July 28th, dude. It's not – let's not act like playing football is the hardest thing to do in the world. You know what I mean? The guy's got to run some routes, create some separation, and then guess what? Bo Nix will put it on his ass, and as long as you catch the football, you're going to be just fine.
Yeah.
If we were in the second week of August, I might be willing to have a bit more of that conversation. It's July 28th, for crying out loud. They just put on the pads for the first time.
Yeah, I think we're fine in terms of that, and if you're Cortland Sutton, go get your money. So hopefully there's some sort of announcement, and we may see Cortland Sutton at the podium very soon.
Maybe
today, maybe tomorrow.
Yeah.
But wouldn't it be nice to have a full participation day from Cortland Sutton and then talk to him tomorrow?
That would be nice.
I think that'd be great. And it's going to get done. That's why in the back and forth that we've had on this very station, I'm talking, when I say I'm praising Cortland Sutton, it's not because of the work he's doing in team drill. He has a catch for 2 yards, whatever the number is. Back to my J.J. Watt thing. No, not making fun of J.J. because he's the center of attention. But training camp stats are ridiculous, okay? And I think we all need to have that mindset. I'm not going to – but Bo Nix today was 9 of 11 for – no. Training camp stats are bunk. So even if it's one catch for 2 yards, I think it's bunk. There's plenty of time to build chemistry. It's Cortland flipping Sutton. Get this thing done and then get it back out there. So I guess the statisticians for the training camp practices can be like, Cortland Sutton caught 3 passes today. Okay, God, for the love of God, everything's going to be fine. It's July.
I thought we'd get some yesterday. Day off. He'd already
day
been
off.
Sort of holding in.
Maybe that's where things ramped up, and that's why we're getting the reports and news right now. Like, yes, things are close.
Yeah, this is the first day where I'm like, you know what, Cortland, you should be holding in. You had a full off day to get a deal done, and the team didn't do anything.
It can begin to be a distraction if things aren't done right now.
Yeah.
Pads are on.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like the first day of camp, even though it's the third day of camp. Acclimation days don't count. So on the third day of camp, are you getting something done? Yeah. Would you have taken that if I had said, hey, Dover, I've seen the future. Cortland Sutton's going to get his deal done, 3 days into training camp.
Yeah, they'll be fine.
We'd all say yes.
Fine.
Yes. So that, watching the team drills, it's good for the young guys to get that work. Troy Franklin, it's great for him to get this sort of work because Cortland Sutton has not been in team drills. But now going forward, once Sutton is paid, yeah, of course he's the man.
All right, let's talk about this for a second.
Okay.
Happy Gilmore, too.
Yeah.
Everybody became a movie critic on Twitter over the weekend.
Everybody's a critic of everything on Twitter. You're just an expert at everything.
Yeah. Whatever you think you're an expert on, now you have a platform to tell the world about it. All right, so we were texting about it in our group thread. Kevin, did you watch it?
I watched half and fell asleep.
Oh, you always do, Kevin.
Oh, my God.
So it wasn't interesting to him.
Oh, my God, you guys.
I will say I liked the movie. Was it the best Adam Sandler movie I've ever seen?
You're soft-selling it.
No.
Tell the truth. On our text thread, you're like, this is the great, I love it. You guys are terrible.
I didn't say it was the best, but I did enjoy it.
You gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
7.5 out of 10.
That's terrible.
I love the way it started. I don't want to spoil it for anybody.
Okay,
but the way it started, I'm like,
yeah.
whoa,
we got to be very
what
careful
the hell?
with that.
That's the route
But they
we're
had
gonna
to
go?
take him back to where he was on the come-up again.
Sure.
Happy Gilmore being like a pros pro and a zillionaire.
That's not a great movie.
That's not a great movie. But this...
You got to have hardship to overcome.
Okay.
So they created some of that.
Now, how
and
biased are you because you're a golf guy? I want the truth now.
Very,
because
very.
Okay,
a lot biased.
That's why you...
Because I'm telling Kelsey, I'm like, it's freaking Jordan Spieth. There's Rory. You know what I mean? I'm like,
yeah, John Daly.
Like,
oh my God, John Daly.
Those guys. But I did.
Yeah.
And John Daly played a cool role.
Yeah, John Daly was good.
I thought that was fun. I liked how they kept kind of going back and showing some of the stuff. Like I said, was it the best Adam Sandler movie? No. But was it the worst? Hell no.
It's the best he's done in probably 20 years. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Since like 51st Dates or whatever that last one was.
The Uncut Gems and Grown Ups, that's hot garbage. This was an entertaining movie.
I heard it put this way: it's the best Adam Sandler movie on Netflix right now because all the garbage ones are on Netflix, and then this one's on Netflix. So, I would say.
So what didn't you like?
Pretty much the whole thing, like the motivation. Again, we can't spoil anything for people out there if you haven't seen it.
I will say this doesn't spoil much, but there is a scene where he starts to get upset at his vehicle.
Yes.
And then his kids jump in.
Yes.
I lost it. That was hilarious.
And the daughter is Adam Sandler's daughter. So I thought that was cool.
Okay, cool.
I thought that was cool, but the whole cameo thing, and again, it's not a movie, it's a cameo, and it's like product placement. I'm not sure if you picked up on that, but like there's a lot of product placement and there's a lot of cameos. I don't need to spend an hour and a half watching product placement and cameos.
Well, that's how they get paid. You got to have product placement.
Oh, my God. Okay. So we're not making movies anymore? We're just making commercials? Hey, I really like that hour and a half commercial.
Yeah, exactly.
And you gave it 7.5 out of 5, but because you're a golf guy, it needs to be more like 4.5 out of 5.
Oh, that's way too low.
4.5 out of 10. It was not well written. It was not good. It was the holes everywhere in the plot. I'm not going to bore everybody, and we can't spoil anything.
No, I don't want to spoil it because people
But I will say this. Nostalgia is a form of depression. So when all it is like, remember that part of the movie? Remember that guy? Remember? It's the member berries from South Park. We can talk about South Park still, right? So remember Chewbacca? Remember Happy Gilmore? That's what it is. And I don't think that's a good movie.
Kevin, what was your impressions of the first half of the movie?
I didn't like how it started.
You didn't see I
Don't spoil it. Don't spoil it.
I thought that was a weird part to create a storyline. So far, I got to the dinner with all the golfers.
Okay.
But it's like, how many times are we going to keep bringing back memories of the first movie? Like,
that's what they do the whole time.
There you go.
Just
That's
move,
all it is, Kev.
Just move forward to a new story, and we keep going backwards. So.
No, that's all it is.
So it sounds like you're not very high on it.
5 out of 10?
5 out of 10.
For
I
the
think
first
that's about
half?
right. I think that's about right. 5 out of 10. You 7.5 out of 10. You haven't even seen Star Wars.
This movie's way better than Star Wars. 100%.
Oh, my God. I said we were going to get a fight in training camp. I didn't know it was going to be you and me. You and me, brother, throwing down.
If you've seen it out there, tell us on the text line, what do you make of it? Cease not a fan. I was entertained. You know what I want movies to do? Turn my brain off and give me a reason to not look on my phone. Check the boxes for me.
All I was on my phone during that movie. That was hot garbage.
All right, let's continue to talk about the Cortland Sutton situation, what's going to go down, what should go down with that, plus talk about what we learned today with the first day of pads. Who shined on pad day? That is coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Style fades, great design lasts. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows combine timeless elegance with cutting-edge strength. They boost curb appeal and your home's resale value. At Gravina's Window Center of Littleton, you'll get windows designed to impress and built to outlast the elements. No warping, no peeling, just clean lines and lasting performance. Appointments fill up quickly as the weather warms. Book your free consultation now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Mention Mark, get 25% off this month only.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
A careless driver caused your crash. Medical bills are piling up, and you might not be able to work. Life just got a lot more expensive, and you don't know what to do. At Berg Simpson, your consultation is absolutely free. We'll explain your legal options at no cost to you. Help starts with a phone call to us.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
How is it that I make all this money and still can't buy a home?
That's because you went to an outdated lender. I went to Cake, and now I'm in my dream home.
Wait, how'd they pull that off? We're both self-employed.
They look at real income, like your bank deposits or certified profit and loss, not just your tax returns. Cake has flexible mortgage options made for people like us.
Okay, but what if I want to buy a rental property?
Even better, Cake has a program just for that. And it doesn't matter if your monthly rentals don't cover the mortgage. They can look at the potential of the property, not just the current rental income.
That's it. How do I reach these guys?
Their website is cakehome.com, but I called 888-EAT-CAKE.
Okay, got it. So it's 888-EAT-CAKE, right?
Yeah, call 888-EAT-CAKE for more details and learn why life's better with Cake.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or windishrv.com.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it? Yes, you can. Can I kick it?
All right, practice is over.
Can I kick it?
Field is starting to clear out a little bit. Still got a couple players over there talking with friends and family at the VIP section. And I will say this, I still haven't been able to put my finger on who he's talking to, Cecil, but Evan Ingram and someone else, a player, are out there really breaking down route running, how a defender plays somebody. I don't know who he is talking to, but they've been doing that for about 15, 20 minutes here.
Yeah, and it's that extra time with teammates. Again, we saw A.T. Perry catching off the jugs machine, but it's those type of things that can help take this team to the next level. The little things mean a lot. The details. I think that was an emphasis for Bo Nix over the weekend. It's like the details, the little things. This team is coming together. And Evan Ingram, in addition to taking shots at Jacksonville all the time, which he should,
yeah.
But he's like, these guys, there's a togetherness here. What'd Bo Nix say? There's no clowns?
Yep.
Right? There's no clowns. They don't have anyone that thinks they're larger than the team. So that's a great sign. And, yeah, extra work afterwards, talking about the game, talking about setting up routes. You love to see it.
That's a defender who's a young fella because he's carrying other people's pads, and he's wearing orange today, which what the defense was wearing. So that's Evan Ingram talking to a younger player just about.
Well, and think of the resources you have if you're a young player. Like, I want to go talk to Evan Ingram. I want to go talk to Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton's spending a lot of time with Joaquin Davis, again, get to know the name, and spending a lot of time with, of course, Kyrie's and Rowan. Had to get his last name because I know him as Tyrese Davis because that's what at Utah State he was known as. But, yes, spending time with younger receivers. I got a text from our man, Zach By, and, he had emphasized Sutton's doing less today. Yeah, he didn't participate in 7-on-7 drills either.
Yeah.
In addition to team drills. So, yes, doing less today, but probably doing more as soon as, I don't know, tomorrow.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I mean. I don't think it's not a secret or surprise anymore that Cortland Sutton is out a little bit. Holding in.
He's holding
if
in,
you want to
yes.
call it that. And now Kliss has the report. Schultz has the report. Sean Payton talked about it. Neither of us would be surprised at all if this time tomorrow the person over there talking to the media is Cortland Sutton. And he's talking about his new deal, and he's talking about how he always wanted to be a Bronco, and it was just a matter of time. All that's going to come tomorrow. But I will say, it can't be ignored that it didn't get done on Sunday. That's very strange to me.
Yeah, getting closer on Sunday, I guess. What are you waiting for, right? And holding in, it's the smart thing to do. You don't get fined. You're not a distraction. Although if this thing lingers, I said it was distraction day one.
Yeah.
But if this thing lingers, it just grows larger and larger and larger. And then Coach Payton gets questions about it, more questions about it. Teammates get questions. I'm surprised Bo Nix didn't get a question about it. Like, what do you think about Sutton's deal? Stay out of another man's money, but still, it's on people's minds. It's obvious on Cortland Sutton's mind. So get this thing done so we can end the silliness that is, Sutton and the training camp stats.
Yeah.
I want to see Sutton be Sutton because I know what he can be. We've seen him in individual drills, sometimes 7-on-7. Like, Yeah, no, it's good. It's good. Just get this thing done.
We also watched Alex Singleton leave the field today. He did walk off the field with his under his own power with a trainer. He was doing so with zero limp. He was doing so while getting his hand looked at. So I'm sure Sean was asked about that and knows nothing because he hasn't been inside the building yet.
Right.
Those are things that we're going to learn more about tomorrow. But Mike Kliss also tweeted that Sean Payton updated us on Drew Sanders. And Sean said it was a ligament, not a tendon, that was damaged, which Payton said was good news as tendon more serious. Recovery is north of 4 to 6 weeks. Sanders is still getting a second opinion on whether or not he should have surgery. Payton said he's smart to do so in getting second opinion.
Is ligament, tendon, muscle to bone, and then tendon is muscle to muscle, right, in the attachment department?
I have no idea. I didn't even go to college. I barely made it through Northglenn.
Wait a second. You're always talking junk about Thornton. The Thornton guy out there probably running around knows the answer.
Let's find out. Kevin, do you know the answer?
Of course.
Ligament, tendon, ligament. One's to the bone, one attaches bone to muscle or bone to bone, and then one attaches muscle to muscle. I don't know which one's worse, but either way, we're not doctors on this show. We're doctors of sports.
We didn't even stay at a Holiday Inn last night.
Right.
That's how far behind.
See, I was going to say all of that, but Cecil just stole it from me. So.
Oh, of course.
Yeah. Nice job, Cease.
You knew exactly where you were going to go.
He took the words literally right out of my mouth.
Oh, nice word, Kevin. So, it's Alex Singleton leaving, Drew Sanders getting an update on it. Mike McGlinchey was back, and Mike McGlinchey was fully participating. So far, knock on wood, the Broncos have been fortunate to not have to deal with something significant even after day number one.
Well, and it's a shorter day, obviously, because Sean should be talking right now, and he's already wrapped up as the media stands around and waits for other players to talk. But on a shorter day, first day of pads, shorter day. That's got to be a good sign. Then when they ran sprints, I was like, oh, my God, because they still had about 20 minutes left. I was like, wow, Sean must not be seeing something he likes. It's, in fact, quite the opposite. Sean had to like what he had seen to call practice, 20 minutes early. And, hey, go do a sprint, and then we're done. You're going to do that. Mm-hmm. It's hot. You're tired. First day of pads. You're getting used to it. The weight on your body, the way that you can move, the way you can't move, the way it restricts your motion. So, yeah, hey, go run some sprints, and we're going to wrap this thing up. So Payton must be happy Payton today, which is always a good day because you just never know.
I wonder if I had to yell at anybody about bad questions today. So that's always – I don't know if that makes him happier or mad, more mad.
It depends. He likes messing with you, and he also likes if you, show up and you continue to ask questions. Mm-hmm. Right. Sean will test you as a media member like he tests his players. Like, I'm going to be a little gritty with you. Yeah. Are you going to shell up or are you going to show up? Uh-huh. You know what I mean? And he likes, just like it was his players, like – when Russell Wilson did the blank stare when Sean's getting in his grill, and Russell Wilson does, I've never had a bad day, and I'm super positive. Like, when he does that stuff, no, yell back at him. And that's what Bo Nix did, and that's why he loves it. Media-wise, yeah, he's going to get a little gritty with you. He's gotten gritty with all of us. If you haven't been yelled at by Sean Payton, it means you haven't been here.
Yeah, haven't been doing enough, I guess. A couple of things going back to today's practice, things we can take away than Saturday's practice. Saturday, we got much better vantage point from where we are sitting here in the radio tent. But I saw it a couple times on Saturday. I saw it here. They're going to use Marvin Mims in different – we've talked about how they're moving and using Evan Ingram in different ways. I think we're going to see even more of that with Mims than we did last year. Take away the backfield stuff, which you and I have talked about. They just don't need him to do that anymore.
Right.
Hopefully.
You have real running backs.
You have actual running backs. But you still can get creative with Marvin Mims, and it's something that Payton's talked about in the past of, no, that's a challenge that a coach wants of, I have a guy that's unique, that can do multiple things at a high level. It's on me to find ways to get him the ball. I started to see some of that on Saturday with 19.
Yeah, and with 19, he's out there making plays as a receiver. The route tree is expanding. Whereas previously with Marvin Mims, his route tree was basically two routes. He'd run in a straight line really fast, and he'd run in a straight line really fast and then stop, come back to the ball. Those are the two routes. And coming out of college, that's what he was. But now when you look at Marvin Mims, he's running all of the route. I'm not going to get specific, so I don't want to get in trouble with the Broncos and what he's doing. But he's being moved around the formation, not giving away too much. And he's running the complete route tree. There's 9 routes. I saw him ran 2 For two seasons, he ran 2 routes. Now he's running 9. That's amazing. And it shows you the growth and potential production of Marvin Mims. Is Marvin Mims going to be a 1,000-yard receiver? I'm going to tell you this. I'm going to tell you this right here. Someone else is getting 1,000 besides Court. Is it Evan Ingram or is it Marvin Mims?
Talking about two in 1 year.
Yeah, there's going to be 2.
Okay.
There's going to be 2 1,000-yard receivers on this team. Now, after 3 days of training camp, it looks like Evan Ingram is that guy. But I'm here to tell you, if my projection stands true of 69 catches, about 700 yards, by the way, over 100 targets, so Evan Ingram's going to be heavily targeted. Marvin Mims, if he's averaging 15 yards a catch, 17 yards a catch, like Deshaun Jackson, right? Where it's like, wow, I only caught 40 passes, but my God, it went for 800 yards. Okay, what kind of production can Marvin Mims have? Anything you want. Anything? Anything. That's what Marvin Mims can do this year. So is he a 1,000-yard guy? Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I was.
There's another 1,000-yard receiver besides Court.
There's half of Bo's 4,000 right there.
Yep.
I want to say Ingram because I was so high on him before.
You were.
And now seeing him, I'm right back to where I was before you and I had.
You're back to being high again.
Yeah, exactly right. At least when it comes to old Evan Ingram. And by the way, it was Hufanga that he was hanging out with.
Yeah.
So it's Ingram and Hufanga post-practice for about 20 minutes. And you saw him like they're running up. Evan's running a route and showing how he wants to push Hufanga off and how Hufanga is going to counter what Evan Ingram was going to do. Those are first-year Denver Broncos.
Yeah.
Out here staying. I know you're going to hear me say 20 minutes. They've been out here for 2.5 hours, fully padded, sweating their damn ass off. And they stayed out here for an extra 20 minutes in the sun. Evan, with his pads on, still working.
Yeah, no, it's great to see, and you love to see that togetherness and cohesiveness from new Broncos. These are new Broncos, but they understand the standard, the Sean Payton standard, the Denver Broncos way. What is the way of the Denver Broncos? It's competing for and contending for Super Bowls. Making the playoffs, that's cute if you're Jacksonville. That's cute if you're the Texans, right? That's cute if you're the Colts. If you're a Denver Bronco, your drive, your motivation is to win a championship. So playoff, check that box last year.
Yep.
That will not be good enough this year. You have to be more. You have to be better. That's setting your sight on the division, and that's setting your sight on Santa Clara.
100%. Love what we've seen here today. You know what else I wanted to mention about Hufanga? On Saturday when we were out here, and like I said, we're sitting in the radio tent during the week. Weekends we get to kind of walk around and be free. I heard 3 different times Hufanga, and this is with the starters. So it's Hufanga, Jones is next to him, PS2 and Riley Moss are on the outside there. Him barking orders. You're telling Dre, move up a bit. You're telling a guy like Riley Moss, a little more outside. I heard it a few different times from Hufanga on Saturday with these Denver Broncos, and it was a very, very pleasant surprise.
Yeah, a pleasant surprise because that's a veteran that you're just going to listen to. He stays ahead of the play because of his football intelligence. He stays ahead of the play because of how he knows and can diagnose things quickly. And again, much like a quarterback, safeties are the second smartest players on the field behind a quarterback. And just like a quarterback, it's not about the snap. He's reading the play as the play develops. He already knows what the developing play is because of concepts, because of down and distance. Hey, on 3rd and 10, they like to run this play. Watch out for this. He stays ahead of the play, not because he's this insane athlete. He's a great athlete, but not like a 10 out of a 10. It's like an 8 out of a 10. Mm-hmm. But you're a 10 out of a 10 with the way that you play if your brain is on point the way it is with Hufanga. He knows where to put you. You better listen.
Couple more things from Saturday's practice. We talked about Pat Bryant and him having opportunities to make plays, just bringing it down, KAD swiping the ball away from him. But I will say this, as that being a down mark on Pat Bryant's performance Saturday, an up mark, a little dump off that I saw to a guy like Troy Franklin. He's got those big, long strides. Pat Bryant trailing, playing an angle to get in front of him to block for your fellow wide receiver. That's, again, very, very beautiful to see from a young fella learning, hey, I can make an impact without the football in my hands.
Yeah, he's going to love that. And the coaches are going to love to see that on film study. That's something that came out because Sean Payton, he'll probably stop film study and be like, that's what you want to do. I want to see this from everybody out there because it is about block. I mean, Cortland Sutton, I'm sick of the he's not a number one talk. I heard Evans say it again this morning. I'm like, seriously? He's not Jamar Chase. We've all established that. But he is a number one. There are 32 teams in the league. Every team has a number one. And I'm not saying he's their number one. No, he's a real number one in the NFL. So one of the reasons why that doesn't get talked about is exactly what you said. Sutton will get on his horse, get out there and block for his guys. And that's exactly what these teams need. So to see Pat Bryant doing that, and he was known for that in college, it's great to see that carry over to the pros.
I do got to give you a little pushback there. If the team viewed him as a true number one, why are we on July 28th and still doing this song and dance?
Negotiations take time. They have some young receivers, but none of them are proven. When Phil sat down with us, and thanks to Phillip Lindsay from The Drive for sitting with us a little bit earlier, it's like, hey, you can tell when Sutton's not out there because none of these guys are that guy yet.
Yeah.
They're not that guy yet. So I want a 3-year deal. I want $45 million guaranteed, and the third year is basically a wash. You're going to get rid of Cortland Sutton after 2 years. But these next 2 years, $23 million, each year, annual average salary, and then get him some guarantees and get out here and let's play some ball, man. This team is too good to be messing around with this whole, will they, won't they, contract, where's here? No, Sutton's your number one. You don't have anyone that's that guy yet. Pat Bryant could be one day. Troy Franklin could be. With what we've seen from Franklin, don't ever think that he can't be a number one. He could be. I'm not predicting that. Don't at me, bro. But he could be with the growth and development we're seeing from Troy Franklin. When Jerry Jeudy, you're looking at it right now. Look, Jerry Jeudy makes more money than Cortland Sutton.
That's a crime.
That's ridiculous, man. Get Sutton paid, and let's get this thing going.
But there's Terry McLaurin. He's looking for more.
He's looking for more.
He's looking for where Cortland wants to be.
Cortland needs to be in the top 16.
See, and I would say Terry's better than Cortland. He deserves more money than that. Cortland's better than Calvin Ridley. Probably deserves a little bit more money than that. Well, Michael Pittman's just in a terrible situation on a god-awful team with no quarterback, so he's in a bad spot.
Is it Michael Pittman the new Cortland Sutton? He's big, but is he a number one? I hear the same conversation about Pittman, and I like Pittman.
But if we're playing pickup football and I got my pick, right? I'm not picking Cortland over Nico, who's 14th highest paid. I'm not picking him over Devontae Smith. I'm not picking him over DJ Moore. Jalen Waddle, we might have a conversation about. I'm not T. Higgins. You probably are. Tyreek Hill, no. Brandon Ayuk, no. Now we're getting into the very top.
He's not at that level.
But I think it's right around there.
Stephon Diggs or Cortland Sutton?
Cortland Sutton.
And Stephon Diggs makes $23.5 million in annual average salary. I want Sutton to make $23 million. Done. There's your done. Your math is done.
How about we meet in the middle? 21.
No, God, no.
20 and a half. I'm going the other way now.
You're doing the I almost said Rick George. Is Rick George on Pawn Stars? Rick, whatever his name is from Pawn Stars.
Yeah,
best I could do is $50. Right? Is that what you're doing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Best I could do is $18 million now. Sorry, that's just the way it goes.
What is Rick's last name? There's Rick. There's
Harrison?
Rick Harrison. Yeah.
Nice work,
Thank you. Rock and Roll Brian. Somebody sits around and eats his Cheetos and watches Pawn Stars all day when he's baked.
Who's Rick Grimes? Is that Walking Dead?
Walking Dead.
Okay. Yeah. That's a good one as well. All right, so yeah, they're going to get a deal done. They will figure something out with Cortland Sutton. I would be surprised if it's not today. But if it's not today, well, then I think it's going to be tomorrow. Later, Richie, couple things from practices. Saw this on Saturday, and again, it was July, whatever that day it was, 26th. A couple of times I saw Bo Nix wanting Cortland Sutton to turn to the inside or near the middle of the field.
Yes.
And Devon turned the other way.
Yeah.
And Bo threw it there. One hit a defender in the hands, and that person dropped it. I think it might have been KAD. And then the other one just fell incomplete. But that's just some of those, hey, pre-snap, what are you seeing? Defense goes here, so you turn left. Instead, Vele turned right. But that's what this is all about. They're supposed to do that, put it on film, and then like you said earlier, Sean Payton can go in there and then dog cuss Devon Vele for not understanding what Bo Nix understood.
All right, and that's where getting on the same page with these young receivers, the Cortland Sutton not participating allows them to do that. So you like to see that. Again, you want Sutton signed, get this thing over with, but you like seeing the young receivers and Bo get on the same page because that's next-level stuff. When Peyton Manning was here, it wasn't run this route. I've told the story. The very first Peyton Manning practice, the very first one, and I'm not talking training camp, girl. I'm talking the very first mandatory minicamp, OTAs.
Really? Okay, yeah.
He's out here with Demarius, God rest his soul. And he throws a pass, and the pass falls short. He says, do it again. He throws a pass. The pass falls short. He said, did I say 25 or did I say 22? The third route, Demarius, and I give Demarius full credit. Demarius took his game to the next level. The next pass, he split the 8 and the 8.
Nice.
Because he was that precise of like, I didn't say 22, I said 25, and that's where Peyton Manning was. Bo Nix can get there, and this is the type of work that can get him there.
And then one quick one before we hear from Bo. You and I had talked about Alex Palcho, they call him around here, getting opportunities because McGlinchey was being safe with a leg injury.
Right.
I watch now. I almost felt a little bad for Palcho because it was JFM, and now we know where JFM mind is from our Check RX segment. He knows he's underpaid, and he feels underappreciated. I watched John Franklin Myers bully Alex Palcho, easy for me to say, for about 7 straight yards right into Bo Nix that was the quarterback.
Woo.
I'm talking like shoulder pads, just pushing you straight back for 7 yards until you ran into the quarterback.
That's blindside. I'm putting you on the bus.
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
It's so sad. We talk about movies. Most of that blindside stuff was made up.
Yeah, the family was not who they were portraying, right?
Yeah, and that's why when I asked him at the Senior Bowl, it's like, oh, your life's going to be a movie. And he's like, I don't know anything about that. I was like, now I look back on that and why he was not answering my questions about the movie, because they had pretty much made up a lot of that. But Sandra Bullock is a blonde.
Yeah.
You know my thing for blondes, man.
I do.
Sandra Bullock is a blonde. Yeah. Oh, my God.
I mean, she's always, I'm not mad at her anytime.
Kowalski report. Wood,
yes. Greatest meme ever.
I know.
Right
that's awesome.
Let's hear a little bit from Bo Nix. Bo asked on Saturday, about kind of where he is as QB from year 1 to year 2.
Been there, done that. I don't have to worry about what certain looks are or what, as crazy as it sounds, where we're going for the locker room or where we're going for the stretch. I mean, I know it. I can, get there and do it, knock it out. Now I can focus on the next level things and the details and not really the overall picture. And just, a lot of times as a rookie, you just don't want to look like an idiot. Now you can go out there and look a lot better than an idiot. So I'm excited for year 2, excited for this football team. I really like where we're at right now. Love our teammates, and eventually we'll get to play somebody else.
All right, so yeah, that's kind of what we hinted on earlier. Of man, you're just behind the 8 ball. You're drinking from the fire hose, the old saying, right? Like Bo coming in, going, oh, I got to earn my job. I got to win that thing, and I got to figure out how I'm working on the offseason. I got to figure out what wide receivers I need to do extra time with. Now it's and also where do I stand in warmups?
Right.
I don't want to look like an idiot.
Right.
As he said, all of those little things are done. It's much lower scale. Oh, my God, first day of high school? What if I can't even get to my locker? What if I can't even open the locker? What if I pee my pants? I don't know what's going to happen. You know what I mean? Now you're just calm, cool, collected. That's what Bo Nix
So you're saying when you're a freshman you weren't calm, cool, and collected?
Absolutely not. I was terrified and like waiting for someone to try to fight me.
Now, I had both of my sisters, which I guess people gave me crap for. They were my enforcers.
Oh, that's awesome.
So when I was little, if you mess with me, I wouldn't beat you up. Carrie and Marlita would beat you up. And my sisters were badasses and crazy. Both of them crazy to this day.
So
they're still crazy.
Get your ass beat by a lady rather than Cecil.
Oh, yeah. So there you go. You needed enforcers, man. Where's your enforcers at?
I'm the oldest of us.
Oh.
So when my sisters got to Northglenn, they had sort of that.
Okay. So you were the enforcer then?
A little bit.
Okay.
But I had a pretty bad reputation amongst the teachers at the school. So my sister got the short straw for sure.
Speaking of bad reputation, when we did our little short out there on YouTube for Saturday's practice, people said, Dover looks like an actor that's playing a Navy SEAL on set, and Cecil looks like his director. And then someone else said, because I had my hair down on Saturday and a hat, he said, he looks like Forrest Gump when he's running across the country. A beard's not that long.
No, not at all.
But, yes, the hair was flowing. So, yeah, there you
go. My buddies, you met the Jaramillos. They always call me the skeleton of Bradley Cooper. That's what I am to them.
Okay.
Which I'll take.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, they're not anything of Bradley Cooper. So, suck it, Jaramillos.
Take that.
So, Bo in a better spot. The Broncos done with the first day of pads. We learned about Alex Singleton going down. Mike McGlinchey was back. And Drew Sanders is possibly looking at a second opinion. Could be on his way for surgery. But the chances of Drew being ready before the regular season are pretty much slim to none, according to one Sean Payton today. That's what we've learned out here at Broncos Park. powered by Common Spirit. I also want to tell you that Denver Sports 1043 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the battle at Bethpage Black. All you have to do to get entered is to head to a pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By, scan that QR code on Zach By's cutout, and that's it. You're registered just like that. For more information and to find the list of golf course locations, make sure you hit our website. That's DenverSports.com/golf. DenverSports.com/golf. All right, I think we need to spend a little bit more time talking about what happened this morning up in Boulder. Their camp is underway for the Buffaloes. It's ahead of Deion's 3rd season, but all eyes were and ears about Deion's health. He finally gave us an update. You'll hear the latest on Deion coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy chicken biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1. So you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house, all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
This is Jeff for Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, where our testosterone therapy can help you sleep better, improve your sex drive, give you better gains in the gym, and more. Please take a moment and listen to how we help Brad.
My name is Brad. I've been a patient of Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic for over 3 years now. I just turned 50, and over the last couple of years, I've frankly just been tired. I've been more lethargic, didn't have the energy levels that I normally had when I came into Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. These guys are absolutely phenomenal. Losing weight, having more energy, all that's been a tribute to the testosterone therapy. And frankly, that's been a game changer for my life, my family, and my business. I am a huge fan, and I recommend it to all my friends. If you're feeling like I've been feeling, I would get in here, see these guys right away. Don't wait. Call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and change your life.
Thanks, Brad. Low T therapy will likely change your life. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, welcome back. Live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Practice is over. Press conferences seem to be wrapped up as well. We heard from Sean Payton today. Dre Greenlaw took to the podium as well, so we're going to check in with those fellas a little later on in the show, and, of course, the drive will be breaking it all down for you. We're going to talk football, but we're going to head west on Highway 36 and get ourselves up to Boulder and talk a little bit about the Buffaloes, their fall hopes for the new football team, minus Shador, minus Travis, all the things that they had a year ago. And the story about that team isn't about any of the players or Caden Salters or Julian Lewis winning that battle, at least not yet. It's about Deion's health and him not being around for most of the summer. Well, he sat up there with his athletic trainer, the team's athletic trainer, and his staff, medical staff, to talk about what was going on with Deion. And here is athletic trainer Lauren Esquivold, kind of giving just a timeline of the events with Deion.
Okay, so as you guys know, Coach has his other health issues, his vascular stuff. So every year, Coach goes for a CT scan of his vascular pattern to make sure, the blood clots are away. So with this scan, everything turned out really great from the vascular side. About 2 weeks later, we get a text from his primary care doctor that said, I need to talk to you and Coach. We need to refer you guys to a urologist. So about 3 days later, we go see a urologist. They go in for a quick procedure. The urologist told us, hey, within 10 minutes, I can tell you guys if he's going to need another procedure or if we just need to do these follow-up appointments. And the doctor told us, okay, you guys are going to need another procedure. I'm going to refer you to my colleague, Dr. Kurkasia. But at this point, you have a bladder tumor. And from there, we'll go get it removed.
All right, so you heard at the very end there, you have a bladder tumor, and you are going to need to go and get that removed.
Yeah.
And it sounds like that's exactly what happened with Coach Prime. You had read the tweet earlier, and you asked Phillip about it. So this isn't – now, look, it's not like blood clots are not serious either.
Right, very
this
serious,
isn't a reset of something he's familiar with, and I don't want to say comfortable with, but comfortable with dealing with. And I think that's where you can, you can have with blood clots. This is something completely different. The C word in cancer is there.
Ugh.
That makes it that much more scary.
Yeah.
So this was something that was a serious situation that had to be handled before Prime could worry about any football nonsense.
Well, and I'm glad now we have clarity on the situation because at the time we just knew something was up with Deion Sanders' health. We didn't know what. You had assumed it was something serious, but that's always a very dangerous thing to do. So now that we have clarity that it was a tumor on his bladder and the bladder has been removed, and thank God, health is wealth. Health is wealth, man. And with Deion Sanders, we love him dearly. We want the Buffaloes to be as great as they possibly can be, and that's with Deion Sanders as their head coach. They're not the same team without Deion. We know that. We've witnessed that. For decades, we've witnessed that. Deion's here. He saved the Buffaloes. Now, it's great that his doctors have saved his life and gotten rid of that cancer.
Well, and then the next comment here is from the doctor who performed the surgery, making the announcement that we all love to hear: Prime is cancer-free.
We did discuss options. We discussed some options of treatment in the bladder, and we discussed bladder removal as well. Given his commitments to his family and to the team, elected to undergo a bladder removal. We performed a full robot-assisted laparoscopic bladder removal and creation of a new bladder, and I am pleased to report that the results from the surgery are that he is cured from the cancer.
All right, that's obviously outstanding to hear. And I'll be the first to raise my hand. I'm an idiot. I don't know a lot of what she was just saying right there. And I was going to literally ask you, hey, so he doesn't have a bladder now? And then the brilliant doctor lets us know, no, there was a bladder recreated.
All right.
And looks like Prime's going to be it's easy for me to say just fine because it's not my bladder, but looks like he'll be back on track sooner rather than later.
Yeah, be back on track, be out there doing Deion things, man, which we love. We're excited about. Yesterday, there was a video posted, and I believe it was from Deion Sanders Jr., about when Deion was sitting on the table and talking about making a will. You want to talk about something that hits home hard when he's coming to that realization, like, I've got to make sure things are updated in my will, and I've got to keep things going, and he's praying, and he's, praying for better health, praying for help from the Lord, and all that kind of stuff. Like, it was very emotional to see it yesterday. So I was like, can we just hurry up and get here? Can we hurry up and get here? And then that way, like, we know, all right, what was he dealing with? Because it seemed very heavy. We assumed that.
Yeah.
Said the video yesterday. Now we've got the clarity today.
It is weird that, like, he didn't have a will. And then, have you ever done a will?
Yeah.
And when you do it like that, how Deion was feeling, I think we all felt that way before of like, well, this is weird to plan my death and then what happens with my money and assets that I own and everything.
Yeah.
Like, it's very weird. I have a will and I don't even have anything, but it's weird to like be like, wow, you can have my debt and you can have it. You know what I mean? Like, it's weird to do that, and seeing it in that video is like, oh, Deion experienced the same thing. I think we all experienced doing that.
Yeah, and when you're faced with your own mortality, it's something that is it's telling for sure, and it's trying for sure. And Deion, that video was a glimpse into that.
Coach then took to the podium and took the microphone and told us that there was never a doubt that he was coming back to coach these Buffaloes.
It was never in my spirit, in my heart, that God wouldn't allow me to coach again. That's never thought like that. It's just that I didn't want to be running down to the hospital once a week when I got all this on my plate. I didn't want that, and I was even like, okay, can they bring one of the machines and put them in the office? Then I'm serious, like dead serious. Like, can they,
We had a lot of conversations.
Yeah, a lot of conversations. And Doc would look at me like, he is crazy.
No.
Yes, you are. I saw it in your eyes. He is crazy. Is he like this when he coached? Yeah. But we worked it out.
So it sounds like he's going to do whatever he could to try to get his doctors there so that he could be around. Coach Prime and Coach Payton, they have that same, hey, I'm addicted to football. They both go about it a little bit differently, and maybe Coach Payton's addicted more to the X's and O's than Prime's addicted to the how you build a team and get guys on your roster sort of situation. But, yeah, I mean, barring him not being able to literally get to the sideline, I'm not sure Prime's walking away from coaching anytime soon.
No, not anytime soon, and that's great to hear. It's great to hear for the Buffaloes and all the young players on that roster and players to future be on that roster. Again, it's a brutal game. It's a game of recruiting and just trying to draw the nation's best talent. If Deion Sanders is here, the Buffaloes have the best chance to get the best players possible, and I love to hear that. So thank God, again, everyone out there, just pray for your health, pray for the health of others, because it could go. One of my buddies in the fantasy football community, he took his son to Little League practice, 5 years old, woke up the next day. This is a week ago Monday. Woke up on Tuesday, son had a swelled lymph node, right? It's cancer.
Oh,
geez. 5 years old. Are you flipping kidding me? Oof. So we're going through our day-to-day lives, and we all have stuff going on. It's distraction. We're busy. Everybody's busy. Mm-hmm. But at that same time, take the time to pray for your health and the health of your loved ones.
Deion also talked about him not telling his sons.
There were some scenes that you saw, all the bull junk that transpired on draft day. It wasn't just that. It was just I knew as well I had a surgery coming up. My sons, to this day, don't know what transpired. I just told them something with my foot, again, because I wanted them to focus on making the team and not focused on dad. So they really don't know. My daughters do, and this joker right here.
All right, so he was keeping it from his children. I think that, again, what you do in your four walls and what I do in my four walls, it's not none of your business, none of my business, but that's a little weird to me.
It's interesting choice.
Again,
that's to be sure. But
his
they're also
his decision, but it's strange to me.
They're dealing with their stuff. He wanted some clarity in his situation, and again, it's his choice.
I know, and it's just, what's more important than football? Pretty much everything, right? When it comes to family and things like that, that part was a little strange to me, but again, everybody gets to deal with their four walls and their children the way they want to. There's a few more things that we'll hear from Coach Prime. We'll get to that in our fourth hour. That's the 1 o'clock hour. I do want to get down to the podium down there where we are, live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Check in with a few things that Sean Payton had to say today. After the first day of pads. Was he upset? And is that why the team had to run some sprints? We'll find out together coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Do you know how America became the best country on God's green earth? We made things, from automobiles to airplanes to textiles. We were the manufacturing epicenter of the world, the innovators that every other country turned to. I'm Katie Lyon, co-founder of Allegiance Flag Supply, and I'm here to tell you that the American spirit is alive and well at Allegiance, where we make American flags 100% in America. When you fly your American flag from Allegiance Flag Supply, you're not just honoring our country. You're supporting American men and women who proudly make the highest quality American flags, period. True patriots who put care into every stitch. See our full story at showallegiance.com and learn about our 100% American-based supply chain. Fly your flag from showallegiance.com with pride, because every flag says manufacturing is still alive and well in the U.S. and we are still the greatest country. Visit showallegiance.com, and from all of us, thank you for your support.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been seriously injured in a truck or car wreck, you want Wilhite. We've been voted Best Personal Injury Law Firm for the last 3 years in a row. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
1-877 Cars for Kids, KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS for Kids.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Hey, Stoke here. At Colorado Joint Replacement, your hip or knee replacement surgery is their first priority. They completed over 27,000 joint replacements since 2005, and their expert surgeons are committed to helping you get back to the life you love. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
We're live out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, and the day has come to an end.
Wrapped up early.
Yeah, they did wrap up a little early, and you thought that after you see him run sprints that Sean Payton would say, I don't care how hot it is. Ha! We're going to continue to work, but not the case today from one Sean Payton. We should get a little bit more insight to Sean, too, because one of his BFFs of the national media, Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel, are here. I see him over there, far field, Cecil, sitting down with a couple of players, or one player. But they always get a chance to talk to Bo Nix and Sean Payton. So it'll be interesting to hear how he handles those interviews. He turns it on a little bit more for the national interviews than he does the local.
Yeah, he seems to like the national reporters, and he doesn't seem to like some of the local reporters.
Well, he worked at the national level.
Exactly,
He's never
right.
grinded it out like a local
It's
guy.
all buddies. It's all buddies there.
Kev, give me that again.
We have a deal for Cortland Sutton.
Hey,
Okay.
shocker, everybody.
So it's got done.
According to Jordan Schultz, Broncos and standout wide receiver Cortland Sutton have agreed to a 4-year, $92 million extension.
Wow.
Any guarantees on that, Kev?
Nothing yet. I will keep looking for you guys.
Okay, so let's do the math. Oh, God, math. 4 divided by 92 is 24 a year, 23. He got 23 a year.
That's exactly what you said.
It's the Stephon Diggs deal.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll get to the guarantees. The guarantees are what matters. Congratulations, Broncos.
Gets it done.
Let's go, man. This is exactly what needed to happen. I'm so glad this is done. We don't need to talk about the lack of reps. We don't need to talk about the no catches or whatever. We need to talk about Cortland Sutton now, well paid. And if it's a 4-year deal, it's really a 3-year deal. But a 4-year deal being a 3-year deal means you get through Bo Nix's rookie deal. And you get through that rookie contract where you're saving on a franchise quarterback. That Bo Nix deal, going to be pretty expensive. It's like the Lamborghini in the Dumb and Dumber in the briefcase, like that IOU.
You're going to want to keep
It's a Lambo.
Yeah.
You might want to keep that one. Bo Nix might want to keep that one. And Cortland Sutton, yes. Yes. Now, the entire media is gone except for us.
Yeah.
And, well, I guess Chase Daniel. Will they get it too? They'll get the scoop right there. Scoopage.
Cortland Sutton's going to come
Right.
and talk to them.
Right. Yeah. So Sutton will talk tomorrow. We'll hear from Sutton. This is a great deal. It's a great deal for the Broncos. It's the appropriate price for the market. The market always changes. For fans saying, because I've heard this, I've seen this on the RamosLaw.com text line. Well, Court underperformed on his deal. What are they doing now? Now he finally lives up to it, and now they got to pay him again. Yeah, the market's changed. The market's different. Stephon Diggs got $23.5 million. Cortland Sutton is better than Stephon Diggs. He's not the distraction. I don't want to say the C word, the cancer word that people talk about with Stephon Diggs, especially coming off the Deion conversation.
He's bounced around, and there's a reason why.
He's bounced around. There's a reason why. And with Cortland Sutton, now all the distractions are gone. Now you can move on to that Benito conversation. Is Benito going to bet on himself? Do the Broncos see Benito as something more than just a situational edge guy and a pass rusher? That's next. But right now, your most glaring contract situation has been taken care of with Cortland Sutton. And I felt confident about it from day one. I'm glad it happened. Thought it might happen yesterday. The fact that it happens today, yeah, fine. He missed the first day in pads. So basically, let's just sum it up what it is. Cortland Sutton basically missed a day.
Yeah.
Today. Who cares? Who cares? He missed a day.
That's what I said. It's July 28th.
Right.
When we get to week 6, to say anybody going to remember, but he drops one football, and I think there will be some people that remember because that's just the way of the world.
Yes.
I'm really intrigued to see what these numbers are for the guaranteed money because you said, all right, you count that for 3 years. That puts Cortland into age 33, going into age 34. Would you be surprised at all? Because I'm telling you, I wouldn't. Let's call this a 4-year deal with $50 million guaranteed. Is that too low? if it's a 92, would they leave $42 million on the table of unguaranteed money? Because that's how I look at it. If you go $50 million guaranteed, all right, you can handle that in the first couple of years and then see where he is at the age of 32. By the way, seeing what Marvin Mims looks like, Troy Franklin looks like, Devon Bailey looks like, and if Pat Bryant has taken a huge step forward.
Well, and this is the way the Broncos under Greg Penner do business, and it's the smart way. Because here's the thing. Everybody knows they're the richest people ever, right? Richest owner in sports. So what happens? We talked about the real estate deals with the stadium. You know what happens when they say, hey, the stadium's going to be here? Price goes up.
Yeah.
They're going to negotiate the proper way. They're the richest owners. The sum total of Sutton's deal is basically like $9 to you and me.
Yeah.
That's really how much money they have. So at the end of the day, it's not about the amount of money. It's the guarantees, and it's the negotiation. We're going to pay you. We're going to compensate you for what you've done. We're going to compensate you fairly. But it's not like they're not going to negotiate. They're not going to throw around money willy-nilly. That's not what they do. That's not how they got there. That's not how billionaires operate. So it's great to see with Courtland Sutton. I'm glad that it happened during the show. I'm glad that we now get to move forward with the conversation of this offense with those young receivers getting a few extra days of reps with Bo Nix. Now it's Court's turn to take over. Guarantee you won't have 0 catches tomorrow.
I bet you they do their thing to get him the football as early and as often as possible. All right, well, we said it. We didn't even get a chance to play it, but let's hear, Kev, if you can, what Sean Payton said, number 3 here, about 40 minutes ago about the Sutton deal.
Well, he's gotten reps. He's gotten limited reps, and I think we're close. I'm not going to speak ahead of it, but we're real close on a contract. And, I think our goal when he and I met, George, all along was this coming Monday. So I think there'll be something fairly soon there.
So he thinks there'll be something fairly soon, and about 40 minutes after those words left his mouth, the deal was done.
Is he ever is he like, come on, George?
Come on.
Come on, George. Come on, George. I mean, he's out there in football practice.
It's
time to get work done.
I'm not sure that it was Sean campaigning.
You don't think so?
I think if Sean felt this, like if Sean felt how you felt about Courtland Sutton, we wouldn't have even got here.
Okay.
I think Sean has his reservation.
I think Sean got here, got to work, and then was a little particular, let's say all worked up about the conversations that, our station had, because we're the ones that could tell the truth. Mm-hmm. Of like, hey, what's Court doing? Why doesn't he do anything? What's going on with Courtland Sutton? I'm sure Sean Payton got sick of that, and he just is like, come on, it's football. It's first day of pads. George, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, George, you get that deal done? Yeah. I'll do the sound drop. Yeah. George, you working on that deal? Yeah. That's what it was. I think Sean got here, like, you're going to get it done, right? Yeah. And then got here, got 4 days in, or 3 days in, 3 days of actual training camp. Acclimation days don't count. He got 3 days in to real football work and was like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I think Sean Payton stood on the table for his guy.
And by the way, a tweet from James Palmer, as we were right that Bo Nix was over there talking with Diana Rossini and
Chase Daniel.
He was asked about the report that the Courtland Sutton deal was done, and Bo said, yeah, I'm not quite sure what I'm allowed to say or not say, but if the news is true, I'm happy about it. So it sounds like Bo knew probably today that this was going to come from Courtland. And I'm sure Courtland, wouldn't you, if you were Courtland Sutton, like going to Bo and saying, hey, we're this close.
Yeah.
We're this close. Tomorrow I'll be out here. Yep. You and I will be starting this process.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. And that shows the relationship that Courtland Sutton has with Bo Nix, that Bo would be privy to that information ahead of everybody else. And it's time to work. You know what I mean? And it's time to put these sort of conversations behind us. And the Broncos have done that now with Courtland Sutton. And great job, Court. He gambled on himself. Can I get a raise? No. Here's some incentives. He got all of them.
Yeah.
He could have pouted. He could have, Russ is my guy. He could have forced a trade. You know how Devontae Adams, except for this year, follows Aaron Rodgers everywhere?
Yep.
I mean, Court could have done that with Russ. Be like, I'm going to Pittsburgh or whatever. And I understand there were rumblings about Court and the trade block and the Ravens being interested in all these sorts of things. Like, none of that came to fruition, and it never impacted the way that he worked. And I think that's another reason why you pay Courtland Sutton, because, yes, the Will Smith meme or whatever, yes, he's done some stuff on social networking, but he's not causing drama. He's not causing you headaches. He's showing up and he's producing, and now he's well paid to do it.
Couple texts from Broncos country. Let's go. Got Courtland done. OG Louis D in Denver. I'm glad Courtland got his deal. This has to be a motivating factor for the young kids in the wide receiver room. Classy and smart move by the organization. That's another great point. Hey, I think to your point, OG Louis D, like it's a great sign from the franchise. Also a great sign from Courtland to some of these younger guys of, hey, you don't have to be this diva, right? You don't have to be posted on social media.
Right.
And I'm not taking a shot at John Franklin Myers, but you don't have to scrub your social with the team. You don't have to make it a big deal with the media like Terry McLaurin has done out there in Washington. You can hold in quietly, and you can still get a deal done that takes care of your family for a very long time. And it's not like this deal is going to break the bank or the salary cap that is the Denver Broncos.
And we just went over the numbers. Right now with this new deal, 4 years, what is it, 92?
92.
92. He's the 18th highest paid receiver in the league. Like that, I could push that number to like 15. He should be in the top 15. He's at 18. He's barely inside the top 20. He now makes more money than Jerry Jeudy. Barely. So it's like, come on. He wasn't asking for too much.
No.
He got it. Congrats, Courtland Sutton.
There are still some folks that are upset about the amount of money and the term. But, guys, we don't know guaranteed money. I know 4 years and you say, oh, we're going to pay a 34-year-old Courtland Sutton might turn you off a little bit right now. But I promise you they're not going to pay a 34-year-old Courtland Sutton $23 million a year. Let's give this some time to breathe. Let's see what the actual term guaranteed dollars look like and how George and his money men have made this work on the salary cap. I think they've earned benefit of the doubt, so let's give them exactly that. All right, hour 3. Wow, that was fast. In the books just like that. I do want to continue hearing a bit from Sean Payton, so let's do that. What do you have to say about day one of pads? We'll find out next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the moon comes up, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, it's Mike Evans here. Hot temps, cold showers. Don't let a broken water heater ruin your summer mornings. From repairs to full replacements, Copperhead Plumbing has you covered with same-day service across the Denver Front Range. Summer plumbing problems are no vacation. Clogged drains or leaky faucets? Call Copperhead before it gets worse. Local, licensed, reliable, all summer long for quality work done right the first time. Trust Copperhead Plumbing, Inc. Copperhead Plumbing, they plumb different, they plumb custom.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Injured in an accident? Don't settle for empty promises. Postman Law delivers fast, easy, and effective results. Our attorneys have recovered over $3 billion for clients across the country. Founded by nationally recognized attorneys, we bring elite legal power to personal injury cases, fighting to get you the justice and compensation you deserve. Call 844-POSTMAN now for your free consultation. That's 844-POSTMAN.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain. Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help, get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
Can I kick it? Yes, you can. 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 Can I kick it? Can I kick it? Can I kick it?
Yes, you can. Hour number 4, quarter number 4. It starts right now. And the news of the day is Courtland Sutton has got his payday. If you're just joining us, Courtland Sutton and the Denver Broncos agreed on a 4-year contract extension, and he's going to get $92 million over the life of those 4 years. If he plays for the entire 4 years. We don't know what guaranteed money looks like. We don't know what a signing bonus looks like, or how the Broncos, George Payton, Greg Penner, and who's the new money man? I can never remember his name.
Hurtado.
Rich Hurtado. How Rich, Mr. Hurtado, handles the breakdown of pay. So we'll continue to talk about that as soon as we know anything as far as guaranteed money and what the contract looks like throughout the life. You will be the first to know. You have any questions or you want to give us your thoughts on the Sutton contract, hit us up at 303-713-1043. It's split 50-50, just exactly like it has been, man. Some people are not believers in Courtland Sutton. Some are. So tell us how you feel and put your name on the end of your text so we can give you a shout out here on the show. 303-713-1043.
Why would people be unhappy about giving a good player money that's not theirs?
That's a fair question.
Seriously,
especially not knowing what the breakdown looks like.
There's a German word for it, Schadenfreude. When you feel bad, or when you feel good when something bad happens to somebody else. Is this like reverse Schadenfreude, where you feel bad when something good happens to somebody else?
Oh, wow.
Like, is it jealousy and envy coming from my enemies?
Yeah.
Like, seriously, why in the hell would anyone be upset about paying Courtland Sutton the 18th highest paid receiver? They didn't make him number 1 in the league.
Yeah, he's not
they didn't make
10.
him number 5. They didn't even get to 15, man. So there are people upset about Courtland Sutton being the number 18 highest paid wide receiver in the league. Get over yourself, man.
You know, well, again, we don't know what money looks like yet, but what this should set itself up for, let me see if this is right here. Yeah. Courtland's money will be coming off the books when it's time to pay Bo.
Yeah. And a 4-year deal, he's not going to play all 4 years here.
No, definitely not.
And
he's definitely not getting 23 a year.
When we know the guarantees, then we'll know how long it is. That's how long it is. And what are the guarantees into year 3?
Yep.
This is a 4-year deal. It's probably a 3-year deal. It's a 4-year deal. It might be a 2-year deal.
See, that's how I look at it. I want this to be a 2-year deal with 2 years of guaranteed money and a really fat signing bonus today that makes sure it's a 2-year deal.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, you can structure things where you can get out of it a little bit faster. I don't think, until we know the guarantees, anyone should really be upset. And then when we do know the guarantees, I don't think y'all should be upset either. What are you going to do, roll with Troy Franklin as your number one? He's not there yet. Now, he could be, again, going back to earlier in the show. Troy Franklin has done outstanding work here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. What's the old Kevin Hart? He wasn't ready.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, he's not there yet.
She not ready.
Devon Bailey, not there yet. These guys got some really good upside, but they're not there yet. Court's right there. Don't knock this thing off course by being finicky with your dollars. And the Broncos were not that.
No, they weren't. They were not. And look, I will say maybe this is 60-40, 65-35 kind of thing of pro deal getting done versus why'd they give them all of that money. It's more towards, hey, they got the deal done.
Right. Yeah, they got the deal done, and now we can move forward. And what's the over-under on catches from Court in team drills tomorrow?
Oh, dude. Should we start at 9.5?
Is Sean really going to make sure there are 0 questions?
Yeah.
Like, there are no questions. Like, he is the number one, and he is the number one.
Yeah.
I'm going to put it at 3, and I'll take the over.
Okay.
I think it gets more because there'll be 2 team periods. So in those 2 team periods, you're talking about 10 plays with the first team offense. So in those 10 plays, I think 3 of them go to Court.
Okay. We'll certainly be keeping an eye on this, what Courtland Sutton will do starting tomorrow. All right, let's hear a little bit from Sean Payton. Of course, he started his press conference today with that update of Drew Sanders.
Just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline. And there have been some cases where there's surgery, some where there's not. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, kind of exploring those options.
Wow. All right, so we got some new news to share with you, but just to that, it doesn't sound like, and I don't know that he'd play his hand anyway, but my interpretation is not ready to pull the plug on a guy like Drew Sanders just based off of this injury.
Right, yeah, and just wait to see what happens here and wait to see how he looks when he comes back. And when he comes back, now you have a little bit of roster gymnastics that you can play with Drew Sanders, because if guys are playing, if Lavelle Bailey comes through, Justin Strnad, then all of a sudden you can say, hey, we don't need you back right away. Let's really make sure you're fit, you're healthy, because this is a guy that can't stay healthy, and that's the one thing that probably hold Drew Sanders back.
All right, we got to share the latest breaking news now. We'll hear from Sean a little later, but more news on the Sutton deal. This is a smaller number than I even thought.
Wow.
Now those of you that were upset, I think we're about to cure your blues here. Mike Kliss has the tweet. He's first on it. There is $41 million in guarantees, and that includes this year's $14 million. So an extra $27 million guaranteed in a 4-year, $92 million contract extension. Cecil, so that's $14 million this year, an extra $27 million. They're going to give him 23 of that this year, or the following year. So there will be, in Courtland's, 3 years from now?
Don't make me do math.
There'll only be $4 million of guaranteed money left on that contract.
Yeah, it's a 3-year deal. Basically, it's a 3-year deal. There's extra $27 million guaranteed in the 4-year after the $14 million this year. 27 divided by 2 is damn near 14 on each side. So you got $14 million guaranteed this year, $14 million guaranteed next year, $13 million guaranteed the year after that. Something like that. This 4-year deal is a 3-year deal.
That's
and
not
$41 million.
Not a lot of money, dude.
I was thinking on
That's
92, half of that would, math, 47. Like, I thought this would approach $50 million guaranteed. It's Courtland Sutton's giving you deal after deal. I want 0 people in Broncos country to be mad about this. Absolutely 0. $41 million in guarantees. Courtland's giving you. He's giving you deals.
That's very low.
Yes. Yeah. Courtland. He's He's doing the old Rick Harrison himself. Best I can do is $41 million. He did that to himself. But he's cutting you the deals, man. You're getting deals, steals from Cortland Sutton. And now he's going to go be a 1,000-yard receiver. I've seen the future. He's going to score about 7, 8, 9, 10 touchdowns. Okay, 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns for $14 million in guarantees? Are you kidding me? Okay. Yeah, I am not mad about this at all. In fact, I think Court just cut you in on another deal.
I think he did too. Now I can't think about, like, what if they did this a year? What if they just did it a year ago? That number could have been 35.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I mean, I know we're only talking $6 million.
But he took a chance on himself, and maybe this is a sign to Nick Bonito of like, hey, he took a chance on himself and he got more money. Now you're like, if you're Bonito, do you want to take a chance on yourself and go get more money? Because if you're Bonito, you know that they're going to pay. You do it the right way, you're going to get what you deserve. And Cortland Sutton has done it the right way. He gets a – dude, honestly, this is team-friendly.
It is team-friendly.
I hate that people are against this. This is an incredibly Broncos-friendly deal. My God, Court. I mean, good job, man.
It's what we talked about, where the Broncos had some of the leverage. Cortland being at the age he is. Now, look, Cortland Sutton's about to get $41 million guaranteed. If you can't live the rest of your life happy with that, then that's on you, my man. But it is a team-friendly deal. I don't even think we have to put this might be. This is a team-friendly deal by Cortland Sutton.
Wow.
$41 million in guaranteed money.
Wow.
And really, it's 27 because he was going to get 14 this year no matter what. It's $27 million over the course of 3 years.
That's amazing.
That's nothing.
Yeah, for these guys.
Broncos, George Payton, Cortland, his team, everybody giving credit to the agent and everything. And I guess I don't have to do that. They didn't tell me anything.
My agent.
Ambassador of Quan.
So that means Phil and I get a couple bucks.
Okay.
Yeah, Phil and I get a couple bucks as his co-agent.
Maybe you get like a case of that Bomb Pop Mountain Dew.
Okay, I'll take that. Yeah, I will work for cheap.
Phil does a lot of yard work, so he gets like a month of people coming over and doing his yard work.
Really? Okay. Right
Is that
on.
a fair deal? Or
are they drinking Mountain Dew too?
Well, only if you give them permission. And then they have to come over and like mow your yard.
Okay. All right. Yeah. No. I think it's good. I think this is a great deal. It's a great deal for Court. It's a great deal for the Broncos. And most importantly, this is a great deal for Bo Nix. Why? He keeps his boo.
Yep. And like I said, all this money will be off the books, done with the Denver Broncos when it's time to pay Bo Nix, and that will be a pretty, pretty penny. All right, you know what? Let's take a quick Broncos break, come back and hear a little bit more from Deion Sanders, who met the media today to talk about his condition and what this year's team could be. We'll hear from Prime coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here to talk to you about my team, my squad over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Summer, that's when you should feel your best, right? We're rested, we're sharp, we're full of energy, enjoying our downtime. But if you feel like you're missing a gear lately, low testosterone might be to blame. I want to take you back 2 years, end of summer, where I felt that. Tired all the time, not sleeping through the night, just led to low energy throughout the day. Worst of all, my sex drive was all but gone. Who wants to live like that? I didn't. So I went to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and set up my first appointment. I found out that, fellas, we start to lose 2 to 3% of our testosterone every year. So what can you do? Well, you set up your first appointment with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They draw your blood. They tell you what your T levels are and your PSA levels are, and they give you the option of taking your first testosterone booster shot right there in office. It's pain-free, and you're going to start feeling a difference in about 12 to 14 days. I did it. Didn't have to pay for my first appointment for doing so, and now they send everything right to my house. I take that pain-free shot in the comfort of my own home. I'm sleeping through the night, means my energy's up, and the libido is back, baby. All thanks to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Here's Shayna, Dylan, and their dad, Steve Williams.
Ever wonder why diamonds have been the very symbol of royalty, power, and love for centuries?
Almost as old as creation itself, a natural diamond is the most concentrated form of transferable wealth in the world.
Passed down from generation to generation.
And like people, no two natural diamonds are ever the same. Each are unique and singular, a creation as you are.
A diamond is naturally forever.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the perfect expression of your love.
At Williams Jewelers, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver.
In fact, we're one of America's largest fine jewelers, with almost every size, shape, and price range natural diamond in stock.
All at the guaranteed best prices in the state.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
Spending 2 hours staring at the back of someone's bumper isn't the best way to end your day. So Jack in the Box is giving you their new bonus Jack combo. Fries, drink, and a burger with your choice of 1, 2, or 3 patties starting at just $3.99. Get so much more.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
DQ presents how to make a blizzard treat even sweeter.
Just get a blizzard treat on Miracle Treat Day, July 31st, and help support kids like me, Ari. On Miracle Treat Day, $1 or more of each blizzard treat sold at participating locations benefits your local children's hospital. So treat yourself in the most meaningful way and support local kids like me on Miracle Treat Day at DQ, Thursday, July 31st. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, you know to check you have your phone first, before the cab pulls away.
Hey, thanks, man. Oh, no, wait, my phone! Come back! It's got my boarding pass, credit cards, phone numbers, my life! Come back!
Checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
And you just turn the camera, Brian.
All right, we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. We're hanging out for the next 40 minutes or so. The drive comes in at 2 o'clock. Those boys will take over and get you home from 2 to 6. If you're a late starter, a second shifter, as we like to call it, well, we've got you covered with a little Denver Sports Tonight action as well. So we are live, we are local. without any team affiliations. Those tend to tell you what you can and cannot say right here on The Fan. We're going up to Boulder because it was the first time we've heard from Dion since his health scares this offseason, and find out it was the scariest of words, cancer. A bladder cancer scare for Deion Sanders. Removed the bladder, replaced the bladder, and now Deion is cancer-free on his way back to be ready to coach the 2026 Colorado Buffaloes. That's the great news of the day. Now, what does life look like after this scare for Deion? Well, he talked about having to use a porta potty on the sideline this season.
You see porta potty on the sideline is real, okay? I'm just telling you right now, you're going to see it. You're going to see the practice, you're going to see one, because it is unbelievable. Like dozing off and waking up, first thing I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know it's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on. And so many other companies out there that do a wonderful job, but I'm thankful that we have a relationship with the Pen, and we're making some other products, trying to make other products that to help all of us through. But it's been tremendous. These two, Lauren came down to Texas and was there with me during it the whole way, up walking our miles in the morning, because Doc made sure you better walk, you better be active, and we did it. Until it was some points that I couldn't even get out of the bed for a week at a time, but she was there. I remember yelling 2 o'clock, oh, Lord, because I had 2 bags, right?
Mm-hmm.
One was what?
Both were urine, but one it was filled quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah, it was like blood and urine. It just looked bad, and I'm fishing with 2 bags.
All right, so he's really giving us some detail there. And you know what? Maybe some of you out there going, oh, come on, man, we don't need to hear about that. I actually look at it the exact opposite of that. This is a man in a position of power and respect, and he's a role model to a lot of people. And he is saying, hey, I'm going through this. It's not embarrassing. Let's just have the open conversation about it. People deal with health issues all the time. I had somebody 3 years ago in my family have to deal with the bags that he's talking about. And there were conversations between me and this person of like, it's not embarrassing. I know how you feel, but we all understand the situation. A guy like Deion in his position talking about it goes so far for the rest of the folks, the thousands and hundreds of thousands of people that deal with that exact same issue.
Yeah, and there's tons of people out there in all walks of life and all things that they do that are dealing with incontinence, basically is what we're talking about. And he talked about having a partnership with the Pens, and being able to use that as something to help him keep dry and comfortable. And listen, we know there's a buddy of ours, I won't put his business in the street, but he deals with Crohn's disease all the time. And so he has to be aware of that and everything that he does daily. So as I've said earlier, health is wealth, man. When you're able to, regardless of whatever's going on in all of our lives, when you have a healthy body, for the most part, like you be thanking your lucky stars on that one. So Deion attacking this thing head on and being very this makes him so personable, right?
Yeah,
because of like, that's Deion Sanders. That's the greatest to ever get it done.
He doesn't even seem human at some time.
Yeah, because he's a super mega star, right? And now he's like, man, he has to deal with something that a lot of us have to deal with. So God bless him, man, and God bless his doctors for getting him cancer-free.
He was asked about the decision to just remove the bladder, and did that have to do with his want and willingness to return to football?
Football, the decision I made and the surgery I chose was based on not just family, it was based on football. I didn't want to be going weekly to the hospital while I know I got practices. So football is in there. My faith is number one. Football is somewhere down the line, behind family and all of that, but my faith is definitely number one. So I never second guessed that, and we're here, man.
All right, well, now there are a couple of things. Like, football should never be number one.
No,
for anybody any of us that are doing or they're doing, players,
any of those coaches that it is, you're regretting it.
You will regret it a lot, and your family's going to hate you. I think that's a good way for him to say it, that, like, yeah, football mattered, but it's not the reason I chose this. But Deion is what we said earlier. He's addicted to the game of football. He's addicted to chasing championships and being the best version that he can. And I think even more than Sean, Deion is also addicted to helping young men achieve their dreams.
Yes, achieve their dreams, achieve their goals, and make sure they get things done the way that they want to as well, in the manner that he did years and years ago. So it's great to hear from the coach. I just keep saying thank God, because that's pretty much all you can say, right? He's cancer-free.
Yeah.
He's cancer-free, man. And the medical technology and all that, like, it's great that this wasn't, I mean, the news it could have been.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
100%.
Like, get him cancer-free and get things going. And let's go Buffaloes, man. It's a great day for the Colorado Buffaloes, knowing Deion Sanders is going to be out there.
And last one from Coach Prime. All right, how serious did this thing get, Coach Prime? And now that it's in your rearview mirror, what is on your goal list?
There's life in the face, man. I stare. Man, you think I'm playing when I tell you I'm God's guy. I really am. I'm allowed to go through these trials and tribulations so that I could touch and reach and bless people with my words, with the energy, with that thing that God gave me. So I never thought about no death. You know, I had to make a will because I want to be a business. I want to be a good steward, you know, for my kids and for my family. But no, I got too much life to be thinking about death. Too much life. I got too much life in me, and I got work to do. We got to win the darn championship. You talking about death? No.
Hey, you like that? You like hearing that, right? And, of course, that's the way Deion can do it. Of like, no, I talk about life, not death, and then I got work to do. And that work, well, that's win, his words, a darn championship.
Yeah, and none of that bull junk. He's out there to win another championship. I love hearing that, man. I got too much life to be talking about death. I love it, man. Only Deion could do that. Only Deion. And it's great. It's great as an example to those of us out there that are battling health problems or have battled health problems, that you could look to Deion and be like, that's an example. He's getting up and he's doing it, man. I'm going to do it too.
Great stuff from up there in Boulder. Now we can talk about the football team. We know what happened with Deion. We know what the result is, and we know that Coach Prime is going to be okay. He'll be walking this earth for the foreseeable future. Those are the good things. Now, what can Caden Salters and Julian Lewis do from that quarterback position to make a name for themselves and the Buffaloes in the Big 12? We can now focus on that moving forward. We're going to focus on a few things that Sean Payton had to say. We'll check in with the coach coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A couple years ago, I was in the bathroom at the airport when I dropped my smartphone in the toilet. Not smart. I was multitasking when I should have been focused on the job at hand. Embarrassing, but I'm not alone. According to Google, 7 million other multitaskers accidentally dropped their phones into the bowl last year. A gentle reminder that right now you can get yourself a brand new Samsung Galaxy A36 absolutely free with a $35 plan from Pure Talk. The A36 comes with scratch-resistant Gorilla Glass and a battery that'll last all day, along with unlimited talk, text, and data on America's most dependable 5G network. In other words, it's tough and smart. Something to think about next time you're multitasking in the necessary. Just dial pound 250, say keyword Mike Rowe to get your free phone today. You can make the switch in just 10 minutes. That's pound 250. Say Mike Rowe to switch to a no-nonsense smartphone and a company that actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
They say there's no such thing as a free lunch. But not true, I say. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs with Jacobs Law and 303 Law 4040, and I'm here to tell you about the best, absolute best free meal in all of Denver. Times are tight right now. You go to the grocery store, things are insane. So we all could use a little bit of help. No questions asked. Anybody that needs it can come by every first and third Thursday. Here's how it works. You pull up, you pop your trunk, they put free groceries for the week in your trunk, and they say, how many hot meals do you need? We pass those to you right through your window, and this is good stuff. This is not soup kitchen stuff. I smoke these meats personally. Delicious pulled pork. I got my special secret Chipotle chicken recipe. It is fantastic. Please help us spread the word. Anybody that needs it, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. If you have any questions, you can reach out to me personally. It's Dan Jacobs at 303 Law 4040.
Haven't filed your taxes in 3 years or more? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, where he'll answer the tough questions. Can you still get a refund if you file late? What if the IRS filed returns for you and you didn't even know? How far back do you really need to file? What happens if you've moved and missed critical IRS notices? What does the IRS do to tax protesters? And could I possibly go to jail? Todd will walk you through how to get back into the system, understand where you stand, and how much trouble, if any, you're actually in. Don't wait for a wage garnishment or bank levy to find out. Reserve your spot now at advancedtaxsolutions.com. The Fan. That's advancedtaxsolutions.com/The Fan.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
Yeah, what? Come on. Yeah, what? Come on, come on, come on. Here we go. Oh, come on.
All right, we're out here at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, as our day is winding down. We're going to get out of here at 2 o'clock. Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, they are the drive. They're going to get you home from 2 to 6, back in the studios. But both of those gentlemen were out here today, Cecil, and we actually got a chance to talk with Phillip Lindsay. He had some camp observations on pad day number 1, and I'm sure Zach By has the same. So they'll be breaking all of that down for you starting at 2 o'clock, and then Denver Sports tonight from 2 to 6. We know that the deal, news of the day, is the deal that Courtland Sutton got done. So he got his contract. That's 4 years, $92 million. There's 41 guaranteed with that deal. Kevin, let's hit number 4 here, actually. Sorry, I'm going to go one earlier on you. Sean Payton asked if he was frustrated with Courtland Sutton in any way because he did miss, very minimum, but did miss some team drills.
Not at all. I mean, not with a veteran who's like Cortland is real smart. I mean, here's the deal. He's been participating in all the individual, all the one-on-one. He's gotten 7-on-7 work. He's gotten team reps. He's just being smart. And so it'd be different if you felt like he was missing improvement or not being out here or just being out here riding the bike or something. So I kind of know that player well enough to feel real good about where he's at in his mindset, both mentally and physically.
All right, so I would guess that Sean Payton, he wouldn't say, yeah, that's fine. I would pick for him to do that. But it doesn't sound like he is, crazy upset in any way. It sounds like he's got a lot of trust in a guy like Cortland Sutton. A lot of trust for him to be prepared when his number's called upon. And that's going to be as soon as tomorrow. And a lot of trust for him to not be, even when he is standing over there not participating, it's not like he's going, can you believe these they won't even pay me my freaking money. You know what I mean?
I thought you were going to say it. I was like, wow, Dover, next level.
That's not who Cortland Sutton is.
Do you know what this just reeks of?
What?
It was all planned.
What do you mean?
Hey, coach, I'm going to show up, but I'm not doing anything, right? Yeah, hey, coach, I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
And then it's on George to finally get this deal done. That's where I'm like, I think Sean just went to bat. And it's like, let's do this, man. Come on, first day of pads. And he's missing time out there, not doing anything. So it just sounds like, and maybe it's me putting my tinfoil hat on, as I regularly do on this program. I just go, oh, Sean already, they knew what was going to happen, and they knew it would take a few days in. I mean, even if you include the stupid acclimation days, which you shouldn't, by the way.
No, don't.
The acclimation days do not count. Let's throw those in. He missed 5 days of camp.
Yeah.
Big flipping deal.
And 1 day of pads. 1 day pads.
Right. Yeah, it got done because this was always the plan to get it done. Hey, we're going to get to camp. Court's going to sit out. George, how fast are you going to do this? Give me about a week.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this then. I guess we're going to speculate on it. But had Jahdae Barron and R.J. Harvey got their deals done, would we have even got to July 28th?
I like that. No one's really brought that up about, like, hey, the rookies took a little bit more time for hashtag reasons, and maybe that delays the negotiation. So I think you're on to something there. And at the end of the day, no harm, no foul.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. So it's like he's going to be out there. He's going to perform. If they want to play him in the preseason, they can. I don't think he really needs to, but whatever. So, the offense will do the first game, they're going to have a drive or two, and the second game, they're going to play a half, and they're not going to play in the third game. And then here we go, Broncos. So if this was the plan, well, I love it when a plan comes together.
I would even say, pending what we'll see certain things, and then they'll see other things, the team that is, with the joint practices.
Yeah.
And we're not going to be in San Francisco unless we have investors.
Possibly you.
Then we won't get to see some of that. If Bo and Cortland looked at, like, hey, tomorrow, you go, man, they're kind of picking up where they left off, and then that continues into those joint practices, and even before we got to a preseason game, I don't even know that I need to see a guy like Cortland Sutton in preseason games.
Yeah, I don't need to see Talanoa Hufanga. I don't need to see Dre Greenlaw. I do not need to see J.K. Dobbins.
Nope.
I am telling you this. Now I sound like, what's her name from the plane? I am telling you this.
Who is that?
That blankety-blanker is not real. No. I am telling you this. Your hopes for this year are on that ground game because Bo's going to take that next step. Court's going to be here. Those young receivers, Evan Ingram's going to take that next step. You can win a Super Bowl if they can run the ball. If they can have that threat of running the ball, JK, RJ. So guess what? Preseason? You win any championships in the preseason?
No, you don't.
Then I don't want to see him. I don't want to see him. The importance of J.K. Dobbins, the importance of R.J. Harvey, it is paramount to this team's postseason success.
Sean Payton, one more thing about Cortland Sutton here, talking about the fact that he has dealt with some injuries in the past, but he's a great leader for this football team.
Like any player, he's dealt with some injuries. There's certain years, his 19 film was outstanding, his film last year, and finding that right weight and balance, and then, what are the things that he does well? Certainly, he's a strong target, he's smart, he's one of our, I would say, clearly one of our leaders on this team, so there's a lot of things that he brings to the table.
He skipped the Russell Wilson year.
I didn't even catch it.
He had 10 touchdowns.
Yeah,
he had 10 touchdowns.
Yeah.
But Sean is like, 2019 was awesome. Last year was awesome. Crickets during the Russell Wilson year. when he had 10 touchdowns. So you love it. The venom from Sean Payton. One, I want someone to look at me the way that Sean Payton looks at Adam Troutman. Yeah. Adam, by the way, got married this offseason. I was like, I hope Sean's not jealous. But because
Sean
he
was
loves
the best
him.
Man.
He loves him up.
Yeah.
So I look at it and I go, well, wait a second. He just said not the Russell Wilson year when he had 10 touchdowns. It's a pretty damn good year. But the venom from Sean either loves you or he kind of hates you.
Yeah. And he hates Russell Wilson.
I would guess. I would guess he does.
Well, Sean, you're not alone in that one. A lot of people, and in fact, the only person that doesn't is James Marilat.
Right.
Everyone else hates Russell Wilson the same way we hate Russell Wilson.
Yes.
Right.
Chase Daniel, part of the chain gang, by the way. He's got his chain on, just like you and me.
What up,
so
Chase?
there you go.
Chase and Diana calling it. Bye.
Bye, Diana.
Have a great day. She waved us to let the record show. She waved first. All right, I got to tell you about the fan golf tournament that's benefiting the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado, coming up on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss the 4-person scramble, followed by some dinner, awards, and a live auction. All proceeds are benefiting the Arthritis Foundation of Colorado, so book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. DenverSports.com/club. All right, I want to continue hearing from some Broncos. Let's go to Dre Greenlaw, one of the new guys from San Francisco. Met the media today. What did Dre say about his new team, his new role, and what this team can be? Find out next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the moon comes off, till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Brandon Stokley here from my friends at Roller Auction. Do you have items you're looking to sell? Since 1976, Roller Auction has been conducting commercial and industrial auctions for Colorado government agencies, Fortune 500 companies, small business owners, secured creditors, individuals, and more. They have a large marketplace to showcase your assets, so don't wait. Visit rollerauction.com for a free consultation and turn those items into some cold, hard cash. Again, go visit them at rollerauction.com. That's rollerauction.com.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Paul's new drone startup just lost its most genius computer scientist.
We just lost our best genius to some new genius who's got a genius new idea. I'm gonna have to find a new genius, or two half geniuses, and fast.
He needs a computer scientist that can keep his startup from falling down.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. When you sponsor a job on Indeed, it's easier for talented candidates to find it, which makes it easier for you to hire them. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Kwiat Diamonds, a legacy of brilliance since 1907.
We're proud at Williams Jewelers of Inglewood to have been chosen as Colorado's exclusive Kwiat diamond jeweler.
From Kwiat's Mine to Shine diamond, the natural diamond cut, polished, and designed just for you.
To Kwiat's red carpet collections of designer jewelry, including American Beauty, Lyric, and Kwiat Star. They're all here.
Kwiat diamond rings and diamond studs, Kwiat diamond bracelets, and Riviera necklaces have long been the toast of Fifth Avenue.
Because Kwiat's whiter, brighter, and larger looking diamonds cut to the world's highest standards.
I'm Dylan Williams. Shayna and I invite you to come experience the breathtaking beauty of Kwiat diamond jewelry for yourself.
Or the one you love.
For the American beauty in your life.
At Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, Colorado's exclusive Kwiat jeweler.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
This segment on The Fan is brought to you by Embers Golf, where your passion meets the green.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Live from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Here's Dover and Cecil.
All right, is it? Yeah, it is our final segment of the day. Time just flying by out here at Broncos camp. We're at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. It's me, it's Cecil, it's Rock and Roll Brian, it's a lawnmower, and another guy over there. I don't know who that is, but he's just walking the field. He's got a beanie on, and it's 98 degrees.
Hey, I appreciate that. As the
Oh,
beanie
that's you
guy,
do, yeah.
as the beanie guy. Now me, it's just to collect my hair.
Yes.
I got to get you on the beanie tip, man. It's a
I'll
look.
wear a beanie,
It's
but
a
when
look.
it's, you know, like I don't have to protect the hair or cover it like you do, but in the winter,
You're gonna
I'll
grow
rock
it
a
out
beanie.
again. I've seen the future. We're
People
gonna have
keep asking me
motorcycles.
about it.
We're gonna grow it out.
Oh, I'd be down.
We're gonna go do our radio show from Wide Open out there in Sedalia, right?
Yes.
Like a little biker bar.
Yeah.
Might get in a fight.
Dude, you're talking my language right now. Into that. I'm down with that. You got any final thoughts, questions, comments, concerns? Hit us up on the RamosLaw.com text line. Always throw your name on your text so that we can give you guys a shout-out on the show. The number is 303-713-1043. We appreciate you guys being a part of this program and being a part of the tribe. A couple people talked down here today at Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit. Of course, Sean Payton spoke. He's going to speak pretty much every day, maybe minus Thursdays. I think that's how we did it last year, Cecil. Thursdays, he let Lombardi and Joseph get up there and talk about the offense and defense that they coordinate. Lombardi really doesn't do anything, but he collects a paycheck anyway, and he'll talk to us on Thursdays. So I'd assume we'll hear from Sean every day. Bo on Wednesdays moving forward, kind of getting to a normal routine of what it'll look like through the season. But one of the players that we talked to today was Dre Greenlaw, inside linebacker from the San Francisco 49ers. Will be a huge key addition to this defense, pending his ability to stay healthy. And one thing that Sean Payton said about Dre Greenlaw was that he plays a little bit like Mike Tyson. So Greenlaw was asked about that today.
Yeah, I've gotten that before for sure. I don't know. I just like to play football. Go out there and I give it my all. You never know when it's going to be a last chance on the field, last chance to play. So you want to make a strong statement anytime you can. So I just love doing it. I'm thankful to be able to do it. And yeah.
All right, I'm a little more intrigued that he's got the analogy before. So
You're like Mike Tyson.
Someone else has said you play football the way that Mike Tyson used to fight. It's a great comparison if that's what you're going to be compared to. Cecil, you tell me, like, when I think of Dre Greenlaw, sure, you think about he's a big, strong, tough guy, can lay the wood. I think more about like the smarts, the intelligence, the football IQ than I do the thumper that a guy like Greenlaw is.
I think of the Metallica song Seek and Destroy.
Okay.
Is that on film? If there was a heat-seeking missile that played football and wore a Broncos jersey, it would be Dre Greenlaw.
Okay.
That's exactly what he is. Oh,
whoa, look at Kevin.
Wow, right on it, Kev. Way to go.
You
Thank
got
you.
Cecil and Brian fired up over here, Kev.
About ready to fire something else up after the show. But it's like, yes, that's the type of player that he is. He wants to hunt you. He wants to find you. And for lack of a better word, he wants to kill you. And I appreciate that because it's been since what? Smoke Dog Al Wilson? Really? I mean, Danny Trevathan was a coverage guy.
Yeah.
And Danny's awesome. Best ILB that they've had in the modern era since Al Wilson. It was Al Wilson. Al Wilson was intimidating as all get out. Now, some safeties have been intimidating. I remember talking to TJ Ward the first time. I was like, this guy's nice to me, and he's the scariest guy ever because I see him on the field. Brian Dawkins, Wolverine. He's scary, man. But that's safety. When you have a linebacker that can be that, when you have a Dre Greenlaw, when you have an Al Wilson, when you have one of these, dare I say, Mike Singletary type of linebackers that can go out there and just seek and destroy and hunt you down, like I think it's great for the Broncos defense. It changes the attitude that you can have on defense because there's something different about ILB. I don't know if it's just being closer to the ball or having that striking power. Like a safety, that I mean, there's so much ground to cover, you're going to kind of see it coming. As an ILB, Greenlaw can cover, but he also can thump you. He also can blitz. So you're going to see him. You're going to think he's doing one thing, but he's doing something else.
Yeah.
At safety, you're going to see him cheat up. So you know, oh, he's coming, or oh, he's going to stuff the run here or whatever. So you love it from Greenlaw. And, yeah, a little Mike Tyson. Now we just need a little Mario out there to go, DKO.
That was a good impersonation right
DKO.
there. And by the way, we all love Danny Trevathan. Greenlaw, healthy and right, is about 5 times the player that Danny Trevathan is.
Whoa. A couple times. Yeah,
couple times.
I really love Danny. I appreciate what he did. It's just a different style of player. So hopefully Alex Singleton is okay with whatever's going on there. But Dre Greenlaw, Alex Singleton, they can be a hell of a combination at ILB.
Well, I'm to the point now because I already had some concerns about inside linebacker depth. You and I have talked about it several times. And then today you see Alex Singleton leave. That's one of the big stories out of Broncos Park today. He left but walked off, and he's being looked at as a hand. I mean, how many more warning shots do you need before you act? I think the Broncos should be adding an inside. Bring a body in. Hell, throw something at the wall. See if something sticks. Give a guy an opportunity at inside linebacker that's just walking the streets right now because you just need bodies at that position.
Yeah, you need bodies at that position, so you're going to be checking and you're going to be looking around to see what's out there. And you're also going to be looking into any sort of trade possibilities. So for tomorrow's show, I'll go over some rosters and just see if there's anybody maybe on the outside looking in, maybe an older player. Maybe a younger player that I really like that's not going to get an opportunity at the team he's at that potentially the Broncos could look at and say, hey, we kind of like this guy. We'll see if he's going to do anything.
Dre Greenlaw was asked about the selling point that ultimately got him to leave San Francisco and come here to Denver.
I mean, just, obviously the organization and, the people that's in the organization, Sean, Penners, and then just, the guys, like, they've had, one of the best defenses for quite some time now. I know last year they, really took that notch, and I just wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to be where I was accepted, where I was wanted, and this was the right place for me.
So again, he didn't do it the way that Evan Ingram did it on Saturday, but he's saying I want to be somewhere where I was wanted and accepted. That's him kind of being like, yeah, San Francisco was pushing me out a little bit because of injury and age, and now I come somewhere where we have I would look at the Broncos as a better situation than the Niners are right now and a chance to win football.
Well, how about they go back to the well with Quan Alexander?
Oh, dude.
They had him last year on the practice squad, and the Lions stole him away.
I like Quan.
Now he's a free agent. He's just out there, and he's about 31 years old, 10 years of experience, veteran minimum deal, you know what I mean? And you already had him in your building, and you were excited about having him in your building. So Quan Alexander, I think that would be a nice little addition for the Denver Broncos in case that's something that they need to do. I think that's something you could look forward to the Broncos doing if they wanted to.
That's also like, you'd have to bring him up to speed, but it's not like you're teaching him a foreign language.
He was just here last year.
Right. He's familiar with what VJ wants to do.
Yeah, familiar with what VJ wants to do. So, if you needed to, there's options. There's availability out there. Double checking on C.J. Mosley and his availability, Devondre Campbell, Eric Kendricks, who I believe George Payton was part of the Vikings staff when Kendricks was added by that team. So there's some names. there's some veterans, and like I said, I'll look over some other rosters and see if there's some young guys out there.
I mean, heck, I like the name Quan Alexander to get going.
I like it a lot, too.
I just like the name Quan, too. It kind of reminds me of Total Recall, Quaid. You could just be like, Quan! Remember the guy was coming out of his belly?
Oh, yeah.
All right,
the 3, never mind.
Oh, yeah, that was the best part.
That was awesome.
I'm like, is that real? Do ladies actually have 3, and where are they? My dad didn't answer. All right, let's continue to hear from Dre Greenlaw. He was asked about what Alex Singleton brings to him and how he complements his game.
I see a lot of the same leadership qualities in Alex. That's what I also looked into before I came here, just see what type of leaders were on the team. And Alex is he's a vocal guy, when he needs to be, and also he's a tackling machine as well. So just having somebody like that, I just knew that somebody that's going to go out there and that's going to battle, that's going to fight, that's going to give it all they got every play. And I saw that in Alex as I see it myself. So I was like, man, it's going to be a great little duo.
It could be a great little duo. Alex has talked about how good Dre is and how their instincts kind of ring true as to what they both want to do as football players. And I was just thinking about this. So Alex Singleton leaves today with a hand injury. Again, not my hand, so what do I care about pain management? Don't you just put a giant ball cast on that thing and you hit people in the face with it as you're rushing the quarterback?
You can, and as a veteran, though, again, we talk about preseason availability. I don't need to see Alex Singleton in the preseason. I know he's going to ball out when he's healthy. So the Broncos have some choices, some decisions coming up for their team, and we'll see, the health status, the preseason availability. But it's training camp. It's another day, and it's padded day today. That was very important. Every single year, your first day, you get that first taste. The weight of the pads, it's just different. You sweat a little bit differently because you have extra gear on you. And it was great to see the Broncos out there, having a physical and a fun performance that Sean Payton calls early. So he must have liked what he have seen out there because you call practice about 20 minutes short. It means you're doing something good.
Why make them run then?
Hey, you got run this for me, and then we're done.
Okay. First day of pads, you can't let them off too easy, right?
Exactly,
yeah.
right.
All right, and lastly, but certainly not least from Dre Greenlaw, he was asked if Bo Nix being the quarterback of this team had any impact on his decision to become a Bronco.
No doubt. I mean, once you start looking at the teams in free agency, next thing you look at after the defense is, all right, who got a quarterback and who's got a chance to, make it, to the Super Bowl. And, that's my mindset. But watching Bo play, he can run, he can throw, he can do everything on the field. One of the strongest arms I've seen, too, especially as a year 2 guy. So, I just saw – I see the jump that he can make even from his first year to his second year. And he's a great leader, seems like a great leader so far. He's vocal, like I said about Alex. He's vocal when he needs to be. And, he's confident as hell, too. So, that's what you need in a quarterback.
Confident as hell. That's maybe not something you would think, but when we're out here hearing him, seeing him, he is certainly confident as hell. So I love hearing that from a guy in the league right now that's been to a Super Bowl. Yes, quarterback matters, and where the team is as far as pecking order in the Super Bowl rankings matters. He picked the Broncos.
When I talked to Brandon Jones on Saturday, I asked him about Bo Nix year 1 versus Bo Nix year 2. He's like, he's got that dog in him, right? And that's exactly what we see out here from Bo Nix, a player that has that dog mentality that you just want to go, all right, I'm rallying around. I'm running through a brick wall for that guy. So think of how many ways you can be motivated, the togetherness, the connective tissue of this team, because you're playing for Bo, you're playing for Sean, you're playing for VJ, you're playing for each other. And that can portend greatness with this Broncos team, and you love to see it out here. You love that sort of let's go get this thing, man. Let's all work together, and if we do what we're supposed to do, it is the do your job thing. I know that's a McDaniels thing, but still, if you do what Sean Payton asks you to do, you're going to have the success that you want. And everyone out here, with what you have to give up for football, you give up so much for this game. So much. A lot of these guys, when they're done playing, they can't really walk.
Yeah.
Okay?
Right.
And I know that they're well paid, and, you and I and everyone else out there, we're blue collar and we're getting it done. These guys are well paid because their bodies aren't the same after this.
Yeah, they've dedicated their entire lives to get
So
here.
with what you do in order just to play this game, what you want is to be remembered forever as a champion.
Be nice if that's what this year's Broncos team looks like. All right, it's KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You know what? I was saving this for a quick little down moment of the show, and why not at the end here, speaking of dog in him.
Okay.
What kind of neighbor are you? I had an interesting experience with a neighbor this weekend in my neighborhood.
I think you posted on Facebook or something.
Yeah.
And I thought we would talk about it, but what kind of neighbor am I?
So here's so I'm walking Bruce, right?
Yeah.
We got the backyard, but we still take him on a walk or two a day to stretch the legs a bit. And he's a male dog.
Right.
And so I've learned that female dog pee will screw up yards. I didn't know that. And male dogs do not. And so we're walking, like, literally the end of my street. Not like my next-door neighbor, but, a few houses down. And this guy comes out, very nice. Like, I'm like, oh, here we go. We're going to have something go here.
How far away from your house?
5 houses.
Okay, so fairly close.
5 houses.
You're going to see this guy again.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Bruce had just peed on his yard.
Okay.
And he asked me to not let the dog pee on his yard.
Okay.
To which I responded, like, hey, man, I'll try. But
Has Bruce peed there before?
I would assume. I mean, I don't know for sure, but I think probably. I said, I'll try, but when the dog has to go pee, the dog has to go pee. He pees in grass. I don't really know where you want me to do. Like, if I yank Bruce's chain, like, don't pee, then it creates some sort of weird feeling about peeing in yards, what I don't want my dog to have. So, am I the bad neighbor? Is he the bad neighbor? Are we both good?
If he asks politely, then
he was nice about it.
Then you should respond in kind.
Okay.
That's my opinion. So there you go.
Okay. So I think I'm still going to it's a dog. They pee outside. It's not like I whipped it out and peed on his yard.
He asked and he was nice. Play nice with your neighbors.
What
kind of neighbor am I? I'm that kind of neighbor.
Really?
I play nice with my neighbors. Now, we got some kids in the neighborhood, and I have a pretty angled driveway. It was pretty steep, right? So it'd be great to take your bicycle and I've told the neighborhood kids, and I've told their parents, like, hey, I don't like that. I don't want the kids in my driveway going down and, maybe they get hurt or going into traffic or whatever. And guess what I don't have in my driveway? I don't have kids in my driveway.
Okay.
So I have asked a similar question. It's been responded to in kind. So I think as a good neighbor, it's different. He's a male dog. He's not a female dog.
Yeah.
But he asked, and,
I mean, look.
It's not public property.
Is it that difficult for me to just walk on the other side of the street? No. So that's just what we do now.
Yeah.
Just walk on the other side of the street.
Yeah, for sure. Or, Brucey B. I got Bruce
That's
on the
another
line.
guy.
That's
Yeah.
another guy. Bruce has to go potty. Maybe you do it the house before the guy or something like that. I know it's a little bit interesting, but if he was cool, then you be cool.
He was nice about it. All right, well, I'm going to go take my dog on a walk and let him pee on people's yards. In the meantime, we'll get out of the way. For Zach By, Phillip, Lindsay, they are the drive, and they take over right now.
All right, thank you, fellas. It is 2 o'clock. You already know what time it is. We are live, rocking and rolling here on the drive, and we have, holy smokes, a lot of ground to cover here over the next 4 hours.
Boy, do we, Zach. But you know what? This is why we're here. We're the eyes, we're the ears. We're here to have fun, to be dramatic. But what we've been hearing, what we've been talking about this whole entire time, Zach, is coming true. And I feel like we're the crazy ones. Come on.
This has been a really, and you're talking about the Cortland Sutton situation.
The Cortland Sutton situation, some other ones that we'll talk about. I mean, it's just like, hey, guys, we're out there during practice watching every single snap, and we're giving our opinion on it. And we're relaying it back to you guys. That is it. We are not trying to lie. We're not trying to make things up or be as dramatic as Zach By likes to be. No, we're telling the truth.
That's all. And so when we go out there and tell you guys, Cortland Sutton is being a hybrid Holden. That's what was happening. Okay, that's what was happening. And we thought. Now we speculated in this degree that the deal was close to getting done. I made the analogy that Sutton is at the pool. He's got his swim trunks on. His feet are dangling in the water, and he will soon be submerged. But like this idea that, we were, what did someone call me? I was antagonizing.
Yeah.
For telling
Instigating.
you. Instigating. That's what it was. Thank you. That like.
Big old instigator.
That like, guys, Cortland Sutton's not practicing. He's not. And guess what? I was out there on Saturday, didn't participate in one team rep. Out there today, did not participate in even 7-on-7. This was the first of its kind. It was a hybrid Holden. someone who was willing to put the uniform on, go through individual drills.
Get the movements.
Just sprinkle a little bit of 7-on-7. But he actually started to do less and less here since the start of camp. And I know some folks who were like acting like we were making it up. No, we weren't. Well, of course we weren't. We were telling you exactly what was going on. We said that this thing had to be close. It had to be close enough for Sutton to be out there in the first place.
And you know what, Zach? Sutton was doing the organization a favor by going out there and producing what he was and being part of the drills, being part of the team when he was out there running off a defender. Although he wasn't out there every single rep, he's saying, okay, guys, I will be out there because we are getting my contract done. We are close, but just know that I'm not going to be out there every single rep. I don't want the ball thrown my way, and we'll go from there. And now that Courtland Sutton's able to kind of sit back and relax and enjoy his time and say, okay, what I did worked. And now we got it done, and we're moving on from there. But it was a hybrid hold-in. Zach.
It was.
It was a hybrid hold-in, and it worked for Court.
And I got to tell you, I bounced that phrase off Diana Rossini today, and she loved it.
She loved it.
She's like, I've never heard. I love it. Well, you had maybe never heard it or never had to say it because I can't remember something like this happening. He was some version of gray area with holding out, holding in, but also, being there and doing some stuff. Very, very interesting. But I'll say this, good for Sutton and look, he's got to have an idea he's about to be incredibly rewarded. So I don't want to make it sound like he's like, poor Sutton. But good for Sutton for going about it in the way that he did, not being too forceful with putting his foot down, not being too forceful with not participating in anything and being in street clothes. We saw him several times today. We saw it again today, but we've seen it several times in the last week. Him take a Joquan Davis underneath his wing, the kid from North Carolina Central, he's a better athlete than player, but Sutton is so he still brought value despite him not participating in any team drills for at least 3 days, 3 practices in a row.
Yeah, but you know what, Zach? Because Courtland has been around for a long time, he has played a lot of football. You don't worry about him missing 3, 4, 5 days. It's a buildup anyway.
Yep.
We would have worried if if this bled into the next week.
Yes.
And Courtland Sutton still hasn't had a contract done or even talks. And now it's like, hey, Courtland comes from not practicing or not doing the team drills to not practicing at all, not doing drills at all. Then you have an issue on your hands. But Courtland has been out there. He has been coaching up. At least for today,
yeah.
I saw where he was coaching up the young guys.
Yep.
And that's all you're looking for. And now that the contract is done, tomorrow, he's going to be the first person you see out there. He's going to be the first person Bo Nix probably connects with for a 45, 35-yard fade ball. And everybody's going to be excited, happy, and we can stop talking about his hybrid holding.
That's all. And but we have covered this thing closely. I think closer than anyone else that I have heard, and doing truly even the breakdown of his reps. And he was doing less and less. He was just doing less and less. And I'll say this, man, this 4-year, $92 million contract, was it 41 total guaranteed?
41 total guaranteed. We'll have to get into the
details. We can. But in general, I think this is the definition of a win-win. I really do, Phil. And this is not me just because we're doing this job in Denver. Courtland Sutton is not a Tier 1 receiver in the NFL.
Don't hurt me now. Don't hurt me now.
But he's a damn good wide receiver.
Really.
Talking 18 touchdown catches in the last 2 years. That is among league leaders. We know he's not a run after the catch. We know it, but he's damn good, and he's the best the Broncos have. But the fact that they were able to meet in this middle ground, $23 million a year annual average value, there was speculation that Courtland could be looking for up to $30 million because by some metrics, guys that are making that are sort of an equivalent, especially in terms of touchdowns here recently.
Yeah.
But I think this is Sutton wanting to be a Denver Bronco for life.
He's an understandable man, it seems like, where it's like, hey, I know I can't get all the money in the world. I know I can't break the bank like I really want to because I'm an aging receiver. But like you just said, Zach, I want to be here. I want to be a part of this. It's something special here. And people have to understand, this was Courtland Sutton's first year last year winning.
Right.
Winning.
Right.
And how it feels to win. Why do you want to leave this for just money? You have money. So he wanted to be here the whole time. He just wanted it to make sense.
Sure.
And obviously both sides were able to agree on something. It was $23 million. We talked about like 23, 25. That's what we were hearing.
Yes, and that was, I thought, the sweet spot for Sutton.
Yeah.
I just didn't know from Sutton's camp, given that this would be his last true big bite at the financial apple, if they'd be willing to, quote unquote, because I know how crazy this sounds, settle for less than 27, 28 million. But the Broncos are paying him, I think, exactly in the tier that he belongs. And I'll tell you this, for Sutton to sign this contract, okay, and it's a gobs of money. We understand. We're talking about through the lens of professional sports, okay? But you know what Courtland Sutton had doing this deal? And it holds so many people back in life. I have seen people do this job behind this microphone that are talented, knowledgeable, hardworking, and what has held them back is a lack of awareness. For one reason or another, this is an understanding from Sutton's standpoint. This is a level of awareness, in my opinion, of who you are, not over-bloviating in your mind's eye who you are, but in having an understanding of your standing within the NFL.
Yeah.
And this is how I think this gets done, in July. That's, yeah.
Hey, well, Broncos country, we have our receiver one back, and it starts tomorrow. He's going to be back on that football field, bearing that Sean says, hey, like, we're going to still ease you into it, and he's going to be catching passes and team in on 7-on-7.
Yes.
With Bo Nix.
Yes. The only catch he has is a 2-yard catch in a week of practices. That will change tomorrow. And here's what else will change tomorrow. You will hear Courtland Sutton speak for the first time since last football season. That's going to happen. We will hear Courtland Sutton tomorrow. So if you want to react to this right out of the gate, RamosLaw.com text line 303-713-1043. What were some of our other takeaways from the first padded practice of the Broncos training camp? That's coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the Pro Shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
This is Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. If you've been injured in an accident, you want Wilhite. Colorado drivers know that when they're hit, we hit back harder. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once-yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said. I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier. With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Cheap windows cost more in the long run. They fade, they warp, and they fail. You'll pay for them again and again. Infinity from Marvin windows are different. They're built to last. You'll see it in lower energy bills. You'll feel it every season, and you'll appreciate it for decades. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton is Colorado's most trusted window company, and spring and summer appointments go fast. Lock in your free consultation today at windowsforyourhome.com or just give them a call, 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and get 25% off this month only.
Football fans, gear up. Windish RV's model year closeout is going on August 4th through August 9th on all 24 and 25 models. Tailgate-ready trailers at clearance prices. Hit any Windish location or windishrv.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fans brought to you by Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Off and rolling. Here on a Monday, July 28th, reacting to the first padded practice of Broncos training camp. I mean, we have so much to get to today. There's still plenty of meat on the Courtland Sutton bone that I want to get to because I made an assertion last week about Sutton that got heavily criticized on these airwaves over the weekend, and I want to address those.
You love Court. You love Court. You started to turn around, right? I don't know, something inside your body say, you know what, you're right. Courtland is the guy for the job.
My biggest issue with a potential contract for Sutton was the big money long-term deal.
Yeah.
And that did not happen today. That did not happen today. Courtland got a really nice pay raise. I think he was paid according to who he is and his standing within the league. And I mean, $23 million a year.
I mean, come on.
I mean, that's again to folks out there in the world like myself, like that sounds like just insane. But in that, through the context of that sport and the landscape of that position, I just think the Broncos and Sutton won. I think this is a win-win.
Yeah, no, and Zach, it comes down to both sides agreeing on, hey, look, we're both not going to give in. So where can we come and meet in the middle and be happy? They were able to be happy with $23 million a year, which is a lot of money. Give me that contract.
Yep.
Now, although when you look at it, it's like the guaranteed money is what speaks. And as like former football player, Zach, and for Courtland, as you get older and the contract starts to expire, you're like, all right, are they going to keep me? And when you don't have any kind of guaranteed, you're probably out the door. But right now, as of 2025, 2026, and even 2027, Courtland Sutton is here to stay, which is great for Bo Nix. It's great for Broncos country. And now we can just get back to business, focusing on building this offense up, focusing on scoring touchdowns, making big-time plays, and Cortland can continue to help these young football players, Vele, Troy Franklin, continue to grow as well.
Yeah, we will circle back to the Sutton conversation. I mean, we heard from Deion Sanders today in a way that we had never heard Deion, because he has gone through something that he had never been through in his life. And we will circle back to that here in pretty short order. We heard from Bo over the weekend, right? We heard from Dre Greenlaw today. So we have a lot. This is going to be a fantastically fun show to do with you here today. But just in general, the first padded practice of the Broncos season, how different is a football practice last week compared to today?
Well, right now, Zach, now it's all about business. You know that if you don't go out there with the right mindset, you can be hurt. If you don't go out there with the right mindset, now you're being evaluated. Now Sean's looking at you like, this is real football. It's not the headset, the helmet and shorts. No, you're full padded. This means that you can hit. You're not taken to the ground. You're wrapping up, you're thudding, but now the defenders can punch the ball out.
Sure.
Now for the running backs, now you can have that contact, that physical contact when you're blocking and you're picking up a blitz. So now a coach can evaluate, are you good at your job when it comes to picking up that blitz? And it's just a different vibe. It's more of, like, we talk about serious. Now you're locked in because it's all about being physical. And you don't want to be that guy that's not ready to go and you look up and you get put on your butt. You look up and you blow an assignment, because now you can end up losing your job because of it.
Sure.
So it's all about business now, and it was fun to watch. It's hot out there for those players, and it's around what, 90, 93 degrees. Now put the helmet on, put the pads on. Now what is it? 95, maybe even 100 degrees. You're running out there, and you're competing. You're physical. You're drained. The dog days are now here, and this is when the Denver Broncos can be a better team and get better.
Yeah. Interesting practice, not a long practice. Not a long practice. I mean, you're talking about, so it's about 90 minutes, but that's including walkthrough, that's including stretch, that's including your warm-ups and individual drills. So we did not see like a ton of team football today, but I think that's by design. I think this is a slower start, or I shouldn't say slower start, but a paced start.
It's a build-up.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
It's like, hey, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And we want to keep everybody healthy. We want to keep everybody going, and so that you can get to the preseason games, so that you can get to the regular season. And this is why the Denver Broncos, knock on wood, have been able to stay healthy for 2 years. There's a process, and Sean has mastered it so far. So although I wanted to see a lot more pads clapping and more team, I understand that you're trying to keep these players healthy long term.
Yeah, and in terms of the health of this football team right now, not that there's been some rash of injuries, but it's not perfect either. And Drew Sanders on Saturday, which to me, from my vantage point, looked like a rather like innocuous play. And that's oftentimes how these injuries can happen. It doesn't look like there's much going on. And I didn't see him take a hit or be a part of some dramatic sequence, but he's got a tendon injury. And we know his Achilles is intact, but man, my guess is we are not going to see Drew Sanders anytime soon here, Phil.
No, I mean, and they're still evaluating. So when you're evaluating, it's like, hey, do I go under the knife, go for another surgery, or do I let it heal? And although it's not a tendon issue, it may be a ligament issue.
Yeah.
And if it's a ligament issue, some ligaments will be able to grow back. I know for the ACL, it won't grow back. You have to go into surgery to repair it.
Yep.
So with this foot, now he's going to have to figure out, like, how can I get back on that football field? And will the Denver Broncos wait for me to get back on the football field when I know that I've been hurt for 2 years almost now, and now dealing with this where it's like a freak injury? I'm out there, I'm planting, I'm cutting, and you're heavier, so you have these. You're heavier, you're tired, you got people leaning on you, and something like this can happen. It's just very unfortunate for Drew Sanders, who's trying to make this football team.
Right, and again, we were talking about it last week. He was not a lock to make the team. Now, chances are he would have been in good shape because of his draft status. And he's still on a rookie contract. But we were talking about last week when we were talking about LaVell Bailey.
Yes.
And you were saying, man, probably only one of those two guys is going to make the football team. And so this is the natural order of things. Guys are going to get hurt. But a blow to Drew Sanders, and it might be a blow to his career. It might be a blow to his career. Mike McGlinchey still not practicing out there today. They have Paucho, some good depth at that position. Sean talked about that earlier today. We'll hear from Sean here in just a few minutes. And then Singleton looked like he was getting looked at the end of practice. I will say this, though. I left after Sean Payton's press conference, okay, to try to sprint home and take a very quick walk and take a shower and get right back here.
Yeah, you're selfish. You don't want to listen to anybody else. I got you, Zach.
Well, I thought Sean was the most important, and I can catch everything else, live on the social media streams. But I'm mentioning that because as I was leaving today, I saw Singleton in the parking lot with his girlfriend or his wife. She was actually doing his hair. She was like pulling his hair back behind him. But chances are, if his injury, whatever happened, was legitimate, he's not outside in the parking lot right after practice. He's getting treatment.
Yeah, and I mean, you're right. So maybe it was something minor. I will say this: you have Alex Singleton coming off a knee injury. And one thing that I noticed at the beginning of camp day one was he didn't have a brace on. He didn't have a knee brace on, which is something that, like, okay, it's interesting. You're coming off a major knee injury. Usually you want to start camp with a knee brace on, and then you before season starts, you can take it off. But he's not doing that. So obviously he's feeling good. He's feeling healthy. But it's something to just kind of look at, like, what did he tweak? Did he tweak something in his knee, ankle? Maybe he scared himself. I remember when, for me, I blew my knee out, Zach, and I was coming back, and I made this cut, and I felt it pop again. And I was so nervous. I almost started crying because I'm like, dang, here we go again. But it was scar tissue that broke. So it's something like, okay, that was a relief. It's nothing serious. It's just scar tissue breaking, and you move on from there. So maybe something for Alex Singleton was like, hey, I got a little nervous, and it's one of these things where I want to be really cautious because it's the beginning of camp, and he's okay. So hopefully we get some great news tomorrow.
Yeah, so dealing with the Drew Sanders stuff, mentioned McGlinchey, got to Singleton. That's pretty much like the summary in terms of the health of this football team right now. Bo out there looked sharp again today. Evan Ingram stringing good practices together. I thought he had his best practice on Friday. He parlayed it today on a Monday. You see him getting featured, rolling across the field right to left.
Seeing the speed.
Dragging it. Dragging across the field, and just right in the middle of the defense. We didn't see a lot of plays like that a year ago, and we're seeing it show up here early in training camp.
And that's what you want. You want a receiver. You want a tight end that can take up the middle of the field, because now it's going to open the doors for Cortland Sutton, Mims, Vele, all of them to have those opportunities to have those 50-50 balls and go against one-on-one coverage.
Deion Sanders, in a way we have never heard him dealing with something a life through a curveball at Deion Sanders. And we're going to hear from Deion and react to his audio coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Quitters! This is a story of a big made-for-TV firm that quit on their sweet little old lady client. Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040. A little while ago, we had a call into 303 Law 4040 from a sweet little old lady who had been injured in a car accident. Now, it was a little bit of a complicated case due to her age, but a big made-for-TV lawyer didn't want to do the work and just quit on her. She came into the 303 Law 4040 offices and said, Dan, I'm not looking to get rich, but this just doesn't seem fair. We agreed and told her that we couldn't guarantee her anything, but were willing to put in the work. And after a ton of work, we were proud to tell her that we got the original $13,000 offer all the way up to $100,000. At 303 Law 4040, we're here to help you after you've been injured in a car accident, not take advantage of you like some of the big made-for-TV firms. You always get to meet with us for free, and you never pay a dime unless we get money on your behalf. So save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. It's 303 Law 4040, 303 Law 4040.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help. Get results at SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to RapidRadios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Deion Sanders spoke today for the first time on his health. We've heard Deion speak. He's gone on a podcast. He was at Big 12 Media Day.
Yep.
But he was not interested in talking about his health up until today. And man, oh man, oh man. I watched this press conference after the fact. We were out at Broncos when it was happening. And the word sobering comes to mind. Deion got pretty, I would say, vulnerable and very open about something that was super, super serious. And it was just a bit of a tone of Deion Sanders, Phil, that we had never heard before.
But it's good to hear it. People have to understand that this man is still human. And when you're going down and you see these social media tweets and it's like, hey, Prime is not going to be here next year, like, because he's setting this up. He doesn't want to be here. And it's like, you don't really know what's going on.
Right.
And this man told us all that when he's ready to report on what's going on, the situation, he will. And he said that numerous times. And we've sat back here, Zach, and just waited.
Yep.
And when finally the day comes, and it's still shocking. It's like, wow. It's like one day you're out there and you're healthy and you're running around thinking nothing of it. And the next day you go to a doctor's appointment or you don't feel right and you have something wrong with you. It's scary. And you have kids. I have kids.
Yep.
It's one of these things where you start to look at yourself and like,
Totally.
I want to be here as
Totally.
long as possible.
Totally.
So that I can be around them and laugh and watch our kids get married. And then something like that happens, it's like, man, that could be you. That could be our listener. It could be somebody out there.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't take things for granted. You go through this day, every day the same, and appreciate life. Makes you want to tear up a little bit.
You know
man.
what? You know what? And totally. And that was very well said. And I am 38.
Yeah.
And I have never, because you're striking a chord with me, with what you just said. I've never in my life been as emotional as I am these days. And it all has to do with my kids. Every bit of it. And when I'm watching this press conference, it did, and I didn't get emotional, but like I could feel the strings of the emotion getting pulled on because I'm putting myself in his shoes. And like, man, what would that, like, you know, with my own kids. And so today it was
heavy.
It was heavy. That
Really
is the
heavy.
perfect word for it. It was heavy today. And this is CU assistant athletic trainer Lauren Askvold giving the timeline of events with Deion.
Okay, so as you guys know, Coach has his other health issues, his vascular stuff. So every year, Coach goes for a CT scan of his vascular pattern to make sure, the blood clots are away. So with this scan, everything turned out really great from the vascular side. About 2 weeks later, we get a text from his primary care doctor that said, I need to talk to you and Coach. We need to refer you guys to a urologist. So about 3 days later, we go see a urologist. They go in for a quick procedure. The urologist told us, hey, within 10 minutes, I can tell you guys if he's gonna need another procedure or if we just need to do these follow-up appointments. And the doctor told us, okay, you guys are going to need another procedure. I'm gonna refer you to my colleague, Dr. Kurkasia. But at this point, you have a bladder tumor. And from there, we'll go get it removed.
Bladder tumor. Cancer. Whew. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. And you heard the Dr. Kurkasia, Janet Kurkasia, being referenced there. This is that doctor providing some more information and where Deion's at now.
We did discuss options. We discussed some options of treatment in the bladder, and we discussed bladder removal as well. Given his commitments to his family and to the team, elected to undergo a bladder removal. We performed a full robot-assisted laparoscopic bladder removal and creation of a new bladder. And I am pleased to report that the results from the surgery are that he is cured from the cancer.
Whew. Huge result. The final destination of being cancer-free is incredible. But the journey that Deion was on behind the scenes,
just the unknown. Like, truly, like, it's the unknown of, like, what's getting ready to happen. Are we going to be able to cure me? Are we going to be able to get all this out of me? Am I going to be able to coach? Am I going to be able to see my kids again? There's so much going on with him. And this was happening during the draft.
Right.
This was happening
right.
when his sons were getting ready for camp. And he's trying to hold it in.
Phil, he said he did not tell his sons. His sons found out today.
And see, that's the hardest thing, Zach. And I went back and forth on this. If that was my father, how would I feel? Would I be upset with my father for not letting me know?
Wow.
But also, he's protecting me.
Right.
He's letting me focus on my life and what's going on in my life right now, which is for Shedeur and Shiloh getting ready to try to make this team.
Right.
And I don't know, man. And then you know that his other son knew. So, and then I put it in my shoes. If I have 5 siblings, if one of my siblings knew but didn't tell me, how would I feel?
Right.
But they're protecting me as well.
Right.
It's just a lot. It is a lot.
And that can get murky. That can get murky because that happens on my wife's side of the family. My wife's the youngest, and sometimes they will purposely keep stuff from Ashley. Like, wait, what? How do you two know? And she, so sometimes it can, it's not perfect. It's not perfect. No situation's perfect. But like, I'll say this about Dion. It's like, the guy is lives his life in the spotlight. I mean, his nickname is Prime Time. He's Coach Prime. I mean, like who else has a nickname like that at the Power 5? But he was Superman. He was Superman, and I've had issues, sometimes with the way that Dion, will act or talk or something like that, that we've discussed over the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But hearing this today was just like, it makes everything else seem so secondary, just way deep in the rear view. Because like this dude, there's another scenario where this doesn't get caught. Dude, they were not looking for this. He was just doing a test for something else. Like literally something completely unrelated, and you find a tumor, cancerous. It's so, as a human being has to come before anything else, any title,
But we tend to forget that.
Sure.
We tend to forget it because all we look at people like football players, basketball players, hockey players is what they're doing on the court, the field, the ice.
Yeah.
But you don't know what they're going through.
Correct.
As a human being.
Correct.
Or what their wife is going through.
Correct.
All you care about is your parlay. All you care about is the fantasy football.
Sure.
And it gets really tough.
Yep.
And this is where for like players and coaches where you try to separate that because you want to get mad at people. But also it's like, man, they don't know your life.
Yep.
And all they're looking at you as a piece of meat and go out there and help them win some money. So you got to keep things in perspective, and I feel like Coach Prime has done that. And he always is going to keep his family first, which he should always do, his mental first, and then the program, which he has done a great job for this program, and he will continue to do a great job for this program. This is why he went and got the procedure done,
right?
So he can be on the football field for those young men.
Right.
It's insane.
You never know. You never know. And, I completely unrelated to this. This weekend, chatting with a friend that you guys all know if I said his name. And it's on Saturday. And I said something that clicked with him, and he told me something that he's been going through for 4 years in his personal life. Phil, I see this person every single day. See him every day, every weekday.
And he probably smiles at you.
Yeah. And he told me what he was going through. Dude, I about fell over and gave him a hug. Like, dude, I had no idea. I said, I don't want you to know. I don't talk about this stuff. And so you do just never know. You do just never know. You've heard from the doctors. We'll get back to Broncos practice right at the top of the hour. You've heard from doctors. Now you'll hear from Dion coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
A friend asked me the other day why I loved being in the diamond and jewelry business so much. I'm Shayna Williams.
And I'm Dylan Williams from Williams Jewelers. It's not just about shiny rocks, precious metals, and meticulous craftsmanship from the world's very best.
It's really about you.
It's your life and loves. It's about your moments and the ones that define you.
It's the birthdays, the anniversaries, the birth of a child. It's when you're on one knee asking the love of your life to spend forever together with you.
For 3 generations now here in Denver, you've trusted Williams Jewelers with the most important moments in your life.
That's what's precious to us.
And why we love what we do here at Williams Jewelers every day.
You see, our why is you.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Inglewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche. In Inglewood at Broadway and Bellevue, and right now online at WilliamsDiamonds.com.
Comcast Business High Five Hotline. What's the state of your excitement?
I signed my business up for the 5-year price lock guarantee, and I can't stop high-fiving people. High five!
Okay, deep breath. You're in a good place. You signed your business up for 5 years at gig speed internet and advanced security, all on our ultra-reliable network.
Gig speeds and advanced security? I'm so stoked!
Yep, and you get it at a great rate that's locked in for 5 years. Woo! The high five is just your body's way of saying, I'm winning.
So this is natural.
High-fiving everyone you see in a state of business savings enthusiasm? Totally natural.
Sweet! Thank you! Thank you! High five, everybody! High five!
The Comcast Business 5-year price lock guarantee is back, but only for a limited time, so sign your business up today.
High five!
Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 9/21/25 for new customers with qualifying bundle. Current customers may be eligible depending on services and area. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
Lowe's knows big savings make a big difference, especially when you're shopping for appliances. Hurry in to get up to 30% off select major appliances. Plus, My Lowe's Rewards members get free delivery, free haul away, free installation and parts on purchases of $2,500 or more. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 7/30. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Price, delivery time, and vehicle availability may vary based on order size and location. Exclusions apply. See Lowes.com/delivery for more details.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and woodpeckers. Right now, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
The Wilhite Law Firm handles accident cases differently. If you're injured, we'll drive to your home, return every call, and keep you updated. After an accident, you want Wilhite. Get your free case review right now. Just call 303-GOOD-LAW today, or visit WilhiteWins.com and win big with Wilhite.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is powered by American Financing.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
So Deion Sanders speaking for the first time on his health issues, and this dude has gone through it. Phil, how many surgeries have you had in your life, you think?
5.
Oh, you knew right off the rip.
5. Because honestly, when you start talking to all these other players, especially the offensive linemen, some of them are saying, well, I'm on my 10th or 11th.
Yep.
I'm like, damn, I had 5.
Yep. And I'm trying to think. It's around 5, and they're all related to basketball.
So you had 5 as well?
Oh yeah, I did my left knee twice. My diving for a loose ball my senior year of college.
Yep, you talked about that.
Yep, ripped my thumb off my hand. Basically, the skin was the only thing holding together. There's a pin there.
You tried to make a shot out of it with the Philadelphia when you went to the 76ers game.
Yes. And quick reference. We were playing at Philly U in Philadelphia, and we went to a Clippers Sixers game, and I got called out on the court. And I had my post-op cast on and made a layup, a free throw, and an NBA 3 with one hand in under 30 seconds. And we had a teammate and a coach call into the show at one point in time to vouch for the story because it's a good one. And just it broke my other hand. But it's like around 5. Dude, Deion Sanders has had 14 surgeries in 5 years.
And that's not playing football. We don't know how many football surgeries he had.
Right.
This is just like him as a regular person now, getting things cleaned up, fixed, or having to medically take some of his limbs off because of what's going on.
Yeah.
Crazy.
It is crazy. It is crazy. This is Deion Sanders earlier today. Saying, because there was reports out there that Deion was stepping down. Do you see? I mean, I was getting a text message. Hey, I just saw something. Deion Sanders is going to step down. And we knew the press conference was happening today. We knew about this press conference on Friday. And we're like, when you start to hear that, it's like, whoa, is there a scenario where Deion is saying goodbye today? That is not the case. Here's Deion Sanders saying that there was never a doubt that he wouldn't return to Boulder.
It was never in my spirit, in my heart, that God wouldn't allow me to coach again. That's never thought like that. It's just that I didn't want to be running down to the hospital once a week when I got all this on my plate. I didn't want that. And I was even like, okay, can they bring one of the machines and put them in the office? Then I'm serious, dead serious.
We had a lot of conversations.
Give it a lot of conversation. And Doc would look at me like, he is crazy.
No.
Yes, you were. I saw it in your eyes. He is crazy. Is he like this when he coached? Yeah. But we worked it out.
Interesting. Not coaching was never on the radar.
Not an option.
Not an option. And I will say this about Deion, watching this press conference today. He is incredibly thankful. I mean, just over and over how thankful he was for the people in his corner, and that this was not a sob story from Deion Sanders today at all. I mean, this was someone who is super present, knows how lucky he is. He would probably say how blessed he is, and he'd be right about that. The people to the left and right of him, I mean, he had someone from CU living with him in Texas.
And you know what, Zach? It's great that Coach Prime's like, you know what? I'm going to bring in the doctors, everybody that's working with me to discuss and talk about this, because it is a lot. And sometimes you get lost into the language that's being used, and you really don't know what's going on. You just know that, hey, I have some kind of tumor on my bladder, and what are we doing about it?
Yep.
So it was great for him to bring in the doctors to truly explain what is going on and how things are going, and to kind of give clarification that, hey, he is okay.
Yep.
He is okay, and he's all right, and he's ready to be back out there with his young men. And if you're a player for him, you're like, wow, he's doing this for us.
Yep.
He's going through some kind of traumatic experience that a lot of people would just say, you know what, I'm done coaching. I don't need this. But he decided, you know what, what's best for my players? What's best for me to be out there with my players? And if you're a recruit, you may even sign because of that now. You're like a coach that truly cares, a coach that's out there for the right reasons. And it truly, it's crazy to think that Coach Prime was going through cancer.
Yeah. Here's a little bit more from Deion Sanders talking about not telling his kids.
There was some scenes that you saw, all the bull junk that transpired on draft day. It wasn't just that. It was just I knew as well I had a surgery coming up. My sons to this day don't know what transpired. I just told them something with my foot, again, because I wanted them to focus on making the team and not focused on dad. So they really don't know. My daughters do, and this joker right here.
So that's tough to be going through something that serious and you're not sharing it with a couple people who you love the most in the entire world. Whew. All right, here's a little more from Dion.
You see porta potty on the sideline is real, okay? I'm just telling you right now, you're going to see it. You're going to see the practice, you're going to see one, because it is unbelievable. Like dozing off and waking up, on first thing I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know it's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on. And so many other companies out there that do a wonderful job. But I'm thankful that, we have a relationship with the Pen, and we're making some other products, trying to make other products that to help all of us through. But it's been tremendous. These two, Lauren came down to Texas and was there with me during it the whole way, up walking our miles in the morning, because Doc made sure you better walk, you better be active. And we did it until it was some points that I couldn't even get out of the bed for a week at a time, but she was there. I remember yelling 2 o'clock, oh, Lord, because I had 2 bags, right?
Mm-hmm.
One was what?
Both were urine, but one was filled quickly. Very quickly.
Like blood in urine. It just looked bad, and I'm fishing with 2 bags.
Crazy. So, and of course, because he's Deion Sanders, he's got to deal with the Pens.
Of course.
This guy, he's going to be the first person with a sponsored catheter. I mean, he is just a freaking trip.
That was something he was thinking about. He's
of
like,
course.
You know what? Once all this is said and done and we're good,
yes,
I got to make some money off this.
Yes, unbelievable.
Businessman.
And some of you guys out there, again, I've been very critical of Deion for this or that, and I like to say to Phil, I choose my issues a la carte with Deion. Some of you guys just don't get it. Some of you guys on the RamosLaw.com text line, you just don't get it. You're lacking an awareness and a sensitivity to life.
They don't want to get it. Sometimes people just don't want to get it. For example, you got guys saying they're just not a Bo type of person, right? They just don't like Bo. They don't get it. They don't want to get it. They don't care. In this case with Deion, they can't. They're not looking at a human being. They're just looking at a name.
Yep.
And that's all they care about.
We are going to pass along our observations from the first padded practice today out at Broncos training camp, and Colorado Sports are on the front page of ESPN. One is for the Deion Sanders reason, and we'll talk about the other coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach here on behalf of my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking to you men out there about how you're feeling. How's your energy on this Monday coming out of the weekend? Do you feel restored? Do you feel rested? Or maybe you're feeling a little bit sluggish. Maybe you have low energy. You don't make it to the gym like you used to. And when you do drag yourself there, you don't feel as productive as you once did. And maybe now you're putting on some weight, all right? And hopefully you're not feeling sad or depressed. Believe it or not, guys, this could all be tied back to low testosterone, which does naturally happen to us men as we age. I encourage you, though, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on their website. Simple 10-question quiz, yes or no answers. Literally takes you 2 minutes. But from there, you can schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll draw your blood. They'll have the results within 30 minutes. A Colorado licensed medical provider will review those results with you, discuss your options, and you'll make a decision together with their medical team. There's no pressure. Cost of the appointment is just $99. That includes a medical consult, a T and PSA test, and if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of that appointment, your visit is completely free. Fellas, we have one life to live, all right? Don't wonder if you're suffering from low testosterone. Go take the low T quiz at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Hey guys, Stokley here from my friends at 5280 Waste Solutions of Denver. Are you unhappy with your current trash removal and recycling company for your home or business? Do you have a project and need a temporary dumpster? Then call 5280 Waste Solutions. They're located right here in Colorado. So Colorado isn't just where they work, it's a place they call home. 5280 Waste Solutions guarantees your residential or commercial business trash pickup will be swift and on time. Go to 5280waste.com. 5280 Waste Solutions, your hometown brand.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate through the site within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Summer is a time to feel and look your best, but I'm not talking about your tan or abs. Guys, I'm talking about your hair. Restore that bald spot, reverse your receding hairline, or add volume to decades of thinning during Advanced Hair's once yearly summer savings event. Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and it can even grow for life. Did I mention Advanced Hair even guarantees your new hair will grow? Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. The summer sales event is on for a limited time, so schedule your free consultation and get the details today. 720-459-HAIR. One-day treatment, life-changing results with Advanced Hair. Your new hair is guaranteed to grow. Check out the incredible before and afters and get your savings details while still available. That's 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com. That's advancedhair.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by ROX, Rocks Heating and Air.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Leading off with the big story of the day, here's The Drive with Zach By and Denver, Colorado's own Phillip Lindsay.
All right, 1 hour in the books, quicker than a New York minute. Woo! Man, that flew by. Appreciate you guys rocking with us.
It got a little quiet and sad in the building, you know, after listening to the Coach Prime talk, and now it's like we gotta react, man. We gotta get back to the excitement.
But I'll say this too. I'm glad that we just had the conversation in the way that we did. You know, we were talking about having fun, football players having fun, and we were talking about, you know, time and place, right? Time and place. And not every segment is going to be us on fire or however you would want to phrase it. Sometimes these sobering conversations come up, and I'm telling you, I'm seeing someone here on the RamosLaw.com text line that, like, because of this today and him listening to Dion on the Fan today, us replaying the audio, that he's going to get himself checked out. That he now has an appointment today that he didn't have yesterday because of Dion's story and us sort of shining light at it. I'm not trying to make it about us. I'm telling you what this guy said. Like, thank you to Phillip, Lindsay, Zach, the entire 104.3 fan staff. And
go get checked.
And someone and then a wife who's listening. And I wish I could find the text, but we've already got over 100 text messages since we started. And I'm not exactly sure where it went. But here it is. My husband went through the exact same thing of bladder cancer. We've been dealing with this for a year. We had the same doctor, so I understand what he's going through. And my husband is now cancer-free. That's awesome.
Congratulations.
That is awesome.
Woo!
Okay. I said going into the last break, the Colorado sports are on the front page at ESPN.com. One of them, the top headline, is Dion says he's cancer-free after bladder removal. The other is sources. Broncos, Sutton reached $92 million extension.
Show me the money.
Okay, so we'll get to some of our training camp observations here in this segment. We're going to go over 20 minutes consecutively here without taking a commercial break. So we'll get to that shortly. But the news of the day, definitively, is that Courtland Sutton and the Denver Broncos they're staying married. I mean, this is a long-term relationship. This has been a good relationship, and we got the news today. Courtland isn't going anywhere, all right? Now, we had been telling the story of Sutton's summer so far, and it came with, and again, and I'm not taking a shot at anyone, but if you were having a conversation about Broncos training camp and you weren't including the fact that Courtland Sutton literally wasn't participating in anything to do with the team periods for a week straight, you weren't covering the story right.
You weren't obeying your eyes.
Correct.
Simple as that.
And in some cases, maybe you just don't know what you're looking at because things are flying around and coming and going. There's 90 guys, but if you know what you're looking at and you're doing this job honestly, you had to tell the story. And you're out of training camp. You got to be out of training camp to be able to tell what the hell's going on. And so this Sutton not only wasn't doing everything, he started to do less. I'm telling you, on Saturday, that man did not participate in a single rep of 7-on-7, not a single rep of team, and it was the exact same thing today. And so we were saying last week. So the fact that he's out there, a deal has got to be close, and it was this hybrid hold-in, and then it all comes to a resolution today with a 4-year extension.
And see, what I'm thinking happened is like a deal was close, and that's why Courtland was out there. He said, "Okay, I will do my part." We are on the same page. We are communicating, which is all you can ask for. But then you said that the workload started to decrease.
Yeah, like he did more on the first 2 days of camp than he did in the last 2.
And so what that usually is your agent's calling you saying, "Hey, dude, they're not budging on something. I don't know when this is going to get done. Maybe this week, maybe next week." And now Courtland in his head says, "Okay," like they think I'm playing. Like, yeah, they have me out here, and maybe they feel like if as long as I'm out here, things are good. But if I stop doing some of the drills, if I stop just doing team, and it's like, all right, I was going out there for 2 plays. Now I'm not going out there at all.
Right.
They're going to get the memo. And you know what? Obviously it worked. Yeah. It was a hybrid hold-in where Courtland Sutton didn't miss any time. He was participating.
Yep.
He was out there running through drills, catching balls, and getting his cardio in and not losing money. Very smart on court. That's a businessman mindset where it's like, hey, I'm gonna be around here and I'm gonna act like I'm doing things, the bare minimum, until we get something resolved. But hey, I'm out here where you're not losing money, but you're around your teammates.
Yeah,
you're around Bo.
And to my knowledge, I don't think we've ever seen this before. Where like we coined this phrase, hybrid hold-in. I don't think we've ever seen it. You're either holding in, you're holding out, but you're not being half pregnant, and that's what Sutton was doing here this past week. And
first for everything.
Yeah, and so I'm watching what I watched on Saturday, and I'm watching what I'm watching today. And Sean did not like the question last week about Sutton's participation, And I said to someone else out there, I said, Sean's really not going to like me today. This is going to be one of these days where I'm going to ask. It's going to be within the first 3 questions of the press conference.
I was right there with you because I was like, dang, Zach, how are you gonna word it? Because I don't want Sean getting so mad at you that he backhands you.
Well,
like, I need you for the show, buddy.
Well, the word that I was going to lead with was obviously, and I had that in my head. Sean, obviously, Cortland's not doing much of anything right now in team periods because he didn't like the question last week, even though the question was super fair and in bounds. All right, and I could get into more detail how much they didn't like it, but I'm going to keep it right there, okay?
You're going to get a whooping.
I'm going to keep it right there.
Get a whooping.
I'm going to keep it right there, but they didn't like the question. But it's like, guys, it's the NFL. This is 1,000-yard, this year number 1 receiver, and he's not participating in practice. So I going over there, I'm like, he's not going to like this, and then someone beat me to it with the first question of the day, all right? And Sean addressed it.
How happy were you?
I didn't feel anyway. I was just going to ask it because it's super fair. And so, like, when I saw what I saw, I'm like, so my word was going to be, Sean, obviously, Sutton's not doing the team stuff. Like,
cut the stuff.
Please don't spin it like you spun it last week. And, this is what Sean Payton said when he was asked about Sutton. Check this out.
Well, he's gotten reps. He's gotten limited reps, and I think we're close. I'm not going to speak ahead of it, but we're real close on a contract. And, I think our goal when he and I met, George, all along was this coming Monday. So I think there'll be something fairly soon there.
So then I jumped in after that and said, hey, is that frustrating for you when you're installing football stuff and you don't have your number 1 receiver for a football-related thing, but it's not directly related to on-field stuff, and this is what Sean said.
Not at all. I mean, not with a veteran who's like Cortland is real smart. I mean, here's the deal. He's been participating in all the individual, all the one-on-one. He's gotten 7-on-7 work. He's gotten team reps. He's just being smart, and so it'd be different if you felt like he was missing improvement or not being out here or just being out here riding the bike or something. So I kind of know that player well enough to feel real good about where he's at in his mindset, both mentally and physically.
Now, still a little bit of, he's got some team reps. It's like, okay, Sean, we know what's going on.
Come on, John.
Yes. Really, at the end of the day, it's all good. And it sounds like to Sean, Cortland has built up some trust and some goodwill here these last 2 years playing for Sean Payton.
Well, it sounds like from Sean that Cortland and Sean have a great relationship, and they've been on the same page. They've been communicating. That's why it was interesting when Sean said, well, he was out there, and was like, no, Sean, he's not, because Cortland and Sean probably were talking. And Sean said something like, hey, I need your help. Go out there, participate, run through a couple plays. Please just do that for me so I don't have to answer questions and answer Zach By's question all day. And that's something that when you have respect for a coach and the coach has respect for you, you do that for him. And it does help when the contract is close. And Sean has known that this whole time that the contract is close. He knew that it was going to happen today. Come on. And when you have something like this and you have a coach that's knowledgeable about his player, knowledgeable about like, okay, the contract is almost done, you feel good. And he's showing up. That's all you want from your vet. That's all you want from your receivers, just to show up, show face, be around your team, be around me so I feel good, and let's have a great year. You get the contract done, which the Denver Broncos and Cortland Sutton got done, and now we have our receiver 1 back in the building with the right mindset of I'm going out there and I'm participating in team, in 7-on-7, and getting better.
Wait till tomorrow.
The energy.
It's going to be a big Cortland Sutton day because the guy's got 1 catch for 2 yards in the last week as a number 1 receiver for an NFL team. Not because
you've been keeping this stat for like 4 days now.
Well, it's hard to. It's easy to keep. It's just 1. I don't have to write it down. It's just 1.
1 catch, 2 yards. Come on.
In team period last week, he's got 1 catch for 2 yards. So this is look. I think, and I know there's varying opinions on this. Okay, I saw our buddy James on social media saying, "Man, all this money for a one-time Pro Bowl."
Yeah.
And if you want to phrase it like that and frame it like that, you can, and you'd be factually correct. But Cortland Sutton's story is I think a little bit more nuanced than, hey, let's measure how many Pro Bowls up against how many millions he's made.
And the market is speaking for Court, just like the market is speaking for Nick Bonito. Like at some point, yeah, do you want to pay Cortland all this money? No, but you have to because that's kind of how the NFL is going. That's how these other receivers that are not better than Courtland, they're getting paid too.
But this is why that I was scared of a potential deal, because you look at the market, to your point, you look at someone like Brandon Ayuk. It's a $120 million deal. That's $30 million a year. And Courtland Sutton is a damn good wide receiver. That's how I would phrase it. He's a damn good wide receiver. Do I think he's a Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, CeeDee Lamb territory? No, I don't. But that doesn't mean he's not damn good. And the price point for what they got it done at, $23 million, I just assumed that Sutton was going to want over $100 million in new money, and he's below that. I think he showed a level of awareness and maybe didn't just worship the landscape of the wide receiver market. He wants to be a Denver Bronco. He was a winning player on a losing team for many years. Now he's on the opposite end of that. He's a centerpiece for a winning NFL team, and I just think truly this is a win-win for both. This is a win for the Broncos, this is a win for Sutton, this is a win for Bo, and this is a win for the fans.
Communication and having a good relationship. Having a good relationship with your player, having a good relationship with his party, his agent, and I'm talking about George and Sean, that helps you get deals done like this, where it's like, hey, where can we meet in the middle? Where do you see Courtland? This is where we see Courtland. We want to make sure that he's taken care of. We want to make sure that he's happy, but it also has to be good for us as well. And this situation, $92 million, 41 guaranteed. Like, this is a great situation for the Denver Broncos and Courtland Sutton. Courtland Sutton's here for 4 more years. And for the Denver Broncos, you have the luxury to pay some of these other players because not all your money's tied into one receiver that's aging.
Correct.
So everybody does win, Zach, and Courtland deserves the contract that he was given today because of what he did on the football field last year, what he's going to do for this football team this year, what he's going to do for Bo Nix. He helped Bo Nix be in the race for Offensive Rookie of the Year. That's like, come on, that's no coincidence. You have to have a good receiver in order for that to happen. And now you have your receiver here for 4 more years. Bo Nix is going to continue to grow. The young players around Courtland are going to continue to grow, and this team's going to be better off when Courtland's on the field. Because we've seen it for the last week or so. When Courtland's not on the football field, it just feels different.
It does.
You know, the atmosphere, the energy is just not there. And he's a threat. Now PS2 can get some work done as well.
And this just helps everyone, because it's almost like, you know, when you're playing without, you know, Jamal Murray. And now Michael Porter Jr.'s got to be your third option, you know, or your second option. And Aaron Gordon's got to be your second or third option. And you're just a little bit displaced, and you're asked to shoulder a burden that you're not organically capable of lifting. And so when I say that, I'm talking about, like, who's the Broncos' number 1 receiver if it's not Sutton? It's a scary thought. It's a scary thought.
We're still trying to figure out who the number 2 receiver here is.
Bingo. So we can't answer that question. You talk about guys, having to shift up, out of their traditional responsibility. It would it wouldn't be a healthy setup. So good for everyone involved. All right. Good for his agent. Good for the team. Like I said, good for Bo. Good for the fans. All that stuff. Now I believe, and this makes people uncomfortable. And I was getting killed over the weekend. I'm driving around listening to Dan Jacobs just assault me on our airwaves, all right? And he's like,
is that why you have a black eye?
What has Courtland Sutton ever done? And I can't believe, because we're airing the promo about Courtland. If he signs the extension, he's a potential Ring of Fame candidate. And I mean that, all right? But if you just listen to the promo without the context of the conversation, right, things can get lost in translation. So he assigned the extension. What does that mean? Sutton's going to, unless they trade him or one day cut him and he finishes his career with another team, that could definitely happen. But right now, he's trending to be a lifelong Bronco, okay? Courtland Sutton right now is 11th on the all-time receiving list, okay? The next time he catches a football, there's a good chance he's going to pass Emmanuel Sanders and get into the top 10. He's that close, okay? But I think few people realize, and we had the conversation last week, so if you heard it, you already know. But this year, Courtland Sutton could very well, and he's going to flirt with it. He is, pass Ed McCaffrey for the 5th leading receiver in team history. And
What is that? How many yards? About a little over 1,000, close to 1,000?
It's less than 1,000. If he has the same season he had a year ago, he's already top 5 on the all-time Broncos receiving list before the extension starts. Okay? And it's also with the assumption that the worm has turned here in Denver, and Sutton's going to be a centerpiece of some really good football teams.
$92 million. All right, you're paying this receiver to go out there and produce for you every single year. The team is getting better around him. He is a centerpiece, Zach, for at least the passing game.
Yes. So and think about that. So he could pass Eddie Mack, and I know Ed McCaffrey's not in the Ring of Fame. Okay? But he's not in the Ring of Fame because of football stuff. All right? If you've been following that situation or know what you're talking about, you've been around here for more than 5 minutes, you know there was some relationship stuff has kept Ed McCaffrey from being immortalized in the Ring of Fame. So I don't want the reason that, Eddie Mack's not in it. Why? There's other reasons for that. Everyone above Eddie Mack's in the Ring of Fame. But here's the thing. If Sutton plays out his contract, dude, if he gets to 3,000 more yards over the course of this contract, so think about like 750 yards a year for the next 5 years.
For a number one receiver.
Like, he may pass Shannon Sharp for third all time. Like, this is the territory that he is entering here.
I guess I didn't think of it like that. And it's crazy that Courtland Sutton was in the same class as me.
Crazy.
And he's the one outlasting. I mean, him and Garrett Bowles.
Yep.
Who's going to outlast who? And both of them may end up retiring as Denver Broncos. They should. And as long as they continue to stay on that football field, they stay healthy, and they win a bunch of games, they will be here for their 4 years. I think GB has 3 more years. Courtland's here for 4 more.
Yep. And like Bowles, there's also a story being told here for the better part of a decade, better part of the last decade, okay, is that both Bowles and Sutton lasted the entirety of the lean years, especially Bowles. Because that 17 season, I believe that was a 5-11 season, and he's the first-round pick, right? But if you make it through those years, and these guys are handsomely compensated to do it. So I don't want to act like they were playing for free and this is like their burden in life. All right? But
poor GB in court.
But through the lens of these pro athletes, all right, when a part of your story is making it through all those years and then coming out on the other end and being a centerpiece in terms of a left tackle and a receiver one on teams that hopefully are going to try to compete for a Super Bowl, maybe starting this year, maybe starting, who knows? And I know there's some assumption there, good health, production, winning teams, but both of those guys, Bowles and Sutton, will have a chance to one day, especially Sutton statistically, it's easier to measure. If he ends up like as the third leading receiver in team history.
If Courtland can stay healthy for the 3 or 4 years, which is hard to do, but if you can, he will have an opportunity to pass Shannon Sharp. Why? Because he's the number one receiver here in Denver. Bo Nix is going to give him a lot of opportunities, a lot of targets. Courtland Sutton is very consistent. And as long as Courtland gets the football early too, guys, there was games where Courtland didn't touch the ball. Against the New Orleans Saints last year, Courtland didn't touch the ball one time.
Right.
Now he's going to touch the ball early because Bo Nix and Court have a great chemistry building and a great relationship. So this lives in reality where Courtland Sutton is able to pass Shannon Sharp. This lives in reality because the Denver Broncos are going to continue to win games. We believe that.
Yeah.
And what more do you want? Of course, yeah, if you can win a Super Bowl, it puts you in there.
Sure.
We know that.
Yeah, if he's a part of a Super Bowl winning team and he's a starting wide receiver and he's top 5 in team history and receiving yards, yeah, those are the type of guys. And so whether here's where I'm at. Whether he eventually and ultimately does get into the Ring of Fame, it's like, I'm not obsessing over that. But the conversation is not only inbounds, it's right at center court. And I was told a lot on social media and hearing it over the weekend, like, don't even bring it up. Why? This is what type of path he is on, especially if he plays out this contract. So, and aren't these healthy conversations? Aren't these at the end of the day?
These are winning
Yes.
conversations. This means the Denver Broncos are winning. This means you have winning players on your team. This is what we've been waiting for. So let's enjoy it. All the Courtland slander and hate, throw that out the window. He's here for 4 more years. All right, Mr. Bye.
And
get on the trade.
Well, here's the thing. It's like I did not like the idea of someone like Sutton making $30 million a year. That's not where I view him, his standing within the league. But I think I saw something. So it's $23 million, and we know. Let's just get the details too, because I should have done this before. It's the deal includes $41 million in guarantees.
Yeah. Okay,
and that's with the $14 million he could have earned this season. Okay, so you're talking about like maybe $27 more million, right, in guaranteed money. So it's not like it's $60 million guaranteed, okay? It's not $65 million guaranteed. It's not a $100 million contract.
I'm interested to see if it's front-loaded, where the first 2 years maybe it has came out already, where it's like guaranteed. You have 4 years on their contract, first 2 years fully guaranteed.
I have not seen the details on that yet.
So that's going to be interesting too, because it's going to tell you too, like, hey, we expect you to perform at a high level for at least these next 2 years. After that, if you're still doing well, you have a lot more money tied to you so you can continue to play, so you don't have another hybrid hold-in. If you don't, we have a way out, which is a win-win situation for the Denver Broncos, but Courtland to get a lot of his money up front.
Yeah. And you know, I'm seeing, hey, Sutton's a good wide receiver, but he's not a star wide receiver. No kidding. That's how we're framing the conversation.
Yeah, he's not a star.
All right. No, right.
But he doesn't have to be in this system. What he needs to do is his part. Be a 1,000-yard receiver, be a great target, and always open for Bo, the 50-50 balls, and let everybody else around him grow and develop into their game.
Yes. And I'll say this too. I don't think Courtland Sutton's a star like Jamar Chase or Justin Jefferson. But guess what? How many players at that position have more than 18 touchdown catches in the last 2 years? I can help you. Not many. How about on third down last season? He had 30 catches just on third down. That's top 3 in the NFL. His receiving yards on third down. Okay? Listen close. Courtland Sutton's receiving yards on third down last year. First in the NFL. First, okay?
Mic drop.
How about this? You know how many catches went for first downs?
Oh, pick the mic back up. What's up?
This is on third down. 27 catches on third down for first downs. You know where that ranked? First.
Number 1.
You know how many drops on third down last year? 0. So I'm not telling you that he's Justin Jefferson, guys.
He doesn't need to be.
I'm telling you he's a damn good wide receiver.
And that's all we're asking for. Be consistent. Be the guy we can lean on. Courtland Sutton is a great football player. All right, now he may not be a Justin Jefferson type of receiver.
Not many are.
But he's going to go out there and do his job.
Yeah.
And one thing about Court, because now you got me fired up. One thing about Court, Zach, is when you're in that football huddle with him and you're looking at him, he's going to do everything he can to make sure you succeed, and he does as well. He's going to do everything that the quarterback feels comfortable. Why? Because he's going to get open. And if he's not open, he still wants you to throw the ball. Why? Because he's going to go and get the 50-50 balls. He's earned that much respect to where it's like, give him that chance, give him that opportunity. And now look at Bo. Bo has his number 1 target back on the football field.
How about this?
Go get your money, Court. That's what I'm talking about.
Got one more for you, Phil. Got one more for you. I told you his 30 receptions on third down is a top 3 number in the sport last year. I told you his receiving yards on third down led the NFL last year. I already told you his 27 catches for first downs on third down also led the NFL. I already told you that he had no drops on third down, which is tied for first in the NFL. All right? But how about on third down? Bo Nix QBR on third down when targeting Sutton, Phil, was a 93. When targeting all others on third down, it was a 37. It speaks for itself.
Number 1 receiver. He's our number 1 receiver, and that's why we're going to be able to be successful this year. He's on the football field. He's ready to roll. He's signed pen to paper for 4 more years, 3 more years plus 1 this year. You got to love it. Guys, get on board with Courtland Sutton. All right, a long tenured Bronco that all he does is want to do well for this team and for the fan base. Broncos country, be excited for this man.
More observations from training camp coming up next.
It's Training Camp 2025. Built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit. Walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 1043 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Hi, Zoe Saldana. Welcome to T-Mobile. Here's your new iPhone 16 Pro on us.
Thanks. And here's my old phone to trade in.
You don't need a trade-in. When you switch to T-Mobile, we'll give you a new iPhone 16 Pro. Plus, we'll help you pay off your old phone up to $800, and you still get to keep it.
There's always a trade-in.
Not right now at T-Mobile.
I feel like I have to give you something in return for karma.
That's okay.
I don't really have much in my purse. Oh, let's see. Hand sanitizer. It's lavender.
I'm good. Seriously.
Let me check this pocket. Oh, mints?
Really, I'm fine.
Oh, I have raisins. I'm a mom. Wait 1 sec. I've got cupcakes in the car.
It's our best iPhone offer ever. Switch to T-Mobile. Get a new iPhone 16 Pro with Apple Intelligence on us. No trade-in needed. We'll even pay off your phone up to $800.
With 24 monthly bill credits, new line $100 plus a month on experience beyond finance agreement $999.99 and qualifying forwarded. For well qualified plus tax and $10 connection charge. Pay off via virtual prepaid for below 15 days. Credits end and balance due if you pay off early or cancel. See T-Mobile.com.
Hi, Dan Cicchini. For custom kitchens or cabinetry facing done right, go to drhi.com. Great cash incentives or a special financing rate of 0% APR with 72 equal monthly payments with approved credit. Call for details, 800-362-8370.
Your home should feel like a fortress, not a worry. Old windows aren't just drafty, they're a weak spot. Cheap vinyl replacements, they crack, they warp, and they leave you replacing them again in just a few years. Infinity from Marvin fiberglass windows are built like armor. Stronger than vinyl, sleeker than wood, made to last a lifetime. Gravina's Window Center of Littleton installs year-round, but spring and summer slots fill up fast. Secure your spot now at windowsforyourhome.com or call them 303-794-0490. Tell them Mark sent you and save 25% this month only.
Oh no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
It's back to school season, and Clorox is donating 2 million disinfecting wipes to classrooms across America. Because back to school means things can get a little bit messy. Just ask second grade teacher Mr. Torres.
Put me and just one Clorox wipe on a team, we can take on crayon smudges, sticky fingerprints on every surface, sneezes on the door handle, juice box explosion by the sink, snack crumbs, and don't even get me started on the bathroom passes.
Clorox disinfecting wipes, teacher's #1 wipe.
Think about it. Bathroom passes.
Clean feels good. Based on unit sales data.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Stoke here for my friends at Embers Golf. The annual Embers Living Golf Tournament is Friday, August 22nd and Saturday, August 23rd at Walnut Creek Golf Preserve. Tee times are at 9:45. It's a shotgun start. They're giving away pizza ovens and free dinner on Saturday night. And get this, you get free Oakleys, free polos, breakfast burritos, balls, hats, 2 full days of golf, and a $50 Embers gift card. You can't beat it. It's 2-man teams. You can register today at embersgolf.com. At Embers Golf, they aren't just selling golf clubs, they're crafting a journey for golf enthusiasts.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
Get help, get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-761-0000. That's 800-761-0000. 800-761-0000.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors.
Every day at 3:30, the drive comes off the top rope to hit you with a 1, 2, 3.
Finally, The Rock has come back to Denver.
Tape your wrists, stretch your spandex, and oil your hair. Here's Zach and Phil with today's 3 count on the drive.
All right, let's come off the top rope with it. 1! All righty.
I love it, Zach.
Voice was kind of wavering
yeah,
there.
Yeah, but it was long.
It
was lasting. That was okay.
Training camp. We're out there. We got a bunch of storylines going on, so we haven't really talked too specifically yet about some of our training camp observations. We're not going to get into them all here, but let's just go through some of them. What stuck out to you today?
So for J.K. Dobbins, who took multiple reps, actually he took 2 in a row. And it's about that time for, if you're the starting running back or you're the starting receiver, tight end, you need to be out there more times than not, right? So I don't want to see you out there 1 rep and sitting there. Go 1, 2, or 3, right? Give me 3 reps. And that's something that I got to see from J.K. Dobbins today. And he picked up a blitz, all right? It was a linebacker. Ooh. I don't want to know. I want to say it was Dre Greenlaw. Picked up that blitz right in the hole. Beautiful, beautiful. And then started talking some smack. Talking to the linebacker's coach, saying, hey, if you're going to beat me, it's not going to be bull rushing me.
Yep.
Make a move. So that's what I love to see from a veteran running back. You're out there, you're showing these young running backs how it is to block. You're out there talking smack to the linebackers, getting better. He's our running back 1.
He is. Every single day so far of training camp, for 6 straight practices, he's gotten the first carry of the day with the ones. It looks definitive after 1 week. And that may be something that Ash Sean, is like, are you viewing this as a open competition for the starting job, or is the vision to have a JK be the starter and something would have to disrupt that sort of vision? I'm curious how he would answer that. For me, how I'll start is that, and I have more observations, but I think this one is arguably the most important because it's could be transferable throughout the year as opposed to one particular play or another. Bo's footwork in the pocket. With chaos around him, he is doing a nice job. And I do think it's a little bit more transferable today because everyone's fully padded, first fully padded practice. His maneuverability within the pocket, it's just a lot different than it was a year ago. It's just better. It's more fluent. I think it's organic, like reading and reacting. And he's got calamity all around him on a play today. And he was just cool as a cucumber, stepping up, stepping to the side. And I never saw anyone better than Brady at this. Brady was not some sort of great athlete, in terms of like running around. But his maneuverability inside the pocket, surrounded by chaos, he would thrive in that setting. And I saw some of that from Bo today.
And you know what, Zach? That's growing up. That's maturing. It's understanding that, hey, I do have time. I have to trust my offensive lineman, which seems like he's trusting his offensive lineman. He's trusting the scheme. He's more aware of where the receivers are at. That means you know the plays. Knowledge equals confidence equals playing fast. Bo is very knowledgeable, so he's out there playing confident, playing fast, making plays, and that's what you want to see.
Next in the 3 count.
1, 2.
Did you see the viral video of Nikola Jokic tearing up after his horse won a race? I mean, it was, you know what it is, man? Pure. It's just pure. He loves those horses, and he quite literally, and the mashups and side-by-sides were everywhere on social media of his reaction to winning the literal NBA championship, and so muted as he was compared to his reaction of his horse winning a race and him literally tears of joy and covering up. I mean, it's just, he's a unique dude, man.
He really is, man. But when you're dealing with animals, and maybe like the horse was little when he first had the horse, and it grew up and it ended up winning, like that's a lot. And we all know he loves his horses. We all know that he loves racing his horses, and when they're able to win something big like that, like, we all get excited.
Yeah, it's just cool to see, man.
It really is.
He's such a different dude, but he's ours. He's ours. And I think he's becoming the NBA's, because there's a moment like that, people around the whole league commenting just how unique of a guy he is, and talking about that moment with love and how it's just an awesome, awesome thing. Dante, you got something. What do you got?
Yeah, I was curious, how much of his, motivation to be great at basketball do you think comes from the ability to race his horses in the offseason?
Yeah.
Whereas, the more money I make, the more money I get to put into my horses.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question. I don't know. I mean, they could be like two things that are siloed off, separate from one another, but maybe not. Maybe not because of that. Better I play, more resources, better lifestyle, and the lifestyle
better
I
the
want.
horses I can get.
Yes, better horses. Better horses. Those things are expensive, dude.
They are. And to take care of them.
Totally.
Man.
Totally. All right, next in the 3 count.
1, 2, 3.
All right, so couple things here. Happy Gilmore 2 came out. All right. So many people sharing opinions about Happy Gilmore 2. Now, I don't want to get into the specifics of the movie because I know a bunch of people hasn't watched it. Dante hasn't watched it. He doesn't want to hear a thing. But you can say whether you like the movie or not, okay? And I don't think there's a wrong answer. I think it's like flavors of ice cream. My grandpa likes pistachio. My grandma can't stand it.
Yeah.
So we're different as people, okay? That being said, what did you think of the movie? You watched it.
I smiled because there were a lot of the actors that played in the Happy Gilmore 2 that were in Happy Gilmore 1. So it's like, wow, they are getting older.
Sure.
Right? It's one of those things where it's like, man, this is kind of where we're at. And you have to enjoy them while they're still here. Overall, I was not a big fan of it. But I enjoyed just watching it for what it was. But you one of these things, don't compare Happy Gilmore 1 to Happy Gilmore 2.
Totally.
Like, it's too far apart.
Are you forcing yourself to say you enjoyed it?
I enjoyed.
Let me just say it like this.
Yeah.
For me, Phil, I thought it was terrible. I mean, I'm truly like.
But then you enjoyed this watching.
Exceptionally bad. I thought there was very few redeeming qualities. There was no original joke. Everything was a callback to the first, and in some cases, quite literally, just repeating the joke. Like, you remember in the first one when he squeezes Chubb's hand and breaks the hand, like it's the same thing. Again, I'm not the person to ask about this. I'd rather watch a murder mystery. I want to see someone dead under a bridge and try to solve it, right? So this is not my flavor.
So you didn't enjoy watching it,
Phil. I tried to get into the mindset. I'm talking about having a cocktail, having a gummy, and sitting and ready to lower my IQ, and I could not make it through the movie. Sad to say, I shut that puppy off. I did. Wife fell asleep.
I enjoy watching it because of the actors, man. That's it.
Yes,
Ben Stiller.
Some of the cameos were good. Yes, Ben Stiller, John Daly. I thought that was Scotty Scheffler.
Yeah.
But like the movie itself, like on a minute by minute basis, it just was not for me. I'll just say it like that. I'm not going to tell you how bad it was. It wasn't for me. Really quick story. Played golf yesterday with my father-in-law for the second time ever. Okay, and Drew was with us. and I think he tried to loop you in.
Yeah, man. I ended up having to work on my sprinklers.
Okay.
Something happened.
All good.
Bad.
All good. Oh, maybe another story. So I'm having an okay round. Only one blow-up hole. I'm shooting around 100. I think I shot 104. So I'm going in the last hole, okay? No pars. 18th hole.
Par Prince. Come on now.
This is out at Spring Valley in Elizabeth, who, by the way, for the first time ever, and Drew's my witness on this, dude, I got stopped by 3 different groups of people who listen to this show every day.
Let's go.
Three groups say, hey, your show's come a long way. Hey, man, that show sounded better. It just makes me feel great. It makes you feel great, I know. So shout out those guys. But so we're at 18th hole. I'm like, dude, no pars, whatever. I'm not trying to make the tour. I'm like, I am going to try to Happy Gilmore this shot. I said, Drew, do you mind filming this? Drew, as my witness, and all the angels in heaven as my witness, hand to God, I Happy Gilmore this shot, and it was the single best drive of my life. I hit it over 300 yards. Drew with the GPS backing me up on this.
Drew, so everything is correct?
It is correct.
It was.
He's not lying.
Bro, and then I proceed to go par the hole for my only par of the day on the Happy Gilmore shot. And we
so are you going to continue to do the Happy Gilmore shot?
Hell no. There's no way. There's no way that's sustainable. But on that shot, and we have the video of it. It's on my Twitter account.
How dare you? How dare you say you don't like the Happy Gilmore movie, and yet you go out there and try to do the Happy Gilmore shot?
I'm just telling you what happened.
He didn't try to do the Happy Gilmore shot. He did it.
Literally,
like,
300 plus
successful.
yards. It was insane. It's on my Instagram, ZBuy23, on my Twitter, Buys Line. Can't make it up. It happened. You can go watch it there.
I should have picked a better spot to shoot the video, though, because I didn't get the actual drive on the video. But the main thing was I was incredibly concerned for my safety at that point in time.
As you should have been.
I was like, I've seen you hit drives. I've been with you all day. I've seen you hit it.
Yes.
Not always great.
Not great.
But I was like, man, I should not have been standing there. That thing could have came my way, and we'd had another viral moment.
Holy smokes. All right. You can go check that out on social if you want to.
Zach, a.k.a. Happy Gilmore now. Wow.
Drew, I got to know.
Did you choke out Drew? Did you choke out Drew?
I did not choke out Drew.
Okay.
I did not.
Drew, I got to know, how far downhill was the fairway and how much of a backwind did we have going?
There was no backwind, and the fairway was actually a little bit uphill.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I'm not lying. I'm not just kissing his butt either. I'm telling you, this is legit.
It actually happened. You can hear my father-in-law in the back. Oh my God!
Yeah, we were all shocked.
Oh my God, too funny. All right. And I said, as soon as I hit it, I said, "Holy spit!" But I didn't say spit.
Yep.
Right? I go home and show it to my family. My 6-year-old, I keep saying 6-year-old. My 7-year-old now.
You're in trouble.
He goes, "Daddy said a bad word," and my 3-year-old, without a second hesitation, yeah, he said spit. I'm like, God almighty. All right, a Bronco taking to social media over the weekend to voice his frustration about he is underpaid. Nothing to do with Cortland Sutton. It's coming up next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
What's going on, everybody? Happy Monday. Phillip, Lindsay here for Williams Jewelers. And if you're looking for fine jewelry or a great timepiece like I was, why not shop where some of the world's leading designers are sold? Williams Jewelers helped me find my new Tudor watch. They treated me just like family the minute I walked through those doors, and they didn't pressure me at all. They gave me the time I needed to make the right decision for myself. And I can confidently say I made a great decision. Starting from one little store in Inglewood, Williams Jewelers has grown into 2 locations and has become one of the largest fine jewelers in the country. So when you step foot into their showroom, you'll feel just like family, and their service reflects that. They are dedicated and they work hard to make sure you're satisfied with your purchase. And not only will they share all the secrets of the business with you, but they will give you the best price in Colorado, guaranteed. So why not create moments of memories for yourself or the ones you love by going to Williams Jewelers, my hometown jeweler, also the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche, Denver's first family of fine jewelers, located in Cherry Creek North on 3rd Avenue and on Broadway and Bellevue. And don't forget to mention my name, Phillip Lindsay, when you step through one of those doors.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Brandon Stokley here for the only heating and cooling company I trust. ROX rocks heating and air. There's no one better in Colorado. July is the hottest month of the year. Is your air conditioner going to survive? Get a free estimate on a new air conditioner and take advantage of the best deals in town. To make it even better, you can get 0% interest financing. Stay cool, Colorado, with ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
The right financial strategies can make a huge difference, especially if you're nearing retirement. Adam Mueller talks retirement strategies with Mile High Money. Saturday mornings at 8 on Denver Sports 104.3, The Fan.
Your life can go from healthy and happy to hopeless in an instant. When a serious accident hits you with injuries, too many bills, and no way of caring for your family, it's time to strike back. Let Berg Simpson's team of experienced personal injury lawyers fight to get you the money you need and deserve.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
What if you could delay your next 2 mortgage payments? That's right. Imagine putting those 2 payments in your pocket and finally getting a little breathing room. It's possible when you call my friends at American Financing. If you're feeling stretched by everyday expenses, groceries, gas, bills piling up, you're not alone. Most Americans are putting these expenses on credit cards, and there doesn't seem to be a way out. American Financing can show you how to use your home's equity to pay off that debt. You need to call American Financing today before you get to a point where you can't make those payments. Their salary-based mortgage consultants are helping homeowners just like you restructure their loans and consolidate debt, all without upfront fees. And their customers are saving an average of $800 a month. That's like a $10,000 raise. It's fast, it's simple, and it could save your budget this summer. Call them before it's too late at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Want to partake in our contest? Check out the rules at DenverSports.com. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
I wear my heart up on my sleeve like a big deal. Your love pours down on me, surround me like a waterfall. And there's no stopping.
All right, hanging out with you here on a Monday, reacting to, well, quite a bit. Quite a bit. All right, we've talked.
Gilmore here.
Yeah. Call me happy if you want to.
The myth, the legend.
You know, going into the last break, all right, I said someone was on the Broncos was voicing their opinion over the weekend, all right, about being underpaid and underappreciated. Okay? So someone out there was tweeting about John Franklin Myers. And boy, oh boy, John Franklin Myers has been the most vocal Denver Bronco this offseason, has he not?
No, he really has. Like, every time you put something up about John Franklin Myers, he is going to comment back if he agrees with it. and it has to do with his money. It has to be all about the money, and John Franklin Myers will agree with it, and he will comment back.
Yeah, and well, we lived it because we had a video that, you know, from here doing the show about John Franklin Myers, and in some ways I was not advocating for John Franklin Myers, just trying to have a transparent conversation about he's like a little bit underappreciated, and he agrees, and he repurposed that video for his own social media stuff. Someone out there said John Franklin Myers has to be the most underappreciated D lineman in the league. He's had 5 straight seasons of 50-plus pressures, and I'd put money on him making it 6 straight seasons with 50-plus pressures. Can't wait to see that D-line dominate Sundays this year. All right. And John Franklin Myers quote tweeted that and put it out there: underappreciated and underpaid, but numbers won't lie. I'd bet my money too if I were you. Almost time to be great again. All right. That was over the weekend. Could this be, if John Franklin Myers doesn't get a contract, if he doesn't get a contract?
It doesn't look like it from his comments that he's going to get a contract, Zach.
That's a good point. He probably would not be tweeting like that if he was close.
If he was close, he would be happy. He would be retweeting all of his teammates' stuff and happy for them as well. But he continues to advocate for himself. That's telling me, Zach, as a player, that it's not getting done for you, that the talks are just not there. It may be that you're talking to your other teammates, for example, Zach Allen, who's due for another contract, and you're saying, hey, Zach, like, what's going on? And he's telling you that they're closer on a deal, and I'm speculating. I'm not telling you there's something going on with Zach Allen. All I'm saying is you have conversations about it, and maybe he's not happy about it. And that's when you start to see him tweet about it and talk about it on X or Twitter, wherever you want to call it, that he wants everybody to know that he wants his contract looked at. He wants more money, and he feels disrespected.
On a day like today, when Cortland Sutton gets a 4-year, $92 million contract, $41 million guaranteed, is it awkward?
Very awkward. You're happy for your teammate, especially Court. He hasn't done anything to you. He's on the offensive side. He's a receiver. But then you start to think about your future. And it's like you value Cortland Sutton. When Nick Bonito gets his contract done, you value Nick Bonito. How much do you value me and what I'm doing for this football team? And that's why at the beginning of this conversation with John Franklin Myers a month ago, Zach, I said this could be a concerning thing when players start to get their contracts. Because you start to look around as a player and say, what about me? And don't let it be a defensive player like Nick Bonito or Zach Allen.
Right.
Because now for John Franklin Myers, he's saying, I'm in it for myself now. Because as human beings, you're like, what do I have to do to get paid more? You have to produce. You have to look good. And if what you did last year was not good enough to get a payday or pay raise, then you want to do more. Well, if you're in a system where it's like, hey, we need you to kind of sit there in 2-gap. What 2-gap means, guys, is you're not rushing the quarterback. You're kind of sitting there clogging the hole, clogging the gap so that a running back can't break through. Well, if you're doing that, you're not making the play. You're not making a sack.
Right.
And now when you bring that to the table, they're like, well, you didn't have enough sacks this year. You had less than you did last year, so now they're using it against you. So what I'm concerned about is if you pay a couple other defensive players on that team, on that side of the ball, John Franklin Myers is going to get really upset with you and start doing his own thing, which is understandable. It's like now I have to do it, and I take matters in my own hands and make plays for the next team that wants me and willing to pay me the money that I want. This is where you got to be careful and kind of massage this situation when it comes to contract talks and money.
You're going to hear from the head coach, Sean Payton, coming up next.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill at home. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. Your health is your ultimate MVP, and I know staying fit is not always easy. Work out on your schedule from the privacy of your own home. Imagine this: no more wasting time in traffic, no more crowded gyms. And here's the touchdown play: get your family involved. Whether it's Rod, Carl, or myself, we shop at Fitness Gallery, and you should too. Fitness Gallery sells commercial-grade equipment for the home. It's simply the best.
Fitness Gallery is Colorado owned and operated for over 25 years. Visit one of our 7 locations or go to fitnessgallery.com.
You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
What's the biggest mistake you can make when selling your home? Settling for less money. That never happens with Orchard. Disappointing offers can wear you down, causing you to settle for thousands less. You don't have to settle when you sell with Orchard. Orchard reinvented the real estate industry by guaranteeing your home sale and helping you sell on the market for top dollar. First, Orchard gives you cash up front so you can buy and move into your new home first, on your timeline. No waiting, no showings, no double moves. Then once you're all settled in, your Orchard agent helps sell your home on market for top dollar. Here's what one Orchard customer said: "I never could have sold without Orchard. I made way more than I expected, and it couldn't have been easier." With Orchard, you never have to settle for less. Buy before you sell and get top dollar for your home with Orchard. Curious how much your home is worth? Visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Samantha Flanagan here from Flanagan Law. If you're injured in a car accident, don't talk to an insurance company. Get representation first to make sure you're cared for and properly compensated. Flanagan Law. Focus on healing. We'll take care of the rest.
Pro Savings Days are back at Lowe's. Right now, get a 4-piece GE kitchen suite for under $2,000. Plus, get a free DeWalt 20-volt Max XR 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a select DeWalt tool. Save big with deals that work as hard as you do. Shop Pro Savings Days in-store or online today. Lowe's, we help, you save. Valid through 8/1. Selection varies by location. While supplies last. Discount taken at time of purchase. See sales associate for details.
If you didn't think skipping breakfast was a big deal, you'd be right. Before. But now, Wendy's has Buck Biscuits. We're talking sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit, bacon, egg, and cheese biscuit, or even the Honey Buddy Chicken Biscuit. For just $1 each. Seriously, you can get all 3 if you want. They're just $1, so you'll never skip breakfast again. If you're smart. Breakfast for $1? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Limit 5 qualifying items per transaction. Not valid in a combo while supplies last.
Haven't filed taxes in 3 or more years? You're not alone, and you're not out of options. Join Todd from Advanced Tax Solutions for a free masterclass on Wednesday, August 27th, and get answers to the big questions. Can you still get a refund? What if the IRS filed for you? How far back do you need to file? And what happens if you've moved and don't even know the IRS is coming after you? Don't wait for a wage garnishment to find out where you stand. Sign up now at advancedtaxsolutions.com/thefan.
For over a century, Pella Windows has delivered energy-efficient innovation, keeping your home cooler in the summer, warmer in the winter. Visit Pella's Denver showroom for a free estimate and special anniversary savings. Call 877-67-PELLA or visit PellaofDenver.com. Love the Pella difference.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, another chapter of the Broncos story was written today, the first padded practice of the 2025 season, first padded practice of training camp. All right, and so it's just another layer into the season. You know, we talk about how there's levels to this, the OTAs, then the mandatory mini camp, then you come back for, you know, training camp, but it's quote unquote the acclimation period, then the official first day of practice, and then you wait till the pads come on. And then when the pads come on, we'll start getting used to this, and then eventually it will be joint practices. Eventually it'll be preseason games, and this is just the natural order of things here. All right, and how did you think practice went today?
It was fast, right? The tempo was fast. It was still hot, Zach. So when you're dealing with heat and the first day in pads, you want to be careful with that. But the attention to detail was there. The offensive line, the defensive linemen, they were getting after it. But also, it's showing these players and telling these players that, hey, maybe I'm not in as much shape as I should be. Because it's just different when it's hot and you have pads on. So it was the first day of running around, hitting each other, making plays, and I liked it. I liked what I saw out there from the offense, from the defense. And I can't wait to see more. I can't wait for this to be picked up and the tempo to be picked up in Bo Nix. And now you have Cortland Sutton back out there in the mix. So there's going to be a lot of competition and competing going on. But the first day in pads, it was a solid day. And it was one of these days where it's like you want to get through it. Yep. You want to make sure everybody is healthy. And for the most part, this team has been healthy. Now you have Alex Singleton that may be out for a little while because of the broken thumb.
Yeah, and he did break his thumb. He's going to miss about 7 to 8 practices. They need that a time over probably the next week and a half for it to heal up a little bit. And then the word is that they're going to club it. It's going to be a club hand. You guys have seen that on game days for sure. And the good news also is that he's not expected to miss any meaningful time. Right, so yeah, you're not going to have him out here for the next couple of weeks. That stings, but in the end, big picture, he's going to be all right.
Zach, you know what? That's kind of what happens when you first get into pads. You're finally hitting people. You're punching at the ball, and your body has to get used to it. You got to get calloused of just being hit. I used to hate the first couple days of pads because now your body's not used to just being hit on and punched at. And so it takes a couple days, 2 or 3 days go on, and then it's just normal. So I love the tempo out there. I love that everybody is flying around, hitting each other. We really got to see a lot more from the offensive line and the running backs, just reading the holes, making the right cuts, all right, running hard downfield, downhill. And, of course, you're not tackling, but it's all about wrap-up. And now we can still tell, okay, would this defender make the tackle or is he breaking that tackle? So those are the things that you get to see when the pads come on.
Unfortunate news from over the weekend. Drew Sanders went down at Saturday's practice. It did not look like anything seriously impactful. It wasn't like some big sort of collision or something like that. It was kind of innocuous. I didn't see much of anything. Next thing you know, he's being helped off the field, carted off the field. When he was off the cart, non-weight bearing was being propped up by teammates and staff. Here was Sean Payton giving an update on Drew Sanders.
Just on Drew, because there's been a lot written. The news for us was good news in that it's a ligament in his foot and it's not a tendon. What does that mean? It's going to be certainly north of 4 to 6 weeks, but the tendon was what we were concerned about. So I'm not going to try to spell it, but the ligament repair is a much easier one than that of a tendon. So we were all pretty happy with that. I'll update you when we get a timeline. And there have been some cases where there's surgery, some where there's not. And I think he's doing the right thing right now, kind of exploring those options.
When he got selected out of Arkansas with the 67th overall pick, you looked at his combine numbers. You looked at, what he did there. I'm pretty sure he transferred to Arkansas. I want to say he was at Alabama maybe to start his career. I'll double check on that here in a second. But it was just how explosive of an athlete he was. That this guy, you look at the combine numbers, you look at this guy as a blue chip type of athlete. I mean, once upon a time, 5-star recruit, all that stuff. Man, it just has not panned out here in Denver. Not because he can't play. We don't know if he can play. He
the injury bugs, right?
Hasn't been able to stay on the field.
And honestly, that's what happens to a lot of players where they don't get their footing in the NFL. Everybody in the league can play, whether you're a first-round draft pick or a 7th or undrafted. But can you find a way to stay on that football field? You can't make the club in the tub. All right, it's a cliche terminology, a saying, but it's the truth.
It is.
And they only are going to give you so many opportunities before they move on. And when you're hurt, it's not on you. It's not on you blowing your knee out or, in his case, Drew Sanders' Achilles or the foot. It's just like you have bad luck. And you just hope that you're praying that you can get past camp, that you can get past the season healthy as possible. And that's not the case for Drew Sanders. So it's unfortunate. But when he gets back, he's going to have that mentality of, hey, I don't have a lot of time to show this crew, to show this organization that I still belong here. And if they give him the opportunity, which they will, because George drafted him, and he was a third-round draft pick, like you said, so there's something there. He's just going to have to pick up the pieces fast and kind of do what he did last year, where his first game back was able to get a sack against the Chargers.
Yep. They'll wait, but only so long. And you can ask another recent third-round draft pick in Greg Dulcich. They waited. He just could never fully figure it out. And through no fault of his own, right? These guys don't want to get hurt. Drew Sanders doesn't want to get hurt. It's derailing his life, literally. So we'll just continue to follow that story from afar, get the update from Sean. The Pads did come on today for the first time, and when you talk about someone like Dre Greenlaw, this is his time to actually start, not fully, but to start showing who he is as a player. Sean talked about it.
I think it's one of his greatest strengths. You know, he plays the position in such a way where you can't help but notice it on film. His pad level, his strength, his lower body strength, I mean, it's impressive. So I'm glad we have him.
Here's more of Sean talking about Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw working together.
Alex is in the Mike position, and Dre is in more of that weak side, Mo or Will. A little bit more run and hit for Greenlaw. But I think, look, they both have they're both smart players. To have Alex back healthy is big. And then with the experience of Dre, I mean, if we can stay healthy, they're pretty formidable.
And that's the thing. If you can stay healthy. And here we are a few weeks before the season starts, and that positional group is already being impacted by injuries. I mean, you look up and it's like you got Alex Singleton in his 30s coming off an ACL, Dre Greenlaw hoping to stay healthy for the first time in a couple years, after suffering an Achilles tear.
Yep.
And then you have Drew Sanders behind them going to be out for the foreseeable future. That positional group can get thin real quick.
And because of how aggressive and how like demanding of a position that is to stop the run, to take on the fullback, to take on the offensive lineman, they're not able to stay healthy for a full season because of that usually. So you want to make sure that you have the depth. But our depth, it seems like it's running dry. So it's a concern in a way of like, what do you do next to make sure that Alex Singleton and Dre Greenlaw can stay healthy for a full season but get through camp?
Yeah.
You're getting ready to go through joint practice and you're already missing Alex Singleton and Drew Sanders. You don't want to run Dre Greenlaw to the ground just yet because you need his presence on that football field. You need his leadership on the football field, not just during camp. So something to look at is like, what do they do managing someone like Dre Greenlaw, who did come off an injury, where it's like, hey, are you going to get these built-in vet rest days, which usually happens for Sean?
Yeah, and we know, and I know you guys know, Greenlaw has already recovered from one injury as a member of the Broncos. That he got hurt immediately. He hurt his quad. So he's out there. But you talk about a fun comparison. This is pretty cool when Sean is comparing Dre Greenlaw to someone else in the sports world.
He plays like Mike Tyson. He's tough. He's physical. He's built that way. There's not a lot of leaky yardage. Some guys, he's a knockback tackler. They stop where he hits them. There's an intensity to how he plays. It's just, he's one of those players that if you put the film on and didn't say anything, at some point early you would ask, who is this guy?
Yeah. And he was out there flying around, and for the first time since becoming a member of the Denver Broncos, he spoke to the media and made some people feel a way that they were not expecting to. And we'll tell you why coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Sac By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
What's going on, fellas? Look, a lot of us out there want to have a special moment, want to have that intimacy with the one you love. And truly, there are few experiences in life as wonderful as the memories you will make with your significant other. And Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic is proud of the work they do in treating erectile dysfunction to restore the intimacy for patients. How many guys out there have a mediocre sex life? Is it just good enough, or could it be really good? Better yet, could it be great? Everybody wants to have great sex. I know I do. And so maybe the pills are just working okay, but could they really be working better for you? Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic treatments work when the pills and herbals fail you. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. And some of the treatments that they have can last you an hour or even more. Guys, an hour or even more? Come on now. You're going to be so tired and exhausted after you're done, it's not even funny. So what you need to do is schedule a consult at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit is only $99, which will include a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TMPSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if the test dose does not work in the office, the visit is free, guys. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you as well, so you can go to Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. Give them a call today at 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Brandon Stokley here. When you're investing in artificial turf, you want quality turf that looks and feels like real grass and that's going to last 15 to 20 years. You can't get that just anywhere. So whether you're upgrading your lawn, building a pet-friendly space, or dreaming of a custom putting green like mine, Pro Green Denver's who I trust. Call 303-578-3737. That's 303-578-3737. Or you can find them online at progreen.com/Denver. You can get $500 off installations over 500 square feet when you mention code Stokley. Offer ends July 30th.
What's better than a free meal? How about a free meal and a trunk full of free groceries? Yep, we've got it for you. It's the best free meal in all of Denver. It's every first and third Thursday of the month at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road in Aurora at Eastern Hills Community Church. You just pull up, pop the trunk, we'll put groceries in the trunk and pass you your meals through the window and you're off and running. There's no questions asked. So if you need it or you know somebody that needs it, it's every first and third Thursday, Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road.
Here's Shayna, Dylan, and their dad, Steve Williams.
Ever wonder why diamonds have been the very symbol of royalty, power, and love for centuries?
Almost as old as creation itself, a natural diamond is the most concentrated form of transferable wealth in the world.
Passed down from generation to generation.
And like people, no two natural diamonds are ever the same. Each are unique and singular, a creation as you are.
A diamond is naturally forever.
And that's why a natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is the perfect expression of your love.
At Williams Jewelers, we've sold more diamonds to more couples for more years than any other jeweler in Denver.
In fact, we're one of America's largest fine jewelers, with almost every size, shape, and price range natural diamond in stock.
All at the guaranteed best prices in the state.
Say will you with Williams.
Where Colorado shines.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers of Englewood, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of Bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now.
The good old days are being
for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Cake Mortgage Corp. Equal Housing Lender. NMLS number 1734623. Regulated by the Colorado Division of Real Estate. Terms and conditions apply based on approved credit.
Let's be real. Big Mortgage doesn't get you. They want W-2s, a 9-to-5, and a job title to check their outdated boxes. But you're a business owner who knows how the tax code benefits you, even if the big banks don't. At CakeHome.com, we do mortgages differently. Our non-traditional loan experts get that your full financial picture won't fit on a pay stub. Invoices, bank statements, rental income, we work with that. While traditional lenders are stuck in 1998, we're built for how people earn in 2025. No red tape, no judgment, just smart approvals and sweet mortgage solutions. If you're a business owner or 1099 contractor tired of hearing no, call 888-EAT-CAKE to hear yes. That's 888-EAT-CAKE. Visit CakeHome.com to see reviews from business owners just like you.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, hanging out on a Monday here.
Woo!
Oh my gosh.
It's a Monday?
It's a Monday.
It's a fast Monday. Usually they call it Fast Friday.
Yeah.
It's a fast Monday.
Yeah.
And that happens when, I guess, the juices are flowing and you have a team out there hitting each other. PTSD, man.
Do you, on a day like today, do you miss it at all?
You know, Zach, I used to. Now it's like, man, it is what it is. All right, you get so far removed from it that you can't envision yourself doing some of the things you used to do.
Yeah.
Now, I do feel like, you know what, if one of them came at me and was like, go out there and try to run through this hole, I probably could. Bust for a 15, 20-yard game and then sit there on the sideline.
22 yards?
22!
22 yards?
Let's go 23. I'll get to 23 and then run out of bounds.
Oh, my gosh. So, Dre Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Dre Greenlaw. You know, this guy, if he can find a way to stay healthy, he could bring the Broncos defense into another stratosphere. He really could. And I said it like this a couple weeks ago. The Broncos have had solid inside linebacker play. Solid. That's how I would describe it, okay? But they have not had a guy in a long time, maybe since Al Wilson, that puts fear into an offense. Fear. And that is a really healthy thing for a Broncos defense if they can unlock this with Dre Greenlaw.
Like, I know you've been watching practice, but do you know and see how big that man is when he puts his pads on?
He's compact, too.
Yes, he is, and he's fast, downhill, tackling machine. But the best thing I love about Dre Greenlaw right now, and I know he's a new addition, but this is what happens when you have a veteran presence around. He's vocal. He's putting people in the right positions. He's getting his teammates going. He's talking. When there's a pass, he's telling pass, pass, pass. So everybody is on the same page. He has this aura to him where it's like you want to play for him.
Sure.
And he's going to play for you. And that's when you build the respect. And then, of course, his resume speaks for itself. When you're with the 49ers and you're able to help a dominant defense at one point get to the Super Bowl. When you're able to go out there and make plays and you're just smart enough that you understand the plays, which now you can help these young players out. That's who Dre Greenlaw is. So I'm excited to see what tomorrow brings, the next day, and then when you get into the preseason games and the joint practices, that's when you really get a lot out of your veterans, especially a physical veteran like Dre Greenlaw.
Well, here is Greenlaw from earlier today. We hadn't heard Dre Greenlaw talk until today, and he was asked about Sean Payton saying that Greenlaw plays like Mike Tyson. Check this out.
Yeah, I've gotten that before for sure. I don't know. I just like to play football. Go out there and I give it my all. You never know when it's going to be a last chance on the field, last chance to play. So you want to make a strong statement anytime you can. So I just love doing it and thankful to be able to do it. And yeah.
Not the first time that he's gotten the Mike Tyson comparison, which is interesting. If you're getting compared to Tyson,
You better hold on to your ears.
Yes.
You better hold on to your ears.
Also that. All these years later, I still can't believe he bit Evander Holyfield's ear off. I mean, that is like, it's just a signature moment in culture.
But are you surprised?
No.
The man is just crazy. He's scary.
You know what I'm surprised at? Seriously, I'm surprised that his life got stabilized. Like he was, oh my gosh. So in my neck of the woods in upstate New York, Tyson would train, and there's stories about 18, 19-year-old Mike Tyson in a Lamborghini going 120 miles per hour down Central Ave in Albany. He used to train in the Adirondack Mountains, and then the guy went to prison. The guy went to prison, not jail. Jail's different than prison.
That you're going to probably see.
Yes.
Nobody messed with him.
No. But what his life was, and he blew all his money and the substance. I mean, it's crazy. Well, we're not talking. We're talking about Dre Greenlaw.
Well, if Dre Greenlaw is anything like Mike Tyson when it comes to just being fierce and vicious, mean, and scary, I don't get scared often. But when my rookie year, when we played the Baltimore Ravens, Ray Lewis was done, but they had him back for his intro so he could dance coming out of the tunnel.
Yeah, I remember.
Which was like, wow.
Yeah.
But Terrell Suggs was still there.
Ooh, T-Sizzle.
Oh, man.
That's a bad dude.
Now, imagine him on the other side with the dark visor with the gums, right? All he had was gums, no teeth.
Yeah.
And he's looking at you. And I'm like, man, this is what they were back in the day? You had Ray Lewis, you had Terrell Suggs, you had Ed Reed. Like, come on, man.
Insane.
And I will never forget running out for a pass, and he went out of his way to hit me. I just think he didn't like because I was little.
Probably.
He probably did it. And it took everything out of me. I got the wind knocked out of me. And I just remember, like, dang, did I just break my ribs? Now, me being me, I'm not backing down.
Sure.
So that next play, I'm breaking his ribs. That's how I felt in my head. I'm breaking his ribs now. He tried to mess me up. Now it's time for me to mess him up. So I tried my hardest. I ran at him full speed. He wasn't even looking. And I bounced off of him. And I said, all right, I'm going to stop messing with this man.
Yeah, he's not the one. I mean, there's a couple of those guys. Like, Terrell Suggs or James Harrison from the Steelers.
Oh,
I mean, just muscles on muscles. Just muscles on muscles. Like, just winning the genetic lottery. And then also having the work ethic to improve that genetic lottery.
Zach, I left him alone. He giggled at me and kept on going. I said, you know what? I'll take that.
All right, here's a little bit more from Dre Greenlaw on the selling point for him to come to Denver.
I mean, just, obviously the organization and, the people that's in the organization, Sean, Penners, and then just, the guys, like, they've had, one of the best defenses for quite some time now. I know last year they, really took that notch, and I just wanted to be a part of that. I wanted to be where I was accepted, where I was wanted, and this was the right place for me.
I was accepted. I was wanted. He was asked to follow up why he decided to make the jump from San Francisco to Denver.
I mean, it wasn't easy, of course, but I mean, they wanted me. You know what I mean? Throughout the whole time I was talking to Sean, there was never no ifs, ands, buts, maybe this or that. It was like, man, we want you to be here, and I mean, I was a foster kid growing up, so it's not a lot of times that people just wanted me, you know what I'm saying? So it just made me feel special. It made me feel like this is the place where I needed to be.
Wow.
Man. Sean's powerful, man. His vision for these players. And that's why a lot of these older players are wanting to sign here. Like the vision of like what you're going to look like on this football team with this team. What you're going to look like in a Denver Bronco uniform running down there as a leader. What we need from you. What it can look like with you being on a team of winning a Super Bowl. The visions are there, and that's why Evan Ingram, Dre Greenlaw, Hufanga, that's why they decided to come to the Denver Broncos. On top of this, we've been healthy for 2 years.
Yep.
We have a plan for you, specifically, for you to be successful.
Yep.
How could you not want to be here when somebody pitches you that?
I asked Sean, I said, when you guys, this is earlier today, I said, when you win a off-season micro battle, like winning the Dre Greenlaw sweepstakes, to the point where John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are flying to Texas the night before you officially signed to, and I said, what I wanted to say, and Sean cut me off and started talking, which is fine. But what I wanted to say is, does that create a bit of like organic, professional animosity between someone like an organization like Denver and San Francisco? Because I had heard a whisper that the incredible relationship that the Niners and Broncos had for a very long time when Elway was in charge, that some of that harmony has been disrupted here recently. Okay. And I said, well, why would they have joint practice? Because they're going to have joint practice. And it was just put in my ear by someone that we would all know and have a lot of respect for, that maybe some of that like incredible harmony is going out the door with the signing of Hufanga and
for sure,
more specifically Greenlaw.
Who cares?
Right.
At the end of the day, this is about the Denver Broncos. And also, the 49ers have had opportunities to win it all. They didn't.
Good point.
Now it's our turn.
Good point.
It's not personal. It's business.
Yep. We'll go 30-second long here. This is how Sean wanted to jump in to my question, and here's the way he answered it.
No, there's a fist pump on the way home in my car, and then it's business. So it's part of it is the movement of the program. You're seeing where this is a place where guys want to be. It's just an affirmation, or like, hey, we're heading in the right direction. Part of that's the quarterback. Players are smart today. They want to go where they are. These things in place, and I think 2 years ago, I don't know that we win that battle.
Very interesting. That this is where our program is. 2 years ago, we tried to get Dre Greenlaw. We're not getting him. But this is where we're at in the arc of this story. Very interesting. Deion Sanders came out and spoke today for the first time in a long time about his health, and the word is just wow. And we'll talk about it next.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Stokley and Evans with Mark Schlereth will kick things off at Broncos Park. Powered by Common Spirit, walking you up to practice starting at 6 a.m. Then Dover and Cecil will react live to all the action until 2 p.m. Stay locked into Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan and DenverSports.com for all the latest news and information during football season.
Till the lights go out, till my leg give out, can't shut my mouth.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Hey guys, boy Stink here today by my long-term buddy Troy Hansford. And if you're thinking about selling your house for any reason, now might be the time to sell, still get top dollar. Believe it or not, my guy Troy is still offering his $5,000 guarantee. What is it, you ask? Well, if you can't sell your house at your price on your timeline that you agree upon beforehand, bam, going to cut you a check for $5,000. Who else makes the offer? Nobody I've ever heard of. And he makes that offer because he continues to spend a ton of money marketing his listings, has about 100 families approved and ready to buy right now. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy can buy your house all cash and he can close in as little as 7 days. You have a house to sell, Troy probably has that perfect buyer for you right now, waiting for you to pick up the phone and to call him. Call Troy, get your home sold for the most money. That's 720-900-4433, 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford of RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions do apply. Want to sell your house? Then call my buddy Troy, 720-900-4433.
You still have 40 million plus vehicles globally that are driving around with a potential ticking time bomb, a grenade in either their steering wheel or their dashboard. When we look to what injuries may have transpired from a defective airbag, we generally see loss of vision in an eye, or we see facial lacerations. We also see hearing loss. Unfortunately, we started seeing death after death after death. When that passenger airbag exploded, it basically degloved his entire face. He lost his nose, he lost his right eye. The type of catastrophic injuries that one is more accustomed to seeing in a Hollywood movie, and not something from a device in an automobile that's supposed to protect you. Morgan & Morgan has a national reach in terms of handling and prosecuting cases. Notwithstanding the team of lawyers that we have collected that focus only on product liability day in and day out.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
You probably saved my life.
Every single day, Soda Weight Loss is helping people let go of the weight and keep it off.
I mean, I was 30 pounds overweight, and I went in, and the doctor said, you need to change your diet.
Get help and get started with Soda Weight Loss.
Got off my blood pressure medicine and my cholesterol medicine, and that is amazing to me.
I went from a 16, 18 down to a size 4 now. So that is amazing. It makes you feel so good.
Splash into summer savings right now with Soda's lowest prices of the year.
No injections, no pills, no hunger.
I would recommend Soda because it's sustainable. This is lifetime change.
I let go of 50 pounds. It felt unreal.
We're the #1 weight loss company in America for client satisfaction and results. And with our incredible summer savings, what are you waiting for?
Get help. Get results at sodaweightloss.com. That's SOTA weightloss.com.
Soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
When you've got real work to do, Metal Supermarkets will help you get it done fast. With a huge variety of metals in stock, we can help no matter what job comes your way. And all it takes is a few clicks. We make buying metal online easy so you can spend less time shopping and more time getting things done. Metal Supermarkets, the convenient stores for metal. Place an order online today at metalsupermarkets.com.
Get one free set of Brake Best brake pads when you buy 2 brake rotors. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts. Restrictions apply. See store for details.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Are you self-employed or a contractor and struggling to find a lender that can help you access the equity in your home to pay off your high-interest debt? My friends at American Financing have the perfect loan for you, the bank statement loan. They can get you qualified by using your bank statements, which many other lenders are unable to do. The credit card bills are going to continue to climb, so don't wait any longer. Call today. American Financing is saving their customers an average of $854 a month, and if you start today, you may be able to delay 2 mortgage payments, giving you greater savings up front. Even if you've been turned down by other lenders, give them a call. American Financing has been helping borrowers just like you with this new loan program. There are no upfront fees or obligation to find out how much you can save every month. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit them online at americanfinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSconsumeraccess.org.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Step Denver, a nonprofit solution to addiction and homelessness.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Why you act like I'm not there? Baby, right now it feels like you don't.
Hey, I don't care who you are
Why don't you recognize
or what you think about the artist. This beat is freaking sick.
So you're a beats guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
For sure.
No, some people like the lyrics, like they're really into the lyrics.
Yeah.
I'm not really a lyrics guy. To me, it's all about the beat. My son's the same way, where it's like if there's a nice beat, I'm pretty much all in.
Yes.
You know.
And like this beat will never expire. So it's like Fergie, Clumsy.
Yeah.
You know, same deal. It's like, it doesn't matter what you think about Fergie, like just so good.
All right, who is this?
I think this is Selena Gomez. Yeah, Selena Gomez. Yeah. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan has teamed up with the city of Aurora to give away a trip to the Battle at Bethpage Black. You guys know what I'm talking about every other year in New York, all right? All you have to do to enter is head to the pro shop at any of the city of Aurora's 5 beautiful golf courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of yours truly. Scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Man, we waited a long time to hear answers from Deion Sanders with what was going on. And we basically just waited patiently. We just waited patiently. And we knew it was something serious. He's gone through serious stuff. We weren't exactly sure. But today we found out, and it's major news. Front top headline on ESPN.com. Phil, he had cancer in his bladder, and his bladder has been removed. He is cancer free, but it doesn't get much more serious than that C word of cancer.
When I heard the news, all I could say is wow, Coach Prime. You look at him as the football coach and this iconic figure, but you tend to forget, like, he's a human being, and things happen to everybody, and things can happen to you. It doesn't matter who you are. It was just shocking, man. And Zach, I was glad that we didn't jump to any kind of conclusions. We didn't put any bold predictions out there. We kind of sat there and said, hey, obviously there's something wrong with Coach Prime health-wise.
Yep.
And then when Coach Prime said, hey, when he gets back to Boulder, he'll explain what's going on, we stayed tight. We just sat there and just was patient. And we were able to get this news. And it's like, man, Coach Prime was really going through a tough time.
Yeah.
And nobody knew about it.
No. And they kept it super, super secret. And secret to the point where his boys didn't know till today.
See, we got to have a conversation with that, because I'd be hurt if my father would have done that to me and not told me. But also, I understand that you're protecting me as well. It's like, it's confusing, because it's like, would you want to know at that moment, or do you understand like where Coach Prime's going with it when he's saying, hey, like, I didn't tell my kids at that time? So
this is the actual quote that we're talking about. Listen to this.
With some scenes that you saw, all the bull junk that transpired on draft day, it wasn't just that. It was just, I knew as well, I had a surgery coming up. My sons to this day don't know what transpired. I just told them something with my foot, again, because I wanted them to focus on making the team and not focused on dad. So they really don't know. My daughters do, and this joker right here.
See, what's tricky is, and there's no, I don't think there's a right or wrong way. Each family is its own
for sure.
Thing,
there's
right?
no wrong way.
But it does get tricky when some of the kids know and some don't, right? So 3 of the 5 know, but the 2 who play football don't, and it is to protect them. But it can be, and again, each family, dynamic is its own thing. And my wife, Ashley, she's the youngest of 3, and there are times where they keep stuff from her for whatever reason. She's a grown-ass adult. They keep some bad stuff.
And then sometimes it comes to how do people react, right? Coach Prime knows his kids best. And they also know that his kids know that they love him to life.
Yeah, that's what he likes to say. Yeah.
And so maybe Coach Prime's like, if I tell them this devastating news, it's going to mess their heads up. And they are trying to make this team. Both of his sons, Shador and Shiloh, they have to have great performances out there every single day to make this team. Undrafted free agent and a 5th-round draft pick. So I do understand where Coach Prime is coming at when he says, I'm here to protect my kids.
Sure.
Me personally, I would be upset because it's like, Dad, I want to know.
Yeah.
I need to know how you're doing
Yeah.
and what I can do to help you out. And maybe I can't, but it's just knowing what's going on.
I love you a lot more than this
Hands
this
down.
football team, and make
Hands
it
down.
especially when it's that serious. But again, to each his own, and he knows his boys, and so that's the way he chose to go about it. Here is a little bit of the background and the timeline of events. Here's CU assistant athletic trainer Lauren Askvold giving that timeline.
Okay, so as you guys know, Coach has his other health issues, his vascular stuff. So every year, Coach goes for a CT scan of his vascular pattern to make sure the blood clots are away. So with this scan, everything turned out really great from the vascular side. About 2 weeks later, we get a text from his primary care doctor that said, I need to talk to you and Coach. We need to refer you guys to a urologist. So about 3 days later, we go see a urologist. They go in for a quick procedure. The urologist told us, hey, within 10 minutes, I can tell you guys if he's going to need another procedure or if we just need to do these follow-up appointments. And the doctor told us, okay, you guys are going to need another procedure. I'm going to refer you to my colleague, Dr. Kurkasia. But at this point, you have a bladder tumor. And from there, we'll go get it removed.
And you heard that athletic trainer Lauren Askvold reference Dr. Kudrea. And here is Dr. Kudrea talking about Dion.
We did discuss options. We discussed some options of treatment in the bladder, and we discussed bladder removal as well. Given his commitments to his family and to the team, elected to undergo a bladder removal. We performed a full robot-assisted laparoscopic bladder removal and creation of a new bladder, and I am pleased to report that the results from the surgery are that he is cured from the cancer.
It's an incredible story. You're going to hear about the journey in just a second, but I am amazed, and not that this is new information, but you're hearing this, like the doctors control a robot who does the surgery.
It's amazing. What these surgeries are now because of AI, and it's helping save so many more lives because of using these machines and just having more knowledge. It's wild.
Yeah, the robotic hands are more reliable than human hands.
They're so steady.
And they're so steady. And like I have a buddy, all right, he lives out in San Francisco, Alex Copeland. He was I refer to my buddy Terrence once in a while, one of my best friends, a former teammate, and it was his good buddy at Johns Hopkins, and he became a doctor. And dude, when he performed surgery, he's like a legit big boy doctor, and he describes the process of like playing a video game, like controllers, like a joystick.
So you're sitting right there with the video camera, and you're going into somebody's body or knee.
Dude, he says they go in through their hip and travel up into the heart and use the little robotic arms to perform this. It's just incredible where we are at from a technology standpoint with these surgeries. But Deion Sanders and the last few months and some of the details that you will hear are pretty sobering. You'll hear them next.
Join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado, Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
This week's Recovery of the Week is brought to you by Step Denver, the men's residential addiction recovery program in Lower Downtown. Our Recovery of the Week this week belongs to Denver Broncos inside linebacker Dre Greenlaw, who just a couple years ago tore his Achilles and made his way to Denver. And the moment he got into Denver, he hurt his quad. That was earlier in the offseason. He has rehabbed that injury and is a full participant out at Broncos training camp. And that is your Recovery of the Week, brought to you by Step Denver.
Sitting down with David at Step Denver. If you don't mind, just tell us what brought you in the doors of Step Denver.
Actually, I was here about a year ago, and I was checking into something. I was trying to find something that I could get into. I didn't have no money, so I found Step Denver by walking by it and asked some questions. They said that they would greet me for free the next day, and so I said, sure. So I came in the next day, and they should have got me a bed that next day. So with no money, I was pretty much blessed right there that I could find a place like this.
What would you tell someone else, David, who was going through what you were going through, or something similar, struggling, and they were considering coming to Step?
I would definitely tell them, give it a shot, because it's been the blessing of my life. It's changed my life around thoroughly. Now I got 2 jobs. I work here part-time, and it's been nothing but a blessing. I tell them to give it a shot, that's for sure.
How are you feeling today compared to when you walked through the doors?
Oh, I am a totally different person. That's just changed my life around, and I feel great. I'm happy, the best I've ever felt, and it's 8 months in, and now I'm just glad to be here.
Guys, if you are struggling with addiction, or you simply want to make a donation to help the men who are calling STEP to get their life back today, please visit stepdenver.org.
At 303 Law 4040, we know getting into an accident stinks, and so does getting worked over by the insurance company or even your slick-talking made-for-TV lawyer. So if we can help, just give us a call. 303 Law 4040. Save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303 Law 4040.
Listen up, Broncos country. Phillip Lindsay here. For a stress-free summer travel, I chose Hermes Worldwide. Forget the airport chaos. Hermes Worldwide offers comfortable, reliable transportation services to the airport and more. They're dependable and professional, so you can focus on what really matters the most, enjoying that vacation. Make your summer travel easy. Call 303-577-7600 or visit ridehermes.com/DenverSports. Again, you can give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride.
Donnie here with Fitness Gallery, where we believe there's nothing more important than your health. It's Christmas in July. We have lots of products, from bikes to ellipticals, treadmills, home gyms. We have it all. You can save up to 50% off.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. That's why I made the smart move to invest in fitness equipment with Fitness Gallery. It's a game changer. I have a true treadmill. It's the smoothest and quietest I've ever been on. You never regret buying quality. Visit Colorado's largest fitness store and get started on your goals today.
Hey, Brandon Stokley here. Colorado Joint Replacement is part of Advent Health, one of the nation's largest healthcare providers. They offer innovative hip and knee replacement surgery with expert, compassionate care. To schedule an appointment, visit coloradojoint.org.
You worked hard for your 401k, but if you've left your job, your money might be sitting in the wrong hands. I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and it's very possible that the 401k that you have had for years has hidden fees and limited investment choices. But if you're no longer with the company, that 401k may be at the mercy of your former employer. All of these things could be costing you thousands. Rolling over your 401k into an IRA can provide better investment options that align with your long-term goals. At Trajan Wealth, we're fiduciary advisors that are held to a higher standard with no hidden agenda and no hidden fees. Don't let your retirement dollars sit in an old plan, and don't roll it over to your new plan without consulting Trajan Wealth first. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Advisory services are offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Guys, are you looking for a simple solution to hair loss this summer? Get Advanced Hair's breakthrough one-day treatment during their once-yearly summer savings event. Your own natural hair begins to regrow the very next day, and Advanced Hair guarantees it will grow. Take advantage of your flexible summer calendar and get the most hair for your dollar during Advanced Hair's best offer ever. For details and a free consultation, call 720-459-HAIR or at advancedhair.com.
Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies with national LTE coverage. Go to rapidradios.com and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping. Add code RADIO for an additional 5% off.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Tastes like sweet red wine, and the pretty legs go to heaven every time. She got a gentle way that puts me at ease, and when she walks in the room I can hardly breathe. Got a devastating smile, knock a grown man to his knees. So come on, have idiots, it blows me away.
This your jam, Zach?
This is yes. Yep. It's the
your style.
In our house, this has been the song of the summer. And my kids know every word. My newly turned 7-year-old and 3-year-old, they know every word. It's just so cool to hear them sing.
That newly turned 7-year-old, man, that's getting to you. Every time you say it, I see it in your eyes. It hurts.
It does.
My baby girl actually started walking.
Is that right?
Yes. Took her first steps, I want to say Saturday. And so now, of course, she's not walking all the time.
Yeah.
She still likes to be lazy, but she's taking steps. I think the longest she walked for was like maybe 10 steps.
Wow.
So it's like, wow.
That's big
baby
time.
proof. Baby proof now.
Yeah.
We're baby proof and everything.
I was gonna say, once they start moving.
Yeah, it's like you can't wait for them to start moving. But then when they start moving, you're like, damn, man, slow down. Slow down.
Yeah. I told you how I feel about it last week. And if I talk about it for too long, I do start getting emotional, man. I just do. I wish it wasn't the case. But it'll be, and I've told you this before, but it'll be a Friday or Saturday night. It'll be 11:30 at night, and I'll be watching old videos. And just, have a cocktail, and next thing you know, tear drops. It's like, it just happens, man.
Tear drop in the cocktail. You're like, man, I'm still drinking.
Yeah. A little salty. This Deion Sanders story is, it's a huge story in sports right now. I mean, just expect to see it. You're already seeing it, but I'm talking the sports centers, the morning shows. This was a huge deal that we found this out today about Deion Sanders, that he had cancer and had his bladder removed. And there was actually reports out there. Well, I don't know if we would call them reports, but there was some scuttlebutt that Deion was going to step away from CU at the presser today. And he said that was never going to be the case.
It was never in my spirit, in my heart, that God wouldn't allow me to coach again. That's never thought like that. It's just that I didn't want to be running down to the hospital once a week when I got all this on my plate. I didn't want that, and I was even like, okay, can they bring one of the machines and put them in the office? Then I'm serious, dead serious. Like, can they,
We had a lot of conversations.
give it a lot of conversation. And Doc would look at me like, he is crazy.
No.
Yes, you were. I saw it in your eyes. He is crazy. Is he like this when he coached? Yeah. But we worked it out.
There was never a doubt that he wasn't going to come back and coach, regardless of what the narrative or speculation was. The aim was to always get back to Boulder.
And you know what, Zach? You have to love that. If you're a player, if you're a fan, that Coach Prime truly loves coaching football, truly loves being around this game, and truly loves developing these young men. And so if you are one of these young men that's on the fence of like, do I sign with Colorado or do I go to another school? This right here may have solidified it for you. To be with a coach that truly cares about you, even when he's going through something traumatic like cancer, and he's willing to do whatever it takes to be on that football field with you coaching, which for him, it's like they got it cleaned up, and he has a new, what is it?
Bladder.
Yeah.
And it sounds like they took, and we don't have the audio here, but if you listen to the whole press conference the way I did earlier, it sounded like they, and I hope I don't stick my foot in my mouth and getting this wrong, but I believe they said they created him a new bladder from his large intestine. They took stuff from his large intestine and made a new. I mean, goodness gracious! It's just
the technology and
it's insane.
It's the way the human brain works, where you're able to find ways to do this.
It's incredible. Here's a little bit more from Deion. Maybe expect to see a new site on the CU sidelines this fall.
You see porta potty on the sideline is real. Okay, I'm just telling you right now, you're gonna see it. You're gonna see the practice. You're gonna see one because it is unbelievable. Like dozing off and waking up. On first thing, I'm grabbing my crotch to see if I peed on myself. And it's just totally different. And I know there's a lot of people out there going through what I'm going through and dealing with what I'm dealing with. And let's stop being ashamed of it. And let's deal with it. And let's deal with it head on. And there's so many other companies out there that do a wonderful job. But I'm thankful that, we have a relationship with the Pen, and we're making some other products, trying to make other products that to help all of us through. But it's been tremendous. These two, Lauren came down to Texas and was there with me during the whole way, up walking our miles in the morning because Doc made sure you better walk, you better be active. And we did it until it was some points that I couldn't even get out of the bed for a week at a time, but she was there. I remember yelling 2 o'clock, Lord! You know, because I had 2 bags, right?
Mm-hmm.
One was what?
Both were urine, but one it was filled quickly. Very quickly.
Yeah, like blood in urine. It just looked bad, you know, and I'm fishing with 2 bags.
I mean, there's a lot there. But you hear him say, hey, if I doze off, the first thing I'm doing when I'm coming back to is feeling my groin area to see if I soiled myself. I mean, this is someone who is literally, over the past handful of months, regularly just soiling himself. I mean, he's literally telling you, I wear Depends.
Which, I mean, for Coach Prime, he's a businessman. Like, this is something that it happens when you're dealing with something like this. So nobody should be laughing at it or making a joke, because there's so many people out there dealing with the same thing Coach Prime's dealing with. So now he should be able to come up with a brand for himself. Come up with a brand for himself so that he can make a little money on the side.
There's only a matter of time. There is only a matter of time before Dion has like a catheter sponsored. He is just an absolute trip. Thank you, Anilo. That's Dion. That's Dion. So here's a little bit more from Deion Sanders when asked if football was the reason he made the decision that he did to remove his bladder.
Football, the decision I made and the surgery I chose was based on not just family, it was based on football. Based on, I didn't want to be going weekly to the hospital while I know I got practices. So football is in there. My faith is number one. Football is somewhere down the line, behind family and all of that, but my faith is definitely number one. So I never second guessed that, and we're here, man.
Well, I would say this, there's been a lot of speculation over the last 2 years just how long Deion Sanders will be doing this job.
Yeah.
Right? And I had said, the next time that Deion Sanders coaches a football team without his sons will be the very first time. So here we are on the doorstep of this. But and I'm still speculating to a degree because we don't know that maybe this is Deion's last year. But, man, in the effort to get back to Boulder and going through the stuff that he went through, I wonder if he's going to be around for a little bit longer than we think. Because if there was ever a reason, like if he came out today, this is basically what I want to say. If he came out today and say, I've coached my last game in Boulder.
Yeah.
Guys, I just had my bladder removed. I had cancer. I've had 14 surgeries since 2021.
And that's not counting the football surgeries.
No.
This is just as a human being walking around.
Yes.
As a regular person now.
I mean, that's insane. 14 surgeries since 2021. So if he came out today and said that, I don't think anyone would bat an eye. Cancer, bladder removed, 14 surgeries.
Somebody out there is going to have a bad take. Somebody out there is going to say something that doesn't make any sense. But you're right. Like, there's a built-in excuse for Coach Prime to say, you know what, let me hang this up. Let me worry about my health and my family. Let me go out there and watch my kids play football, because you only have one life to live. And for him, his whole entire life, if it wasn't for him playing his sport and doing what he's doing, it's tailoring things to his kids.
Yeah.
And making sure they're okay and helping them grow. But no, Coach Prime's, you know what? I'm sticking this out. I'm going to coach this year when he doesn't necessarily have to when you're going through something like this. But he's doing it to shut all the haters up. He's doing it to show that he wants to be here at the University of Colorado and help this program continue to build and win games every single year. You have to love that about him.
Well, I'll say this too, because Deion divides a room, and I've said for the last year or two, whatever it's been, like, hey, I choose my issues with Deion a la carte,
yeah.
right? So I'm not going to worship everything he does, but I'm not going to.
It's bad. I tell you to put it back.
I'm not going to.
Bad apple.
Hate on everything he does either, but man, all of that feels just so incredibly secondary. Whatever comes after secondary, like it's not in the front seat, it's not in the back seat, it's like in the trunk. This was a human thing. This is a human thing. This is cancer. This is,
this is his life.
Peeing all over yourself. You can't. I mean, that's, yeah. And Deion, and it's crazy because Deion was arguably the greatest athlete that ever walked planet Earth. I mean, playing in the World Series and on a Sunday in a football game in the same day. This guy, Morgan Wallen's got a song, Superman. Superman's just a man sometimes. Yeah. Deion was Superman, but he's now just a man. And there's no way of knowing, and I do wonder, because Deion's still a young man. In terms of a life, I mean, what is he, 57? Something like that? Like
57 years old.
Okay. I wonder, and I have a guess how he would answer it. But if you were to trade out all the riches and the fame, and what you got back in return was your full health, no surgeries, no cancer, you still have your toes. You can still run on a treadmill or run in the park in a way that
pain-free.
If he would swap out the glory and the gladiator and the Superman status to live a normal life for the next for the last 10 years and for the next 30 years. I don't know. I would if I were to guess, he'd say I wouldn't trade any of it. This is how it's supposed to happen. I'm the
okay, if you're in his shoes, would you do it? Would you trade out for that?
Man, I'd have to really think about it. And what I'm going to say is so stupid, okay? But I'm going to say it anyway. Because I refer to myself as a Division II nobody, right? But
I hate when you say that.
But there was a 10-year stretch, dude. I could literally hit my head on the backboard. I'd fly around and dunk in games, and was a star in my high school. And got put in my high school's Hall of Fame. Received a full scholarship. But now I can't do my hamstring is a day-to-day issue. It's
I see it in here. You cramp up sometimes. Just
literally. And dude, I'm 38. Right? So I should be able to play basketball still. I should be able to do some of that stuff, and I can't anymore. And again, stupid analogy because I'm a grain of sand on a beach and he's Deion Sanders, but I do ask myself sometimes, would you trade in those days when you were like a star in my hometown and getting a full scholarship and doing some of the fun stuff I was able to do to live the way that I would more want to now? And again, dumb analogy because it's Deion and not me. But
everybody has everybody has their life, and even though Deion is Deion, you're still able to compare some of the things he's doing because of your life.
I wonder if he has thought about that.
So would you? You just went through that. Would you?
No.
See, and I'm the same way. If you say, hey, Phil, you can have 3 more years in the league, but you don't necessarily have the opportunity to marry your wife right now. That would be something like later on down the line you get to do and have your kids. I wouldn't change anything for the world. I don't care anything about that. And I got to play in there, but also I know what it has done to me physically.
Sure.
Where it's there's times and there's days where my wife say, hey, you're moving around in the bed and you're shaking still. That's why I've had to do so many of those NFL things. So it's wow, all this, and they don't care about you. And I'm waking up to my little kids that at some point, maybe I'm not here because I don't know what it's going to look like in 5-10 years from now. All this for running around there, scoring a couple touchdowns, and I may not be able to be who I need to be for them. No. I think about that all the time, Zach. No, it sucks. It does.
Very interesting chapter that got written today in the Deion Sanders story, just as a person. I mean, because Deion is like a national treasure. He's not just a local story. This is a sports story. Deion's already got a 30 for 30 in the books, right?
2 of them.
Literally, this could be number 2. It's crazy. It's a really interesting life lived, and we have a front seat for it here in Colorado. All right, this is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. We are coming with it, and we are coming for it. It's Zach By and Phillip Lindsay, and we are the damn drive.
Let's go, baby. What time is it? Game time.
We were out at Broncos practice today. First fully padded practice.
Now, you had your shoes on. Did you have your shoes on today?
Did I have my shoes on? No, I wore flip-flops.
Okay.
I wore flip-flops.
Okay, so it's a padded practice, right?
Yeah.
Suited and booted. We talked about it.
Yeah. No, I was dressed like a golfer.
You were dressed like a golfer.
Interesting day on several fronts. So you have this Deion Sanders story, right? And it's a human story. It's not a sports story. It's crossing over. And then you have the first fully padded practice, all right? And then you also have news that drops about Courtland Sutton. And we have been chronicling the Courtland Sutton story for a week straight.
You talking about the hybrid hold-in.
The hybrid hold-in.
People were mad at us for calling it the hybrid hold-in.
People were mad at us. And Diana Rossini, I bounced that phrase off her. She loved it.
She's so cool.
She's
You know
like,
that?
I love that phrase. I may take that. Take it. But we've never really seen anything like this. We've seen holdouts. We've seen hold-ins. But we've never seen, especially here in Denver, but I don't think I can remember hearing a story that, like, someone, I did the analogy of, like, Courtland Sutton's at the pool. He's got his swim trunks on. He is sitting on the side of the pool. His feet are in the water, but he's not fully in. And
got the goggles on. He's ready.
Yes. And so he's been out there with a helmet, with his uniform on, going through drills. But we had told you guys, and if you were covering the story the way that you should have been, like, you had, this was a story in training camp. It's a week into training camp, and Courtland Sutton's biggest play is a 2-yard catch in 1 rep in a team period. Then he started to do less. I mean, on Saturday, he didn't do any 7-on-7 and not 1 second of teamwork, and then it was the same thing today. And so it was one of these things like, okay, now he's not doing anything. He did more the first 2 days in the acclimation period than he did the last 2 days of camp. And it was one of these things where it was like, now we have to ask Sean about it. And Sean did take questions on it, did give an answer, and it was literally within 5 minutes of Sean walking off the stage, maybe 10 minutes of Sean walking off the little dais there, is we got the news. It's a 4-year, $92 million extension.
And I'm speculating on this, but when you have a coach that goes up there and he said he was confident, like, hey, something is getting done, he knows more than he's putting on. So he knew that Courtland's contract was almost ready, if not ready. They were just doing some of the finalizing some of the finishing touches, ironing out some kind of language and whatever the case may be. But when you have that much confidence that you can have your star player offensively, let's be real, he's a receiver 1 for us guys.
Yep, it's true.
And he's not practicing, but he is a little bit, and you're still calm. You're still okay with him being out there, so you're happy that he's at least out there. You know something's getting done. You know something is close. And we've been saying that for the longest, Zach.
Yes.
That, hey, we believe that this contract is close. That's why Courtland is out here.
Right.
That's why he's participating. He has a participation trophy. He's out there going through the drills, going through the motions. But until he has that contract signed, sealed, and delivered to him, he will not do team. He will not do 7-on-7 work. But tomorrow, he will, because the contract is done. It's signed. He's going to be here long-term for 4 years. Well-deserved contract, Courtland. You've been my teammate since day one, 2018. A great player, a pro's pro. When you talk about a pro's pro, that's who you talk about, Courtland Sutton. Somebody that you can count on and off the field. You can count on to block for you, to get the big gains when it comes to 50-50 balls. He's just a consistent guy that never downs his players, are always positive, and works his tail off, man. Well-deserved for his 3rd contract or his 2nd contract.
No, it's his 3rd.
Pretty much his 3rd.
I'm counting his rookie contract,
yeah.
and he was a 2nd-round pick.
He was.
So he's been well compensated here over the years, but really good player. And curiosity question: when does your 3% hit your account for the agent fee?
I'm asking. I've been calling. He blocked my number.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, thanks for everything you did, but I can't pay you now.
New deal, new me.
He's like,
not answering
$92
calls.
million is not enough. Maybe if I had $100 million.
So it's $41 million in a fully guaranteed money. For me,
yeah.
All right, I think this is a win-win. When we were talking about the Sutton contract in the months leading up to it, I'm looking at like Brandon Ayuk's deal because I think they're pretty comparable players. All right, 18 touchdown catches in the last 2 years. There's not receivers that you can count on one hand that have more than that here. So, but it was
younger too.
Ayuk is younger.
Yeah,
Yes,
Ayuk. Yeah.
Yes. But it was like, man, like third, because you got guys making over 40 at that position. I mean, that market has exploded, and it scared me a little bit. If you were talking about like DK Metcalf's deal, $131 million, 33 a year, like that, I did not feel comfortable. 23 a year. 23 a year? The way that I'm not
change your tune now.
No, because the price point matters.
The price is right.
The context matters, and you could get to a point with Sutton if he continues to produce. If he has a similar year in 25 that he had in 24, and the way that market has trended, you could get to a point this time next year. It's like, man, Sutton's one of the better contracts in the NFL at that position with that wide receiver landscape if he continues to produce.
So, Mr. Bye, why? So, obviously, you changed your tune because of the money. I understand.
Very much so.
But there's a lot of people out there that are upset with you in what you have said about Courtland and how he could be a guy that ends up getting into the Ring of Fame. There's a lot of drama around that, and for you saying that.
I'm driving around. I'm listening to Dan Jacobs over the week. I'm just trying to enjoy my weekend. Dan Jacobs is dragging me on the air.
On a beautiful day, you hear Zach Bye's name and them dragging you.
Like, and basically he was saying it's like, shouldn't even be under consideration. Should just like dumb idea from a dumb guy. And here's the thing: I haven't been like a Courtland Sutton super fan by any means.
Oh, we know.
But what's true is true. All right, Courtland Sutton, guys. It comes with the assumption when we had this conversation last week that if he signed the extension, there's a chance that he could be a decade-plus Bronco, maybe a Bronco for his entire career, wire to wire. And I don't know if. People out there and they're busy and all this stuff with their jobs and life and family. Like, guys, Courtland Sutton needs less than 1,000 yards, less than 1,000 to pass Ed McCaffrey to get in a fifth all-time Broncos receiving list. If he plays out the contract, all right, even if he plays, let's just say
2 years or 3 years.
Let's say
it's a 4-year contract.
Well, let me just stick with playing out the contract.
Right.
If he plays out the contract, I mean, you're talking about him potentially, if he can stay healthy, it lives within reality. He could pass Shannon Sharp for third all time. And with the assumption that the Broncos are about to be doing a lot of winning here. And he was with the Broncos through the lean years, and now he is a centerpiece of a winning team. And if that trend continues and his production continues, I mean, he is going to have, whether he ultimately is a Ring of Famer or not, for me,
he'll have a great case.
He'll have a great case, and it will be a conversation if this forecast that I'm sort of, framing comes close to being true. That's all.
No, and you're right to having that forecast. You want to know why? Courtland's going to be here for 3 to 4 years. Courtland Sutton is the receiver one for the Denver Broncos. What does that mean? He's going to have every opportunity to get as many yards as possible as long as he can stay healthy. The Denver Broncos are a team that's going to continue to win year in and year out because of the quarterback position, because of the defense, because of what Sean Payton has done for this team. So how would he not be a candidate or could not be a candidate? Like, why wouldn't you think he would be a candidate for the Ring of Fame if he continues to be with the Denver Broncos, have success, be the receiver one, which we know he will be, and continue to win? And for a lot of people out there that's looking at this season like, hey, we could get to the Super Bowl. Now, I'm just saying it. It's like we could. That helps you out. If you
my
win,
gosh, yes.
It's a done deal. It's a done deal.
Like, you think about the player that Emmanuel Sanders was around here. There's a good chance Sutton's next catch of a football in a regular season game, he could be moving past Emmanuel into top 10 all time. And by the end of the season, be top 5 all time.
Wow.
And you're right. Like, yeah, you gotta do some winning. You got to do some winning. And we know it's a team sport, but the worm has sort of turned in that category, and it is reasonable to believe that Courtland Sutton could put up those numbers. And if you're putting up those numbers and you're top 5 all time, top 4 all time, maybe top 3 all time on a winning team, this is a proud history. I would not poo-poo that sort of statistical accumulation, especially if he's doing it for a winner. And someone saying Eddie Mack isn't a Ring of Fame either. No, he's not in the Ring of Fame. But we know there's context. If you're like a legit Bronco fan, you know there's some human stuff that has prevented Eddie Mack from being up there, because Eddie Mack should be up there. And my guess is will at a certain point in time with the new leadership that is in place.
Okay, I got a question for you now, man. Courtland's contract is done. Receiver one, back in the building. He's been there, but it's a hybrid hold-in. your expectations for him moving forward. Is it 1,000 yards or over 1,000 yards? Or is it kind of like, hey, 900, 800, really good in the red zone? He has to have the touchdowns because that's something that Courtland Sutton has been really good at past 2 years, scoring touchdowns.
Totally.
The reason I ask that is because now you have Evan Ingram in the building. You have Vele that we're hoping could take another jump. Marvin Mims, who was not involved until week 10.
Yep.
You get him more involved. So maybe someone like Bo is going to get the ball around to a lot more players this year. So Courtland may not get the stats that he has last year, this year. That's why, like, the expectations. What do you think?
I don't think we should be lowering the expectations
All right.
for Sutton after signing a new deal.
Calm down
because
now,
these
Phil.
other guys who haven't done much of anything have a pulse. I mean, it's like they're all going to get their shot, but there is one bona fide known pass catcher on this football team, and his name's Courtland Sutton. And we were out there, OTAs. It was not particularly close. And you mark my words, tomorrow when Sutton's out there, it will become abundantly clear to anyone with eyeballs and an actively working brain that Courtland Sutton is the best wide receiver the Broncos have. Everyone else is just a
what
forecast.
percent of the cut are you getting from Court? You used to not like talking about Court. Now it's like, wow, I don't have to say anything.
Wait a second.
I sit back and relax.
I used to not like
You're
talking about Court.
You're like, hey, man, if the money's not right, trade him.
No, well, if
the money's not right.
money's not right, guess what? The money's right. The money's right.
The money is
23,
right.
And I'll tell you this, man, Courtland deserves some credit because $23 million a year, that is exactly who he is. And this is his last large financial bite at the apple. He had what a lot of people in this life lack, and that is awareness, self-awareness. Like that market has exploded, all right? But he wants to be here in Denver, and he's not going to die on the hill of I need, $30 million. I need $28 million. $23 million. I think it makes him the 19th highest paid.
Yeah, 18th, 19th, somewhere around there.
I think that's right where Sutton is. Anywhere between, on some Sundays, he's the 11th best. On other Sundays, he's the 19th. But, like, that's where he is. And him accepting that and not scratching and clawing for every dollar more, to me, that's good self-awareness.
See, I would have loved to be in that building just to see where they were at with things when they were comparing Courtland to another receiver. Because this is how you get the contracts done. So for Courtland, it's like, who are you looking at, Courtland, to kind of gauge how much money you want or what you're looking for, what your agent's looking for, and then vice versa with George. Who are you guys comparing Courtland to get this contract done? Because that's what it comes down to is like, hey, we're comparing you to this player getting paid right now. We think that you have these tangibles, and then they'll explain it. This is what this guy's doing better, or what you're doing better than this guy with. This is why we're willing to give you this amount of money. Like, that's how it goes. And so it kind of, you can debate all you want, but when they start to compare to other players in certain situations, it speaks for itself. And so then it's like, okay, where do we go from there where both parties are happy?
Yeah.
And obviously it was 23 a year when it came to Courtland Sutton, his agent, and then George and the organization.
Well, my anticipation is that Courtland Sutton, shocker, will speak tomorrow for the first time since last season in an official
I
capacity.
forgot how his voice sounded.
Yeah. I mean, we have not heard from Court at all.
It's been a long, long time coming.
And guess who else we haven't heard from? Zach Allen and Nick Benito and John Franklin Myers. Now, you'll hear from John Franklin Myers because he's going to be tweeting. I could promise you. But
just go check X. Go check your X or your Twitter. John Franklin Myers is going to let you know.
You know what? Let's put a pin in that. I want to circle back to that one here in just a couple minutes. But with Sutton, and I'm seeing it on the RamosLaw.com text line, 303-713-1043.
I'm going to unleash Zach, the pit bull, to defend Court. What's going on?
Well, it says, someone says, he's not good at run after the catch. Okay, yes, that is not the strength of his game. Okay, but here's what I would share with you. Okay, this is Courtland Sutton's league rankings in 2024 on third down. What do they call third down? Call it a money down.
Money down. Go get your money. If you're a quarterback and receiver and even tight end, go get your money.
Okay, I think a lot of people may be surprised to learn that on third down last year, Courtland's 30 catches on third down ranked third in the NFL. His receiving yards on third down, listen close, y'all. His receiving yards on third down last year was number one in the NFL. His first down catches on third down of which there were 27 of them. First down catches on third down, also ranked first in the NFL, and his drops on third down was exactly 0, tied for the best in the NFL.
And that's why my man got paid $92 million. That's Bo's favorite target. Don't mess with that right now.
Oh, but it's not even close. Here's another stat to back up what you just said in terms of Bo's favorite target. On third down last year, Bo Nix's QBR when targeting Sutton was a 93. When targeting all others on third down, it was a 37.
See, Zach, if you would have brought that to the table, you would have got paid. You could have been Court's agent.
Speaks for itself.
And that's what you bring to the table when you're having these negotiations. It's like, can you risk losing this type of player? And then you go through a week of camp. Court's not out there, and it feels different.
It's noticeable.
It feels really different when you don't have your receiver one out there and you're banking on these young players. Although it was good to see Vele and Troy, and they are going to be really good this year if they can be consistent, it's not the same as having Cortland. And Bo wasn't able to make the same plays without Cortland. Well, now you bring Cortland in the mix like OTAs. Tomorrow, there's going to be a fireworks show.
I believe so.
At least 2 touchdowns. There's going to be a couple 50-50 balls. Those DBs better be ready. Hamstrings better be juiced up. Cortland's ready.
I love it, man. But those numbers on third down speak for themselves. 18 touchdowns in the last 2 years. It just speaks for themselves. Remember Jay-Z had a line one time. Said, 10 albums back-to-back, I did what you won't.
Ooh.
Men lie, women lie, numbers don't.
Ooh, okay, B-Rabbit.
But when you put up 18 touchdown catches in 2 years, and all your rankings on third down are top 3 in the NFL, I mean, it speaks for itself. So good for Sutton, good for the Broncos, and good for Bo. I mean, this is an important day because if the two sides were far apart and this bleeds throughout the summer, it's not good, man. It wouldn't be good.
It's a distraction. At some point, it's a distraction, and you want Bo to feel comfortable. You want Courtland Sutton to feel ready for the season and at least getting the rhythm, getting the groove of going full speed. If you wait too long, now it's like, okay, is he ready to play? And I'm talking about Court now. Is he ready to play? Are we worried about him hurting himself? Are we going to have some kind of snap count on him because of that? Like, now it's over. He's just out there playing, and maybe he doesn't practice a lot even now because you're letting Bailey and Mims and Troy Franklin get more involved. But you know Cortland's going to be here, and he's the most consistent receiver that you have on that roster.
You know, that's a really good thought. I think, and I'm not a doctor, but I would think the right approach, because he has been basically inactive outside of, warm-ups and routes on air and individual stuff, probably do a little ramp up with him as well, because he has done no team, no 7-on-7 here in at least the last 2 practices. And when he was participating in those, he was literally checking in for a play. This was Sean Payton when he stepped up to the podium and he was asked about Sutton.
Well, he's gotten reps. He's gotten limited reps, and I think we're close. I'm not going to speak ahead of it, but we're real close on a contract. And, I think our goal when he and I met, George, all along was this coming Monday. So I think there'll be something fairly soon there.
And I asked him, again, this is before we got the news, like, hey, has it been frustrating because you're a week into camp and you're doing all these installs and you haven't had your top receiver? This is what Sean said.
Not at all. I mean, not with a veteran who's like Cortland, who's real smart. I mean, here's the deal. He's been participating in all the individual, all the one-on-one. He's gotten 7-on-7 work. He's gotten team reps. He's just being smart. And so it'd be different if you felt like he was missing improvement or not being out here or just being out here riding the bike or something. So I kind of know that player well enough to feel real good about where he's at and his mindset, both mentally and physically.
It sounds like over the last 2 years, Courtland Sutton has developed a layer of trust with Sean Payton.
I mean, Zach, knowing Courtland like I do, he comes to work every single day. He is not going to complain. He is a captain. He's a guy that you can lean on, not just on the field, but off the field as well. Very consistent. And when you get into that huddle with him, he wants to do every play the right way. He wants to be perfect every single play. And there'll be some small like, hey, Phil, get to the open field, man. I got your block. Trust me. And sure enough, you get to the open field, and Courtland's running side by side or in front of you. You don't want him side by side. In front of you, making that extra block. That's how these running backs are going to be able to be more explosive this year. Having someone like Courtland show these younger receivers, hey, finish the ball, right? Finish until the whistle is blown. If you don't have the ball or you're not targeted, keep running like you're going to get the ball. You're going to, in the end, it will repay you. The football gods will repay you, but you have to do your part. And that's who Courtland is. He's a pro's pro, and that's why he's being paid the big bucks, because he's not just a really good player on the football field. He's a leader. He's a pro that you can look up to, and a vet you can look up to, and these other young players can learn from.
All right, really interesting day just all around. Do you remember the wrestler Goldberg?
I do.
Now, he went on this stretch where he was like 150-0. He just never lost. And he'd ask the same question after he pulverized these guys. He'd say, who's next? That's my question when it comes contractually for the Denver Broncos. And we'll have that conversation on the other side.
Is it finally time for a changing of the guard in the AFC West?
Kansas City, your time at the top of the AFC West is done. It's the Broncos' turn. I don't believe in the Chargers, and I believe the Chiefs will fall off, and I believe that starts this year. It's the Broncos' turn to run this division.
Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
All right, y'all. It's that time of year again. Summertime, which means concert season, vacations, and all the things you want to do outside. And nobody wants to worry about how they're going to get somewhere or where they're going to park. Let Hermes Worldwide handle all your travel needs so you can focus on what really matters the most this summer, having as much fun as possible. I actually stopped by and visited with my friends at Hermes Worldwide a few weeks ago, and they have so many different vehicles to choose from. If you and your friends are looking to go crazy and party this summer, ride in style on one of Hermes' luxury charter buses or Sprinter vans. If you're someone who's concerned about the environment, which a lot of people are nowadays, they've got you covered with something called the Lucid Air, which is an all-electric and totally silent car. And are you and your lady friend heading to a concert this summer? You can take a luxury sedan or SUV, make it easy on yourselves. So no matter where you're going or what you're doing, Hermes Worldwide has you covered. Head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or give them a call at 303-577-7600 to book your next ride today. Again, head to ridehermes.com/DenverSports or go to 303-577-7600.
Men, the summer is here. Longer days, warmer nights, and romance in the air. Intimate dinners, walks on the beach, dancing in the moonlight. But if you have erectile dysfunction, you know it can ruin romance, both for you and the one you love. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you have ED, don't let another summer go by without getting treated. Because intimacy is one of the greatest things in life, and fear of not being able to perform should not be something you have to deal with. At the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we're ED experts. We've successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Our protocols work when others don't, and we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases. You could even last up to an hour or more and perform like you haven't in years. So call us. Your initial appointment is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Is now a good time to buy a home in Colorado? The answer is absolutely yes. We are in a buyer's market, and if you've been sitting on the sidelines, you need to call my friends at American Financing today. The first step to getting a home is getting the right loan, and they can pre-approve you in 24 hours or less. There are more houses on the market today than there have been in the last 5 years. Interest rates are competitive, and home prices have been stable. That means you can find a great deal while locking in a monthly payment that fits your budget. Plus, with home equity building over time, your investment grows, making home ownership a smart long-term financial decision. If you continue to pay rent, you're just paying your landlord's mortgage, and you don't need 20% down. You could be in your new home with as little as 3% down. Plus, they offer down payment assistance programs to make home ownership even easier. Call American Financing at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000 or visit AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon you wish would never end.
The homemade taste of bluebell and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Open the lid on a carton of Bluebell Homemade in the Shade, and you'll have it made, so to speak. It's a combination of our top-selling homemade vanilla ice cream with a swirl of rich chocolate fudge sauce. Enjoy an instant classic.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at your favorite grocer. If you can't find it, be sure to ask for it.
Worried about market losses? If headlines are keeping you up at night, it's time to take control. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr. with Trajan Wealth, and I know you've worked hard to save. But in times like these, what if can turn into what now? If you're planning to retire or are in retirement, you need a strategy that helps protect your future. At Trajan Wealth, you can capture market gains, protect your account from losses, and guarantee income for life. Right now, you could receive a bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10% for retirement income. You heard me right. An upfront bonus of up to 30% or annual growth of up to 10%, all guaranteed to boost your lifetime income in retirement. Don't leave your future to chance. Plan with confidence. Call Trajan today at 720-405-3300. That's 720-405-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company, DBA, in most states, as Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, hims.com/joy.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
Bottom half of hour number 4 here on a Monday, July 28th. Show has flown by. All right, and we appreciate you guys being here with us for it. All right, however you're listening, if you're listening live, shout out. If you are listening after the fact on the Drive podcast, I get a lot of that. You know, hey, I'm listening in the middle of the night. You know, I'm doing my overnight shift and, you know, some of that stuff. So, all right. I said, you know, who's next in the contract extension conversation?
Who's next?
Sutton gets done.
Yep.
If I were to have a guess, who's not next?
Ooh.
It's John Franklin Myers. And the context clue that we're drawing from is him over the weekend once again jumping on social media and saying that he is both underappreciated and underpaid. And I
flat out just said it.
Just flat out said it. Flat out said it.
Like the confidence and like, hey, I don't care. I hope that the Broncos organization is listening and looking at this tweet. That I want to be paid. I'm underappreciated, and you guys need to do something about it. It's right there for you.
Yeah, and he was responding. There was a tweet. Someone tagged him in and says, John Franklin Myers has to be the most underappreciated D lineman in the league. He's had 5 straight seasons of 50 or more pressures, and I'd put my money on him making it 6 straight seasons with 50 or more pressures. Can't wait to see that D line dominate Sundays this year. And Franklin Myers quote tweeted it. And he said, underappreciated and underpaid, but numbers won't lie. I'd bet my money too if I were you. Almost time to go be great again. And you said earlier in the show, from a player perspective, this may be telling you what?
That there's no contract being talked about. And if it is, like, it went quiet. Notice that Cortland hasn't talked this whole time. Nick Bonito has not talked this whole time until his camp. And when he went and talked at his camp, he said that they were talking. John Franklin Myers can't say the same right now about how his camp is talking and things are getting done. He's being very vocal multiple times, not just now, but a couple months ago. He was vocal when we talked about John Franklin Myers, and you did a great job of it was well put together of explaining why someone like John Franklin Myers should get paid and why he feels like he should get paid.
Yeah, or
the stats are right there.
Or certainly that he's underappreciated. We talk about him in a different light that I just was like, let's take a closer look at this thing.
So if a player is doing that, if a player is online talking with people that are hyping him up, it's letting you know that player, one, wants to get paid, two, probably something is not being done in the building. Because I remember being that same type of player that's like, man, I hope somebody out there keeps pushing for me. I hope Zach Bye keeps talking about me so that I can get paid. Because sometimes what we say matters, obviously. What we say matters. And it can get to a bunch of people. And now people are like, you know what? Yeah, you're right. John Franklin Myers should get paid. His stats prove it. He's out there every day, a high motor. You said that he only missed one game.
Yeah.
Like, he's doing everything right, but yet he seems to be the odd man out right now where maybe he's not being talked about. Maybe they're not having contract talks with him. Maybe he's in the building talking to someone like Zach Allen, and they're getting something done with Zach Allen. And now how do you think he would feel about that? And so my fear is, Zach, is you deal with a situation where nobody was getting paid. Cortland Sutton was not being paid yet. And so everybody was on the same level playing field, right? Where it's like, hey, we're all the same. We're trying to get paid. Well, Cortland Sutton ends up getting paid. Okay. So the first domino falls. Who's next? If it's Nick Bonito, okay, then who's next after Nick Bonito? And if John Franklin Myers feels like he's not going to be the one that's next, now when he's out there playing on Sundays, it may not be about the team. It may be about him and his stats and making sure that he does enough to get paid, which is understandable.
It's a normal human reaction, sure.
Why would you not? Like, this is your last chance to get a big chunk of money, and I want to make sure that I'm maximizing all the opportunities out there. And let's just say maybe a defense is like, hey, we want you to two-gap. And what two-gap means, guys, is I'm sitting right there trying to stop the run, not going and getting a sack on the quarterback. Well, when you go to the table to negotiate your contract and they come back to you saying, well, you had less sacks than last year, like you're looking at that like, well, that's not my fault. You're telling me to be a team player and play my role. And my role was to sit here and two-gap. So it's one thing that you have to notice and look for if a contract is not done with John Franklin Myers during the season is how he reacts. And is he a guy that's going out there and trying to get as many sacks as possible to make sure that he's solidified for that next year when it's time to get paid?
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see it unfold. It could get a little bit awkward here. It could just get like naturally awkward. Not that anyone's doing something wrong or anything like that, but the natural order of operation with 4 different players who both play, or all 4 of them play a meaningful role for the Broncos. You know, someone says, just let him go at this point. I don't know, dude.
No.
4-4-7, that's a really, really good football player. John Franklin Myers.
Zach, we finally have a top 5 defense, maybe even number 1 this year. Keep a strength of strength. Keep all your players as long as possible. You have depth at all these positions. Don't give them away right now. Don't give them away. Win. And for John Franklin Myers, if you don't get it here, you'll get it somewhere else.
Oh, yeah.
Because everybody loves a winner.
Yeah, and if you go back and listen to that, basically like his side of the story, that's what I was basically trying to do that day when I framed it. It's like, let's tell John Franklin Myers' side of the story. It was like, okay, yeah, Zach Allen, he's a better player. I don't know if anyone would disagree with that. But his 8.5 sacks, John Franklin Myers had 7. And I forget what he had more of than Zach Allen. I think it was maybe pressures or quarterback hits. I forget. I don't think it was quarterback hits. I think it was pressures.
Yeah.
And he had more than Zach Allen. And it's like, and he's also in his 20s. It's like, why is there this certain tone with John Franklin Myers like he's sort of a second-class citizen in terms of the tone from the fan base and how, you know, we refer to these guys. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting. And I think it's going to get more interesting because I do not believe Sutton's contract is the last one that's going to get done. But by judging the tea leaves of how vocal he is, to your point, it's probably a telltale sign that they're not that close. So we'll, it might be something to ask Sean about.
Ooh. Well, how would you word that, though, when you're asking Sean about these contracts? Because you already know he gets irritated with the contract talk. He finally gave us something today.
He did.
About how close Cortland was with the contract. And honestly, I was surprised with that. I was like, wow. Like, obviously, it's so close that Sean's reporting on it and pretty much telling us it's going to get done.
Right.
Like, that's pretty big time. But, like, do you really want to go at my man again? And not just you, anybody. Like, hey, what about John Franklin Myers? He may come at us and try to slap both of us. I'll be right there with you.
Well, we'll see. I'll turn around. You'll be nowhere to be found.
You're right. I'll be able to do my own stuff.
Yeah, I'd have to think about that, how to frame it, because I don't want to just be like, this guy's like starting trouble. But this is a real question.
Well, because John Franklin Myers is vocal on the internet about being underpaid and underappreciated. So obviously he's feeling some type of way about it.
Yep. And maybe that might be the question. Like, hey, one of your Broncos has been very vocal, as recent as this past weekend about being underpaid and underappreciated. What is your view of John? And I'm trying to do this on the spot. Like, what is your view of John Franklin Myers, impact on this defense or role on this defense moving forward? Something
two black
like
eyes.
that.
Boom, boom.
Yeah.
Zach By has two black eyes all of a sudden.
Might be. Dude, did you hear Sean? Did you hear Sean this weekend? And what he did on Saturday? Oh my gosh. So like maybe laugh out loud funny. All right, we'll decide. We'll play it for you. Also, we've been talking about the serious tone of this football team right now and the maturity of it. And I asked Sean Payton if he is seeing that same attribute, and we'll play his response for you coming up next.
Listen up, golf fans. Want to witness the battle at Bethpage Black in New York this year? Well, Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan is teamed up with the City of Aurora to give away a trip to win your way in. To enter, just head to the pro shop at any of the City of Aurora's 5 beautiful courses between now and August 1st. Find the cutout of Zach By and scan the QR code. For more information and the list of course locations, head to denversports.com/golf. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
When you own a business, it feels like everything's on you. Orders, deliveries, employees, on you. That's why Comcast Business is giving you a year of mobile on us with your internet service. Really? Yep. We'll cover your first line of mobile for 1 year. So calling customers, getting directions, texting Janine and shipping, on us. The broken coffee maker? That one's still on you. Which means you'll save hundreds for your business and get the fastest mobile service with 5G cellular and Wi-Fi hotspots. On us. But hurry, this deal won't last long. Get a mobile plan and free up the budget to maybe, I don't know, fix that coffee maker? Get mobile on us for 1 year, you guessed it, on us. Comcast Business,
powering possibilities.
Ends 9/22/25. Restrictions apply. New mobile customers only with internet standard service or above. Limited to value of one unlimited intra-line apply via 12 monthly internet bill credits. One discount per account. Fastest mobile based on mobile Wi-Fi and cellular data in service areas. Ookla Speed Test Intelligence 2H24.
Are you in a high-risk fire zone? Got woodpecker holes? Siding starting to rot? What's up, guys? It's Zach here. 5280 Exteriors is your go-to for James Hardy siding, a low-maintenance, cement-based siding that resists flames, repels insects, and yes, even woodpeckers. For the month of July, get free installation with the purchase of a whole house of siding. 5280 won't just replace siding, they upgrade your home. Old siding off, new bat insulation in, plus rigid insulation for a better thermal envelope. 5280exteriors.com, the altitude of quality.
Men, summertime is here, and that means vacations, summer barbecues, outdoor parties, camping, beaches, and so much more. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're like many men, you may not be feeling like yourself this summer. Perhaps your energy is low and you aren't sleeping well. Maybe your workouts aren't as good as they used to be. And if what I'm describing is you, it's very likely you're suffering with low testosterone. But low T doesn't have to affect you anymore. Just call Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, get treated, and see how it changes your life. If you're like most men, you'll feel so much better. Deeper sleep, improved vitality and clarity, greater strength and energy, and an enhanced sex drive as well. So call us. Just $99 gets you a PSA and T test and a medical consult. And if you start on testosterone the day of your appointment, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
My perfect day has sand, salt water, and friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
It's Training Camp 2025, built to win. Presented by Fitness Gallery, home of the world's finest fitness equipment. Here's The Drive with Zach By and Phillip Lindsay.
All right, final segment here on a Monday. We're going to get to some of the Sean Payton audio here in just a second. We'll do that in 10 seconds. First, got to tell you, join us for the Fan Golf Tournament benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado on Monday, August 25th at 1:30 p.m. at the club at Inverness. Don't miss this 4-person scramble, followed by dinner, awards, and a live auction with all the proceeds benefiting the Arthritis Foundation Colorado. Book your foursome now at DenverSports.com/club. All right. What do you want to do first? The Sean over the weekend with a couple media members.
You've been waiting for that. You've been waiting. You've been waiting for old Sean. Let's do Sean.
All right, let's do that. So, where is this? Okay, here we go. Sean, man, over the weekend. So there's sort of like a regular group that is at training camp every day. And it's me, it's you, it's probably, I'd say, 25 to 30 other media members.
Yeah.
But within the press conference, there's maybe around 12, 13 people who regularly ask questions, okay? And so on Saturday, though, there was 2 guys that are not a part of the regular group, and they were just there on day passes or whatever.
Could you tell?
What's that?
Could you tell?
Well, I could tell because I'm there every day and I don't see them.
Yeah, but if you didn't see him for the first time, would you think? Okay.
Yeah. You could, because Sean, Sean's just an interesting dude, but we learn his rhythm.
Yeah.
Right? And
his
so
tone, the way that he interacts with us early, we know if he's gonna have a good day or a bad day.
Yes.
And if we should ask a question or not.
Yes. So one of the questions from the gentleman, and by the way, in no way, shape, or form should this be interpreted as like these guys don't know what they're doing or they're silly or something like that. It is the dynamic that it is. So, for example, you had one of these guys. He's like, ask him about the major injuries. He's like, hey, you had a couple season-ending injuries last year. How are you going? And Sean goes, who are those guys? And he's like Evan Ingram and maybe Dre Greenlaw. And so Sean goes to answer the question, and the guy won't stop talking.
Oh, no.
And you can just see Sean, dude, and then he just goes, you tell me when you're done. Tell me when you need me. And it was just like, oh, no.
Not
right?
a good look.
And then there was another sequence where, well, we'll just play it for you.
Coach, it was reported that quarterback Bo Nix was hanging out with your quarterback.
It wasn't reported. I stated it 3 days ago. Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy. Listen, Bo Nix, if you were here 2 days ago, you would have heard me say he spent some time with Breeze. So it was reported. Keep going.
How's it make some different?
No, just what I said 3 days ago.
Oh, man.
And you have to remember, Saturday was when Drew Sanders went down.
Yes.
So when you have an injury like that, the coaches are already on edge.
Very good point.
And, and it's like, dang, I'm already having to deal with a guy that I like and I have a vision for, and now he's hurting. I don't know how severe the injury is, and now you're asking me a question that I answered 3-4 days ago.
Yeah, and it's worth noting that, like, because I don't think you can hear it great at the start, but the guy says it was reported that Bo Nix spent time with Drew. I mean, that is just classic. He goes, it was reported. I told you.
I'm the one.
It wasn't reported. I told you this.
Coach, it was reported that quarterback Bo Nix was hanging out with your quarterback.
It wasn't reported. I stated it 3 days ago. Gosh, your own little internet shows are driving me crazy. Listen, Bo Nix, if you were here 2 days ago, you would have heard me say he spent some time with Breeze. So it was reported. Keep going.
How's it make some different?
No, just what I said 3 days ago.
God. Oh, man. And I'm going to tell you, I've been there. And now not the exact same situation, but a question that he doesn't like, or it's just a wrong day, and he gets zeroed in on you.
You've been on fire. You've been on fire with your question. You asked 3 today. You asked 3 today. I don't know. Did you ask anything on Saturday?
No, because I'll only ask a question if something's legitimately on my mind.
Yes.
I do not want to ask a question for the sake of asking the question.
Yeah.
So Saturday, no questions. Today, I had some stuff on my mind, and that were based off some of the stuff that he said that I'm like, yeah, so so I asked a few. 3 is a lot.
No, there was 3 of them, but they were really good ones.
Thank you, bro. So we've been talking about the sort of seriousness of the group collectively, and you get more of it today from Greenlaw and Brandon Jones over the weekend. Like, he was your teammate. Like, what? That dude is an adult.
He like from where he is now, from where he was before, night and day. And that's just playing in the league. That's just seeing things differently because you're always out there. That you're on winning teams, you're on losing teams, and just maturing. That's just a veteran for you right now. It's amazing to see Brandon Jones now, and then also seeing what he was back then. It's crazy.
Well, I asked Sean, hey, I am noticing a very serious nature to this team, and this is what Sean said.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's interesting. You're always looking for that combination of experience and youth. We're young, obviously, and yet we've got some guys that have played a lot of games in the postseason. A lot of the free agents we brought in have been in not just the 2 from San Francisco, but others. It happens, and I don't know that you recognize it happening with the signing of one, but you continue to look for the certain player you're looking for, and then it begins to take shape. And so when people ask about culture a lot, I really think it starts with the ingredients, and it's